wait a minute. I don't like this starting frame. Okay, thank you. We can't have an advertisement for this.
Are we live?
For Big Joel.
Oh yeah.
Okay, hold on. Everyone just pretend like that didn't happen.
Oh, that was live? Oh, it's major.
Okay, let's just rewind time in our minds. Okay, let's all just
clear.
Let's all pretend it's like that. Like this. It's only 4 o'clock right now. Oh, late. Where's Sitch and Adam? Late. Oh. Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here to the Sunday live show. Definitely the first time I've said this today with everyone's favorite, totally not a serial killer, harmonica enthusiast, Adam Friended.
I changed up my tag just for you. Adam Friended, comedy show host, immune system for society. What do you think? I'm testing it out. How do you like it?
Oh, wait, where did you put that? In the bottom of the screen.
It's on my little. It's on my little host thing.
Oh my god! I like it's like PSA Sitch, and then you have like this paragraph next to your picture.
Adam Friended, comedy show host, immune system for society. Yes. I know it triggers you a little bit, so I thought we would have some fun with it.
It does.
That's a callback to me saying artists are the immune system for society, which every single artist loves. CT told me they were giving you a hard time on Discord, that people are coming at you, challenging you. This is your 12-year-old's voting moment, Sitch. This is when you said something ridiculous. Everyone knows it's ridiculous.
Listen, there are a disproportionate number of artists on the Discord, okay? And I love all of our artists
backpedal,
draw such wonderful, beautiful, amazing artwork. All I'm saying is, okay, let's not be a little self-important about our roles in society, okay?
Oh, that's like calling the immune system self-important.
Is not fighting the man, all right? That's all I'm saying.
You can't call artists. You can't call your bodily immune system self-important. You die without it. What are you talking about?
Oh, you're just as important as an individual's immune system.
Sitch, are we going to get into this video? What's taking so long?
I'm trying to get in this video, but you want to talk about how amazing you are.
This is taking forever.
What is ego?
What are we doing this week? What is the video?
Overloading. This week, we will be watching Shoe0nhead versus Big Joel. Shoe always getting in the trouble. She dares to say things that are funny. She dares to make jokes on Twitter. Ooh, that just gets people mad. Just gets people angry. Got Big Joel angry recently. Got Vosh very angry. He had to come out with an hour-long video discussing the shoe problem.
Defending Shoe. Vosh is out there defending Shoe.
Well, was he really defending her? He was kind of
half defending, half running over with a bus.
Yeah. Okay. He's like running you over with the truck, and then he says, "Oh, but I feel bad about it, so let me call a doctor after I run you over with the truck." On purpose, that is, by the way. Yeah, so yeah.
It was a little interesting. It is interesting. He does have a relationship with Shoe, so
right.
He finds it difficult to throw under the bus, but at the same time, I think his audience really just doesn't like that.
It's such a weird situation.
Yes.
Because, well, first of all, it's weird to be like a quote unquote public figure to some extent.
Yes.
And to be friends or acquaintances or friendly acquaintances with other public figures, and you like do a commentary show, and people expect you to comment on whatever quote spicy or bad take they have. However, and here's where I think the difference is. I don't have a problem if I'm friends or friendly with someone and they say something that I disagree with. I don't have a problem making a video or doing a stream on them saying, I disagree with this person, blah, blah, blah. Where it gets weird is when, like, if we did a video, like if Sargon had a video that we didn't like, if we had it on and we just like shit all over him, like as a person.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think that's where, and that's what always gets into like this weird realm is I think if someone is friends with you, or if you're even friendly with them, you should have the courtesy to either A, talk to them privately before, or B, you can discuss the issue that attacking their character. But it seems like so many streamers and YouTubers, like they have this kind of shtick. You know, we have like a little shtick that we do here. You know, we're trying to be funny. This is a comedy show.
Yeah,
okay?
Totally. People come for the comedy. They stay for the comedy.
We're gonna be a little rough on people. We're gonna be a little mean to them. And I think people just think, oh, if this is my shtick, if this is what I do, then I have to do this in every video, even if I'm talking about someone I'm friends with. And that to me is gross.
Yeah.
And I think that's where you fall into trouble.
We do. I mean, I try to steer away from the ad homs. We do occasionally.
Sargon in the chat says, imagine such an unlikely event.
What is the unlikely event?
That we would respond to some awful video.
Of Sargon's?
Yes.
Yeah, I guess I don't know. I mean,
you better watch out, Sargon. I'm keeping an eye on you now.
We've never put Sargon in our sites before, but that's okay. Well,
now I feel like I have
what are we talking about? Sargon's been on the show and we've argued with him for like 2 hours.
I know. Exactly.
Sargon has tons of takes we disagree
with. We've always argued about the issues. Okay.
Sargon, start making videos on economics and I'm coming after you, buddy. Don't you dare go after MMT.
Cullivar for $50. Thank you so much, Cullivar. Says A-Team reigns supreme.
What? Such low energy this early in the show? That's all you've got for A-Team?
Yep.
That's it?
Yeah, that's it.
I better read that. Cullivar for $50. A-Team reigns supreme with 1, 2, 3, 4 expiration points.
That's many expirations, yes. Mark the Cyborg for 28 Canadian. Thank you so much, Mark. Says, just a reminder for the Canadians, go vote, bring ID, because that's the thing you do need here, and make sure that you're at least 12 years of age.
There you go. That's perfect.
So let's get into what Canadians are voting for, but let's get into the video.
This video is sponsored by Curiosity Stream and Nebula.
Hey, you know,
this video is not sponsored by anyone. This video is sponsored by Cullivar for $50.
It's hilarious to me that the people who are the socialists, who basically want to completely restructure society and are anti-businesses and anti-corporation, blah, 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 are so easily able to get sponsors for their videos. And yet people like us, Adam, we're just out here waving in the wind.
Yeah, I don't know if I would be responding to those. I get some emails occasionally for sponsorship stuff, and I'm like, nah, fuck it.
I do too, but like it's always sketchy, and I'm like, I don't know about this.
Do I want to click on these links? I'm cool. I'm good.
Give me some brand name I'm aware of.
Hey everybody, so a few weeks ago now, I encountered one of the strangest tweets I have ever seen in my life. On June 7th, 2021, Shoe0nhead, an online influencer, said this. Fucking animals is bad. Globe emoji, sock emoji, rose emoji.
Hold on. He's categorizing this as one of the strangest tweets he's ever seen in his life.
Yes.
Fucking animals is bad, asking for a source. Like, what is the source of this fucking animals is bad idea?
Well, okay, so the tweet, and he explains the context. The tweet is, Shoe is saying, obviously having sex with animals is bad. And then a bunch of people in her mentions then reply like, source? Like, give me a source. And she's accrediting the people asking for a source as being either, I guess, sock dems, globalists, or communist. Yes. And we'll find, and the thing is, and Joel doesn't really explicitly state this, but this is the only reason he had a problem with this tweet, is because he's like, well, I'm a leftist, I'm a socialist, I think he's a socialist, I'm a socialist, I don't like that Shoe is ascribing this to my people.
Right.
Like, if Shoe just said, screwing animals is bad, source, my mention source.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Big Joel would not have cared or made this video. Yes.
Gotcha. She's calling him out specifically, like.
Well, she's not. No, she's
Big
not.
Joel, how do you feel about fucking?
Well, she's not calling him out, but he's taking it personally because of the political affiliation she's associating, which she's part of, to my understanding.
Yeah. Well, she calls herself a sock dem right there.
Right.
Oh man, I found this so fascinating. I mean, I came across it listening to Vosh defending throwing Shoe under the bus, defending himself throwing Shoe under the bus. Is that how we're categorizing?
That's how I would categorize it. Yes.
So So yeah, Vosh mentions this video and says, "Oh, this is a great video. Just destroy Shoe0nhead, basically." And I started watching it, and this is just fascinating from a moral psychology perspective, because these are exactly the kind of questions that Jonathan Haidt asked in The Righteous Mind. And the whole point of asking these thought experiments is to get you to stoke your moral intuitions.
Right.
So I thought this is like the perfect video for us to cover and talk about moral foundations theory and whatnot. But Joel obviously doesn't go into, well, Joel, the science guy, you know, now the left is like, listen to the science, right? The science guy is he's gonna explain the science of morality to us, right? Nah, Big Joel's not gonna do that.
No,
Big Joel's just gonna stay in his fucking virtue signal bubble.
Joel doesn't know anything about that, obviously.
He only knows about epidemiology, right? He's only an epidemiologist expert.
Well, it's funny because we'll find out that the reason this all started was someone was comparing eating meat to having sex with animals, which is that is literally one of the questions in Jonathan Haidt's Moral Foundations questionnaire.
Yes,
is kind of going over that comparison. So
do you remember the question? I vaguely remember.
I don't remember the exact question, but
okay, it's pretty spicy. I think it's much more spicy than just eating meat.
What is the
a guy buys a chicken for his family for dinner, okay? And before he cooks the chicken, he decides to have sexual intercourse with the chicken, bringing himself to climax.
Well, look, as long as he climaxes not in the chicken, he's about to feed his family, right? Doesn't it change this calculus a little bit?
But it does say in the story that he cleans up the chicken afterwards, which is, I mean, that's nice, right?
How courteous, yeah.
That's a nice thing to do before he actually cooks it. He cleans it up. So he cleans up the mess afterwards, and then he cooks the chicken and feeds it to his family.
Oh, my God.
And the question is this immoral? Which is, I mean, it's kind of this question here taken, you know, basically like to the...
Is this immoral? I don't know, chat. Is that immoral? I don't know. Let us know if you think that's immoral.
So the equivalent would be like Shoe tweeting out, "Man fucks chicken before feeding to family."
I've heard of cucks, but I never heard of clucks.
Man fucks chicken before feeding to family is bad. Source?
Yes.
So it's kind of the same thing. It's like, source?
Yes.
Well, the whole idea behind morality, what's fascinating is the source is, no, it's your moral intuitions. Everybody has these moral intuitions, which we'll get into, because it's super fascinating. I don't think they really get much into it in this video, but yeah.
No, not at all. An actual American flag. Oh my God. I'm crying. I'm saluting.
I know. It's so hard to go through the show.
For $20. Thank you so much. It says, here's to another great time with you two. And of course, never forget. That's true. 9/11 anniversary was yesterday.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm sure we'll have some question about
where you were on 9/11. I don't want to get too deep in the weeds, but everybody remembers where they were on 9/11.
I was in math class. My teacher didn't want to turn the TV on because he was a jerk.
Wolf, what an asshole.
Yeah, right. And I'm sure later in the show, someone will super chat and we will talk about all the people comparing 9/11 to January 6th.
Oh my God, I know. What the fuck?
I know.
Talk about moral intuitions, right? That's completely moral intuitions.
Yep. I got into a long argument with a family member about this topic.
Oh no. I have another thing to talk about too. I saw Jay Leno last night. I saw Jay Leno at a little club, and guess who opened up for him?
Dave Rubin.
No, someone actually funny opened up for him, not Dave Rubin.
Well, you said
that
Jay
would
Leno.
be hilarious.
I assume you meant someone who was just as not funny as Jay Leno.
No, someone who is hilarious, but our chat probably hates. Jimmy Dore.
Oh,
I saw a full set of Jimmy Dore last night. Yeah,
we have a Jimmy Dore video that we have to do at some point.
I know.
It's totally
I was thinking
insane.
I was thinking about that video the whole time I was listening to his set, but his set was, I mean, I thought it was decidedly unwoke. I thought the only way Jimmy Dore can do this set is because he's he's protected by the liberal shield.
Jimmy isn't woke. He's just a socialist.
Yeah. Well, I guess
there's lots of socialists out there that are not woke.
I didn't think he was a socialist until that video.
Right.
That video made me think, what? He's defending fucking Venezuela. Jimmy, when did you start smoking
Jimmy,
crack?
what are you doing, Jimmy?
Yeah, exactly.
Looking at this tweet on first pass, it is almost incomprehensible, right? Like, what happened here? Shoe was just hanging out online.
I like the framing of this. I wandered onto someone's Twitter timeline and saw a tweet, and I didn't understand the context, so it was just incomprehensible. Just so shocking, so bizarre to me. It's like, well, yeah, because you didn't know what the context was, Joel. That's kind of what the word context means.
I mean, you got the context pretty. I mean, I didn't get the pointed at other people context, but I got the context of, like, obviously most people have the idea that fucking animals is wrong. Like, what world do you live in where I understand the context immediately. Maybe I'm prime because I know the moral psychology stuff.
I understand the tweet. I wouldn't know the context of why she was tweeting it out. Because like that, like you'd have to go and look past her previous replies or previous tweets to see that she was replying originally to someone making that comparison between eating and having sex with animals. That would be the context that you wouldn't know firsthand. But you do look at the tweet and say, oh, I understand what she's saying. I just don't know why necessarily she's saying it. But Joel is intentionally framing it this way, which I think is very dishonest.
I feel like I understood the ballpark of the context just from the immediate tweet. Just because there's people online that'll argue anything. There's people that will argue that 12-year-olds should be able to vote, okay? People will argue anything online.
Shoe says, tell chat I said hello and I love them.
What? Are you on? Is she on the phone or something? You have a phone line open, or what's going on? Is she texting you right now?
No. So I had sent her a link and said that she could join if she wants. She said she's not home. She's doing errands, but maybe later. So we'll see.
Why would we never invite people on who are?
I know. We've never invited anyone ever on the
who
show, so.
when we're reviewing their video, we generally don't. Yeah. Because she's like reviewing her own video. Oh,
it's
yeah,
a video about her. Yes.
Did she do any kind of response to this video? I'm curious. I don't think she usually does that. She's only done one video response to a video that someone made 1 million years ago.
I think she said she was a response on Twitter. I don't think she did a video response. Maybe she talked about it on a stream or something. But
okay, cool.
Cullivar for $20 says S-Class is best at digitally penetrating themselves with random suppositories that make them late for streams. There you go.
Wow. I didn't know that about S-Class. You're learning stuff every day.
Wow. Crazy. I mean, I normally have Cullivar do it for me, but sometimes,
Talking about how animal sex is bad, as one does, and then a bunch of globalists, social democrats, and socialists, that's what those emojis mean, all started hounding her for a source for that claim. What? How did any of that happen? What?
So Joel, he says this is the most baffling tweet, and then he completely understands the tweet.
Oh, I guess so, yeah, because he's setting it up here. It's like
just explained it, yeah.
What is this tweet doing, and how exactly did it come to be? Well, naturally, I decided to look in.
He did all this high-end animation for this video,
he
which
didn't.
is kind of...
Someone else did.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this video has, I think, close to 500,000 views. So.
Right. Yeah, I like the little animations. It's little cutesy animations.
Maybe we should start doing animation for our show. This would be
we should.
Yeah.
There you go. A little stick figures.
People might think we're professional. I did change our background up a little bit this week because people in the comments were saying that it was like we had new people coming in that just were so super confused by it. So we try to be accommodating to the new people, guys. Hate
you mean the people were confused by the Sitch and Adam Chan picture?
Yeah, they were confused by the Sitch and Adam Chan artwork.
Isn't that part of like the charm of the show is seeing
completely
something and being confused.
I know. I feel like they kind of want. It's like David Lynch, man. You wandered into the red room here. What the fuck do you expect?
Oh, I see. The picture's still there. You just kind of zoomed in and then put a red filter over it.
I put a red filter over it. I muted it a little bit. Yeah.
I see. Well, we'll have to bring that back at some point because I like that picture. Angelina Anaconda for $20. Thank you so much, Angelina. Says, she was my favorite political commentator alongside you guys. I love this community, but I feel like she gets too much irrational hate from it. Her content is funny. Love you guys. I agree. People are too mean to Shoe in the chat. You guys need to be nice, okay?
And also, I mean, this whole show is a testament to disagreeing with people and not hating their guts and wanting
That's
to
true.
see them
That's
punched
true.
in the face, for heaven's sakes.
That's right.
Because you fucking disagree with them.
That's right.
Jeez. This is how society works. There's different tools to solve different problems. And this is one of the things that I just despise about people who are so far in the bubble that they don't see any value in their political opposition. When their political opposition like evolved, lived on Earth for millions and billions of years because they're serving a vital purpose, whether or not you see it or not. The left they're open to new experience. They're open to doing stupid things, right? The way evolution works is random mutation, okay? A lot of times it doesn't work. A lot of times it doesn't stick. You have to have people out there that are trying new things all the time. That's what the left is good at. What the right is good at is when we've seized on something good, making people know this is good. No, we have to keep it. This is good. We need it. This is good. This is good. Can't necessarily explain why, but we need it. It's good. It's good. It's working.
Right.
Yeah. Yes. The right is the selection mechanism, and the left is the random mutations. It hurts to categorize it that way, but a little bit, it just feels very real at this moment because the left is doing just crazy shit.
That's true. Oh my God, J Mac, thank you so much, Jay. Jay for $200.
What?
Daddy J Mac.
Wow.
Daddy J Mac says, "Hey now, what's up, homies? Hope everyone's having one hell of a Sunday. Remember, no matter how shitty your life is, you'll never be as underappreciated as Hassan's chair." Thank you, Dave. Very true. Very true. That
Sits on
chair
all day long.
holds the show, Hassan's show, on its back.
Yeah. Sometimes it's the face of the show.
It is the face of the show. That chair carries Hassan to glory. Yes.
Into it, and what I found was, I think, a pretty fascinating story. A story about the strangeness of Twitter discourse, about how we treat each other online, about ethics and moral thinking. Today, I'm going to take you...
Isn't Big Joel famous for treating people horribly online? I feel like kind of, sort of.
I'm not sure about that. He's kind of... This is my impression of Big Joel. Like, when he does these videos, he always tries to create this air and demeanor of, like...
openness,
oblivious, like he's like the nice guy. He's the quote hashtag nice guy, like the oblivious, gentle soul wandering through life in a sweater. But then, like, when I read some of his tweets, he's such a passive aggressive asshole in some of his tweets. Or in his debate with Destiny, he has like this debate with Destiny about whether you can kill someone, whether it's justified in killing someone who's trying to steal property from you.
Right, yeah.
And he has this entire conversation with Destiny, and Destiny's trying to explain it as like complex and nuanced as possible. And then Joel like immediately goes on his own stream with someone else and just totally strawmans and shit talks Destiny.
Yep.
It makes him to be out like some immoral monster. So
yep.
To me, it feels like an act. It feels like a put on.
Not nice. Definitely not the nice guy.
No.
I'm trying to think if I've ever done anything like that. I don't. That's so uncharacteristic of me. But, maybe I got angry and did something. I don't know. No, I don't think I ever have.
It's weird because there are some like people who you meet who they put on this like air of niceness, of overly niceness.
Right.
And for me, whenever I've met these people, like, and it's not real, because there are people that are generally like that, but when you meet people like that but it's not real, it's always like slightly off. Like you can sense there's totally something weird here going on. And there's actually a YouTuber that I met that was just, I'm not gonna name any names, but I met and I'm like, there's something off about this, and then it turned out like they're a faker.
They're a big faker?
They're a big faker.
I don't know this person. I'm very disappointed that I
through the experience that I had, and I hope that'll be an interesting time for you. 2 disclaimers. 1, this video is not about canceling Shoe0nhead. I know she's a controversial figure online, and we will talk about her a bit later on.
You like that condescending head pat, Joel? Wow.
I know. Look at that.
Wow,
holy
Joel.
Cow.
That patriarchy.
Joel is like a foot taller than Shoe0nhead, and just look, Shoe's got her fists up. She's ready to
She's ready to
fight
shit
out of Joel, and Joel is just like, no, Shoe, please, no, don't. I only made this 21-minute condescending video to you with literal head pats in it. But no, don't fight me, please. Leave me alone.
Right. People in the chat are trying to guess. It's not Quentin. I wasn't thinking of Quentin. I met Quentin, and he was a huge piece of shit to me for no reason. So.
Yeah, he's legit a piece of shit. Like,
yeah, no, Quentin doesn't pretend to be a nice guy. He's just a shithead. So.
No, I can't. There was some weird thing, but I can't remember. What was it? Like he asked us if we wanted to take a picture with him or something, and we were like,
well, we went up to talk to him.
Not really.
This is before he became like political, when he was just making media videos. And I was like, oh, we saw him at some VidCon. And I'm like, oh, we like your content. And I guess he just thought we were like random fans or something. Yeah. I suppose other content creators. So he's like, oh, you want to take a picture of me? And we're like, oh, no. But
not really. I was like, no, really. I'm good.
But it was basically like I was in like the middle. I was talking to him. And as I'm talking to him, he's looking up my channel on his phone. And when he sees the kind of content I make, he just totally is like, oh, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Just like walks away in the middle of like a conversation. I'm just like, holy shit. Like that was like the rudest shit ever. I'm like, dude, like at least just be a fucking man about it and just say something. Like, I don't agree with your content. He's just like, no, I can't interact with you anymore.
You are basically, very bad. Your content makes me think that you're very radical. So
yeah, I guess. No, he's just afraid to be. Well, look, I understand. I think this was the VidCon where he was trying to like sneak his way into the Jenny Nichols group. And he's like, oh my God, what if they walk by and they see me with this alt-right YouTuber? What am I going to do?
Yeah. All your videos are criticizing the alt-right though.
I know.
But you can't really make videos like that without people. I'm just cursory look. You don't know if they're pro or con, and nobody looks in any deeper. So.
Oh my God.
What's up?
Look what Joel is doing in this freeze frame.
Yeah, he's like, come on, baby, give me some.
No, he's like seeing a Kyle in the distance.
Oh, he is. Holy shit! Holy cow! I hope nobody screen caps that. That would be terrible.
Jeez, Joel.
Look, he's pledging his allegiance to Shoe0nhead. I thought he was being. Wait, Shoe has her hands up and it's like, thank you for joining me on the radical right. And he's like,
I mean, all if Shoe just had a little mustache and a little hat. I mean, suddenly it all makes sense. Oh my God. You can even see the little armband, the outlines of an armband on
I'm seeing this completely differently now. Yeah, this is kind of bonkers here.
It all makes sense.
Look at him Roman saluting to Shoe. It's like he's gone full alt-right here.
Your pal Ashley for $20. Thank you so much, Ashley. Says, if I lurked on Adam's Thursday stream, can I deduct that from my taxes as a charitable contribution? What? I'm hoping to retire by the time Sitch puts out his next video.
What? What? Lurked? You're welcome to come on. You're welcome to check out the Thursday stream. I had Doomer Politics on, the guy that made the video Vosh is ironically evil, which he's retitled to Is Vosh unironically evil?
I'm just asking questions.
Right. And it was a great conversation. I totally got along with the guy, and we'll probably have him on the show here sometime. Yeah. Maybe. Yeah, I could send him a link later and see if he's around. I think I actually saw him in the chat. So
I listened to that stream. It was a good stream.
Yeah.
We'll definitely have him on at some point.
It was a great stream. We also have a story we can tell during super chats about the stream. We'll share our controversial.
Me and Adam had a very contentious conversation before the stream started.
No, it's all good fun.
No, I'm trying to build tension.
Oh, yeah.
Get people stick around.
We almost broke up before the stream.
Me and Adam
over Thursday. We got
in such a heated argument that we
over
almost
Thursday's show. Yeah, over Thursday's show. We almost Sitch threatened me, and I told him if he even tried something like that, it would be World War III. So obviously we're teasing him. So don't get your hopes too high up. Let us continue with the Roman saluting. Oh wait, he just. Oh my God, he just flattens you. He just
flattens you. What the hell?
What the hell?
What is this misogyny, Joel?
My Lord. Is this like the punching a Nazi meme? Did he just punch a Nazi?
Disclaimer.
Hold on.
One,
We
this
gotta back
video
up.
is not about canceling Shoe0nhead. I know she's a controversial figure online, and we will talk about her a bit
Patting
later
on the head
but
here.
if you're
Patting on the
looking
head.
forward to
Oh,
some-
knocked her down. Sneak
My
attack.
God, this isn't what. Let's look deep. Okay, he's like auditorily, he's like, this video is not about canceling Shoe, but visually, he shows
know.
himself knocking her over. Oh my God, the
Talk
messaging,
about-
the symbolism.
Talk about passive aggressive.
I know.
He just
Jeez.
laid her out. She looks
Wow.
pissed.
I'd be pissed too if some beta male in a sweater slapped me in the face.
some big important takedown, you're not going to get what you want. Two, as you might have guessed, I'm gonna be talking for a little while about bestiality. It's not what this video is about, there's nothing graphic here, and I don't think I say anything particularly controversial, but just know what you're getting into.
Oh, we forgot to do the trigger warning before I told him about the chicken
know.
fucking. What the hell, Sitch?
I know, look at
We're
this.
in big trouble.
Trigger warning, I'm going to be talking about bestiality. Oh,
Right.
I know. So many people are triggered by this.
Beware. Be cautious and alert to risks or dangers, you know.
There you go.
So
There
if you
go.
guys were doing, you know, having a little bestiality and your mom walked in on you and you got totally triggered by
scarred
it.
you for life. Or I mean, look, maybe you were the children of Jonathan Haidt example father with the chicken.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, maybe you ate a chicken that your dad
that's right.
copulated with before supper. You're very scarred by it. Did your
We don't mean to laugh at your pain.
I know. Oh, can you imagine?
Oh,
God, keep
no,
it to
I can't.
yourself, Dad. Why did you tell us that?
Jeez.
Why did you
And with
disclose
that,
this?
let's get into it. Our story begins with a humble Twitter user named Delaniac making the following tweet. All right, time to capitalize on the vegan discourse for engagement.
So he said a humble Twitter user. Okay.
Right.
So he's already creating this kind of situation where like Shoe is the big dog punching down on this
Oh,
poor
yeah.
humble user.
Yeah. Once you get a
Perhaps
certain
into-
size, you're not allowed to participate in public debate anymore, Sitch. Don't you know
Right.
that? Because you can do too much damage. You're like a big lumbering, you know, giant compared to all these people. You could just inadvertently hurt their situation. Although I think Shoe would have marked out the person's name and stuff, but Big Joel didn't do that. Like Big Joel basically said, if you're a Shoe fan, this is the person to attack.
Well, sorry, I got distracted.
That's
Well,
okay. It's
but
just,
he's not-
what's
he's
she
not
saying? What's
attacking.
the text from Shoe now?
He's oh my God, you're terrible. No, actually, no. CT said that there's something I was supposed to look up in the DMs, but
Oh, okay.
no, but he's not. He wouldn't block out the name because he's defending this person, or he's siding with this person. So he's not afraid that they're gonna get attacked.
Yeah, because he's
Right.
not thinking. That's my whole point in mentioning it.
Right.
Shoe knows that the people will be targeted, so therefore she blocks out their name. Joel doesn't seem to understand that this person could conceivably be targeted too. Just like Big Joel is not a shield against the internet, even though he might
Right.
think he is. Yeah,
Right.
yeah. Maybe he wants to shout them out and make them blow them up. I don't know.
Look at this picture that CT sent us.
Why are you?
It's
What's going
relevant
on?
to what we were just
You're
talking
more.
about.
There's more. I know. Someone put a Hitler mustache on someone. I'm certain of it.
Someone put a little Hitler mustache on Shoe, and then they gave Joel like an armband, but instead of the swastika, it's a shoe. So
Okay.
it's pretty fun.
I'll bring it up. Play a little bit of the video. I'm trying to pay
Okay.
attention for the.
I'm so sorry. I know you're trying to actually, provide content here.
Oh my God, this is hilarious.
Say exactly.
Okay, I gotta bring here.
You got to put that in right in the middle of the screen, right in front of that Sitch and Animal logo. We got. I hope we don't get in trouble for that. Nightish for $20. Thank you so much, Nightish. Says, I believe the height question had the man eat the chicken himself, not feed it to his family. I thought it was extremely
really?
interesting because it tests what a person values more: liberty/oppression or sanctity/degradation. I think
Look at this.
this guy's
Oh,
right. Yeah, I don't
look
think
at
it was
this.
fed to his family.
Look at this. We're cultivating an audience of the smarties. To be honest with you, look, I
Right.
brought up my notes for moral foundations. I got all the moral foundations here. I got how the different people test The libertarians, the progressives, and the conservatives. Libertarians and progressives really don't like it when I point this out, but the libertarians, look, they have 4 moral foundations that they agree categorically on. They're identical.
Right.
What's going on here? Like,
True.
libertarians hate progressives, but at the same time, they agree on 4 out of 6 moral foundations.
I know.
Something suspicious is going on here.
But yeah, no, I'm pretty sure the original one was he ate it himself, because if he fed to his family, you'd be adding an extra dimension of
You're right. An extra foundation.
Dishonesty. Yeah.
I just made it. I made it more interesting.
Made it even worse. You made it even worse.
Maybe more interesting, maybe worse. I'm not sure, but
yes.
Extenuating considerations, survival, cost, health conditions. Is killing an animal for meat morally different than bestiality? Please explain your reasoning below. Now, I'm going to tip my hand here and...
Adam, should you take a crack at this before...
yeah, let's back it up a little bit. What do we got here? What's the question?
Absent extenuating considerations such as survival, cost, or health conditions, is killing an animal for meat morally different than bestiality? Of course.
I would say yes. It's very much morally different than
especially
bestiality.
Under your definition of morality.
I know you want to give that because that's the key.
Well, it's your
right
definition,
here.
so
yeah.
you should get.
Well, I not only think that it's my definition, I think it's the definition, and I think if Big Joel actually used the scientific definition of morality, he might get somewhere.
I don't know if I don't know if there's a scientific definition, right?
Well, I think it's the closest to something you could study scientifically. I mean, Jonathan Haidt has actually done experiments with moral foundations theory in the way that other people studying morality, moral philosophers, for heaven's sakes, for example, rather, they are not doing empirical experiments with morality. Their ideas about morality are kind of all over the place. But so the definition is... morality is a set of rules that binds individuals into a cooperative community. Right. So you're looking for a set of rules that does that effectively. And if bestiality is okay in your set of rules, I'm just going out on a limb here. You could get people responding in ways that were not good for the moral community. Like, why did you fuck my cat last night? He really wasn't. He wasn't into that, okay? Why don't you knock that off, right?
Right. Yeah, obviously. Well, and this, I think, is where people get hung up on this, because I think most people incorrectly, when they just think about it offhand, when they think about these questions, they think of morality in terms of the individual sense.
Yes. As an individual, what is okay for you to do?
Which is the completely wrong way to think about moral questions, because if you're living alone on an island, there's no moral questions that you're faced with.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay? You only, I mean, unless you believe in God or something, all the moral questions you have are only based around how you interact with other sentient life and other people. I mean, I guess there's some moral questions, regarding just any life, animals too, but there has to be some other life form that you're interacting with.
The vegans are a moral community that have a rule that they don't eat animals. They believe animals are part of the moral community. So it would be the equivalent of something like cannibalism for them to eat animals. Right. And they're trying to stoke this in other people's moral intuitions and other people's moral communities. But David Sloan Wilson is a great person to read on this kind of stuff. He says that there are actions in the world that you take. There are certain behaviors that are... There's 4 different outcomes to a moral behavior, because you're a person living inside a society, living inside a family, living inside a community, a work environment, whatever it is. We're social animals. We're pack animals. So any behavior you have can be good for you and good for the community. It can be bad for you but good for the community. That would be selflessness, which we're trying to inspire in people. It could be bad for you and bad for the community. That might be something like bestiality, I guess. Like most people think bestiality is bad, or there could be something that's good for you and bad for the community. That's where you're in your Bernie Madoff situation, where I'm just going to bilk old ladies out of their retirement funds. Right. So, but different moralities, different moral systems create this stylized version of the world, because the questions that are good for you and good for the community are not hard to answer. Obviously do those. The things that are bad for you and bad for the community are not hard to answer. You know, don't do those things. Where it gets tricky is when you're in the situation with, well, this is good for me, but not so good for the community. But
Right.
you know, how good is it? Maybe. And this is why I have somewhat of a problem with the Ayn Randian types, because if morality evolved to kind of goad people into selflessness, because you know society isn't possible without some level of selflessness. How can you have a moral? How can you even call it a moral system if it's completely dedicated to
The individual
selfishness? Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
You can't.
Yeah, I don't think you can.
Right. But and look, I don't have any problem with vegans or vegetarians whatsoever.
No.
It's probably healthier.
Stay in
to
your
not eat
moral
meat for a
community,
lot of-
though.
Yeah.
They don't
for a
seem
lot of
to
people.
understand that they're trying to tromp into another moral community and start.
Well, I mean, I
demanding
don't
rules.
even care about vegans or vegetarians as long as they're not assholes about it. I don't care about them trying to get other people on board with it. It's just when they ask these questions about, you know, and I've heard this before, like, oh, what's the difference between eating an animal and having sex with it? That only makes sense because they're viewing this morality in this individual sense, which is not real,
Right.
as opposed to the communal sense, which obviously there's a bunch of reasons why having sex with animals is bad. Obviously, you're spreading disease to everyone potentially.
Mhm.
Obviously, you're weakening the bounds of society, because if anyone can go around, if society was fine with you just randomly scooping up animals and having sex with them, okay, besides obviously it being incredibly unhealthy, if we even remove that element from it, you're basically telling a bunch of men that they don't have to participate in society because they can just bang animals.
They can just bang sheep.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot. This is not, society would not function properly if everyone was just on board with banging animals.
Yeah, that's that is your thesis until you test it.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, but
this is the
you
thing
don't
about
even.
moral
I
intuition.
would argue that the fact that no society, to my knowledge, or like quote unquote great productive society
has engaged in bestiality on the reg.
has been created, yes, by humans, that has been okay with bestiality. Same thing with like cannibalism. I would say that shows that obviously
What do you
doesn't
mean?
work.
Cannibalism is actually common, very common.
It's not that common.
It is common. It's common in warrior societies where they would eat the other tribes. They felt like it gave them their power. That's how they got their power. Yeah.
No, I understand that, but first of all, it wasn't. It probably happened more than bestiality, but it wasn't. First of all, I wouldn't say it was common. It happened. But what I'm saying is, looking at today, when you look at successful societies, there's no successful cannibalistic society in the world right now.
True. Yes. Yeah.
And there's been so many different.
You're better off immigrating those people than eating them.
Right. Well, I mean, there's a lot of things you're better off doing, but I mean, you can look at humans. Humans basically keep iterating and testing societies and cultures throughout our entire, hundreds of thousands of years of existence.
Yep.
And so if none of them have been successful engaging in animal sex, that obviously tells you something of value.
Yeah. Well, there could have been societies that did experiment with that and they died out. So
right.
I get that would be the ultimate natural experiment if you found a society that did dabble in it and then it didn't pan out for them.
JMac for $20 says, PSA Sitch, famous alt-writer. I mean, did you see how big he made Richard Spencer's head in his videos? Obviously, he thinks the man is big brain. Disgusting.
Didn't you make him like an egghead, though?
I did.
Should I bring the thing up? I'm wondering if this is going to make us look bad, though.
What?
Well, it's just this this picture.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't want to be on screen with this picture.
I think it's funny. You
This
show for a little
picture,
bit.
this is degeneracy in the biggest way.
This is CT made this picture apparently. So
yeah. Oh, CT did.
Yes.
This is Big Joel joining the shoe crew. Big Joel pledging his allegiance to the shoe crew.
There you go. Thank you, CT. Beautiful. Sargon is trying to bait us into inviting him in on the show. Look at this.
Well, we
all their contingent reasons show that if conditions permitted, Adam and Sitch would happily fuck a goat.
What?
I don't know how you could have listened to what we said and have even remotely come to that conclusion.
Yeah.
Sargon. Okay. Whatsoever.
Yes. Yeah.
An animal for meat morally different than bestiality? Please explain your reasoning below. Now, I'm going to tip my hand here and say that yes, I do think there is a distinction to be made between these two acts. But that doesn't mean this isn't a good question or that its answer is obvious. In fact, I'd say that thinking through it is pretty complicated. And since that's very relevant here, let's explore the question together. I think most of us probably come into this question with the moral
I do like that the drawing is of Joel is like the big brain intellectual. I know this is like supposed to be somewhat satirical.
Yeah.
But I do like the idea that he's the big brain, big beefy intellectual who's going to explain to you why. He's going to explain to you what you already know. He's going to explain to you that having sex with animals is bad without using, with using facts and logic, without talking about your moral intuitions. But then he doesn't actually do that in this video. So
he doesn't have a chart here on the ready for the 6 moral foundations and all of the scholarship that has gone into discerning them.
Right. No,
he's based this. So you're basically saying this is going to be some navel gazing.
This is a lot of navel gazing. Yes.
Okay. But because it's coming out of Big Joel, people believe it.
Look at him. He's a buff guy.
Well, Big Joel is consulting his moral intuitions, and he's going to articulate what his moral intuitions are like. And he's basically going to make the argument that you should have the same moral intuitions as him because he's cool, which, okay.
He's a big YouTuber, okay? And he wears sweaters, and he's a nice guy. Hashtag nice guy.
Yeah. They call it the social intuitionist model for a reason. He's at the top of the social hierarchy, so obviously he's doing something right. What people are thinking unconsciously, those who have not super chatted to the stream and got some free will for themselves, what they're thinking unconsciously is Joel is a big YouTuber and he seems like a big dork. I'm a big dork. Maybe if I act the same way Joel acts, I can be a big, successful, well-liked person too. So I'll just listen to what he says and copy him.
Right.
That's the way we function.
Yeah. Let's explore the question together. I think most of us probably come into this question with the moral intuition that bestiality is clearly worse than animal eating. I know I do. But when you try to figure out exactly why that is, you immediately hit a roadblock.
Do you want, how deep do you want to go? Do you want to explore because that moral intuition is actually the sanctity degradation foundation.
Sure. Well, but I don't disagree with that. I'm sure if you asked most people, why is having sex with animals wrong, but killing and eating them is not? I'm sure most people wouldn't have like a ready, cogent argument because it's one of those things that's been so ingrained in you since birth, and it's so on its face, as you said, it's such triggering your disgust mechanism. Yeah, but people don't really think about it.
There's the interesting thing about it, though, which Joel never gets into, is the conflict between the two moral intuitions that the vegans are trying to stoke in people. So do you want to give like a little summary of moral foundations theory? I've talked a lot about this already. Can you, I can do it if you don't want to, but I figured.
Oh, you're the height guy.
You don't know it? Okay. The 3 rules of moral psychology I've outlined. Intuitions come first, strategic reasoning second. That is pertinent here. There's more to morality than harm and fairness is the second one. That's okay relevant here but we're really talking about maybe it's progressives versus libertarians, and morality binds and blinds. Obviously it's difficult to see when you're in a moral community. It's often hard to imagine that there are other moral communities. The analogy he uses in the book is the Matrix. Like a lot of people in the Matrix don't know they're in the Matrix. They're just in the Matrix. It's hard for them to imagine that there are other matrices with other rules. So, but Haidt studied in order to bring this into some sort of empirical realm, wanted to come up with a number of things that he thought were moral intuitions that we could actually study. So he pulled out of psychology some of the ideas that they'd been studying for a long time already, thinking, okay, if this is something that we've studied, like reciprocal altruism, for 50 years, there must be some kind of moral intuition here. So in that moral foundation sort of evolved through this process of developing moral foundations theory into the fairness cheating foundation. So he didn't want to just consult his own moral intuitions and say, what do I feel like? He wanted to look in the world, and Jordan Peterson talks about doing this as well. Look for places that you can say, okay, people are studying this, so there must be something behind it. So those fields of study he turned into these 6 moral foundations. They're actually debating on whether or not there's a 7th that involves property rights, which I am in the camp that I think they missed one. Property rights has to be a thing. There's such like when someone breaks into your home or your car or something like that, people generally say often that they feel like they've been violated. And for that, it seems like it's its own kind of moral intuition that somebody's taken your property. You feel it's a way different type of moral intuition than all these other moral intuitions. So once you know about moral intuition or moral foundations theory, you kind of start consulting when you get triggered, like, how specifically am I getting triggered here? And it's kind of interesting because they're talking, Big Joel is talking about the triggering, but he's not really talking about specifics. I was like, okay, well, let's talk about specifics. He's talking about the disgust sense. A lot of people are disgusted by the idea of fucking an animal. I am super disgusted by the idea of fucking an animal. If someone put a gun to my head and said, you have to, do your business on some animal, that's like, oh God, I couldn't do it. Like some people, have a lower sense of disgust and might be able to go through. I'm assuming you feel the same way, Sitch. I mean, I don't want to speak for you here, but.
Yes, I am disgusted.
Okay.
But people talk about having sex with animals. Yes, it's a fair assumption.
But bestiality exists in the world. So out there, there's somebody who's like, disgust. I'm kind of like turned on by this. Like, what the fuck? Get away from me. Get away. Yeah. So the disgust moral intuition is being triggered, but what the vegans want to do is they want to bring animals into the moral community, and they want you to empathize with them in the same way that you empathize with a baby or another human being or a small child or a pet, right? They want you to think of cows, all animals, food animals as your pets. So they're basically doing a trick here where they're saying, they want you to feel as disgusted by eating meat as you do having sex with an animal. And they want you to switch your moral intuitions to the care harm moral intuitions. What?
Simon O'Leary. Oh my God.
What's going on?
Simon O'Leary, for $5 New Zealand dollars, says A team knows to put the sheep's back legs in his gum boots and have it face a steep ledge so it pushes itself back. Just remember this when you eat New Zealand lamb.
Oh, I'm never eating New Zealand lamb after that.
There you go. Apparently Simon knows all the tips and tricks.
Ouch. Why would you read that?
Because it's hilarious and horrifying.
Definitely horrifying. Oh, that's something I didn't want to know.
I know. Anyway, let's continue.
How does anyone come across that information?
I don't know, Simon. You'll have to tell us how you came across this information.
Simon. Why are you letting people know that you know that?
One thing, killing an animal to harvest its meat seems to be very harmful to the animal. And just instinctively, I would say I don't really know how to measure that harm against the harm of animal sex. But to make matters worse, to make this...
See, he's talking about the Care Harm Foundation. But he's not including the fact, and this is where I actually did a stint arguing with the vegans, because I basically laid out what I just told you guys about what's going on here. I'm like, you're basically doing a trick here. You're trying to say that the animals are inside the moral community. Like I said earlier, cannibalism was just fine in a lot of native tribes as long as you were killing someone outside of the moral community. So it wasn't that they were disgusted by eating humans. It's that they were disgusted by eating their friends and family.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I thought most cannibalism that existed was people eating dead relatives more than eating
Really?
captured prisoners.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
I think so.
interesting.
I think so.
Interesting. Yeah. That is pretty fascinating. So they weren't disgusted by eating. Nowadays, we see human beings, like any human, as part of our moral community.
There was this idea for a long time that, I mean, obviously, pre-science, we didn't really understand what made people, what gave them their attributes. So as you said, even with the warriors, if you killed a strong warrior and ate them or some part of them, you would gain their essence or their power. And I believe a lot of people felt like, if you consume your dead family members, they would live on inside you or something, physically.
The sacrament of Christ is eating the body of Christ.
Exactly.
So it still exists in some
That's true.
Some shape or form. Yeah.
Though it's always funny when we have we look at these like very primitive ideas that are like ridiculous. Like, obviously you don't gain someone's power by eating them. But then you find out there's like a weird scientific basis. Like, well, if you take someone's blood and you infuse it into your body, if they're healthier than you, it actually does make you healthier. So it's always funny when these like weird ideas like kind of manifest in unusual ways to be true.
They do surface. Yeah.
Right.
So, but all Joel is doing here is really consulting his moral intuitions. And I mean, he's not even really, he did mention disgust and he did mention care harm. So he's in the ballpark of two moral foundations. Yeah. I don't know.
Though so far, he's only talked about it for 2 seconds because we just paused it. But the immediate thing that he's thinking of is just the moral question of harming the animal.
Right.
Which is only one piece of the puzzle here, because again, he's looking at morality's individual instead of as a societal, grouping mechanism.
There's a great metaphor example. I'm not sure what it is in the book, The Righteous Mind, where a lot of Jonathan Haidt's work in that book is trying to get you to conceptualize morality more like in a game theoretical sense, because it really is about how you interact with society.
Of course.
And he says that looking at things from the individual perspective, which people tend to do, is kind of like studying the game of football by just studying the ball, like not really studying the players or any of those interactions that are going on. And it just makes perfect sense to me. It's like, there's so much more going on here that you're missing when you focus in on just, how you as an individual feel about it.
Right.
Yeah.
JMac for another $20. Thank you so much, JMac. Says, what's this about Mr. Hands? We bringing that back? I hope we're not bringing that back. I just Googled this.
Mr. Hands?
Yeah, if you remember, Mr. Hands was some guy who died by having sex with an animal.
What? Ouch.
He filmed himself getting sex from a horse, and
the horse bit it off or something. I don't know what happened.
No, he was getting sex from a horse.
Whoa! Oh my God! No.
Let's just say he died after that.
God, I'm so glad Joel did a trigger warning here. How'd he die? Did he drown? What happened?
No, he received internal injuries.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
This turned into a try not to cringe stream. Hey, we should mention too, quick. We got like 2,300 people in here, and I did a terrible job introducing our plushie campaign. We have a plushie campaign up. If you want to get a plushie, I'll throw a link in the description below. I'm sure Sitch has a link in the description as well, but I'll throw a link in the chat. Yeah, that's still going. We'll talk about it more towards the end, but I just want to give a quick plug to Sammy G's done a bunch of work designing these plushies of Sitch and Adam, and Mauler and Rags have plushies going too. So there's like a lot of plushies out there these days. I ordered 2 sets, so we'll have some fun with them. Maybe I'll blow up a couple of them.
Want to Sitch and Adam plushie? Click the link in the description.
Yeah,
it's there. Get it.
Did you throw one in the chat too?
You'll want that plushie. I'll put it in the chat too. You want it. Look at it. They're adorable.
I'll bring up some photos. We'll put them on the screen as well. Let's go.
So cute.
Further, we have to acknowledge the current conditions of factory farming. Under this system, farmhands are regularly paid to...
See, so this is where... See, this is...
Wait, hold on. We gotta let him finish the thought here. Okay.
Well, no, I want to get in before he finishes the thought, because
okay.
I want to tell you exactly what he's doing here. He is focusing on the Care Harm Foundation. He's trying to ignite your moral intuitions to care about these creatures in the same way that you would care about a human being.
Right.
Yeah. But he doesn't realize, yes, factory farming conditions. Listen, there was a time when people were willing to, eat their dead relatives. Okay. People had very different moral intuitions in the past. Yeah.
We have to acknowledge the current conditions of factory farming. Under this system, farmhands are regularly paid to, use their hands to inseminate cows. The point is that in either the case of bestiality or the case of meat production, non-consensual sexual acts are performed on animals.
So I think this perfectly illustrates what you were saying. Joel, because he's a no moral foundations, is blind to the fact that he's only looking at this through the singular lens of care harm and only towards the animal.
Yes.
That's the only moral mechanism he sees here in this question is, well, how are you harming the animal? When there's a whole host of moral questions outside of the harm to the animal, in terms of the harm to the person and the harm to society at large via either eating meat or having sex with an animal that he's completely ignorant of.
Now, Vosh does define himself as a libertarian socialist. Am I correct in that?
I think so.
Okay.
Whatever that means.
So I have the moral intuitions. It might take a second for these to load up for you, but I have the moral intuitions of the libertarian here. Most sacred value is individual liberty. Okay. Mm-hmm. Now, can you look at the Care Harm Foundation? How much not giving a fuck do libertarians have about care harm?
Right.
So everything Big Joel is saying right now to the libertarians in the audience are going, I don't give a fuck about those fucking animals. Like if you torture the animals and they taste better, torture them up, right? Jonathan Haidt gives some examples of some just crazy libertarian stories in the book that I just wince at. I can't. To me, but
this is a horrible line of reasoning. Like, well, you don't know if the animals are consenting. That's why you can't have sex with them. Like, if that's your only reason for why having sex with animals is bad, that's already the path of failure. Because
totally,
because you could say the same thing about like having sex with children. Like, I'm sure there's some kids out there that want to bang older people. That doesn't mean you get to do it. That doesn't mean society should allow it. Like, there's so many deeper, more important moral questions here than this simple, like, oh, well, does the animal want it? Like, I don't fucking know. I'm sure there's animals that if you start like touching them, like it's an animal, it doesn't know what's happening.
Grooming the animal.
Right. Like, I'm sure. Yeah.
Some animals are going to be cool with it. Is that what you're saying?
I'm sure lots of animals would be totally cool with it, but that's not the moral question here. The moral question is not that you're sexually assaulting an animal. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
It's bizarre to me that this is what Joel focuses on, at least first.
Since I brought it up already, the progressives on the care harm, it's off the charts. Like, all they care about is care harm. And I would classify Big Joel as a progressive. So that's why he's going down this road, because care harm is pretty much the only intuition that he feels. Even, I mean, man, his talk with Destiny where they were talking about the property rights thing was interesting because, that's a question of authority. Do you have the authority to kill somebody who's stealing your property?
Hold on a second, because there are people in chat that completely misunderstood what I said. Okay. Completely misunderstood. I'm saying, yeah, obviously children can't consent. You guys missed the point. My point is that the moral question of why you shouldn't have sex with minors and why you shouldn't have sex with animals goes far beyond the question of whatever we conceptualize consent is. Okay. Right. Because obviously there are both animals and children who at the moment would like to engage, whether we define this as consent or not, would like to engage in sexual contact with adults.
You're playing with fire. Why are you bringing up the children example?
Well, because to me, if Joel's making this argument that the only reason you can't have sex with animals is because you don't know if the animal consents or not, then basically you're hinging the child sex argument on just a definition of consent. And to me,
Right.
that's dangerous and
Oh, it is
stupid.
dangerous because we don't. You're basically paving the road to the like
the map.
the map.
was it
Yeah,
the
exactly.
map or the nap?
Yeah,
Yeah, basically. This is
turning
why
turning fucking
right.
child abuse into a sexual orientation is
right. And this is
repugnant.
where I think the
Fucking-
people in chat completely
yeah.
misunderstand me. Okay.
Yeah.
If what I'm trying to what I'm saying is
You're trying
what
to head
exactly what
that
you
off.
said.
You're trying
Yeah,
to avoid
exactly what you
that
said, Adam,
argument.
is that this argument, if you were to bring this same argument to children, this is how you get the people who are saying, you know,
Right.
pedophilia is a sexual orientation, the map people.
Yeah. The fucking
Now, I don't think Joel's aware that he's incidentally doing this, but
Right.
this is basically the argument. I mean, if you remember, this was Amos Yu's argument too.
fuck that weirdo. So yes, I would just find Joel as a progressive, and you can see progressives are off the charts with care harm. Social conservatives, they've got some care harm going, much more than libertarians. So I just think it's fascinating because how people define themselves, how they self-define, I think it gives you a lot of insight into the type of moral intuitions that person possesses. And I found it very useful in dealing with different people in normal life and business situations and all kinds of things. So it's super helpful.
Right.
Yeah.
And yet, the former act is broadly understood to be deviant, repulsive, and immoral, and the latter act is broadly understood to be lunch. So, why do we make this distinction? Well, I think this is a decent starting point. The difference between bestiality and burger eating has nothing to do with the harm caused to animals and everything to do with the characteristics of the person who does those things. In the case of burger eating, while it is obvious and uncontroversial to say that this does harm to animals, it's a kind of instrumental harm. Burger Boy doesn't derive pleasure specifically from the anguish of the cow. No, he's not thinking about it at all. What he wants is...
He used the word instrumental harm, which I don't. I mean, he's making up his own terms here. We kind of got to read into it, but... Do you know what he means by instrumental harm? Here, I'll just make a note of it. We'll
the cost of being consequential is something about instrumental harm.
Instrumental harm.
Well,
Okay.
here's what's weird, because at first I thought I was going to agree with him, but then I don't. Because so he says that part of the moral question here is more about the person engaged in the act as opposed to the act itself. And I agree with that, because a lot of our moral rules are to discern who are the deviants, who are the bad men's, who are the people that are untrustworthy. Right,
breaking the moral.
But basically, it all, to me, it all kind of funnels down to who can you trust in your society to interact with safely, and for your family to interact with safely. So I agree with that, but then he's kind of turning it in a direction I completely disagree, which is the intention of the person engaged in the act. And while that definitely has moral qualities to it, I don't think that really plays a part in terms of this eating meat versus bestiality question whatsoever. Okay. Well, let's see what his argument is.
Not the suffering of the cow, but the person who commits a bestial act is exacting pleasure specifically from a situation that causes harm.
Okay, see, this is what's weird about his argument. He's saying the person who eats the meat, obviously their intention is not to cause harm to the cow, which is true. But the person who bangs the animal wants to cause harm to the animal.
No, that's the opposite.
That's not, I'm assuming, look, I don't know. I've never interviewed someone who's into this, but I'm assuming that people that bang animals, they're not getting off on causing the animal harm. Yeah, they just have some weird sexual gratification attached to it. So his argument makes no, like, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Yeah, it's completely incoherent.
Dogs do not want to have sex with people. I think that's fairly obvious. And so
and then he says it's obvious. What dog? Listen.
I've seen dogs try to hump. I've
seen
dogs try to hump people's legs before. I mean, I don't know. Like, this is
I
such
had a dog that used to try to hump my girlfriend every time she came over. What the fuck is he talking about?
Well, but see, this is what I'm saying, and this is where it goes into the map argument. He's basically opening the door for the map argument, where people
Oh,
If
you're
your
right.
only moral consideration is whether the subject wants the sex
Yes.
or the sexual act,
You're in big
that's
fucking trouble.
you're in big trouble. You're opening the door to all sorts of bad behaviors down the road.
Yeah, this is horrible reasoning.
Yeah.
This is
but
fucking
this,
horrible reasoning.
but this is interesting because this is, as you said, this is classic
Motivated reasoning. Yeah.
motivated reasoning, but just classic Jonathan Haidt. He's literally only perceiving this through the single lens of care, harm, moral foundation. And it hasn't even occurred to him to think outside of that box.
That's why Jonathan Haidt, he has the 3 rules of moral psychology, and the second rule is devoted only to progressives because it's such a problem with progressives. There is more to morality than harm and fairness. Jonathan Haidt has an entire rule aimed at one group just because they have such a problem with this. And that's exactly what Big Joel is doing. Big Joel is trying to rationalize this situation only through one moral foundation, the care harm foundation.
So Sargon says he has an hour. Should we let Sargon in for an hour?
We can, yeah, sure.
He's chomping at the bit.
Sargon is welcome. Sargon is welcome to come in.
You can send Sargon a link because I'm curious as to what terrible argument Sargon is going to make and what terrible straw man he's going to throw down on us.
Sargon has read Jonathan Haidt, knows moral foundations theory. Yeah,
I know.
So he's definitely qualified. I'll send him a link. Yeah, go ahead.
Are you sending it, or do you want me to send it?
Will you send it? Yeah, because
Okay, I'll have to turn Discord on. Ergoth for $20 says Big Joel acts like the quote bestiality versus eating meat is some great moral quandary, then makes a simple logical argument against bestiality, as if he was having sleepless nights over if eating a burger is the same as boinking a cow. Well, it's funny because Joel basically is like, oh, most people wouldn't be able to come up with why it's morally wrong to have sex with an animal, and then Joel basically incorrectly comes up with reasons for why it's wrong to have sex with an animal too. So a little funny.
I open Discord once a week, once a month. So
there you go.
I sent Sargon the link. I sent it on Discord.
Okay, good.
Discord.
So to have that sex is to take joy from the invasion of boundaries, the skirting of consent. Why then might bestiality be worse?
Look, he's saying, listen, Joel, is all sex deviant sex? When you have sex with, your wife, is that deviant sex?
Right. Yet,
what the fuck?
Hinging this on a definition of consent is idiotic to me.
Well, he's also totally shoehorning he basically has inadvertently made the argument that all sex is deviant sex.
Well, no, he's saying all sex that is not consensual. First of all,
is out of deviance?
Well, no, but see, even that's wrong. He doesn't even understand. Like there's this thought that I've heard repeated from the left for many, many years, even before the woke stuff, which is that people who sexually assault other people, they're not necessarily gratified by the sex. They want to dominate someone or have power over them or something. Yeah,
wrong.
And it's that's
wrong.
That's not that's true for some people, but that's not true wholesale. I don't even think that's true the majority of the cases. And so I think Joel has sort of bought into that idea, and he's automatically assumed that's true.
Right.
Because he's saying, oh, if you ever have sex with someone where there's dubious consent, it's because you want to derive pleasure from harming them,
from subjugating them.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think with most people that do stuff like that, it's just they get horny and they lose their free will. That's what happens in most of these dubious situations.
Than meat eating, I'd say it's because bestiality says something very ugly and very dark about the person who does it. To be clear, this doesn't excuse any action, doesn't mean either of these things are morally acceptable.
There's another interesting thing going on here too. It's called confabulation, where he's basically consulting his moral intuitions and just coming up with this completely fallacious line of reasoning that really has not a lot to do with anything that's going on.
Well, I mean, this is a bad argument beyond the map argument too, because if you're hinging like obviously someone's intention matters. Like if you intend to harm someone versus accidentally harming someone, you know, obviously that's going to change the weight of the wrong. But even if you don't intend to harm someone and you cause them harm, it's still bad, and you still get into trouble in it depending on the circumstances here.
Yeah.
And so him, like, just because you don't derive pleasure from harming like an animal when you're eating it, it's still, that doesn't like justify you necessarily killing the animal on its face.
Even that is just completely ridiculous, because who doesn't derive pleasure from eating? What is the fuck is he talking about?
But like, no, but like you don't like, you might get pleasure from eating, but you're not getting pleasure from the idea of killing the animal and harming it. Like that's incidental,
right,
to the act, which is true, but that's not the only moral question that we have to ask ourselves in these kind of in these circumstances. Okay.
Yeah. Well, he's basically categorized like he's shoehorning this argument into the fact that the person has to be a deviant in order to be engaged in bestiality. And he's saying because people aren't deviants who eat meat, which, I mean, there are a lot of people who would call people who eat meat. A lot of vegans would call people who eat meat deviants. They love calling them that. They love presenting this argument and putting them side by side to a deviant and saying, "Don't you feel bad for being a deviant?"
He's labeling
then
deviant.
Why is it bad to be a deviant?
He's labeling deviant as someone who derives pleasure from causing pain or harm to someone else.
What's up, Sargon? How you doing?
Hey guys,
I'm
sorry. I'm really sorry for gate crashing, but my God,
you're not gate crashing.
Tell us your awful,
man.
terrible, awful argument, Sargon.
Right. Every single argument you've made so far effectively commits you to bestiality.
No, it doesn't.
Commits us to bestiality.
Well, let's go through them. Right. So what were the arguments so far? You know, if there was morally binding for a community, if it was the animal could consent and all of these things, any contingent argument.
No. I said consent is irrelevant.
Sure. But like the things you're considering. Right. Mm-hmm. And it's like none of these contingent factors matter,
before you assault our argument, which I'm not even really sure that we're making an argument.
Well, it's not your argument, it's your defenses.
What is your argument? What is your argument for why bestiality is wrong, Sargon?
Well, okay, how about we go about this in a slightly roundabout way, right? So bestiality is wrong in every case, right?
Okay.
Right.
So there's no contingent circumstance where it's like, yeah, well, I mean, it was for the good of the tribe, or it was for this, or it was for that. No, every example.
I think. Okay, wait. I don't think you understood what I was saying or what we were saying about this, because it's not a contingency. Sure. If we lived, there's some completely alternate universe where, for whatever reason, every society was okay with banging animals. There's probably some reason for that would manifest in that world.
Right.
But I'm saying that since we don't live in that world and it's the opposite, that's a good evidence for the fact that this behavior is destructive towards society.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's contingent on anything,
and that's
the entire world being different.
And that's how I'm able to make an argument, because what you're doing is referring to reality, right?
Yeah, but that's like saying gravity's contingent an argument. It's like, well, of course it's contingent on the rules of reality.
Sure. But that means you're kind of going outside of the moral realm here, right? And the problem is, if someone can fulfill the criteria that you're laying out for bestiality not being bad, then you would be forced to accept that by your own logic, bestiality isn't bad.
That's true for all moral actions, though, isn't it?
We're not using logic, though. We're using empiricism. So.
Okay, but you are trying to discuss a moral question.
Correct. Yes, but more like the moral intuitions don't function via logic. People can be inconsistent, for instance,
there is a logic
moral
to
intuitions. But listen, the moral intuitions conflict often.
Yes.
Logic has a law of non-contradiction. You can't conflict in logic. So.
Well, I mean, not if you want to get to
this is one of my problems. This is one of my problems with applying logic to morality, because they're categorically different. You can't necessarily do that.
Well, no. Hang on a second. Right. So your morality absolutely has a logic to it, right? So if it's acceptable for me to do X, upon circumstance Y, and then circumstance Y, therefore it's acceptable for me to do X, right? So there is absolutely, you can apply logic to your morality, but the question is the kind of source and root of the morality itself. And you're looking for the root of morality being in empiricism, but that's not where it lies. Because morality seems to be, from the best scientific research, philosophical research I've managed to do on this, is that morality is an aesthetic, right? So it's about literally our feels, like how we think the world should be. And it's not that this is intrinsic to one person either. It seems to be about the intrinsic moral community, the society itself, and it's embedded all the way down to the very nature of the language that we're using.
Sure.
Right. But so, Sargon, that aesthetic is going to be tested in the real world, and that society is either going to live or die based on that aesthetic. So that aesthetic is tested. And like, even this is why Jordan Peterson is so big when he talks about truth, because he's talking about you have to test out your morality in the world. So yes, the aesthetic is how you come up with the idea to construct the list of rules that makes up your morality. But if that list of rules in the world ends up in a society that's dead in 10 generations, then obviously it was a bad aesthetic.
Yeah, but that's a really, really low bar.
What I'm not sure that it is, though.
It's a terribly low bar. Like, I mean, there have been civilizations that literally, like one in Papua New Guinea, have one where young boys have to suck off old men to ingest their manhood to grow into men themselves.
Yeah, how successful is that?
How
society?
successful is that
for
society?
Thousands of years.
Yes, in the little island, no competition, I guess. If that's success.
How exactly are we defining success here?
Right.
Are those people going to be on? Are we taking them to Mars with us? Are they going to be the picture of society?
The question of success, I assumed, was just one of propagating itself, right?
Well, no, I think the key difference here is it seems like you have a completely different definition of morality, because we're talking about, the rules that bind people together to be cooperative, and it seems like you're pointing to some sort of moral question that exists in a vacuum and has an answer independent of people.
How are our rules not based in science if survival is the factor?
Because survival is not hard as long as you just have rules that bind a group together.
Well, right? Wait a minute. Do you think that morality exists independent of people in society?
No, morality is a product of people in society.
Right.
But the aesthetic quality of that morality is different for each society and each group of people, right? But it just seems to be that the bar is just have one, right? And so you could theoretically, I think, and probably you could find examples of this, have one where you've got literally something totally degenerate from our post-Christian Enlightenment framework that has been going on for thousands of years. Like in India, when the British got there, when a man died, they burn his wife alive. It's like, what? That doesn't seem very good. And yet that was their civilization that carried on for hundreds of years. So it's a really low bar to say, well, it just has to be able to survive, because almost anything can survive.
It's not just survival. It's thriving. Success in comparing it to other societies and other cultures.
Sure. Yeah.
Well, what do you mean by success, though?
Well, I guess it would be propagation, and also what we define as success, which is wealth generally.
Propagation is just survival, surely.
Right, but beyond your own like little area.
Why do you need to go beyond your own little area?
Because we're all in competition with each other.
Yeah, we want to take over the universe, Sargon. Come on.
Well,
there's all this free real estate out there,
right? As long as you survive,
it's thriving.
As long as you survive, why not? Why is that failing?
No, but if you're living on an island like Papua New Guinea or whatever, and you don't have competition, then you can just survive.
There's competition,
whatever crazy shit you want. Yeah. But if you have competition against other human groups, because everyone's next to each other, then that completely changes the game. Then you have to be as efficient as possible.
Yeah, the only reason that society still exists is because we live in a world where our morality is kind of encompasses rule of live and let live. I think, 1,000 years ago, we would have just gone in there and just fucking destroyed them.
None of that's true. I mean, this society existed long before our morality became hegemonic.
Right. But since our morality, you just admitted it there, though. You just admitted it. You said our morality became hegemonic. That's exactly what you said.
Yes.
So their morality exists at the pleasure of our hegemonic morality.
But that morality existed before our morality became hegemonic.
But doesn't make any difference because they're in competition with one another. We could annihilate them. We could take every single one of them, round them up, and fucking gas them. You know, we could.
I'm not saying we couldn't do that. I'm saying that before we existed, they were doing that.
Yes, but our morality became so powerful that their morality literally exists at the pleasure of our morality.
Right.
Okay. How can you not say that? Now you're saying their morality is more successful than our morality?
Because
what is your criteria?
The conflict is that
criteria is just propagating itself.
No, but we're not saying that's just purely survival. Because as I said, you can have some isolated areas of the world that can survive just fine because they're not competing with other human beings.
Yeah, but as soon as competition comes in, no, they're not.
They're always competing. Yeah,
they're not competing they're not competing with an outside force and outside culture to the extent that mainland civilizations were.
Yes.
I mean, they were colonized by the British. Of course they are.
Right, but why were they colonized by the British?
Because they happened to exist where we were going.
Because the British were more successful and their
culture
was far more successful.
You can take any example. In Afghanistan, they
I have to look up the word hegemonic. I think Sargon just gave away the whole thing.
Yeah, but hegemonic just means dominant, right?
Yeah, I know. That's a great word.
But that's
perfect.
That's
I love
a metric of the success of your culture.
You just said
how
hegemonic.
Powerful and how dominant it can be.
Yeah.
Sure. Right. Okay. I'm not saying that we're not dominant culture for good or for bad. What I'm saying is that our moral tastes are pleasing to us because we have been raised with them.
Listen, but
in the same way that,
in my estimation, you could have moral tastes that would construct a moral community that would not stand the test of time. Your taste will be modified by the environment that they find themselves in. So it's not just a taste. Sitch and I are talking about the selection mechanism. You're talking about the generation, the reproduction mechanism, the propagation.
They're not tied together though, right? The selection mechanism is to select for what can survive until the next generation, and then the generation after that, and the generation after that, right?
Right.
Yes.
And these degenerate moralities have existed for thousands of years.
Sure, but
usually, so by your criteria, they must select for success in some way.
But then
you're putting them in competition to our morality because it's what you prefer.
Not necessarily. Because first of all, if we talk about deviant moralities, what makes them deviant is because they're generally thought of as minority moralities. That these are only afflicting a small amount of the population that doesn't align with the rest of societal norms. So that just means that there are inherent moral foundations, or there are inherent deviancy within people that not everyone can be reformed by society. Not everyone will follow society's rules. It doesn't mean that's being selected for.
But these are not universal. They're particular to certain moral communities.
Even the word deviant marked differently from an acceptable norm. That's totally a word.
Give me an example of what you're talking about.
Right. So in the West, we think it's wrong to bugger children, but in Afghanistan, they actually don't.
Right.
Right. That's two relative moral positions that are particular to those moral communities.
Right. And I would say that if you said how many societies overall view buggering children as a good thing, and the societies that view that as bad, how successful are they compared to societies that view it as good? To me, that'd be like, oh, well, that's clear evidence of the strength and success of the society.
But then it just depends on your measure of success. I mean, the child buggerers just defeated America. So,
well, no, America decided that instead of wiping everyone out, that they're like, well, we don't want to have the death of all these people. We don't want to just colonize this area.
And now the child buggerers are controlling the territory that America previously controlled.
Because Sargon, we gave them the keys to this power.
I'm not saying it's because of a lack of physical power on the United States part.
I want to get to your argument, Sargon, because you're basically making an emotional argument here. You're saying obviously, because all of us are completely disgusted by the child buggering stuff.
I don't. What is okay? So give us what is the argument against banging animals that you wanted to give us?
Well, it's to point out that we can't use a contingent argument, because then they can say, well, in this circumstance, then it's okay to bugger an animal, and you'd be forced to concede it. Right?
What's a
we make
non-contingent
a-
moral
yeah.
argument?
Were
It's
we making
an
a
analytic argument? So it's an argument that's not contingent on what's happening in reality.
Well, give me an example.
In
'cause I can't.
theory, it's
Right.
always wrong. Like, it's always wrong to murder, right? Murder itself, definitionally, is always wrong from
Right, but that's
our
because
moral
that's
community.
because the term murder already has embedded within it an unjustified killing.
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct. There
Okay,
is
but
what
that's
we can
not a-
call. Hang on. There is what we would call metaphysical baggage attached to the term murder. Now,
Right.
do you think there is metaphysical baggage attached to the term bestiality?
Of course.
And did we put it there through our moral community?
No, but that's not a good comparison, because the reason we
Why?
came up with the term murder was to differentiate it from killing someone, because killing someone can be justified.
Yes.
Absolutely.
We don't view animal sex as ever being justified. So we don't.
Justified,
yeah,
So the
that's
term.
right.
So that's what I'm saying. The term obviously has baked within it that it's an unjustified moral act.
Yes. And
Right, but that's
what I'm
not an
trying to-
argument against doing it.
The fact that we think that murder's wrong is not an argument against doing it.
No. I'm saying that just because society has embedded a negative moral consequence in a word, that's not an argument about why the act is necessarily wrong.
Why?
Because that's just how society.
It's deviant from our moral
You're putting the cart
community.
before
Why
the
is that
horse
wrong?
there.
Well,
That's
hang on,
why.
why do we need to appeal to some other standard than our own aesthetic communal agreement that this act is wrong?
Because people have different. You can't just rely on saying, well, how do people feel about something? Because that's not good enough, because everyone has different feelings about all
Different
sorts of
aesthetics.
issues.
Yeah.
And we're trying to understand the logic behind these feelings, or the
You're
reasons
trying to-
behind these feelings.
You're trying to apply a non-aesthetic standard to what is aesthetic. That can't work.
Well, no, because I don't necessarily agree with that. You characterizing morality as simply an aesthetic.
It's
Yeah, I
well, okay.
disagree
Well,
with that.
what do you?
I mean, you
characterize
can
as?
categorize it as an aesthetic, but I mean,
It seems that every serious philosopher on this issue thinks that that's the case.
well, you could
we're
categorize
not. This is
morality.
a comedy show, Sargon. I don't know.
No,
if you
sorry.
You could
There's no
categorize.
serious people here.
You could categorize morality as a set of laws. I mean, you can categorize morality in a lot of different ways. But what
but none
we're
of these are
offering is some
objective,
way
right?
to well, yeah. So that let's get to that, because I'm curious. You're saying morality is an aesthetic, and you seem to want to make an objective case why bestiality should be the rule in every single moral set. And I'm curious what metric you're using beyond
Sure.
the fact that it's just gross and
Well, no, it's our moral community by
Mhm.
our moral standards. In every case, bestiality is a wrong.
Sure.
yeah,
Right.
but
Yeah,
you-
we
that
don't
that
disagree
doesn't
with that.
that's not objective though.
Well, but wait a
No,
minute.
but
Wait a minute.
Hang on, hang on.
Okay.
Right, let's talk about the word objective. What does objective mean to you, Adam?
Well, there's a philosophical definition and there's like a scientific definition.
Give me both.
Well, I'm not sure I'm really good with the philosophical definition. Obviously, you've read more
Give me
of
the scientific
philosophy
one
than me. Objective is some claim where there is a right and wrong, a truth value to it.
Yeah, true from the perspective of
Right.
the universe, from no subjective perspective, right?
Right.
So from the
yes.
perspective of the entire universe, right? Okay, now
And
ask yourself. Hang on.
objective claims
Well,
have a
hang on,
truth
hang on,
value.
hang on,
There's
hang
an
on.
agreed
Right,
upon
hang on.
method to determine whether or not they're true
Okay,
or false.
okay.
In any event, the disagreement about the claim, truth or falsity, someone must be wrong. There you
Yeah,
go.
right. Now,
Look at that.
why would we ever, when making human moral judgments, consider the perspective of the universe?
Well, because we're at odds with the universe. We're trying to survive in the universe.
Yeah, but we're never approaching anything from the perspective of the universe. We approach everything we do from the perspective of a
do-
human being.
We, for the
Wait
longest
a
time in
minute.
the world, we
You're only
always
talking about, wait.
yeah.
You're only talking about moral questions, right? Because obviously we have to consider the universe and all sorts of things.
Yes, we're talking about moral questions.
Okay.
But
But like when we're making moral judgments, we don't need to make a moral judgment from the perspective of Alpha Centauri.
what is your
Well, but wait,
what is your purpose of making moral judgments? That's what I'm trying to get at.
I don't agree with that, because obviously the things you feel, pain, pleasure, these are objective things created by your biology, and this is very heavily weighs into morality.
Yeah,
moral
totally.
questions.
Yeah, but so what?
I'm just saying
any
it
objective
plays a big part.
perspective is specifically valueless, right? It doesn't come with moral values because
Right,
the
of
universe
course.
doesn't have morality embedded within it, as far as we can tell. Unless, of course, you
Yes.
believe in God, but I'm
Right,
an
right,
atheist, you're an atheist, but
Sure,
right?
sure.
So at no point in our moral calculus is it in any way useful for us to try and adopt the perspective of the universe. There's just
Right,
no need for it.
But it sounded to me like basically what you
confused.
were saying is the reason having sex with animals is wrong is because it disgusts everyone, which I
No,
guess is
discuss us.
fine. Well, that's what I mean. We'll discuss us. Well, I'm lumping us in with everyone. Discuss most people. Okay.
No, there are people like Vorsh who are totally down with horsecock and shit like this.
I'm assuming those people are in the minority.
deviants.
I'm assuming those people are in the
Right?
minority. Okay.
Well, no, like even if all of the entire human race, apart from myself, were to sit there and go, you know, we're fine with bestiality, I would be the one saying, no, you're all wrong.
Okay. So it sounds like you're saying, okay, having sex with animals is bad because it disgusts me or us or whoever is talking, and that's fine. But then me and Adam are trying to go a step further to say, well, where does that feeling of disgust come from? Because we believe that evolution selects and kind of controls the way people feel about things over the generations of humanity. We're just taking it a step further.
There may well be evolutionary reasons. I'm not an evolutionary biologist, and I don't see why we would need to go any further than bestiality is icky.
Because it's because A, I think it's interesting to understand why people behave the way they do, and B, because for a lot of people, you simply saying, well, it's icky to me is not really a viable
answer. You need a justification.
In the English language.
You need a justification.
The term bestiality is morally loaded. It is not a valueless word. So to describe what bestiality is to make a moral judgment at the same time.
Is abortion murder?
Well, I mean, depends on your perspective.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. You can't.
Yeah,
just
that's
say,
what we're
well, some
talking
people
about. Yeah.
To be honest
like
with you, I think that everyone
some people don't.
in some way subconsciously agrees that it is. I don't think the abortion activists would get so upset about the allegation if they didn't think there was some truth in it.
I don't think that's true. But
why?
I think a lot of people do think that they're just cells. They don't think of them as like a living, breathing human being.
Yeah.
Well, they are living.
Well, they don't even think of that as living. Now you can argue that they've deluded themselves into thinking that, but
well, yeah. Well, they know.
That's
I think
what they say.
Are, but
I mean,
sure,
I can't read their minds. I don't know what's in their subconscious heart of hearts.
I mean, I think this is why they get so upset when you call them that, right? Murder. You're an abortionist, you're a murderer.
It could
they
be
get
that.
upset about it because the charge has weight to it. It's got moral weight to it.
It could be that they get upset because they deep down feel like it's true, or because they know that the language is very morally loaded and they know that it's easy to make a persuasive argument that way.
Yeah, it's an emotional argument.
I mean, who wants to be labeled a murderer, right?
Yeah.
Apparently,
I mean,
a
like,
lot of leftists do.
But if someone started accusing you or something of being like a pedo, and all these people started chanting, and at first you're like, oh, I'm not a pedo, I don't know what they're talking about. But if all these people like it sticks for some bizarre reason, like it's gonna start pissing you off because you're like, what the fuck? Like it feels so unjustified to you. It feels so unfair to you. So I'm just saying, based on just people getting mad on alone is not evidence of this kind of subconscious motivation.
I think it is. It's not proof, but I think it is evidence to suggest it. But
anyway, we're off track. You understand?
I want to know.
You understand my comparison?
We're talking about justifications here. I want to know the how you can say objectively bestiality is wrong within your moral framework beyond it just makes me feel icky.
Sargon is saying that morality is not objective, so it's pointless to ask him that question.
Okay. So you're not a moral realist.
The term objective means from the perspective of the universe, right? From every perspective, essentially, right?
Oh yeah. In the scientific realm, it does. Yeah.
Yeah, but no. In the things, if you were talking about like, if you wanted to use it in meaning every human being thinks this, then even then that's not objective. That's intersubjective, right? So even then, that's not objective, right? The word objective probably has to die, to be honest, when it comes to talking about anything that humans do, because nothing a human being does is done from the perspective of the universe.
Sargon, though, if we build two side-by-side moral communities, and if I'm categorizing a moral community as a set of a community that adopts a set of rules, a set of behaviors to live by, okay, and we have community A and community B, and we set them up to live over time. Maybe they interact, maybe they don't. And community A gets smaller and smaller and smaller, and community B continues to grow, and then community A ceases to exist, and community B basically takes over the whole simulation. Isn't the universe what is testing community A and community B?
I suppose you could frame it that way.
And
But
wouldn't
what
that
if
be an
community A that
objective
dies off-
test? Wouldn't that be an
but what
objective
if-
test?
Well, sure. I mean, I'm not saying that you can't have tests of empirical data that are objective, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about moral intuition. aren't
No,
we?
but all morality is a set of rules. I just defined it as that.
Sure. Yeah, but it's a set of rules made by subjective beings for their subjective lives in their subjective moral communities.
This comes back to whenever me and Adam have our disagreement about objective morality, and we used to have the term universal objective versus local objective. And so I think Adam right here is arguing in terms of local objective, and that you're sort of embedding the term a society's success into objective, because obviously the universe objectively doesn't care if a society lives or survives. You're just saying that by it surviving, it's being tested objectively by existence and continuing to thrive.
So is thriving the metric of moral good, Adam?
Well, you and I are defining morality in such completely different ways. It's impossible for me to answer that question.
But I don't think you're defining morality. That's the thing.
I just did define morality very specifically. I said morality is a set of rules that binds individuals into a cooperative community to compete against other communities in the universe.
Right. And so success, a good morality, would have to be one that competed well, right?
Yes, I agree.
Right. So the most successful civilization.
How successful is the socialist moral community competing in the world?
The most successful civilizations by that standard would have to be the most moral.
I agree. Yes.
So
I
the
totally
Mongols
agree.
were the most successful and moral people of in all of history.
At one time, their morality was definitely dominating. Yes. But there were other moralities that had not been discovered that would displace them.
No, I don't agree that was the case. That's not how the Mongols felt, right? But the point is,
Didn't they
now
have internal turmoil? Isn't that why
to
they
the
fell?
Mongols being more righteous than, say, Christian Europe?
Did they hold on? Did they fall from internal turmoil? That's interesting.
Hold on a second. Because when you say righteous, that has a whole subjective weight to it.
That's
that I don't think
subjective.
was being talked about originally.
But more morally good, more morally applicable, more morally successful.
I'm talking in
good and successful is different. Right?
So subjective, so subjective.
Okay, but how does that disprove the logic you've just laid out?
First of all, I'm not using logic here.
You are using a logic.
The only reason to bring logic into moral conversations is to accuse someone of inconsistency. That's the only reason people bring logic in.
No. Look, from your premises, you must derive conclusions, right? That's logic.
That's how logic works.
Right?
Yes, but morality and logic is logic. Morality and logic are not the same thing. Morality functions in the world. There are so many different factors going on in a moral system. There are so many individual players. It's impossible to map it onto
any individual moral
some logic.
Any moral proposition has an internal logic, right?
Yes.
It has premises, it has conclusions.
Right.
You go from one to the other, right? You use various inferential principles to get from the start to the end, right? So
that's how
you're
logic
never
works. I know how
separate
logic
to
works.
logic.
Yes.
Human communication, the language we use to speak, is embedded in a logical framework. You can't think without it, right? So you can't try and separate morality from logic, because you can't separate thinking from, the thought, right? So that's not how that works. And
what if you have a situation though where a behavior, if a certain number of people in a moral community engage in a behavior, and a certain number of people in that moral community engage in the opposite behavior, but that makes the overall system function more successfully. So you literally have a rule that 20% should behave this way and 80% should behave this way, and that's optimal for the system. How do you map that onto your system of logic? Because you literally have two groups of people that have different behaviors in the same system.
Yeah, I mean there are loads of examples of that. That's most of human history.
Yeah, conservatives and
feudalism,
progressives,
right?
Yeah,
but the point is the problem that I think you have is that you're applying non-moral criteria to what you're considering to be success, right? Out competing, being more, temporally successful, like having greater territory, propagating your system for longer, things like this, right? But that then allows you to take some of history's worst mass murderers, most genocidal lunatics, and say they are a great moral success.
Not really.
Listen, at that time, morality is evolving over time, Sargon.
Well,
so they may have had a moral system that was top dog at their time because a better moral system had not been developed yet. So to compare our moral system to their moral system is just, I mean, sure. I don't know how by our modern standards you could go back and look at some of these terrible atrocities throughout history and call them moral by our standards. I think our morality would have completely destroyed them. And I mean, I've debated this, how I believe slavery is immoral for objective reasons because it's just a bad system. But that
doesn't make it immoral.
Accepted.
That makes it inefficient.
Well, because this has to go with the justification argument, Sargon. Moral systems work, but we have to have some kind of enforcement mechanism, and that enforcement mechanism often requires some sort of justification. Okay,
yeah.
So a lot of people, it used to work. We would justify it by saying, God said it, okay? God said this.
Sure.
So shut the fuck up. This is the way we do it. We don't fuck animals. Don't fuck around. You're fucking with God, right? That was a good justification for people for a long time. That's not necessarily a great justification in our modern time. So when I'm asking you, you're basically coming on here and saying, yeah, I know I have a great justification for why bestiality is wrong. It's gross. Like, I don't know that that's a good justification in modern times.
Well,
because there are degenerates. There are degenerates in the world who don't think it's gross. For one.
Okay.
Well, but it goes back to the
there are
original...
pedophiles who don't think that's wrong, and
right.
I disagree with that.
And there are people that are doing TED Talks trying to justify that behavior.
Hold on. This
It's fucking gross.
Which is why we should open a wood chipper
goes
business,
back to the original question, which is the person comparing having sex with animals to eating meat. Because someone just says, well, I think factory farming and eating meat is gross too. Okay, this doesn't really answer the moral question.
It doesn't, and it's a bad justification. We need a good justification.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Lay out your criteria of what a good justification would be.
Well, we've already done 10 times better.
Something that doesn't hinge on simply someone's feelings.
Yes,
and I think that's the difference. Is that you're defining morality as
hinge
based
on our feelings.
No, but
all morality hinges on our feelings.
I agree.
Wait a minute. That's the key difference. Is that me and Adam are trying to understand and look at
the
morality
feelings
outside of morality and understand why certain moralities are successful in the world. And you're looking at it from the perspective of being within it and just saying, well, it makes me feel gross, so it's bad.
Yeah.
Okay. And I just don't see how that's persuasive to anyone.
Success, I really think we need to drop this criteria, right? Because this is a terrible criteria for judging morality.
Success. We're going to everyone gets a trophy route now. What's going on here?
Wait a minute.
Sitch, why do you disagree with that statement?
Wait a minute. When we talk about moral systems being successful, we're not talking about attributing them to being good or evil.
Totally.
No,
okay? We're simply talking about whether it's successful or not.
Whether it's powerful, right?
Yes.
Whether it spreads its influence with
whether it's hegemonic. I like that word.
Success also has,
so
whether
the
people
Mongols
within
had
the society are happy too.
Successful moral system of the Middle Ages.
So, but it's the Middle Ages, okay? They didn't have airplanes in the Middle Ages, okay?
Well,
are you saying that they also had the best? Are you saying that they also had the best aeronautics?
They
sciences?
had Buddhism. They had moral systems that I think, from a modern perspective and from the current, like the perspective at the time, everyone else other than the Mongols thought was preferable. The problem is the Mongols were just more powerful. And it's not like, you know, people at the time were just like watching the Mongols, like literally every year the Mongols would decimate a city. You know, every year. I mean, multiple times a year.
But what does that mean? Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
I'll tell. Can I say what it means?
Parts of the planet.
Can I say
the horror of it was just unfathomable. No one came away from watching the Mongols operate thinking, they were
Sargon, you're making such an emotional argument right now. It's so bad.
Well, no.
What do you mean?
Wait, hold on. There's logic here. Okay.
No.
If your neighbors are the Mongolians and they're wiping everyone out, okay, and you're living in your hippie commune and you're threatened to be wiped out, you have to contend with the Mongols. That's the whole point of what we're talking about.
They're part
all
of the
these
universe.
Cultures and all these societies are constantly banging up against each other. And so you have to keep adjusting your society. You have to keep adjusting your culture to whatever the world or whatever the universe is throwing at you. And one of those forces is the Mongolians. So I would say it is a moral failing if you live in some society that can only exist if there's not the threat of someone coming in and destroying your city.
That's a great point, Sitch. And before you go on,
no,
Sargon,
let
me talk. Let me talk. No, Sargon, let me talk. I just want to lay out. I want to lay out what Sargon is doing.
You've got to let me address Sitch's point.
Let Sargon respond.
Seriously, because this is literally just a justification of might makes right.
It's not.
Yes, it is.
No,
it's not.
Is.
It is not.
Right? And Sitch, you've already laid out the criteria. A moral system that propagates itself and dominates its neighbors is the best moral system.
No, you were saying that,
obviously
Sargon.
it is.
No, I'm not. I'm saying the opposite. Sitch has just confirmed that that's what he's saying. Right?
No, I said for those people, obviously that's the best system.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you have to contend with that, and you have to create a moral system or a society that can fight against that if you want to survive.
Right.
Right.
But you are you.
Sargon, do you think might makes right is the best moral system? I'm just curious.
No,
he doesn't.
Okay.
No, obviously.
Well, why not?
When we use criteria of because there's innate moral right and wrong contained within acts.
I think it's
this is the metaphysical loading of the very nature of the description of what we use. Say murder. It is always wrong to murder. It's always a moral wrong.
We judge it to be wrong. I don't know. Not everyone judges it to be wrong.
That's right. The Mongols don't judge it to be wrong, but that's why we judge the Mongol civilization.
Yeah, but you don't.
Be morally
I agree, but you don't. You
right?
don't agree with objective morality, right?
No.
Okay.
But no.
So when you say it's always
thinks that morality is objective because the word objective. No, they don't. They're all wrong. Okay.
I mean, I agree that
the word
wrong.
objective means from the perspective of the universe.
Well, but I'm talking about from people that
with a moral teleology,
talking about
through God.
You're
not. I know you're not religious, so I know you don't think that. So you don't think that there is an objective morality.
I agree that there's no objective morality, but religious people obviously do.
But we're not religious, so we're not talking about that. So,
I'm saying that when you say
our morality and the weight of it from our moral communities, from subjective.
Your justification is terrible, though.
Well,
hold on. Completely terrible. It's how is your moral justification not might makes right? You're just coming in here and saying because I said so is basically what you're saying.
Well, it's actually because we say so. Right, but
how is that not might makes right? How is that not might makes right? You just said might make right is terrible, but
I would love to explain. Right, so the nature, the metaphysical nature of the metaphysical loading of the statement implicitly appeals to something that we have a hard time describing. Now, I'm just going to call it a state of affairs, and it comes down to Haidt's moral tastes of what was it, sacredness and profanity.
Yeah,
is that which one is that?
Yeah,
I can't. It's been a long time since I've read Haidt.
Sanctity, degradation, but
there we go. Sanctity, degradation. Right. Okay. So what is assumed in the idea of sanctity and degradation? What is assumed is that where there is a state of affairs that is somehow noble, that is somehow good, that is somehow wholesome to the human condition, right? Not having been raped as a child. This is a state of affairs in which there's a kind of sanctity to that person. Children are born innocent. Defiling the innocence of a child is degrading a particular state of affairs, and we automatically consider that wrong because of the emotional damage that it does to the individual and the moral damage. I don't have a better term for it, but there's a kind of moral like a metaphysical shell that we project around ourselves and onto one another. You know, like I wouldn't do that to someone else, and you wouldn't think that someone else would do that to someone else, blah, blah, blah. And so this sanctity that we hold and annex to ourselves is something we play with language, and it matters. It is a part of us. And this is why you get, like, you know, the judgments on women particularly, right? A woman who is particularly promiscuous is someone who doesn't respect their own sanctity. The state of affairs that is their metaphysical reputation is just non-existent, and people don't respect them at all. Whereas a particularly discerning woman who keeps herself very prim and proper and is, you know, not you know, like a slut or something like that, she generally gets more respect, and that's just something that's innate to us. We in our language, in our culture, in our moral system, and it's this metaphysical shell that is attacked when someone tries to normalize bestiality, and when someone, I don't have a better word for it, but violates or penetrates that shell, is when you start doing sort of psychic or moral damage to yourself. Again, it's not scientific.
Yeah,
it's
none of this.
definitely real.
I got you.
And
Got
so-
it. It is
well,
not scientific at all, Sargon.
No, not at all. But
remotely.
no morality is scientific.
I mean, I'm waiting.
Nothing
I
about
keep
morality
waiting
is
for you to
scientific.
pull out and say God said so, man. I really do.
Well,
when does God
because-
come in? Where does God come into this conversation?
Well, no, it's our moral community. It's how we deal with
You're
one
calling
another.
God metaphysical, whatever, but you're not. I mean,
Well, it
we're
sounds
trying
like
to have
there's-
a conversation where there's like real justification, like there's
Well,
something
let me-
tangible
let me-
here.
That is a real
Wait,
justification.
let
Where?
me break.
Where?
Let me, well, hold on. Let me break this down. Okay. It sounds
It's
like
not-
from what you said that there are two possible things going on here. The first is either that it sounds, I don't think you mean to do this, but it sounds like you're sort of making a claim, an objective moral claim, the way that
No.
you're wording things, as
No.
if they simply are,
No,
or
it's subjective. All morality is
I understand
subjective.
that, but this is the way it sounds, okay?
Yeah.
Or that you're basically saying that, well, whatever the majority of people deem they feel right about is
Yeah,
moral.
might makes right because they're the majority. Yeah, I got it.
No.
Well, what are you saying then? This is your
What I'm
moral
saying
system where
is-
we're.
You're an atheist and you don't have a sense of sanctity.
I do. What do you?
Well, okay,
listen,
well,
I'm
okay,
for
well,
castrating
okay,
and
okay,
killing
so
Let me ask you a
pedophiles.
question
Okay.
Do you
to maybe
accept?
tease this out here.
Do you accept that
In that
there
order.
are things that you can do to yourself that degrade your moral sanctity?
Yes,
Sure.
I'm a human being.
Right. Is fucking an animal one of those things?
Sure.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, but there's
There we
there's
go.
also other things
But
that go
that's not
along with that.
scientific.
No, but okay, but
But we're
wait
talking
a
about the
minute.
scientific stuff.
Yeah, we're talking about why do people have that feeling in the first place?
Yes, the science
That's what we're
behind
talking
that.
about. Yeah.
How
Well,
it
I don't know.
evolved,
What-
why they have it, where it came from, why they don't have
Who
other moral
cares?
intuitions.
Because I think
We
it's
do.
interesting.
We
You
care.
read
That's
that.
our also, not only that, your justification, like the whole
Don't
God
violate your
justification.
personal sanctity is my justification.
That's a terrible justification.
Well, let
I
me
hate
ask
to
you-
say
let
it.
me
It
ask
may
you a
work
question.
for
Wait,
some
hold
people,
on.
but it's not going to work for a lot of people.
You gave an
Well,
example.
those people who are happy to violate their own personal sanctity, sure, but like, do you want to be that kind of person?
If-
Not me in
wait.
particular, but there are other people in the world that I'm forced to contend with,
It's
like the
it's not
fucking
a good argument,
Mongols.
but you,
Hold
you
on,
do
hold-
agree with it.
Listen,
Hold
hold on. Listen, in the same way, that the hippie commune had to contend with the Mongols, we are in a situation now where we are the ones that have to contend with the Mongols, and the Mongols think fucking animals is just fucking great. Okay, and the
That was
justification
really
you're-
the least of the problems of the Mongols.
the justification that you're handing over to the people who are our ideological opponents is pathetic. I got to tell you, just
Okay,
fucking
go on.
straight out pathetic.
Well, hold
Yeah.
on. Let me tease out
Right.
a question here, which is that as you gave the example, if everyone in the world thought that fucking animals was moral, and you, Sargon, was the one person on the planet that thought it was immoral, is it immoral to fuck animals?
Yeah,
then?
that's a great question. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, but
In
is it
all
just
cases,
immoral?
in
So-
all
so-
times,
so
in all
you-
places,
okay,
it's
so
immoral
you
to
are the-
fuck-
Wait a minute. Wait, hold on. So it's not just, is it, when you say in all cases, all times, in this hypothetical where everyone's fine with fucking animals,
That's
except for you,
objective morality.
Are you saying that it's immoral for you in all cases? Are you saying it's immoral for everyone?
David in the chat has pointed out, like sanctity is in X is better than Y is a value judgment, and value judgments the foundations of moral systems. That's all he's saying. That is what I'm saying. Right.
Okay,
And you are looking for an objective standard.
Oh, wait a minute.
By which
We
to
have
say
an objective
animals-
standard.
Wait. Go back to the example. So because I still don't understand your position. That's what I'm trying to understand.
Are you okay, Sargon? I heard a heavy sigh out of you, and I can't. I'm not.
Yes, because it's frustrating that you you want to have a moral conversation on non-moral terms,
Yes, you're right. We do.
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
but
Yeah.
that's really dumb.
Well, no, because it's sort of like it's difficult to if you're the fish swimming in the ocean, you don't know what the ocean is. So I'm not sure that you can have this conversation unless you put yourself outside of whatever you're trying to analyze.
Well, if I wanted to have a conversation
but wait a minute,
about
isn't
the
that-
English language, I wouldn't begin in French.
No, but you'd have to be able to look at it from a more objective standpoint. I mean,
Yeah, you
like
would.
Why?
basically you're saying, Jonathan
Looking
Haidt,
at
why are
something
you
from the
wasting your
outside is
fucking
rarely a way
time?
of understanding it.
You're telling Jonathan Haidt, why are you wasting your fucking time? Is
Yeah.
what you're doing.
You're telling the
'Cause he's
entire
trying to
field of
understand
moral
all this stuff,
psychology.
too.
Yeah, you're telling the
Yeah.
entire field of moral psychology they're wasting their time. A
Yeah.
whole vocation.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
we just disagree.
Yeah, we
Yes,
just
I think it's
disagree.
interesting.
There are other entire fields dealing with morality.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Sure.
I know.
Okay.
There's moral philosophy. Yeah. I've read
Yeah.
some
And
moral
look, that's-
philosophy.
That's fine. You don't. No one has to be interested in what we're interested in.
Yeah,
I just think
no.
it's weird to say, oh, your arguments are bad because I'm only interested in like the most surface level aspect of a conversation.
Yeah.
But you're the ones who are going to be perennially trapped on the surface because you will only
What?
be able to give empirical reasons. And that means that
No,
if
you-
any point the empirical reason changes, which it could,
Listen.
then you would be forced to concede that it's not wrong.
Yeah, but wait a minute. Everyone could
This- oh,
adapt to
man.
this position that obviously if you base whatever you're saying simply on your feelings, then no one can ever argue against anything because it's just your feelings.
Well, no, you can have a conversation with another person about what makes a person sacred or what sort of, personal standards one should adhere to.
Sure, they
What,
could. And
what one
right.
should value, right?
Mhm.
We can have conversations about that.
That's what and that's what we're having a conversation about.
Yeah.
What? I don't think it is.
Yeah, it is. We're talking about why is it that society deems bestiality as being, a degradation of the person, as disgusting, as immoral. That's exactly what we're having a conversation about.
Sure, because the act of having sex with something that's not a human is deviant, degenerate. We think it's wrong. It's
Yeah, but
gross. It's
I know,
icky.
and we're
But why?
talking about
Yeah.
why people feel that way.
Yeah. Whether or not it's a universal, whether or not the universe cares about this.
because they hold humans to higher standards than animals.
And isn't
that's
it
your-
interesting that
Yeah.
so many societies feel the same way? Doesn't that say something?
Yes, it says that maybe there's something right and good and true about holding us up.
I
You're
agree.
making our
Yeah.
argument here.
Yeah.
What's happening?
I love it, Sargon. Make more of our argument.
Okay, but I'm not talking about science. It's not it's not at all contingent.
Sure, well,
Everything I'm
let's-
saying is a priori.
Let's throw away terms of science and objectivity because I think we're getting stuck up on not the issue here. I don't think that's the issue of what we're talking
Mhm.
about.
Right.
Okay.
What are
So
we
I-
talking about?
I don't know. It
Well,
sounds
you've
like
just
you,
conceded the entire field now.
no, it sounds like you conceded to us entirely.
So you don't want to talk
I-
about
I- can I-
objectivity and
if-
science.
Listen. What I was
No,
trying
no,
to say before no one would let me finish was we're butting up against. I think Sargon doesn't want to be in a position where he has to say things. He doesn't want a situation where there's no justification for him to say what is immoral in his moral community may not be categorically immoral in every moral community. And I understand the intuitions there because it makes you look like you don't have any morals at all unless you fervently defend the moral system that you're living under, which I completely agree with. These moral systems, not only are we talking about moral systems in some sort of outside objective way that forces us into situations like that from time to time, we are still functioning within a moral system that people will judge us on if we answer questions incorrectly, if we appear to be deviance, as you've said, which deviance is an interesting word because it just means deviating from the norm, which is the norm of the moral system.
But you can't look for a moral value in the universe or in science, because this is about what we value and the way that we value the sanctity and sacredness of a human being. And this isn't like I realize the term sacred sounds like we're talking in religious terms, but we're not. I mean, liberal human rights legislation is all predicated on the idea of the sacredness of the human being, right? So every atheist agrees to this concept. It's not like it's just something that we project out onto the world. It doesn't come from like an objective moral source. But that's I don't see why that's not good enough for us. If we project out onto the world,
can I ask you a question that might answer that? Sure. So we have a moral system right now that we're all three of us pretty much agree in this moral system. And I'm defining a moral system as a set of rules that we all believe are the right behaviors. We may have different justifications for why we believe those are the correct behaviors, but bottom line is we're all going to behave similarly because we buy into this rule. Now, there are moral systems that existed before us. There was a moral system at one time where it was okay to own people. Slavery was a part of that moral system. It was considered moral. I would argue that would be degenerate, but for their time, they thought there was no problem with it. We've developed, I would say, a better moral system where we have defined slavery as degenerate. Do you believe that we're living in a situation now where there are anything that we do define as moral that we will in the future define as degenerate?
Oh yeah, I mean pretty much all of leftism at this point. Just look at it. Look at it. Look at the individuals. Just name the bread tuber whose life you're envious about.
So this is my question then. Morality is changing over time. We're adopting new rules, different rules, trying out different things. What is the purpose of that? Why are we doing that?
The reason that we have morality is to try and establish the way that we think it is best to create the world, right? How the world should be ordered. The normative values that we impose on the world.
What is the purpose of that?
To make us feel better about the world we live in.
Is that the only purpose, to make us feel better?
Yeah.
So is that what a moral society is? A society that feels good about itself?
Which people feel that the world is properly ordered. Yeah, I think so.
That's a pretty low bar.
That's a hugely low bar. Yeah, that's way lower than our bar. Well, you gave us a hard time about our low bar.
No. This is the very top of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? A society that is just might makes right, and we're just going to pillage and rape is the lowest possible bar. Right?
So do you think
it's just pure survival,
Sambians,
right?
Do you think the Sambians are happy? The Sambians are the ones that have the degenerates. Old guys make all the young guys.
I'm assuming the kids are not happy. So I can but
I don't
know who the Sambians are.
You brought them up. The Sambian tribe is the one that...
Well, hold on. I think a better example would be the hypothetical future that you always rally against, which is the Wall-E future. I mean, if we're all fat people living in chairs with our virtuality plugged into our brains so we can feel whatever we want to feel, and everyone lives in a state of pure, bliss and contentment 24/7, and the robots do everything. I mean, is that a moral society?
No, I don't think so.
But why not? Everyone feels great about it.
So what?
Well, I thought that was your criteria for a moral society.
You're changing your criteria.
No. You're saying everyone is constantly exposed to pleasure. Okay, great. I don't think that's moral. I don't think that's how society should be run. I think there is something deeply degrading about that society. I don't think that's the apex of what a human being can and should be.
Agree with that feeling, that I share that feeling with you, but I'm asking you, what is the criteria you're giving to judge a society as moral or not?
Well, again, there are no scientific criteria.
Well, I know it doesn't have to be scientific. I'm asking you what you're how would you judge?
Sure. I personally think that we should be judging through virtue.
Okay.
Oh, the atheists have got no idea now.
Can I? No, wait. No, I have a question. Okay, if we're judging by virtue, if you have a society with tens of thousands of people and a society of one with just a virtuous person, which society's better?
So sorry, say again.
If you have a society with tens of thousands of people and you have a society with one person, or let's say 5 people that are just virtuous, which society is better? You would classify the virtuous society as the better one.
Have you ever read Brave New World?
Well, yeah,
sure.
I have, but
Yeah, right. Okay. Okay. Can you name a virtuous character from Brave New World?
it's been a long time since I read Brave New World. Yeah.
Was that some of the natives weren't they? I don't remember.
Right. Yeah. John the Savage. John the
Yes.
Savage is the virtuous character in Brave New World.
Right.
And at the end of it, he hangs himself because he lives in a world of vice. Everyone else is just totally vicious and enjoys being vicious.
Right.
They don't even know why it's wrong because they've been bred to be that way.
Sure.
But that doesn't mean that they're good people.
No, I agree with you completely.
Right. So,
But it just sounds like me and Adam are trying to come up with understandings and reasons for why we're labeling things as good or moral. And it seems like
virtuous.
you're just saying,
Yeah.
or virtuous.
Is
And it seems like you're
struggle
saying,
virtuous?
well, whatever I feel like is moral. And I'm like, okay, I just don't think that's a persuasive argument for most people.
I don't either.
yeah, but you're really simplifying it and flattening into nothing when you say whatever I feel. That's not, I'm not saying.
That's what
I
you
feel
said.
like
You said
having-
it was
no.
an
I'm not-
aesthetic.
hang on. It is aesthetic, but
Give
that's
us
not
the
just saying
meat.
whatever I feel. Because I might feel that I want breakfast, but that's not a moral decision, right? It's about how we consider the treatment of the sanctity of the individual, right?
Sure.
And whether we are striving to be our best selves or
Okay.
we are allowing the temptations and vices.
Well,
of the
you're
flesh
already taking too many steps
to
further.
degrade ourselves, and
You're
I think
taking
we
too
should
many
be-
steps though, because you're using terms like vices and virtues, how we degrade ourselves. These are already moral judgments, and we're like,
Yeah.
no. Before you even get to that point, you need to step back and say, well, what makes something virtuous in the first place?
Yes.
Okay, well, what would you accept as a criteria for that?
Well, we're asking you.
I'm asking you. What do you mean? We
Yeah.
have our
Yeah,
own.
but if
criteria.
We have
I
our
can't-
own that
I
you
can't tell you what I
disagree
think
with.
that is if I don't know what you
Is struggle a
would accept
virtue?
as-
Is struggle a virtue?
Well, it
Struggle.
depends. I mean, it's contextual, right? So I might be struggling to get out of doing the right thing. So no,
Mhm.
that wouldn't be a virtue.
Okay.
Like it's the abstract concept of just.
I guess you're
struggling.
right. Yeah.
So so getting at like the struggle thing, it seems like that if people are just given stuff, they don't appreciate it. Versus if people work and struggle for it, then they do appreciate it.
Mhm.
And then thus we kind of come up with this moral idea about like, oh, well, just giving people free things is bad, and people working to acquire things is good. But
Mhm.
that's based on us looking at the behaviors that people engage in when they get certain things and the way they get and in the way that they acquire the things.
But
So
what-
that
what
moral
is that
structure is based on our
based on?
observations.
What presuppositions underlie that, though?
The presupposition that of what would be a productive or successful or happy behavior.
Right, but
the
there's
person
a
who-
certain there's a certain appeal to sanctity and quality that underlies it, right?
Well, I don't know if I'd say sanctity. There's an appeal to quality, which is that it appears the person who worked harder to gain the thing emotionally feels better about the thing once they have it.
Mhm.
And
The
thus we
sunk
say
cost.
that's the right. And thus we say that's better for someone to achieve something that way.
Yeah, but it also, I mean, regardless of how they feel about it, we would say that they've done the right thing rather than the parasite who just leached off the system, right? Even if that parasite was like, yeah, I'm really enjoying the thing that I've got, to the same, if you could even measure enjoyment,
Sure.
to the same amount that someone who worked very hard,
Of
you would
course.
still be able to draw a moral distinction between the
But-
two because the act itself has
Mhm.
moral content.
I agree, but that's contingent on how society is structured. Because right now you say, yes, the person who is a parasite who just doesn't work and gains something, the reason that that's bad is because other people are working towards their benefit. But if we live in the hypothetical Wall-E future where the robots do all the work, then technically it doesn't matter if someone is, quote, being a parasite or
It
not.
doesn't matter.
So that loses
but
all
it
that
does.
moral consideration.
It doesn't
does
matter
matter.
because it doesn't
under no
affect the Fairness
circumstance
Cheating
should you be a
Foundation.
parasite.
No, but I'm saying if we live in the hypothetical Wall-E future, the robots do everything.
You are not a parasite.
Everyone is a quote a parasite, and no one is working. There are no parasites. You can't be a parasite.
You can't be a parasite
No,
from
everyone's
a
a
robot.
parasite
How?
because they're not working.
No, but
They're not earning. They're not doing it
that's not
themselves.
what
They're
that's
not
not what it
being
means
their
to be a
best self.
parasite.
That's just a world in which everyone has accepted maximum degradation of what it is to be a human being.
Oh my
None of them are autonomous. None of them.
but
None of them.
you've
are
no,
capable
but
of
wait a minute. You've embedded
self-determination.
work and
Yeah,
effort and
I
earning
can
into
give you
parasites.
my assumptions if you like, but
No,
I
no,
don't
but-
think they're invalid.
But a parasite just means that you are gaining the fruits of undeserved labor.
Yes.
Okay. But if the Wally future, it's not undeserved. The ancestors of these people built all this to create the system with that intention in the first place.
Yeah, but it's also in well, this is what I'm talking about, virtue ethics here, right? The things that they're doing are themselves possessors or not of moral content. And sitting around being a fat parasite that just ingests sugar all day and watches Netflix has negative moral content, in my opinion.
I would agree.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, great. So we all agree.
Yeah, we just have
What's the
different
problem?
reasons for why we agree.
Well, why do you think?
And also, if other people disagree with us and outnumber us, then their moral system is obviously is. I'm guessing, right? I mean, there's a majority aspect here that you're engaging, Sargon, correct? Like if we're the only ones that have this intuition,
No, I think
and other
John the
people haven't.
Savage was the moral and virtuous person in
Okay.
Brave New World, even though he was the only virtuous person in Brave New World.
Right.
Like again, the criteria I'm using are virtue and vice. I'm not, using popular appeal or something. So you can have one man who is a virtuous man because of the content that he does, and yeah, that's based on my moral sentiments.
So, but
what I think is right and wrong.
Well, there
how
are
does
going to be
this-
there are going to
how
be
does
other
this-
people that mirror your moral sentiments that are going to be
Sure.
attracted to you, but they're not going to be you're not winning them over through your argument. They just believe the same thing as you, and therefore come to
Sure,
you.
but I mean, if someone literally is so irredeemably like immoral, amoral, it's like we're down to Vorst being Callicles again.
So I understand how you're coming up with your moral system, but then how does society come up with society's moral system?
What do you mean?
Like, how does our culture or our society deem what is a moral act or an immoral act?
Well, usually we judge on every criteria, right? So the intent, the theoretical analytic position before we interact with reality, the virtue ethic, the engagement with reality, the act we take, and then the consequent, whatever happens because of the act. All three of these have moral content, and people judge on each one of these. And it's a combination of all of those.
No, but so is it, because again, it just sounds like it's like, well, the majority deems what is, quote, moral. By every individual person makes these moral judgments that you're talking about, and then whoever has the most numbers, then that's just what morality is.
Well, I guess so, yeah.
Okay. I mean,
unless you want to appeal to God or something.
No, I'm not saying that, but it just if you're critiquing us for saying might makes right, which we're not saying, but you're basically making a very similar argument to that, which is that the majority of people create the moral constructs of society.
But that's because
I think Sargon
is
Sargon. I think you are inadvertently Sargon. I think you are inadvertently making an authoritarian argument, which is why I'm getting a little bit triggered.
Making an authoritarian argument, right? Well, so I'm saying that morality is subjective to moral communities. You agree with that already?
I know. I do. Yeah.
Right. And yeah, and so the question is, how do these moral communities come to their judgments and consensus? That's what we're talking about.
I do, and I think that's the best way, because there's also a rule in the moral community about how we come to consensus.
But I mean, Brave New World's a really good example here, because there are people within even a society where people are engineered to believe a certain kind of morality and exist in a certain kind of form that see the virtues of John the Savage, because virtues don't have to be described, they don't have to be signaled, they're intrinsic, they're demonstrable. You can see them through your intuitions. You look at someone who's big and muscular and you can tell that they work out. That's a virtue. They've put in hard work, they've made sacrifices to accomplish something. It's a virtue. And so these are things that I think is just intrinsic to human beings, and I'm not saying objective, again, intersubjective, but intrinsically in human beings they can recognize virtues. And I think that's just a law of nature, I guess. But
if someone is born with like a type A person, highly motivated person, and thus they go to the gym every day, they work out, versus the person who stays at home, who just spends all day on the computer or eating junk food or whatever, I'm not sure I would consider the person who goes to the gym just because they were born that way as a virtuous person.
Born going to the gym.
People are born highly motivated by certain behaviors. What do you mean?
Sure, but that doesn't mean that they are born to go to the gym.
I disagree. I think some people are born to be people who go to the gym, and some people to sit at home on their computer all day.
I think that's a bit deterministic.
Mahler's
I
in the
think
chat.
biology is cruel.
Mahler's in the chat. He's saying, you guys are talking about morality when you should be talking about Star Wars. Isn't like all movies are about morality? That's why we're interested in movies.
Well, obviously the Sith did nothing wrong, Mahler.
That's
so.
what makes movies interesting, Mahler. Come on.
Yeah, it's all about morality. Morality is everything.
But do you not think that virtue is a perfectly sufficient standard by which to judge people?
No. Well,
Why not?
Because everyone's going to argue about what is virtuous.
But there are
certain things.
An argument about what's good.
There are certain
but
things.
Wait a minute. Wait, hold on. That's every moral question. Every moral argument is what is quote good, right?
No, it's not. Like utilitarianism is the total opposite. It's the mitigation of damage. All it is just like
that's how they're defining good.
Sitch, there are certain things that you can be strong about, though. I would say that honesty is something that you can say is a moral virtue in all cases. Like people always want to go to the edge cases where things get fuzzy.
I disagree. What do you mean? This is with the honesty thing. Wait,
even honesty.
This was the whole Jordan Peterson.
Sitch comes out against honesty.
This was the whole Jordan Peterson truth conversation. Is that if you're honest 100% of the time, is that necessarily always a good thing?
Yeah. So you're saying you're saying the answer is honesty about 80% of the time.
Here I'm gonna give you a hypothetical. Okay, if you know some sort of say you know somehow with 100% certainty that there is no God and that when you die your existence is over and you're just gone. Okay.
Yeah.
Is it moral to go up to someone who's living a good life because they have faith in Christianity or some other religion and have faith in God, and that faith is not only helping them be a better person, but it's motivating them through life? And
no, it's immoral. I hate that person.
And you say,
lies are good.
I 100% know that when you die, there's no God, and you're just going to go in a pit in the ground, and you completely demoralize that person. Well, you're just telling the truth.
You know what the moral rule around honesty is generally.
Hang on. Let's not move on from that, because what you are moving over here is the fact that there's no dilemma, right? The question is, honesty is a virtue when placed on the horns of a dilemma, right? Should you tell the truth or should you lie? Not should you see someone who's just going about their life and go and fuck their life up, right?
I was only responding to the claim that 100% honesty 100% of the time is
but even then, right, that's not the same thing. If you can see someone like doing something productive and being good, and just because you have a way of ruining their life doesn't mean
just add an extra
on the horns of dilemma there.
You can just add an extra level there where that person who's living a good life, being awesome, and they're religious, they come and ask you a question. They say, "Oh, I heard that you know the truth of existence." Okay, sure. So does that make it moral if you tell them the truth, even if it's going to completely destroy their entire life? I would say no.
I mean, I think it would be immoral to lie.
Well, I disagree in that situation, because you're just harming the person. You're creating no benefit to anyone.
But morality isn't like black or white, right?
I agree.
They're necessary.
Hold on, Sargon. You entered this conversation saying it was black and white, though.
No. Okay, there are certain things that are just moral and certain things that are just immoral.
So there's certain things that are black and white.
What do you mean?
No, yeah. What do you mean according to us, Sitch? It's never a moral good to lie,
or all of humanity.
But it might be a necessary evil to lie.
Sure, I guess.
Okay, then I'm right.
That's what Sitch was saying, though.
That's what I was saying. That lying can be
still has
I understand. Right? You're saying it's not good. You're saying it's a necessary. Okay, this is. Yeah. I don't want to get holed up in the Sitch's law. We're arguing about definitions for 10 fucking years. Okay.
That's all of what we're arguing at all, isn't it?
I understand that, but if we're making the same point, we're just using different words. Then it's okay. Yes. Fine, we agree. Okay.
But I think that the semantics of this actually is important, right? Because at least now we can establish that from our own moral community, because of the moral intonation, the metaphysics that we attach to the word like bestiality, it is in every case to fuck an animal wrong, right?
Right.
So we don't have to get lost in Big Joel's, sanitized, valueless language, objective from the point of view of the universe, going, well, I'm not sure. Is it the same as killing an animal to eat it?
if
It's
the
not, you know.
context if the context is someone asking the question, why is it okay to eat an animal but not have sex with an animal? And if your
Because it
only
degrades the
answer,
sanctity of a human being.
right, but if that's your only answer, is because, well, I feel like it's gross, or I feel
Well,
like it
but
violates the
that-
sanctity of a human being.
But that's
I mean, I
why
agree
we
with
think
you, but I just don't
pornography
think
of
that's a
children's
good.
wrong.
I just don't think that's a good conversation. I think that goes nowhere. That's just like, oh, okay, well, if the person disagrees with you, then you just shake your head and walk away. There's no conversation, I guess.
Yeah, but the reason that we think having sex with children is wrong is because it violates the sanctity of a human being.
There's a million reasons for why we think having sex with children is wrong. One of the biggest is that there's huge
and
power
all of those
differentials
contingent reasons
there.
might disappear because they are contingent. And if they all disappear, the ultimate reason that will never disappear is that it will violate the sanctity of what it is to be a human being from our moral system.
Who's our?
Us, me and
The
you,
three of us?
the moral community that is legislating morality.
So the majority of, but that's also contingent. That's contingent on what the majority of people think.
Yeah, but the fact that we think it can't be changed by reality, right?
Not necessarily.
Reality, it doesn't
I don't
matter what
fucking
happens
know.
in the world.
Well, we
If
don't
we-
know that. Wait a minute. We don't know that unless we know why people think that way.
Well, until we decide that human beings shouldn't have a kind of sacred state of affairs around them, like we are talking, then sure. I mean, it is possible that we'll abandon our moral systems, subscribe to Vorsh, and be like, yeah, so I can't see a reason why, people shouldn't have child porn. But I can see plenty of reasons, and that's the ultimate one.
This is where I think the problem is with the way that you're framing this, because I always felt that Jordan Peterson's one of his biggest talents was being able to take sort of moral intuitions and people's general feelings about things like having sex with children is wrong, having sex with animals is wrong. And he was able to give voice and understanding and words and logic to explain why it's useful and beneficial for society to maintain and retain these moral feelings. And the importance of that is because you have people who want to just deconstruct every moral norm. And if you don't have an explanation for why it's bad, then you're just giving them the keys to deconstruct everything.
Yes.
Okay,
exactly.
but why should I not be able to appeal to my sense of sacredness?
Because then they just say, well, I have a different sense of sacredness. So
Yes.
And that's why I think you're a pedo who needs the wood chipper.
Okay, but that doesn't solve the issue.
That's a makes right
I think
argument
wood chippers
right
solve
there.
a lot of pedo issues.
Well, no, because
How is that not authoritarian, Sargon? You're coming off like a total
yeah,
authoritarian.
because if you
here.
have two people,
You're the guys who said that the Mongols are the most moral people in history.
you
we didn't say that,
said
but
that.
You did.
Yes.
You
No,
did
you
say
straw
that.
man
Come
us
on.
this time.
No, I did
But-
not straw man.
yes, you did.
It's the
But-
exact logic you laid out.
No.
Because you were appealing
Wait a
to
minute.
contingent factors.
Wait a
Come
minute.
on.
Wait a minute. If you have two people that have a moral disagreement and both their moral disagreement is on their aesthetic feeling about a situation,
Yeah.
how can these people ever come to any sort of agreement or consensus
By
about how to live
deciding
together?
on aesthetic criteria. Normally things like virtue.
But what is the?
Yeah, but they have
what is
different virtues.
and what
What's the
measure? What's the
virtue of having
measuring
sex with a
stick of the?
child?
what
I
is
don't
the-
know. I'm not a penis.
Well, no, but that's the point, right? I don't think we're gonna. I mean, maybe we need to get Vorsh on so he can tell us. But like,
You had a conversation with Amos He. I'm sure he had all sorts of bizarre logic.
no,
and
no,
reasons that he-
he didn't like. I couldn't understand his perspective
I
at all.
see.
I thought he was
Okay.
making a libertarian argument of some sort, but I had no like. By the end of it, I was just baffled, and that's why, until he went to jail or whatever it was, I thought he was trolling.
Right.
Because he didn't have any kind of logically coherent argument that I could extract from what he was saying at all. I this is what I was convinced right up until the point where he got arrested or whatever that he was trolling. I was like, okay, well, egg on my face. But no, the if you can't establish why there is like a virtue in what you're defending, then how is it that I don't win that moral argument?
I don't understand what you're saying, because we are establishing a scientific criteria for measuring those systems, and we're
Well,
talking
it
about
could
them.
be-
But wait a
before-
minute.
That changes.
Yes, but okay. I think I understand what's going. The reason here is that if everyone agreed with each other morally, then we wouldn't have to have this conversation. If everyone had the same
Yes.
moral intuitions, if everyone had the same moral aesthetics, we wouldn't have to have this conversation. the reason we are having this conversation is because most people don't agree. Now, there's obviously large overlaps about things like having sex with children, but there's obviously lots of moral questions that are far more complicated and far more divisive.
Abortion.
Right, like abortion or something.
Okay,
like
well,
that,
what's
or
virtuous about
welfare
abortion?
Or something. But hold on. So that's why, to me and Adam, it's important and interesting to have these conversations, being able to break them down and to understand why people feel this way, so that there is some way of communicating with people that you have grand moral differences with, and maybe you can understand each other.
Exactly.
But you've got no criteria by which to judge the moral actions.
Yes, we have a ton of criteria. What do you?
Okay, name your
about?
criteria.
Well,
we're breaking them down into moral foundations. We're breaking them down into different moral intuitions. You have different moral intuitions. Like you're activating so many different moral intuitions when you're making your arguments. When you're talking about loading people into the wood chipper, which I'm not against loading pedos into the wood chipper, but like if you're talking about people who are just having a conversation about this, loading them into the wood chipper, I didn't say that. My authority subversion moral foundation gets a little bit activated. My liberty oppression foundation gets a little bit activated. I'm a liberal. My care harm speech. Like we're talking about different moral foundations.
Yeah, but I'm a free speech absolutist.
It's not all. Yeah, I don't. Okay, but how do we have a conversation in the
act of doing something, right? And I've explicitly said that there is moral content in the intention, in the act, and in the consequence. And we are
but that moral content can be broken down into subcategories that are useful to discern. A lot of times, listen, a moral dilemma a lot of times is created because two competing moral intuitions are in conflict. One of the conflicts with the vegans is the care harm moral foundation against the liberty oppression foundation. I don't want some vegan telling me that I can't eat meat. When they tell me, because fuck them. Why are they wrong? Why are they acting like a domineering alpha coming in here and telling me what to do? Fuck off.
Okay, but that just says that if they didn't come in like a domineering alpha and they approached you in a submissive sort of coquettish way with a persuasive argument, you'd have to agree with them.
It's still
you just ignore them. But.
Yeah.
Well, no. If you were going to have a discussion with a vegan,
you're missing the point. You're missing the point, Sargon. You're missing the point. I am making a point about how there are different moral intuitions that are in conflict. Yes, I love cute, cuddly bunny rabbits. I don't want to see a little hair on their head hurt.
Rabbits are delicious.
I'd eat a rabbit. Moral intuitions in conflict. That's what's interesting. The whole idea behind movies and stuff like that is when moral intuitions come into conflict. It's interesting to examine them. So
but what I'm saying though is that you can't make any moral judgments based on this analysis.
But we aren't making moral judgments, and our whole purpose is not to make these moral judgments. I think this is let me finish. I'm in the middle of saying something here, Sargon. Don't interrupt. Don't interrupt, Sargon. I'm in the middle of saying something. Okay.
Mom, Dad, stop fighting.
Hey now, Mauler.
Oh, Mauler joined in. Oh, great. Hey. Sweet.
So finish your thought, Adam. Sorry.
I'm just saying that these moral intuitions in conflict is what's interesting to examine. You can't necessarily, like the whole point of making moral prescriptions is to do it from within a moral community, from in a moral context. Yeah. The justification is important. That's part of the moral system. And a lot of the conflict that's aroused now is over the justification. And I just find your justification wanting. So.
Well, it's not virtuous to have sex with children is a wanting justification.
That is an area where, fortunately, most people agree. So we don't have a problem.
Why can't you make a moral judgment on that?
Well, we are not going to get further along in the places where people do disagree viciously, like abortion, without figuring out what is actually going on here.
Sure, but I think that we can make moral, like you said specifically, we're not going to make a moral judgment about that. It's like, right, so we've taken morally judging pedos off the table. Is that wise?
The justification is what we're talking about, okay? The justification is what the justification is what the entire video is about. If you want to come in here and say, okay, I think there's many different justifications that you can use. Right now, the justification you're using is it hurts Sargon's fifis. I don't know that that's a good justification. Okay.
Right. You think it's wrong for me to say that an adult has a moral responsibility to protect the sexual integrity of a child rather than violate it.
That's a
And that's
much
how I
better.
feel.
That's a much better justification.
Feelings. That's my feelings.
No, but
I can't give you a scientific study that shows that. That's how I feel about it.
You've brought in a whole different set of context here. You're talking about protecting a child. You're talking about
that's just 'cause I value
other
that.
individuals.
Yeah, but that's just values. That's my values. That's what my feelings are. That's the aesthetic values that I have when it comes to the moral opinion that I have about the sanctity of a child. Or you've got the divorce position that doesn't seem to care, right? And you're like sat there going, well, it's just your fifis.
If you have,
sure.
which is a better justification, God or some sort of empirical study for modern people? Which is a better justification?
I'm saying I am.
Well, because it's a justification. I'm talking. We're having a conversation about justifications here.
I don't need to appeal to God. My own sense of morality is enough for me.
I'm not asking you to appeal to God, Sargon. I am talking about God as a justification that many people use. There are different justifications people use for different things. I know. The justification you're using is... What is the justification you're using?
The justification I'm using is because it's wrong to rape a child because it's degrading to that child and the person doing the raping.
So this conversation to me sounds kind of like you're focused on
it's wrong because it's wrong. It's
not virtuous.
It's tautological for one thing.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on. It sounds like you're focused on what action is moral and not moral. Me and Adam are focused more on how things end up being deemed moral or immoral. And you're saying to us, well, you guys shouldn't focus on that because any logic or rationale you can come up with can be turned against you.
Right. And weaken the enforcement mechanism. And that's why I keep bringing up the enforcement mechanism. Sargon, please stop with the pedophilia, okay? It's really annoying. It is super annoying because you're making a really disgusting emotional argument here.
Well,
you're trying to win the argument Vosh style here, and it's really annoying, okay?
Hang on. But we are talking about my values, right?
You're talking about everybody's values, Sargon, okay? No one disagrees that that pedophilia is horrendous, that we should round up all the pedophilias and castrate them first and then murder them second, okay? Everyone is in agreement about that. The only reason that you're bringing it up is because you want to basically say, you guys, with your moral system, you can't say pedophilia is wrong, and that makes you fucking pedophiles. Please stop,
no, I'm not
Sargon.
saying you're a pedophile.
Please stop.
Jesus, man. Obviously, I'm not saying you, obviously.
Well, why do you keep bringing it up? Can't we have a conversation about some less incendiary topic here where we could get to some actual understanding?
Well, I think the better example, even though what I said I think is true and was unanswered, I think a better example would be eating dead relatives.
Yeah, okay, let's talk about that so we can actually have some rational fucking conversation.
I would agree that that's an immoral act, but I don't see how that's not a, quote, virtuous act under how you're laying it out, or how you'd argue against it, I guess.
Well, okay. Well, it's exactly the same argument I would use against eating dead relatives, right? It's degenerating. It's violating of your own personal sanctity and the sanctity of the memory of the relative because of the metaphysical construct of what the relative is, the description of the relationship between the relative and you and other family members, the sort of social network of the web that is made up. When we identify what these things are, there is moral content contained in the identification itself.
That's entirely contingent on the meta context
on the
of
language
what
that we
about.
use. Yes.
Because if you believe that when you eat your relative, you're imbibing some part of them so that they live on forever in you, and that this is the only way for people to achieve immortality, then that would be the most moral act to engage in.
Yes. But we come from the Christian Western Enlightenment societies, so we don't believe that.
I agree. So that, I understand that. But so how do you, is how do you have a conversation?
You're
How do
looking
you
for God to have
no,
written this
no,
down
no,
in the
no.
universe.
I'm looking for how to have a conversation between two people that have completely different moral systems.
Yeah.
And
that's
how
the
do
whole
you
point.
possibly make an argument? That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but you would need to specify the alternate moral system.
Why just well in the example I just did.
Okay, so the person who believes that they imbibe the strength of the relative or something like that.
Well, no, they imbibe like their life essence. They're continuing on their life.
Okay. Well, I mean, why would I have to accept that premise?
Well, you don't. That's just what they believe.
But they wouldn't have to accept that it's immoral.
Right.
Yeah.
They don't have to accept your premise either.
Sure. I mean, there could well be some people you just can't persuade, right?
Oh, okay. I mean, I don't disagree.
Well, but like,
But
if you were to erase all prior recorded knowledge and awareness of basically any discussions on morality, then we'd all come together and be like, hey, these are my ideas, these are your ideas, and there's some stuff we'd all happen to agree on, much like the controversial things that have been brought up today. Some stuff we wouldn't. And how something is wrong, like how it's right or wrong, is kind of the fight right now, especially on the internet. That's what all the groups are fighting over, and the people with the best arguments might win. They might be sequestered away. They might be ignored. So I think what I'm gathering is Sitch and Adam want an appeal that's stronger than, for example, like the children one. The consent argument is fantastic because combined with the, what is it called, informed consent, when it means like they have the capacity mentally to be able to do it. Right. Plus the fact that because if someone said like, well, why is that a foundation? And it's just like the damage you deal to somebody without having that violates their own personal freedoms or whatever. Meanwhile, if you like try and transpose that to other places, then it'll work. Like a girl that you do that with IRL who's an adult, you're like, oh, so that's fine then. It's like, well, no, she was screaming and saying no, so there's no consent, so you haven't filled all the boxes. And it sounds to me like that's what they're after, rather than saying, no, fuck them, they're wrong. It's like,
yes,
because you know, you want to throw them into the wood chipper, but we might want to make sure they don't grow in such numbers that we want to convince them out of their positions, right? That's instead of wood chippering them.
Well, maybe not convinced, but just, I mean, just from an interesting standpoint, to me, it's interesting why we believe the things we do morally. And me and Adam generally take an approach of, we think evolution selects not just animals, but sort of cultures and societies on a broader perspective.
Yeah. I do want to speak to people in chat as well. I don't think you have to do this. I think it's useful to do it though. As in, like, I don't think everybody has to have foundational rules. They can literally just say, "Nah, fuck this. I'm out. I'm not doing that."
Of course, it depends. I mean, the average person walking around is not going to be faced with the issue of, oh, you're going to have to argue with someone about whether it's okay to fuck animals or not. Like, that's not, obviously people don't need to know that. The average person doesn't need to engage in that. But I think it's
the premise of this whole thing, wasn't it?
I understand, but I think it's interesting in terms of the conversation that we're having. So I just think
it's fascinating.
But that's why I'm saying that, and I understand your position, Sargon, about, you know, why you think it's wrong. But then if that was the position we were going to take for the stream, I mean, this video, we watch it for 5 seconds and then we turn it off because you say, well, Big Joel is wrong and it's gross. Like, I mean, I don't know where we go from there.
It is interesting though, because Shoe's position is kind of Sargon's position. Like, what are we having this conversation for? It's it's degenerate, gross. Like, why are we even talking about this? And Big Joel comes in with let me science you, like, fucking explain why this is like I think the name of his video is anti-intellectualism. It's like, dude, you're not an intellect. Don't fucking act like you are.
Well, Shoe said, I believe she says it's unnatural. It's natural to eat animals and it's unnatural to have sex with animals. And so then they all throw back with the appeals to natural fallacy. And to me, the interesting question is, well, why do we deem it natural to eat animals and why do we deem it natural not to eat animals?
Well, that's another justification. That's another justification for people. Like, some people need more justification. Some people are like, no, the fact that it's unnatural, that's not enough for me. Give me a little more, right? Sitch and I are looking for like a scientific justification because that's what works now, Sargon.
Yeah, but that's only, but then there are going to be contingent cases where it doesn't apply.
Yeah, but that's true of everything.
That's everything. No. Yeah, everything.
No. If the moral content is analytic, so before scientific justification, then it doesn't matter what the scientific justification for anything is. Like, for
what
example,
does that mean? I don't even know what you're saying.
what that means is, in the realm of theory, right, before we look at what happens in the world, we already established that simply murdering everyone in a city because you have the power to do it is wrong, right? Do we agree with that?
Yeah.
Right.
It depends upon the perspective. Are they pedophiles? Because, you know, if they're pedophiles, I might be down with
to
that.
the best
It's
of our knowledge.
contingent, yes.
But even then, do you know that they are? Or would you be guessing that they are? It's probably just wrong to rock up at a city and murder everyone in it.
If
right?
it's
On any time,
51%,
to be
if it's a 51%, maybe shouldn't we just do it and just in case? I'm just saying.
I think we can be fairly sure on this that in all times and all places, it's just wrong to murder men, women, children.
You've cheated
animals,
because you said
everything in a
murder.
city.
Yeah.
Well, just kill.
Yeah.
Just to
He
kill.
did cheat, didn't he?
Yeah. So if you say is it wrong
Hang
to
on,
rock
what's
up
cheating
somewhere?
about using the term murder?
Because murder means
murder
the
is
unlawful
baked in.
killing
Murder
of a
means
human
it's-
being.
Yeah, you've already concluded the sentence. So you mean kill?
No,
and if you mean...
hang on. No, that's a perfectly valid way of categorizing a type of event.
I was going to use the term
cases,
Wait a
execute.
minute,
in all
isn't-
places,
no, but
to
no,
just
no.
rock up to a city and murder, so unlawfully kill everyone in there, right?
No, but basically
That's fine. There's
the
nothing wrong with
reason
that.
no, but the reason Mahler's saying it's cheating is because basically it's like you saying, is it immoral to be immoral?
Yeah.
You're like, well, obviously, yes. Like it's baked into the word itself.
Look, right. This is what the killing baby Hitler question. This is why that's interesting.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Is it wrong to murder Hitler? Well, maybe not. There were attempts on Hitler's life. Those people weren't wrong, were they? You know, murder itself is an evil, but you can look at it and go, well, it looks like a
Well,
necessary.
we wouldn't
evil,
say
doesn't
it was murder. We'd say, you know, they tried to kill Hitler because we would deem it's justifiable.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
you're killing Hitler before he's done anything to warrant killing him.
Yeah, but if you're a
Hence-
time
technically it
traveler,
would
then
be
it's
murder.
still you're saying it justifies
Hence,
in the future.
Modern explorations of this question usually answer with, did they have the capacity to give him up to an orphanage? Did they have the capacity to change his pathway? And if so,
well, I mean, that
that's
adds a
probably
lot.
You
Of,
can't
yeah,
know
sure.
that,
That
so-
adds a whole extra.
Yeah,
We'll
but-
say for
but-
the sake of the hypothetical, you can only kill him or not. There's no other alternative. Okay.
But the thing is, even if we use value neutral language like simply, you know, exterminate or kill or whatever, right? I can't ever see a valid scenario where you are justified in exterminating the children and women and old people and men of a city.
you
Sure.
can't
Can
see
you-
any scenario.
Right. Well, what scenario would justify that?
They have an infection that'll blow them up in 1 year, and if they're exposed to any other part of the earth, it'll infect the rest.
Pretty unlikely then.
So
Well,
you just
okay.
said you can't think of any
Yeah.
scenario.
But that's not.
Watch
but,
out.
Okay. Sure. Okay. Fine. They might all mutate into two-headed bug people tomorrow, and if we don't kill them all today, we're all about to die, right? But that's not going to happen. Something that's realistic, practical morality.
What's the point
As
of a
in-
hypothetical? If
Yeah,
not
exactly.
push on
Well, but I-
principles.
yeah,
to
no, I don't
actually
understand
establish something we might have to do.
What's
in
the point of the
real world.
Hitler question? I'm not going back in time to fucking kill baby Hitler. There's no point
We
in
might
answering
actually
that.
need to travel back in time. at some point.
Yeah, well,
this
there
is
might
not
actually
beyond the
be-
realms of science, is
Well,
it?
you think time travel is more likely than an infection that will spread from multiple people to the point where it'll insta kill you a day following? Like,
Yeah, but I
why
don't
would
think you'd be justified in murdering everyone in the city, even if there was.
we
I
can
just
easily
wait. If there's
plenty
some
of scenarios we
highly
can derive for that.
if there's some highly contagious plague that's localized to one city and it's going to
You
kill the
nuke that
entire
city, would you?
population of the world, obviously it's justified to get rid of all those people, even though it's horrible.
It's horrible.
That'd be your
yeah,
quote.
but-
Well, wait a
Jesus,
minute.
okay.
That would be that. Wait, maybe this is the definitional argument because you would say that that's a necessary evil. You would say, but that's kind of a workaround for the
Yeah, but
argument.
then it's not good, is it?
No, but I'm saying that's a workaround for you. It's kind of like a cheat. That's like your escape hatch.
No,
It's like,
no,
well, I'm
it's
not saying it's
accepting
good,
the
but it's a
moral
necessary evil, and then you parachute away.
It's accepting a moral burden that's on you, right? You understand that you had to do something that was terrible,
Right.
I'd be okay with that.
right?
Yeah.
But you have to agree that the thing is terrible to accept
what
that you
make-
did something that was
But
terrible.
okay, but wait a minute. Well, I'm saying that that's kind of a cheat is because if you're saying something's a necessary evil, that means that you're weighing in your mind the outcomes of doing quote the
Yeah.
good thing versus the bad thing,
Consequentialist
and you're
man.
saying doing the bad thing ends up creating more good in the future.
So what? Murdering
Okay.
a city is bad, right? In all times and all places. Just murdering everyone in a city. You might have a reason to have to do it, right? but that's still bad. And you will sit there going, I feel bad that I had to do that, but it was necessary.
Well, I feel like this is like a 4-hour Jordan Peterson conversation, because then I'd say, well, how do you define bad? And when you say in all places to all people, I don't think that's true to all places and all people, and that's part of the contention of morality. Is people have different disagreements about things.
So you think that the Australian government was right to shoot a bunch of puppies because of COVID?
Obviously, that's what I'm saying. Sorry.
Yeah.
Well, no,
what the hell? Bad faith, Sargon. Jeez.
No, don't give me this bad faith for it. You've got to accept that what you're saying is you would.
I don't think COVID is dangerous enough to warrant that behavior. No,
it doesn't matter.
It does matter.
Let's just no.
Yeah.
Because the act of killing a child is in and of itself bad, right? You may have a good reason to do it, but that's still.
What if the
bad.
kid's evil? What if they're possessed by Satan? What are you talking about?
That's a good reason to
baby
do
Hitler.
But
what if it's baby Hitler?
Child is bad.
Wait, do you think it's immoral to if you had the opportunity to kill baby Hitler? Is that immoral?
Wait, let's cut to the chase. When you say that you define it as bad, does that mean you shouldn't do it?
Yes, normally under regular circumstances, of course.
When you say accept that the act is bad, despite it being the necessary bad or whatever, then we shouldn't have done it, right?
No, like if in under regular circumstances, there's no particular, just in theory, right? Is it wrong to kill a child? Yes, it's wrong to kill a child. Is it wrong to kill a city? Yes, it's wrong to kill a city. There might be a contingent reason that you're like, right, okay, it is wrong, but look at this thing, there may be a reason for you to have to do it. The child is possessed by Satan or something, and so you have to do it. And this is where the sort of moral contention would come in your own soul, right? This is why you'd be struggling. God, I have to kill this kid, but it is possessed by a demon, so I guess I'm going to have to do it. That's where the moral struggle.
You're literally making my argument about moral intuitions in conflict, Sargon. There's two moral intuitions in conflict: the care harm of the child versus the care harm of the community.
I'm not saying you're wrong on that, right?
Okay.
I'm not saying you're wrong on that. But what I'm saying is, before we look at what's actually happening in the world, as moral legislators, we're sitting there and go rationally, Kantian, figuring out what's right and wrong. If I say it's wrong to kill a child, you will sign off on that.
I'm afraid not, because for the same reason I would say that is it wrong to walk into a house? And you'd be like, well, it depends. And I'd be like, yeah, this child,
no,
if
I
it's
wouldn't.
got like...
No, I wouldn't.
You wouldn't?
I'd say, no, it's not wrong.
It's not wrong. The house doesn't belong to you, though.
Yeah, but that's a contingent reason.
So if that applies to all the examples we've been giving.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You guys are conflating the analytic with contingent, right? So analytic,
you said it wasn't wrong to walk into the house.
There's no moral fault with me walking into a house. Contingently, there could be an issue because it might not be my house. I may have been refused entry.
Wait. Why couldn't I say it is wrong to walk into the house unless there's a contingent reason, such as I own the house?
Right, because you own far less houses than you don't own, right?
So it sounds to me
well,
like
maybe
you're
you would
judging
in
it
that
as
situation, right?
It sounds to me that you're going with the more common. So of the billions of examples of walking into a house or killing a baby, whichever the majority are, if it's good or bad, that is what you'll say is the common definitive answer.
The core contention, right? So is it wrong to cross the street? No, it's not wrong to cross the street, but there could be circumstances in which it is wrong to cross the street. But normally, just the general concept, is it wrong to cross the street? Most people are going, no, it's not morally wrong to do that.
Right.
Yeah, so if we're being definitive, these are neutral actions until we know what the contingencies are.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Such as killing a baby would be neutral until we knew the context.
No, I don't agree though. I think it's always wrong. There's a moral.
It's not always wrong. If the baby is being eaten from the inside out by insects slowly, I would rather kill it if we can't do anything else to help it.
Example.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that killing a baby is right.
This works.
You have to. You are confusing the contingent with the analytic.
Well,
right?
No,
you don't know that there is a baby being eaten. You are just being asked. No. In theory, is it right to kill a baby? The answer is no.
I think something else is happening here, which is that generally people, when they have these moral conversations, whether they say an action is good or bad is the end determinant of whether they engage in the act or not. So if you have a baby that's slowly dying of some horrible reason, you'd say, most people, I think, would say it's morally good to end the baby's suffering, because they're saying the good, that determines their action, whether something's good or bad. But you're kind of creating a new category where you're saying, well, it's not morally good to do it. It's a necessary evil to do it. So it's just like you're creating like a new a completely different way of thinking about this than I think most people think about.
Well, someone actually makes a good point in the chat. We're talking about a sort of category statement with a particular statement, right? So killing a baby is wrong, but killing that baby might be necessary, right?
That
Because being
baby
eaten
is
out-
a baby.
Yeah, but
I don't
a
see
baby is a category statement.
I don't understand what the point of separating it is.
Because they're two different realms of moral calculus.
No, but every time that you interact with a moral quandary in the real world, it's all highly contingent and contextual. You don't interact with moral questions in vacuums.
But you do actually, but then you then it's how you do it, and then what the end result of that is, right? So in theory, we can say it's wrong to kill a baby. However, you in your personal circumstance are looking at that baby there, and it's currently being eaten from the inside out by maggots, and so you can be like, right, okay, no, I have to do something. As unpleasant as it is, because on an emotional level, before any considerations in the real world, I think it's wrong to kill babies, obviously. And then you are faced with the question, okay, I've come to the conclusion that circumstances are forcing my hand to go against a deeply held core moral value. Now the question is, how do I kill this baby? Right. And so you've begun in the analytic, you've looked at what the contingent is, and you've forced to take an action based on a violation of your own moral principles. And the thing is, and this is actually a really funny way of proving that there's absolutely moral content in each of these stages of calculus, right? Because now you've got how are you going to kill this baby? Well, you could really have some disgustingly amoral ways of killing a baby that would do the thing that you're trying to do, but in and of itself would be wrong, right? So if Mauler's looking at this baby going, well, it is being eaten alive from maggots, so I'm going to have to skull fuck it to death or something, I'd be like, that'd be wrong, wouldn't it? Can't you find a more humane way of killing it,
That would kind of defeat the purpose.
We accept that there's moral content in everything that we're doing, right?
Yeah, I mean,
in all of these points.
I don't disagree with that. I don't understand. So what? I mean, I agree. Most people walk. Well, so I don't understand what that's to do with the conversation. I don't understand what your broader point is, because I agree that most people walk around with general thoughts of like, yeah, I shouldn't kill people. And then once some circumstance happens, you make the calculus.
Yeah. But when we're discussing an analytic, we're talking in generalizations, right? We're not talking about the exceptions that there's that thing. We're talking about generally the category. I should help old ladies cross the road, but if there's an old lady in a city across, I don't have to help that old lady, because it's obviously impractical for me to do so, right? But if presented with an old lady and she was, needed help crossing the road, I would be, if she's right in front of me.
Yeah, but, right. But the question is, why is it morally right to help the old lady cross the road in the first place?
Okay, well,
I mean, isn't that what the entire discussion is about?
No, because it changed to like, what are our direct responsibilities, right? I mean, you should help old ladies because the nice thing to do. Again, I'll just fall back on my feels, I suppose. But like, no one's going to be expecting you to go across to another city to help an old lady crossing the road that you don't even know about, right? But that doesn't mean that it's not right for you to help old ladies cross the road.
The main key, though, is the justification. I feel like society has a bunch of people with varying levels of moral intuitions. To orient all of those people so we all are following the same rule set, you need some kind of justification, because there are going to be certain rules that are going to fall outside a person's intuition. The Big Joel thing is the perfect example. He's like, why is bestiality wrong? Like, his moral intuition is obviously off. All of us know just intuitively that this is disgusting and wrong, but there are people who are not going to have that disgusting and wrong feeling, and they're going to need to be oriented to the rest of us. So the justification becomes important. And for a long time, the justification was, God said it. Just shut the fuck up, kid. God said it. Get back in the classroom. This is the way it is. And that was enough of a justification for people to orient society all on the same page. One of the problems that we're dealing with now is this deconstructionist phase of society, because that, God said so is not a good justification for anymore. And I feel like a lot of people are fumbling around for a better justification. Like, my question for you, Sargon, is if we had a hypothetical justification that was, better than the God justification or a justification that you're coming up with here, would that justification be useful to you? Couldn't you pull that justification out and say, listen, this is why we don't do it?
Well, sure, but I mean, I don't see how you could get a better justification than God if you believed in God, right?
Well, I completely agree. And the God thing is working for a lot of people. That's why I don't like to discourage.
Yeah, I know. But it doesn't work for us.
It doesn't
right?
work. It doesn't work for a lot of people. It doesn't work for a lot of people. So, but this justification, this moral foundation justification is something that does work for me, that I think there is a logical reason why certain things are the way they are.
Yeah, but you said it doesn't enable you to make judgments.
It allows you to make judgments. It does allow you to make lots of judgments.
Okay, sorry, I must have misunderstood you earlier then when you said we don't make judgments.
No, we were talking about making judgments. I did a thought experiment where we made a judgment. We had a two competing societies, and one became extinct and one went on to thrive, using two different moral systems. For me, that would be a criteria. The selection mechanism is the criteria.
But that would validate the successful civilization.
Yes, and what you want to do, what you keep doing, and I completely object to this because it's the same exact, it's not a fair assessment. You're going back in time and you're saying that this society was the most successful at the time, and therefore you have to conclude, ergo, iso factor, vis-a-vis, that is a moral system. That is the most moral system, and therefore you're saying an immoral system, which is patently immoral on the face of it, is moral, and that's that's not good, because I'm saying that is the zenith of morality at that time in history. Like the zenith of air flight in that time in history was nowhere near what we can do today.
But even on those standards, I don't agree that merely being the most successful civilization means that's the most morally worthy civilization.
Right, because that most successful society could, you're anticipating that could embody things that I find are repugnant or immoral. And you're saying, I don't want to be in that situation. I don't want to be who's the savage in the book you were talking about?
John the Savage. Yeah.
You don't want to be John the Savage. You're saying, listen, I don't want to be John the Savage. I don't want to be surrounded by a bunch of immoral people saying, no, you're all wrong.
Yeah,
but that might be the situation, though.
Hang on. But the people doing the evils would say that they are evils if those evils were being done to them. And the only reason the evils are not being done to them is through strength. Right. And so if they can sit there and go, yeah, we're just going to do this to you. So it's just a Melian dialogue where it's just like, no, the strong will do what they can and the weak will suffer what they must. And it's just fortunate for us that we're the strong and you're the weak. Right. They wouldn't turn around and they wouldn't. No, hang on. Even then, that civilization would accept that having the evil done to them is an evil. It's just luckily for them, we're the ones doing it to you. If you were doing it to us, we'd be like, please stop doing this. This is an evil being done to us. Right. They don't think that what they're doing is like a moral good. They just think it's morally acceptable to do evil to others if you are strong enough.
And I would say that moral prescription, the might makes right moral prescription, is not as good a moral prescription as the turn the other cheek, the forgiveness.
Well, I mean, I agree, but the turn the other cheek one is a prescription made from weakness, right? It's a prescription made in the face of an overwhelming,
it depends upon how you're defining weakness. If you're defining weakness
literal physical weakness,
if you're defining it by, yes, it is, but I would define it as a moral strength. I would say that it takes. I would say that it if you are in the turn the other cheek position, I would not categorize that as a cowardly position. I would categorize that as a position of strength, moral strength.
Morally, but you also appealed. Yeah, but when you laid out your criteria, you appealed to physical, practical positions, right? So the society that grows strong and dominates its neighbors is the one that has the moral justification to it, right?
Well, this is where things are getting tricky, Sargon, because you keep wanting to evaluate these rules individually, and sometimes in a context where you're taking your own moral prescriptions in the morality that we are engaged in right now. Which
I'm just trying to understand your position.
Well, my position is that you can study morality through how
the
it
idea of
propagates in the
competitive
world.
lens,
Yeah,
how it applies to the
yes.
world, right?
And not only that, listen, I would argue.
I really want to hammer this out, because, like, I think, like, okay, so a society that is achieving, right? So a society, let's take like a city that's founded, and then another city that's founded, and one city grows and prospers, and the other city grows but doesn't prosper nearly as much, and then, you know, the first city dominates over the other one. Where's the moral content in any of that?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Why would I make a moral judgment about the prospering or not of each one of these cities?
Well, we do it all the time. We talk about, I mean, when you're talking about Western society functions under a far different set of rules, a far separate moral system than other areas. Like China right now is a different moral system than the United States, and we're functioning, and we are competing in a very real way with other moral systems all the time. So,
but
I
if the
think
Chinese beat the United States, does that make the Chinese more moral?
But that's a question. That's an interesting question. I'm not sure.
Well, it strikes me as an easy question.
Well, no, where things get tricky, because when you have these conversations, people want to go to the might makes right thing, and they want to say, listen, if the Mongols are the mightiest in the world, and they subjugate the rest of the world, and they go strong doing that, subjugating the rest of the world, by your criteria, you're saying that they're the most moral. Well, I believe that, like, and this is one of the reasons why I think capitalism is so strong, because I think if you force people to compete not in dominance hierarchies, but in competence hierarchies, so they're competing to actually do good in the world, that society is going to outcompete the Mongols every time. The society that adopts the moral axiom of might makes right versus a society that adopts the moral axiom of, do good for others and you will prosper from it, is going to beat that moral society over time. So I have it, whether or not that's a truth, like it's a universal truth, like it's a trueness of the world, like if that's a rule of any moral society that we put together and run together in a simulation over time, that's an open question, but I think it likely is.
Well, the Mongols were highly meritocratic, right?
In killing people, I'm certain of it. Yeah, had like the most
in almost
meritorious way of torturing people.
But they weren't like they weren't like the Chinese Communist Party, right? They would hire people outside of like a direct family lineage if they showed competence. The competence was it for the Mongols. I mean, it's hard to think of a more pure meritocracy than the Mongol war machine.
Are you
but that
now
doesn't
saying
mean what
that
they did is good?
Are you not? See, you kind of moved the goalpost here a bit, Sargon, because I'm saying that a society that adopts a competence hierarchies over dominance hierarchy society is going to outcompete one that only functions on dominance hierarchies. And now you're trying to say that the Mongols were really a competence hierarchy. They weren't a dominance hierarchy.
I'm not moving the goalpost. They absolutely were that.
So they were a dominance hierarchy. Okay.
No, they were a competence hierarchy.
Okay. So
there's there is just simply no question of it, right? Because they were
competence hierarchy.
Absolutely.
Okay.
They were a ruthless meritocracy.
Let me cut in here for a second, because first of all, we're getting super off track. But I just want to say, I think part of the confusion here is, I think that me and Adam, we're not making the argument that if a society is successful, that means that it's moral.
Yeah, I disagree with that.
I know you. I'm saying we're not making that argument. Okay,
because that's what it sounds like Adam's making to me.
I understand, but I think, at least what I believe, this is kind of like a not all, like all squares are rectangles, but not all rectangles are square argument. We are saying, however, that more moral societies can be deemed by the fact that they continue. Okay, that's a potential thing you can look for. But obviously, there are societies, especially in the short term, and that's part of the problem here. Obviously, very exploitative, oppressive societies can exist and be successful in the short term. But then I would point to that and say, well, the fact that they burn out shows that that system, that moral system, doesn't actually work in the long run.
Right. Yeah.
And so that's the same. I mean, you could have that with the Mongolians, with the Mongols and stuff. Obviously,
And
that's not a system that works in the long term.
Soviet Russia is a perfect example. Go ahead.
This is how you guys' argument started, right? This is what Sargon came in on, I think. And I don't know if I might be on Sargon's side or you guys' side. It'll depend on whoever chooses me once I make this clear. But I'm not sure how much of an indicator it is, because we could have a hyper successful, fair society, but also they burn witches. And so you're like, it's fair to burn a witch, I guess, judging from the. You'd be like, no, it's not. It's not at all. There's no such fucking thing as witches. And you're like, yeah, but they're really successful, longest running civilization. It's like, yeah. We don't judge it that way. I think I agree if you're saying it can correlate. I just don't know how useful that's gonna be with how many false positives we could get.
Well, I'm saying it can correlate in terms of, because the conversation was, or the topic of the video was, why is it acceptable to eat meat but not have sex with animals? And I'm saying there's a reason why almost every society looks at having sex with animals negatively. And that tells us something. There's some information there that we can gain. Okay.
But like slavery, that was a good guy thing for a long time with many societies that are hyper successful. So it's like, ugh.
Right, but obviously not anymore.
Yeah, we outcompeted them.
Really... Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what Sargon's point was, that it's a very flimsy foundation, because all you need is a society that's still going today being like, no, we're pro-slavery and we're successful.
Well, no, because if you could hypothetically have America with slaves versus America now, let's imagine that they both have the same level of technology. I mean, do you think the America with slaves would outcompete the America without slaves?
That's a common question of morality, isn't it?
This took place, though. This was a civil war. The North did beat the South.
I guess Sitch is saying if they split into two and we saw them competing against each other, which one do you think would be more successful? And it's like, well, worryingly, it could be the one with slaves, because
I don't see how it could be, because capitalism in the way that our economy is structured requires as many customers as possible, as many people participating in society as possible. If you have a bunch of slaves, I mean, slaves are basically just a drain.
I don't know if it's that simple. I could be convinced, but I don't know if it's that simple.
Don't be convinced by us. Read Why Nations Fail, because he makes a stellar argument for why slavery is just completely antithetical to a growing economy.
But what if tomorrow someone makes a better argument that actually slavery is the best thing you could do? Right?
This is why the objective criteria. This is why the objective criteria is important, because this experiment has played out already. Like, could you rank order societies around the world, Sargon? How would you rank order? Hold on. How would you rank order the society?
That's not what I'm saying.
Before we go off on that tangent, because I want to answer that question.
Okay, go ahead.
If there was some study or some argument that said, slavery is actually the most effective labor force that a world can produce, or whatever, I would say no. That doesn't make it moral. I'm not hinging success.
That's the important
on
part.
Morality.
That's good.
Okay.
That's good.
And this is why I think that Adam's argument about success and productivity and I don't think these are moral questions. I think this is ancillary. It's a parallel conversation that's being had.
Well,
my question though is if the success is why we define it as moral, because I feel like there might be a little post hoc reasoning going on where this has been successful, so therefore we're defining it as moral.
Well, no, I think that what we're trying to establish is pre-hoc, right? Like what is, it doesn't matter whether like John the Savage kills himself and he's the last good person on earth. He was still the right person. He was still the good person. He was still virtuous, right? So I think
but by what criteria though? By what criteria?
By our criteria of virtue.
Go ahead, Sitch, with what you're saying, because that's.
I wasn't listening. I'll be honest. I was reading chat.
I'm sensitive to that argument, and other people feel like I'm making that argument, and maybe I am testing that argument out a bit, in that more successful societies are more moral. But there is people always want to push back on that the same way that you're pushing back, Sargon, by saying, listen, there could be this totally deviant society that is just, they're all about murder and rape and pillaging and stuff like that. And they are the top of the food chain. And therefore you have to say that they are the most moral. But you're getting the argument backwards a bit, because those societies that were the top of the heap at those times did categorize themselves as more moral as other societies, and even went as far as calling the other societies that differed from theirs degenerate. So by their own standards, they were the most moral. And I'm saying that there are other. So you're saying that not only were the Mongols a meritocracy, you're saying that they also considered themselves immoral.
Well,
Sargon, I'm super confused by the argument here.
No. Well, no. Like, you just need to read about the Mongol Empire. It's really interesting because they don't really care about morality.
Right. So the Mongols didn't care about.
They literally.
So the Mongols didn't have to establish a moral system. Everyone just went around and did whatever they felt like doing. They didn't have the same problems of orienting everyone on the same page as we do today.
No. Like you have to understand. Like, they didn't have these kind of deep theoretical analysis.
Obviously, they didn't have science, but they did have some
sort of. You don't need science to have a theoretical analysis of morality.
Did the Mongols have respect for authority?
Yes, they had respect for authority. That's
okay,
true,
that is a moral intuition.
I'm not saying they didn't have anything we could consider to be a moral system.
What was the punishment for deviating from respect from authority?
Adam, let me finish.
I'm going to guess that
man,
it's death,
right? Because sometimes I imagine, but like they didn't go around saying we are morally better than the civilizations around us.
Something
they cared about.
Okay, so they did. Mongols were not moral supremacists. Then is what you're saying?
No, not really. Yeah. They were physical supremacists.
Right.
They went around saying we're stronger than you. We're going to kill you, and they just did it. I mean, they literally looked at the Chinese as Untermensch, right?
Such a weird
Genghis
conversation.
Khan had to be persuaded by various sort of like Chinese
Sitch
lackeys that not to just turn China into pasture land. They literally persuaded him, look, you can milk the Chinese people like cows for money if you don't kill them all. And he was like, oh, okay, maybe I won't kill them all then.
Maybe I know nothing about the Mongols, so you have me at a disadvantage.
Yeah, but I know a lot about the Mongols, and they were really awful people. And saying, well, they're a civilization.
I am not saying that the Mongols were moral.
Is not a good.
I'm not saying. We would have destroyed the Mongols. We would have fucking annihilated the Mongols. We did annihilate the Mongols. Are the Mongols still around? I'm curious.
We didn't annihilate the Mongols.
What happened to the Mongols?
Do you think the morally superior civilization always wins?
The morally superior, I think potentially the society that always wins becomes categorized as the moral society. I'm questioning that.
Every civilization the Mongols destroyed was morally superior to the Mongols, and I think people at the time thought that.
I don't know this. I don't know the history, so I don't know the situation.
I don't think that Adam is arguing, and I know I'm not arguing, that success means that you're moral, because again, obviously you can succeed, and often you do succeed.
Evil people win sometimes.
Right. And we've talked about this a lot. The reason immoral people succeed is because if you have this dominance hierarchy or even a competence hierarchy, it's going to funnel people to the top who are willing to do anything to succeed. And that includes people who are willing to be immoral.
And lie, deceive.
Right. Kind of and so that can definitely exist in a cultural sense to some degree. I mean, the only difference is I would argue, I don't think a long-term, healthy, powerful, functioning, immoral society could exist. Now, obviously, that kind of has a lot of problems because you always say, well, what is long-term? And you can never look forward into the future. So...
Well, it's more about the internal paradigm of morality, right? So the Mongols are a really good example of this because they had their own internal sort of moral logic that, you have to obey the Great Khan, you have to do various things, and you've got obligations and duties and responsibilities and privileges that come with following these things, right? But the moral community of the Mongols was rather small. It applied to the Mongols and the subject tribes who had joined in their war machine and all this sort of stuff. But the the Chinese, they weren't human as far as the Mongols were concerned. They could just be exterminated as far as the Mongols were concerned. Oh, look, we've run into the Khwarezmians. Who are they? Subhumans. They can be exterminated. We've run into the Hungarians. Who are they? Subhumans. They can be exterminated, right? And so when we say moral, like from the perspective of the the Great Khan, he doesn't care. He doesn't see like these other civilizations as being moral agents.
Right, but you're talking. Okay, but we're talking about
exterminating locusts.
Yeah, we're talking about
two different things because you're talking about, does a Mongolian society function? Would we judge a Mongolian society moral under our moral framework?
Yeah,
and obviously we say no, but that's not what we were talking about.
Yeah,
we were simply talking about that the reason the reason human beings' concept of morality even exists in the first place is because it was naturally advantageous for us to do, and thus evolution has kind of kept that thought or that emotional feeling, going in humanity. So you're talking about a prescriptive thing, and we're talking about just a descriptive thing.
Yeah, exactly. That's where we're getting
all morality is normative, though, right?
You're arguing for a set of rules,
right?
So that's prescriptive.
No, wait a minute. All morality is normative. However, the existence of humans having morality is not. That is descriptive.
Yeah. I agree.
Okay.
And not only that, the list.
Yeah, but this is why. Hang on.
Sargon, you ended the list of rules varies.
Validating the Mongols.
Listen, why, no. Sargon? That's so wrong. Like all you're worried about is us validating the Mongols. Is that what you're nervous about?
No,
that we don't have a strong enough defense against the Mongols being immoral. Is that what you're nervous about?
No,
you're worried that on this live stream people are going to think that the Mongols were moral because we're having this conversation. Is that what you're nervous about? Well, you keep bringing it up. You keep bringing it up. You seem nervous that I'm.
Well, no, it's because you guys. I just caught you in it. Like you're trying to make descriptive analysis.
Look, he's caught us. Oh no!
Judgments about that is.
We're going to start memeing the Mongols did nothing wrong. What if we start memeing that?
From their perspective,
are we allowed?
Do you hold to Mongol morality? I mean,
now you're asking us if we hold.
Okay,
to
but wait a minute.
Morality. Okay.
So wait. Well, here's the thing. We believe, and we've talked about this many a time, that morality is a product of evolution. Okay?
Yes.
And it's a natural human thing.
Right.
But we've also said repeatedly that just because something is natural doesn't mean it's good or moral. That nature is, that we would often deem nature as inherently cruel, and that a lot of our society and a lot of our moral systems are sort of combating what is, quote, natural or, quote, nature.
Yes.
Okay.
And there are different moral systems in competition with one another. You agree with that, Sargon, right? That
completely, of course.
Okay. So I guess the problem that you have is that our moral system is sacrosanct, and you don't want to imagine a world where another moral system might outcompete in the way that I'm talking about.
I'm giving you an example of a moral system that totally outcompeted everything else, but it was from my perspective personally as
but it's from
Western
like 1,000 years ago.
I don't know if I don't. On one hand, I want to ask why the Mongols failed, but on the other hand, I kind of want to move on because I feel like
I do too.
We're sort of stuck in the rut of this conversation.
I agree.
They failed because of internal fighting, right? And fractions, civil wars.
Oh, internal strife? So their moral system had no way to deal with internal strife? That doesn't sound like a good moral system.
Adam, as if America doesn't have internal strife right now.
But listen,
but it usually doesn't lead to the destruction of the country.
And not only that, we're talking about this as a possibility to deal with the internal strife. That's the whole reason we're having this conversation.
Maybe this helps you understand what I believe Sargon's contention is, but it sounds as though you guys are saying either they won because they were the moral ones, or they haven't lost yet, but they will.
No.
Well, the Mongols, Sargon brings up the Mongols as an example of dominant force, and you're like, yeah, but they lost eventually.
I think the confusion is that, or what I'm saying is, and I assume Adam agrees, is that generally what we think of as more moral will generally create productive, successful societies. Now, that doesn't mean that there can't be societies that are successful to some degree or short term that are immoral.
Yes.
And it seems to be that's where the confusion
exactly
is
right.
Kind of,
yes.
But success isn't a measure of morality.
Well, but that's where we're disagreeing.
That's our disagreement. Yes.
Right.
Okay, but
well, no, actually, no, I
problem
agree
that
with
we
you.
have,
Success
if you
isn't.
guys
Wait a minute. Success. You're right. Success isn't a measure of morality, but I do think that they often go hand in hand.
Okay, maybe that's true, but
And
success
maybe
is not the
always.
measure
That's
of
the
morality.
question.
And here's why we're saying this, because if you believe that morality exists because of evolution, then it'd have to be connected to success and thriving to some degree.
survival
Otherwise, it
and
wouldn't be connected
reproduction.
to evolution.
Yeah, but that goes into the whole like cows are super successful yet they're miserable and in massive numbers.
Well, yeah, but we don't know what cow morality is. We're talking about human morality.
Okay,
No,
but
I'm talking about
any-
the you call them successful. It's like, yeah, you can call that successful, but that doesn't mean it's moral.
Sure.
Which is why I think that this is almost.
But we're not making
useless,
that. But
because
wait,
it-
no.
The second
not
you bring
making-
it, this is where it started, right? It's you said that look at history, how much of it has cannibalism or whatever the other examples were, and have successful civilizations. If I was in the call when you said that, I'd be like, well, I mean, that's not a great argument. Let's not use that.
No. Well, I don't remember the exact argument that you're referring to, but we're not saying that success is moral. We're saying that if you believe that morality is a natural human phenomenon that exists in humans only because of natural selection, obviously it has to be bound by some of those same rules.
Yeah. And we're
But
also
if
having
it-
a conversation about
Yeah, but
justification.
that's not a very
But-
high
but-
standard.
And we also have examples that going both ways. It's like it wins out just because it was the cruelest and most efficient, or it won out because it was the most moral. So why is that a useful descriptor?
Well, first of all, but that's where you have to start to understand what morality is in the first place.
Yeah, if you're not using some
If
sort
you-
of objective measure, you're never going to be able to study morality objectively.
Well, this is where the difference is, because again, we were talking about morality mostly descriptively in terms of understanding why a moral system comes to exist. We were not saying that a moral system is that a moral system is necessarily better or quote more moral than another moral system. And I think that's where we were getting kind of stuck in this endless loop of a
Right.
conversation for.
My genuine perspective is I'm trying to be as good faith as possible. It comes across as a Martin Bailey. It feels like the argument I'm being given is look at history and see how many are successful with this act. Therefore, we can probably conclude the act isn't too good. And then I go, oh, well, that's, that doesn't really, that's not definitive at all. And then you guys say, no, I didn't say it was definitive. I'm saying it could be. And it's like,
So the example that we gave in terms of the having sex with animals was that if you have basically no successful society engaging in some behavior, okay, regardless of whether we consider it moral or immoral, there's probably a reason for that. And that behavior is probably not conducive to creating successful society.
To which the response is, it could be, it couldn't be. I don't know that that's.
Well,
really
I don't,
anything
yeah, I'd
go
have to,
on.
well,
And
but
we have
I
some
would
great
disagree, because I would
examples
say
of horrifically immoral societies that were really successful.
Yeah, and I feel like he's got a point with the Mongols like that.
yeah, but that's,
That
well,
kinda-
first of all, wait a minute. But no, he doesn't, because the Mongols self-imploded because obviously their system didn't work.
Well, no,
So if
they-
America
they
self-implodes
lost it
in the
for
next 10
300 years,
decades,
and
Well, then obviously there's a failing in the
just
American
self-implode
system.
overnight, right? Like there was a lot going on because they had a literally world-spanning empire. So
gonna
the
say,
fact
like-
that they gained any of this is fucking phenomenal,
we
If-
can't deny how successful they were, and it sounds like your metric is like, nah, they failed though, it's fine. And it's like, really? Like with how successful and how wide-reaching that civilization was, we're just going to say they imploded eventually.
Well, no,
You
no,
couldn't
because
call the Mongol Empire a failure, okay? It wouldn't be a reasonable
no,
judgment.
yes,
we're
you could.
arguing. We're
Yes, you
arguing
could. Wait a
just
minute.
definitions.
You could 100% call. Yeah, this is 100% Sitch's law. We're 100% arguing the definition of failure and success, because yes,
and
you could
also
easily-
they're super offended by us saying, like, deeming success
Offended
moral.
by anything, man.
Well,
I'm not offended.
You are. You don't. It's raising. It's triggering your moral intuition.
If
when
we're no,
talking
but
about
this is I
success
understand where the
as
confusion.
moral.
If Adam and myself are agreeing to the definition of morality as simply rules which binds a group of people together in a society, and then we say, well, it's successful or not, is dependent on whether that society goes forward or not. And then but then other people hear that and they're saying, oh, well, if you're saying it's success, then you're writing off and agreeing that this is a moral society from your perspective, which was not the argument
could
we
be an
were making
immoral.
originally.
Could be a completely immoral society.
But success isn't a measurement of virtue, of morality, right?
You're right. It's not, but it's a success of whether that moral system is successful in terms of
Yes.
propagation of the culture.
right?
Yeah, but why?
Here's the mind
hang on,
fuck.
hang on, because how is it that you don't see that validates villainy?
See,
because we're not talking. Wait, because we're not talking about validating or invalidating. We're talking about why morality exists.
And
Right.
this is
Okay,
exactly when I was joking
sure.
around about what you were worried. Like you're here as the enforcer of the moral system. You're worried that we're going to.
I'm making judgments about different moral systems. That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, and so will we. We'll
So
say
are
yes,
we.
Yes,
right.
There are tons of moral systems out there that we think are awful or bad.
Right.
Sure.
But Sargon wants to come in here and he wants to say
the mechanism you've got.
The Mongols were terrible, and they were super successful.
Look,
and by your metric, you're saying that they were moral people, and therefore you're bad because you're calling
if
the
success is your
Mongol. Checkmate, atheist. That's exactly what you're doing, Sargon.
I know. Wait, hold on. I'm glad.
I don't understand why you see success as a measure of validation for a moral system.
Well, no, but wait.
Because you're not.
Wait,
yeah.
Because you're talking about validation. Okay.
Yeah.
Under I'm glad that we're having this conversation because me and Adam we're in our own bubble, and obviously in our bubble we're generally often talking about things from evolutionary terms. So to us, it was totally invisible to us that when we were having this conversation, that other people were not understanding the context of the language we were using. So I'm glad that we're having this conversation.
When you say from an evolutionary system, what you mean is devoid of moral judgments.
Right. Oh God. Oh
right.
God.
So
devoid of
can we just lay out
our prescriptive moral judgments? Yes.
Yeah. So
can we lay out the inside the system and outside the system, just so we're having a conversation about the same thing here? Sargon, do you realize a moral system is like a set of rules for, like, do you agree with that part of what we're saying?
I agree with that definition. Yes.
Okay, so like there are.
So wait a minute. So you would agree that success, under that definition, you have to agree that success is a metric.
Yeah, what is the purpose of the moral system?
Well, okay, but when you say success, that sounds like an endorsement, right?
I understand that. And I'm glad that we're having this conversation so that me and Adam can be very clear that we're not prescriptively endorsing, necessarily the success of a moral system as being an inherently good thing or not.
Right. Okay. Well, I mean, if we want to describe, and going back to the Mongols, just because they're a really easy example, right? You could describe the moral system of the Mongols as being a very successful one
at the time. Yes.
Yeah, obviously.
Well, it depends how you define success, but
and also if they were
success
competing
being the
against other
largest
systems.
contiguous land empire in history. That's
for how long it lasts for, right?
300 years.
Okay, well, isn't that important?
Come on, really?
We're saying the Mongols weren't successful, are we? I mean, but that's not good.
So, wait.
They did it with
exactly.
raping and pillaging and murder.
I agree, it's not good. I agree, it's not good. But
were the Mongols more successful than America?
Yes.
Let's ask that. They were, okay.
Yeah.
Well, so what is your criteria for more successful?
Great enemies. The Mongols didn't. They conquered them.
What is your
overall
criteria?
Happiness of the population in terms of
what is your criteria?
Well, there we go. Right.
In terms of technology and improvements of the world.
What criteria would you like to adopt?
Well, if you're using happiness, I would say no, but
that's why I'm saying six. That's why but this is the problem. We were talking about two different concepts here, because when you say success, you're kind of loading with all sorts of moral.
That's what you did.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing now, because that's what you guys are doing. Okay.
No.
Originally, we were only talking about whether
when you were trying to say a good argument against bestiality is to look at the history of successful civilizations related to their morals. That gives a proof that naturally makes it sound like that validates that bestiality is a bad thing.
I'm saying that there's the video is about
let me
Shoe.
take a
Wait,
shot,
the video was
Sitch.
about Shoe making a naturalistic argument against bestiality, and where we were going, but we never got there because we've only watched the video for 5 seconds, was that there is legitimacy to a natural argument to some degree, and part of that degree is to look at other societies and how they function. Now, I believe it's important that you shouldn't rely simply on just saying, well, it's unnatural, but is to then break it down further to understand, well, what exactly is it about this behavior that causes moral harm, that causes societies to fail? But we never got to that part of the conversation yet.
Yeah, totally.
Okay.
So that's the only issue that I and Sargon seem to take, is that you used it in a sense that it was it leads you to a positive rather than it being a neutral that needs to be discussed.
Well, Well, no, that's not. Well, that might be your contention. Sargon has a different contention. But if that was your contention, I agree, and that was just bad. We were misspeaking. We're just not expressing ourselves properly. We didn't get to the point that we were talking about yet because we haven't got there in the video yet.
There is a
wait. Sargon's main contention, at least what you originally came on, the first thing, your first contention was that you thought we were making bad rhetorical arguments that could lead to people using that logic to justify bad behavior.
Yes.
Okay.
But
this back to the justification,
like establishing of the success as a metric of morality.
Well, let's get off the success thing for a second because I want to go back. So we're saying that every single, like, moral systems all over the world vary from place to place. They have different rules, right? We're saying the fact that bestiality is prohibited in virtually all of these various moral systems seems like some evidence that perhaps there is some degradation to society that will take place. Like we're questioning, why is this so universal between all of them? And we would not say that, like, is it because society, like you're basically saying that maybe society would try this and that it would add to the success of that society. But we're not saying that. We're just saying it's.
No, I'm not. I didn't say success at all.
Okay.
I didn't bring success into it.
We're both having different conversations on what exactly success is, which I think is. I mean, I understand what you're saying. We're having a conversation about justification. You're worried about justifications. So go ahead, MAULER.
I would suggest re-listening because I'm almost certain at one point you said that we would like annihilate the Mongols because our morals are like way better than theirs, as if there's some kind of definitive connection between those two events. If
there was a huge time machine that was going to send the United States back to when the Mongols live, and we were going to go to war with the Mongols, who would win?
Not so. Obviously, with modern technology, the Mongols are going to have trouble against us. But I mean, if the USA as a entity, they dominated for a reason, is the skip to the end portion of that one. Like it's not because they had a superior morals. That's like the main thing I'm assuming Sargon wants to get across.
Yes. Right. But moral systems also develop technology. That's part of the moral system.
Well, immoral systems can develop technology.
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah, they can.
And they can use it more ruthlessly as well.
Yeah.
Sure. But I would assume in the long run that a more moral system is going to end up creating more better technology.
And this is the thing.
That's
I almost
what
want
we've
to
seen.
Slightly alter my position now because I don't think it would be neutral if you guys said it's so weird. All of these societies have banned like fair trial and they're all successful. We should look into how bad fair trial probably is. Yeah, but that's the point of a hypothetical. I would say you could find this for. There're going to be examples of this. Something that's immoral, moral that was not allowed or allowed.
Right. I understand you're saying. I understand you're saying, like, there should be a logic that exists external of.
With the witch burning one was the easy example.
Right.
Let's say all civilizations were successful on Earth and they all did witch burnings. Very small amount of people were burned to death for the assumption that they could commit to magic. I'd be like, we don't need to discuss that as being a thing that helps the society. That's just wrong.
I understand. But when we're talking about a question of evolution, you kind of have to look at the way things have turned out in order to give merit to that principle. You can't say, well, hypothetically, if evolution turned out completely differently and we all had gills, it's like, well, then we'd be living in a different world. Like,
but there
I don't know what the
context
of that would be.
To extinction.
Everyone is picking all of these societies that failed. They're talking about the USSR. They're talking about the Nazis. They're talking about all of these societies failed. It's like, that's
the problem. Fast forward another 10,000 centuries, and everything that exists now will probably have failed.
Perhaps
there'll be new ones will have been born out of them, or whatever, or they're all gone because of some horrible, result.
Right. So, but do you think we'll go backwards? Do you think we'll adopt the moral axiom of might makes right?
I think loads of things could happen, and that's why I wouldn't want to base it on success or failure. I would rather look at the specific moral rulings or whatever.
Do you think?
Well, how do you look at the specific?
Hold on.
So that's the question.
We pluck them out. When you say the successful society had witch burnings, but also fair trial, but also the no bestiality, but also other, we'd be like, let's look at all of them and what they are.
We're talking about testing out a moral system against other people testing out moral systems. There's like
There are so many.
there's an analogy here, okay? There's the rules of basketball and there's the rules of football, right? These are two different games with two different functioning systems. If you map on like moral systems, basketball and football are competing against each other in just raw attention.
I know.
How popular are they? Okay, which is won that competition?
You make it sound as though that's the only thing that's happening when there are billions of more variables that involve the two civilizations clashing.
No, I totally agree. I only use the sports analogy to simplify it.
But also,
Well,
do you really
so-
want to
listen,
live in a successful civilization that's immoral?
Aren't all
Of course
competitive sports competing for the attention of people? Could there be a game that comes along that's better than football? I think football is all gets the most attention of any American sports. Could there be a new game that's developed that's completely different from football that people are far more entertained by and interested
Yeah,
in?
you'd call it soccer. But the thing is, I don't see how this is really an applicable comparison, right?
Because
if
we're talking about moral systems competing against in the world for
right,
members and resources.
and to do that, we are describing them, right? So we are deliberately not making a moral judgment about the moral systems themselves, and we are looking purely at their consequential impact on the world.
I chose
Like,
football
do those-
because there is no moral content. Obviously, it's just a
Sure.
game.
Sure. But like, and so we're looking at the like the moral systems of each civilization. I guess we'll just call it the greatness of the civilization, right? Let's return it to sort of like real world examples. Is that what we're doing? So we're taking the position of the universe and we're just looking at the orb of the pale blue dot. And we're looking at how civilization. Hang on.
You both agree that morality is a set of rules. That set of rules is changing over time.
Yeah, I agree.
You're arguing where we're having our disconnect is you want to come in and argue that this set of rules is the good set of rules, and I agree with you. Like, we have a set of rules that we use.
Right.
That we all are in agreement on. I'm looking at the justification for those rules because justification is a component for sustaining that set of rules over time. And
Okay,
I
but
see a
what I'm
weakness in
saying
our
then-
moral system because our justification is weak. I think looking at this stuff is examining better ways to justify our rule set.
Yeah, but what I'm saying though is like physical success isn't a good metric by which to justify moral rules.
On a prescriptive moral level, yes, and we agree with you.
Yeah, totally.
Now, I think the confusion comes from that me and Adam, and you can say we're idealistic or naive to think this, but me and Adam idealistically believe that the most moral systems by what we would judge to be moral would also create the most successful societies.
Right.
I
And
think
that-
that's where some of
that's
the
a question.
out.
That's a
Well,
question.
you
Hold on.
might disagree with that,
Listen. People are saying this in the chat. People are saying that like Nazis, by this criteria, you'd have to say that the Nazis were successful. The Nazis are gone. Like the Nazis didn't
That's
win
such
the
a
war.
weak argument, man. Such a weak argument.
Tell me.
But
tell
it's
me.
not. Wait,
tell me
that's
why
the
it
only
is a weak
argument from an
argument.
evolutionary perspective, though, which is what started the initial conversation.
Plenty of more moral civilizations were blown to pieces by immoral ones.
So, okay. So I don't know.
agree.
I don't know my history. So if that's the case,
Okay.
I mean,
But you understand?
I
we
just I
can't-
want
wait.
let me make the point
We
about the
can't
Nazis
have
because
this conversation because we keep conflating, and I understand why, because morality is such an emotionally driven topic.
triggering.
We keep
totally.
conflating the description of whether moral systems are successful for that culture and that society,
Yeah.
and whether we deem them moral or not, prospectively
our
from our
system.
moral perspective lens.
Yeah, but
okay?
I mean, it's okay to say that there are moral systems that are different to ours that are very successful, right?
right.
But the question isn't, are there successful competing moral systems? At least not a relevant question.
I'm
because that's
curious
obviously
what
yes,
your
right?
I'm curious what your measument for success is because we've been
Well,
disagreeing
whatever
about
you
that.
want. Whatever you want, you know.
Well,
Physical success. So
we're defining success
economy,
as like
power,
I-
influence.
yeah.
I don't
there
want
we
to know.
go.
I want to move on from this. I really.
Yeah, me too.
not from this.
Okay. Well, okay.
I think the chat is ready to die at this point, but
Yeah.
Okay, but I'm you know, I think that the important thing is really that we judge it to be a moral system that has moral worth.
And we
sure,
need a
that is
justification
important.
for that.
I agree.
Yeah.
Neither
But
Adam
success
nor
isn't that justification.
neither Adam nor I are moral or cultural relativists. We're not going to say, oh, everyone can do whatever the hell they want. It's their culture. I mean, that's not our perspective here. So I agree with you. I think that we can have a conversation about why morality exists, objectively and independently of throwing our own moral judgments onto something. And I think that seems to be, you're saying that you can't do that.
Well, no, of course, but the whole contention is that we as Westerners hold particular moral values that we consider to be important. And essentially what you're doing is saying they don't matter. Let's actually just judge it by material success, which opens the door to us accepting any moral system.
Well,
as long as it's successful.
We're not saying it doesn't matter, not remotely.
Yeah, we're not saying it doesn't matter. I don't know how you have a long conversation or an interesting conversation about why it's okay to eat animals and not have sex with them if that's the criteria of the conversation. Just, well, from a Western perspective, we say that this is gross, and we say that having sex with animals is gross. We're saying eating animals is not gross, and therefore that's the end of the conversation.
Yeah.
Well, I explained about the sanctity of the individual.
Yeah, but then that just goes down the road of what does it mean to
what's the justification for the sanctity of the individual? Yeah, we're just moving the goal.
Like it's an endless. You're just getting to where we're going, but with more steps. Like I don't.
Sure, but okay, it's a very strange metric to have a valueless way of evaluating morality.
What is your
Well, wait a minute.
Yeah, let's not.
That
get
might be
back
true,
into it.
but I would assume when we're talking about having sex with animals, everyone agrees that that's bad, and we don't have to really get into the values.
Well, no, there's a really successful civilization that's just over the hill that fucks animals all the time. Look how successful they are.
Do you have that citation needed?
How would you argue against it? That's the thing.
We would
Hey,
argue.
Sargon, you pulled the card on me earlier that I have to do realistic examples.
Okay,
hypotheticals. Why can't they pull that card on you?
Well, they could, admittedly, but it's just one example of any example, right? And it's weird that we abnegate our own moral position to just concern ourselves with numbers.
Numbers are a good justification for a lot of people, Sargon.
Well, they were good justification for the Mongols. And I mean, like,
see, he did it again. He did it again. Everyone's calling me bad faith. He did it again.
How's that
He's
bad
like,
faith?
Wait a minute.
You just accused me of trying to say that the Mongols are moral because of math or something. It's like, why do you keep doing that?
But you've just eradicated moral judgments from the consideration.
Wait. Hold on.
You've just literally said, I want a valueless consideration for morality, something that is about our values.
If you have the hypothetical next, if Canada is all, I'm sorry, Canadians, if Canada is in favor of having sex with animals, okay, I'll use some.
They are, aren't they? Yeah, I think that's what you need.
I'll use some fake country. Okay, some Turdonia, our neighbor to the west that we didn't know existed, Turdonia. If they're in favor of having sex with animals, okay, and then Sargon has a conversation with a Turdonian, and you're like, hey, you shouldn't have sex with animals because it's gross and it degrades your sanctity.
Yeah, and they
as an
love
individual. I mean, like, they're gonna say, well, I disagree. I think it makes me, virtuous, and it improves my life and makes me, blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know where that conversation goes.
But they're not arguing from personal sanctity, are they? They're not arguing.
They could
totally
totally make an argument for personal sanctity.
They
could make any argument they wanted.
I'd like to, and then but then I would interrogate their reasons for thinking that it made them more pure and sacred to fuck a sheep. Right?
They have some weird religion.
Yeah, I would interrogate
philosophy.
that. And until you can give me what that is, we can't have that conversation because I can't.
Okay. Well, first of all, I don't want to have to argue in favor of having sex with animals. That's
yes, this is Sargon's. This is Sargon's whole thing, and it's so insidious here because Sargon wants to put us in a position where we're arguing that the Mongols are moral. That's all he wants to do.
Here, let me take the bullet.
You've done to yourself, Adam.
Let me take the bullet.
No, listen. The Mongols are immoral fuckbags, and if I could go back in time and annihilate all of them, I would. How much clearer can I make it?
Like Jesus, I will die for your sins. Put me upon the cross. I will bear the weight of your sins.
What's happening here?
Listen, the person from Turdonia, for whatever reason, that country has a religious belief that all sheep are the closest thing to God, and therefore the only way to achieve divine essence is to have sex with a sheep.
So they're literally forcing you to have sex with sheep now. This is weird.
Exactly.
That's great, because I could make a theological argument against that.
Now you're going to. Okay, go
Well,
ahead.
all Sitch would roll him back to on that is just he's going to be atheistic arguments, just going to roll them all out. And their entire system is
there's
faulty.
no God.
Yeah.
Look at the look at the obvious contamination of the individual.
But they're just going to disagree with you. They're going to say, well,
Yeah, but they might
according
not.
to our aesthetics,
You could
and
say
our
that about
feelings,
everything
we
ever. I
believe
don't
in-
know.
No, but wait a minute. They're going to just say, well, according to our aesthetics and our feelings and our moral intuitions, we believe that there is a God, and our God tells us to have sex with sheep. And they're going to say, well, according to my moral intuitions and my aesthetics and my feelings, I think it's a degradation of the individual. And I don't know where you go from there.
But like you just said, if you can convince them, or at least provide the arguments that God doesn't exist, that shatters their entire system.
Yeah.
But you can't prove
They
or
can't shatter
disprove the
his
existence
system.
of God in the first place. So I
You
don't-
can,
how do-
because they're going to have some sort of holy book that will be incorrect, and if they believe that's correct, then
How
I
do you
can
know?
prove that's
Wait,
wrong.
what do you
and
mean?
that-
Wait. There's tons of people right now, including our audience, that believe in God. I don't think you can prove or disprove to those
yeah,
people
but
that
Sitch,
God
all
exists or
you've-
doesn't exist.
By saying that, you've just rolled us back to some people can just disagree forever. It's like, yes.
No, but Mahler, this was Sargon's original argument when he came on, was that the way you argue this topic is to simply make a moral prescription and say, well, it's gross. And that's why bestiality is wrong. And I don't know why you guys are talking about this further than that. This was your original
Okay,
argument.
well,
when you
that's
came
not my
on.
argument.
Well, I know it's not.
But that's because I thought that you guys were not devaluing any value judgments, right? I thought you'd be engaging in value judgments, but you're not engaging in value judgments.
We weren't in terms of the evolutionary sense, no. But obviously we can have a conversation about, obviously morally, we think that fucking animals is reprehensible and disgusting.
Yeah, immoral.
Okay, but I assume that we didn't have to say that. I
Yeah.
assume that
Sure.
was on its face, apparent.
Obviously, but the problem though is the structure of the way you're accomplishing or trying to
my
accomplish
God.
what you're trying to do.
He's basically saying
well,
inadvertently we've
let
made
me-
a moral boo-boo here.
Right, I understand that. So
Well,
let me
yeah,
ask you. Let me ask you a question.
you are,
So
frankly.
so Sargon, how do you respond to the tweet that says, why is it okay to eat animals but not have sex?
Yeah, that's a good question right there.
Really.
Well, no, I want to know
what's your
answer
response.
to-
Where's your citation?
Why do I need a citation?
No, you don't need a citation. I'm just saying, how would you respond to that question?
Well, I would say that there are things in different contexts that we value it to be morally acceptable to do in certain ways for lots of different cultural reasons, and that would be an accurate answer.
But that's kind of like a non-answer, though.
Yeah, it's not
No,
an answer.
that's an accurate description of what we do.
But it's so general. You're not really answering. You're not getting to the meat of the issue.
Hey,
Nice.
Mahler, do you want the watch together tweet?
What-
Are you going to stick around? Sargon said he only had an hour, but I think we've had him here for like
Yeah,
2 or
I know.
3
I
hours.
was lucky I
You're
could- I
probably
could
in
go
big
late.
trouble. Sargon, is it immoral when your wife tells you to get a good night's sleep and you stay up late arguing with people on the internet? Is that moral or immoral?
Yes, it is.
I'm
It
curious.
is immoral. But
He's preventing our audience from turning to beast sex, Adam. It's very moral. This is the
I
most
know. Just tell her you were saving
okay,
lives.
look, I'll head off if that's what you're hinting at.
No,
But-
I'm just kidding. No, I'm just kidding. Stick
'cause
around as long as you want.
Adam, honestly, right? There's a reason that your chat has been screeching that you're acting in bad faith in a lot of this,
Me?
right? Because you have been.
Let's not.
right? No, you have though, right? I have not been acting in bad faith as far as I can tell. Right?
Sargon,
And so,
Sargon, I love you to
I'm
death. and
just
I don't
saying,
want to. I don't want you to. I mean, I don't. What have I done that has been in bad faith? I feel like you.
I'll let the comments explain that to you, man. I don't want to.
Well, I do.
But anyway,
I mean, I've accused you of bad faith. I don't honestly
I know,
think that you're.
I know,
I
I'm
don't
kind of
honest.
annoyed, to be honest.
I retract that statement. I don't honestly
Thank
feel
you.
like you're
I
acting.
appreciate that.
I don't feel like you're arguing in bad faith, and bad faith is a little bit too far because bad faith means that you're being
Well, I wouldn't.
dishonest on the face of it. And I don't think anything you've said, I don't think you've been being dishonest at all. I think.
Well,
Listen,
thank you. I appreciate it because
I
I
don't-
don't. I really like you guys. I love your show. I watch it
Yeah,
every week.
we love having
like,
you on. This
you know-
it's like arguing over this stuff is fun as hell. So I don't want you to walk away with any bad feelings. And I have
No,
zero
yeah,
bad
thank you.
feelings about any of this.
Good.
So
Good. Well, same
I-
here. Obviously, I don't bear grudges anyway. But
I don't think anyone here is arguing in bad faith. What I do
Yes.
think happens in these conversations, and this happens in lots of disagreements, discussions, and arguments in the internet and in real life, is that when you start going down these long pathways, because people haven't thought out the argumentation for their entire belief, they end up getting stuck in these conversation circles and loops where they're just trying to respond to whatever is being asked of them. They're not thinking of it in terms of the entire context of their argument is.
Yep.
And often they kind of get lost into what was their original point.
Yeah.
Oftentimes start arguing with things that don't necessarily make sense with whatever the original point is.
And
I think that's happened in this conversation.
And we're arguing always as human beings, we're arguing at two different levels. We're arguing at the moral intuition level, and we're arguing at the logical, reasonable level. So there is obviously a little bit of that going on. Obviously, I got triggered as fuck. I enjoy listening back to me being triggered because I think it's funny as hell. But yeah, I don't want you to.
Thanks for a good show.
Stick around as long as you want, Sargon. Too. I'm not trying to.
Well, I do
have
to go. I mean, I'm going to be late.
I was just ribbing you a little bit. Obviously, you're welcome on anytime. And
yeah, I know. Yeah. But all I'm saying is, like, I just don't see how you can apply non-moral criteria to what is expressly moral criteria, right?
Yeah.
Like saying, well, what's your argument that it's wrong? Is like, well, I have moral arguments that it's wrong. I mean, I can probably find scientific arguments as to why you shouldn't do it, as in there's probably diseases or something like that. But, that's not the question, because the question is, why is it morally wrong? Not why is it practically wrong?
I think that just the difference in opinion here is that, I assume Adam thinks this too, is that we think all these moral claims do come from something practical at the end of the day.
Yeah,
and
totally.
Part of what's interesting is kind of teasing that out to see what exactly that is.
Our cultural view of what a good person is, what a virtuous person is, doesn't include someone who fucks animals, right?
Yeah.
Right. And but I assume you would agree there's a practical reason for that.
There probably are. Like I said, there's probably lots of them, but they're not moral reasons.
Sure, no, but the difference I'm saying is the difference in our opinions is that we're saying that we think most moral, if not all moral opinions, stem from some practical root.
And that's what we're trying to figure out. Yeah.
That's what moral decisions are.
The problem, though, is that there are lots of things that we consider immoral that are very practical. And
okay, that's interesting. Right. Yeah.
And no. I think this is important because the problem we have is that there's finding a dividing line there is kind of difficult if you are if you're going below morality into the realm of what works and what doesn't, because it turns out then suddenly, if we're not considering moral reasons, not making value judgments about these things, then lots of horrible things become very practical.
What's in wait, but what I think we're using the term practical differently. Okay?
Yeah.
Because when you say there's something that's immoral that's practical, what are you talking about?
Things that are
tangible
to our advantage as a civilization, right?
Well, give me an example, because I think we're just using the term practical.
Stealing from someone else.
Okay, but I would say, well, that's not practical and conducive. There's a practical reason why society doesn't want you to steal, because economic function can generally only exist if we're operating under the idea of trust with one another.
Sure,
if you just think your stuff's going to get stolen, then obviously you can't, who's going to work hard? Who's going to participate in society?
Yeah, but empires have existed for all of human history, right? So
where they would steal from someone else.
Other civilizations,
right?
Yeah.
Right. But they're outside of the moral system. They're the outgroup. You can always enact horrible things on the outgroup. Sure.
Well, I mean, we don't though. That's the thing.
I know.
We have a moral system that doesn't allow that.
Right. And that's why I think our moral system is better.
Yeah, I agree. And more successful.
That's not practical. That's anti-practical.
Well, I would disagree, because I would say because we live in a world where we have nuclear weapons and we can basically destroy all of life, we do have to get along with other countries and other civilizations in the world.
Well, it's the reason we just lost in Afghanistan, right? Our moral values are the reason we lost, not because of our physical strength.
Well, it's a question of we didn't want to, if we're weighing the moral judgment, and we talk about necessary evil, do we want to sacrifice the lives in order to try to westernize or fix Afghanistan, or if that's even possible, because maybe it's not even possible, right?
Yeah.
In the first place.
It would have been within our power to just eradicate the Afghanis.
Sure, but people don't want to eradicate the Afghanis. They want to eradicate the Taliban.
Sure.
They don't want they don't want to salt the earth of the entire country of Afghanistan.
That's because of prior moral assumptions, right? Not because of practical underpinning.
Let's move on, guys. People are getting tired of this. So, do you want to watch the video? Should I send you the
no
watch together link?
It is 1 o'clock now, but I do have to go.
I sent Mauler the link. I don't know. You guys are both in the same neck of the woods, though. Mauler, is it late?
My schedule is not Sargon's. Sargon's, you have a nice sleep, okay? I'm like in midday in a way.
Sargon
really?
is like
fascinating.
an adult, and Mahler is not.
No.
It's just the horses for courses. But yeah, thanks for having me on. But I think that's the root of it, Adam. Anyway, thanks for having me on, guys.
Hey, if you want to talk about this more, Sargon, I'm totally down to reach out, because I do have fascinating questions about this, and I would like to. I could talk for fucking days on this, so let's do it. Let's do it another time.
Yeah, man. Anyway, just DM me on Discord, obviously.
All right.
Anyway, take it easy, guys.
Later.
See you, dude.
Laters.
What a nerd.
We don't in our moral system. Mauler,
I should just say this is
coming
from the guy. This is from the guy that said the Sith were right. That should have been it. That was the trump card in the debate.
Maybe they were Sitch. Maybe they were. Look at the sequels.
In the Mauler Rags moral community, the EFAP moral community, they talk shit about people when they leave the show. Isn't that one of your moral prescriptions?
No, we don't. Just I do sometimes.
So see, I know.
Exactly. I'm not gonna. I can't stay for much longer because I said to someone else I'd hang out with them. But I was interested in this whole, because I don't want to avoid it. I really like difficult moral questions. We do this on EFAP all the time. We are like hypothetical extremists. We love getting the craziest of unrealistic and alternate dimension-y hypotheticals to really dig down into principle. And so this whole if it's okay to do X, Y, and Z to animals through what industries we have now, why isn't it okay to do the other thing? I find them incredibly complex questions to actually find the answers to. And I'm more than happy to admit that we're still struggling on this one. Everyone's still discussing it, and not everyone gets convinced by a lot of the answers each side come up with, all the multiple sides come up with. If I'm getting this right, like you guys, what we're deriving from the past societies one is just that what damage will this do to our society if we say, hey, you know what, you guys are eating animals, you can go ahead and fuck them too. It's like, oh shit, that might do something really horrendous.
Yeah.
And so I think that is included in the many possible arguments for why we can suppress this. But the reason I came on is I really wanted to say, it's like, we shouldn't give up at saying it's gross. We should push for more than that, especially when there's people out there who are listening who are like, this is not that they want to do it, but they are like, how can I claim it's a bad thing to do if I have no argument beyond my field? So, I understand why you guys are bringing that up, which is another thing I want to talk about, but I didn't want to drag us out forever. When someone tells you, for example, the consent one, right? Like, you shouldn't have sex with other adults unless you have consent.
Right.
If someone went like, well, that's just your feelings, you haven't justified that in any way. It's like, yeah, but it is a rule rather than I don't like it because it makes me feel bad, and that I will allow you to apply it to everything, and you can try and point me out in terms of maybe hypocrisies. But
I wouldn't say it's a rule. I'd say you can make there's an argument for why children can't conceive and consent of sexual activity that adults can't.
What I'm saying is, if I use that there, and then you could be like, I know this is bizarre, but if you said like, oh, so if a woman is totally drunk and doesn't consent, that's bad too, I'd be like, yeah, and for the same reason.
Right.
I'm trying to be consistent about this. It's not, and maybe sometimes we come across ones where I go, that is bad, even though it doesn't gross me out about particular ones, and then vice versa. It could gross me out, but really I can't make an argument against it. And it's like, we should really fight to get the arguments out. So I understand the desire that you guys definitely have and are pushing toward, because we can go down some really dark roads when someone's like, hey, by this logic, this is okay, right? And it's like, oh shit. Like, we need to figure that one out quick.
It's kind of reminiscent to me of, I don't know if you heard this from a while ago. This was like Destiny had the incest debate, and he would keep debating people on why incest was wrong. And no one could really...
Yeah, I remember that, yeah.
No one could really come up with a reason. And it would all kind of rely to similarly to what Sargon's position was, which is like, it feels gross. And to me, it's like, but I just want to say, let me finish, is that in Destiny, he's not arguing in favor of incest. He thought incest is wrong, but he had logic, he was trying to kind of remove the emotion from it and say, well, why is it bad to society? Why is it logically wrong to engage in incest?
That was the important part. He had an argument in his back pocket, but he couldn't let anyone know about it until he'd proven they had none, because otherwise they could use it. They'd be like, what is yours? Oh yeah, that's same for me, actually. Yeah, because it was a really good thought experiment. It's one of the first things I ever heard from him, because I was like, what? He's defending incest? And then I was listening to him, I was like, huh, interesting. And one of the things that happened in there, which is why I try to engage with hypotheticals at all times, is he said, what if we have two guys who grown up separately, separated from birth, met up in college, consented, and had sex with each other? And it's like, oh, that's ridiculous. The odds of that happening. And it's like, engage with it. Tell me why it's wrong.
Right. And I
find that really interesting. Yeah,
it is. I mean, and that's one of, I think one of Jonathan Haidt's examples is not exactly that, but it's like, what if you had two brothers who are both adults and are the same age and are, with reasonably same positions of power, and they engage in sexual activity? Is that, was that wrong?
It was a brother and sister. It was
Oh, I thought it was two brothers.
Yeah, with brother and sister, they usually argue there's the potential for offspring that would be genetic.
No, I thought that's why he said two brothers, was because
she was on birth control and they used a condom, so they had two forms of birth control. Yeah,
right, and so to me, that's
which is gross. Let's just get that out of here.
No, but
what the fuck?
Yeah, but to me, my argument against that would be, with it's sort of the way rules in society work is that you have to kind of make these general rules that apply to all situations. And I don't think you can have a functioning society where incest is basically allowed, because part of the idea is that, like, when you're living in your home and you have parents and you have children, your wife and your husband doesn't want to have to be worry that the other person's going to possibly have sex with their children. Like, they have to view their partner as a potentially safe person for their children. And I don't think society can function unless there's that safety and trust. And removing sex from that equation is a big deal.
And because some people in chat are already rolling out the regular arguments, the birth defects and the power dynamics and stuff. Right. And the idea with the hypothetical is to remove all of them. But still, there's a meta argument which Destiny uses, which is that if we were to start normalizing the particular ones are okay, and we're talking like 0.1% of them, maybe less, it can have a knock-on effect, and it can start to normalize.
That's exactly what I just said.
The dominoes, and that's a pretty, which is one that may very well likely strongly apply to this. Where what is the knock-on effect of killing animals for food versus fucking them? And
are you talking about a potential to normalize incest, or are you talking about the?
Well, no, I'm saying, like, you could have some runoff. You could create a hypothetical situation where you have people engaging in incest, where only the ancestral engagement is the immoral action, where there is no power differential dynamic, there's no potential offspring that are going to be fucked up or something like that.
I don't think you could normalize incest, though, because
no. I'm saying that the reason that you could create a hyper-specific hypothetical where you shave down all the extraneous factors and just rely on the incest, that would still be an immoral action, or still something society should not condone, because of the normalizing effect it could have if you were to start saying that, well, these one-off incest situations are okay.
Yeah, and normalizing in this case, not meaning it binary, meaning a scale. Like, it could move it from where it was to somewhere else, and then thus incest cases start to rise because more people are encouraged by it or something, and be like, oh shit.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Why do you think people are so worried about normalizing things so much? Like normalizing bad behavior,
because it definitely can occur, right? I mean,
I think it's because social pressure is one of the biggest forces society has keeping it in check, and normalizing something is taking away the social pressure aspect of it. Which is, I mean, if there's no social pressure, then there's nothing.
But to me, that's why, and this is why I was talking about Jordan Peterson. When he would explain the rationale for something that was, quote, common sense, that's why it's interesting to me, because it shows you, well, this is why you shouldn't just deconstruct these, quote, traditional wisdom willy-nilly. That the traditional wisdom does have merit, even if you're not aware of what that merit necessarily is, generally.
Yes. I think we have to look at what's worked. We have to look at consult our moral intuitions, but it's super important to remember that moral intuitions can and often are wrong. They did have a moral intuition that slavery was very practical, even though it was not as useful for society, and I would argue immoral by
but even then,
our framework.
I don't I might disagree with that, because I think people even then, their moral intuition that slavery
Was
is
that
wrong,
it was wrong?
and that's why they had to create rationalizations like, oh, they're not people, they're not
Right.
like humans, like they had to create some justification for it.
Right. Okay, that's interesting side.
Yeah,
I sent you a
that's-
link, Mauler, if you wanted.
Oh, I was gonna say I'm probably gonna jump out now, I'm afraid.
okay.
But just as closing as like we all are okay with operating on the lowest tier, which is just, does it make you go or does it make you go or does it make you feel nothing at all? But I assume we're all here because we're trying to go further than that.
Yes.
kind of the
yeah.
point.
Yes, right.
Hugely. Yeah, hugely.
Because
Right, and that-
I see a lot of aggressive responses for both sides on chat, and I'm just like, look, everyone's still trying to figure all of this out. There is no 100% convincing argument for basically any of this stuff. We do the best we can.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, it is
Yeah.
interesting that the moral intuition, like the whole first rule of moral psychology is intuitions come first, strategic reasoning second. That most people, and Jonathan Haidt has done the research on this. He's done several experiments where they hypnotize people and give them some moral intuition, and they go with their moral intuition every time over rational arguments. That gut feeling, that or oh, or that you're talking about is generally the guiding principle in 99% of people. 99% of people never go past that, and if they do, they just go past it to justify the moral intuition, which, I mean, that's not really getting past it, is it?
Well, and someone said disgust is 100% a reasonable justification. It'll be what I use with stuff that I can't come up with the arguments for. I'll just be like, nah, it's fucking disgusting, I'm out, that sort of thing. And it'll be good enough for me. But if someone wasn't convinced by that, I mean, yeah, they probably wouldn't be. And that's the best I could do at that point. And I would want to find the arguments that I could do better with than that.
Yeah, because it's interesting.
And we can get more people out of the fucking crazy perspectives they may have if we can get better arguments,
Yeah, that's how you orient people.
But all right, you lads have fun, chat, be well behaved, look after these two, and Star Wars is boring, the grift is over.
That's
I
true.
mean,
That's
Marvel's
true.
still around.
Oh, did you see what the next season of Star Trek Picard is going to be about?
I haven't even watched the first one. I watch everyone's
Well, I
coverage
didn't watch
of
it
it, really.
either.
But...
I watched the Red Letter Media guys talking about it. It's going to be about Picard gets Q puts Picard in a 21st century authoritarian alternate Earth.
Well, that sounds wonderful.
So basically, they're really pushing the Trump ad.
They are. Wow.
Narrative, yeah.
Also, someone said morally the Star Wars sequels are disgusting. Agreed. That's
True.
Objective.
Isn't the
Objective
Klingon
morality
society? Isn't the Klingon society basically the authoritarian, might makes right society? It seems like it is from my.
Well, so it's like it's the warrior honor culture society, yeah.
Right.
I mean, so it has a lot of overlap, but there are rules. It's not just might makes right.
Right. Okay.
Also, I'm sorry, I don't think I've met him before. Actual Justice Warrior. He's saying I'm running. Who are you?
Oh, he's just Sean is just messing with you.
Running.
When Sargon left, he said Sargon's running.
Tell him I said hi, or at least I guess he's listening. Hello, how you doing? All right, I'm gonna jump out and. you guys
I
have
mean, goodbye. Have fun.
fun. Toodle pip, cheerio.
Take care, man.
Thanks
Thanks
for
for
coming
jumping
on.
in.
Thanks for
Okie
jumping
dokie.
in. Okay, see you later.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. Okay, now Shoe can come on and we can talk for another.
Shoot, yeah, please. No. This is our longest pause. We're 4 minutes into this video. It's
I know this is a new record. No.
haven't
I
even
want
told
you.
my
I want
Jay
you to come on.
Leno.
If you're listening, Shoe, I want you to come on because we'll actually talk about the video with Shoe. So
Yes. Yeah.
yes, but anyway, let's continue.
It was good. Just in closing, before we get back to the video, it was good in sussing out that people are just consulting their moral intuitions, and they're getting super triggered by us even doing that, which is something.
Yes. Well, no, I'm glad we had the conversation because one, I thought it was interesting. Two, as I said, I think that you and me, because we often think of things purely from this evolutionary perspective, it's very easy for us to not throw out the disclaimers.
Just be talking to one another in the bubble. Yeah.
Right. And assume everyone knows where we're coming from. But yeah, no, it is interesting that people, and I understand why, we talk about these very emotionally charged issues, people don't even want to discuss them because the potential of discussion means that you could potentially
weaken
be
the moral
dissuaded,
argument. Yeah.
right? Which was what I thought was bizarre, because that was literally Sargon's original argument when he came on stream, was that you shouldn't discuss this because by discussing it, you're giving ammunition to people who want to deconstruct this. And I'm like, to me, it's just the opposite. If you don't understand why something's important, it makes it very easy for someone to come along and say we should throw it out.
Yeah.
Because then, because if they don't have if you don't have moral intuitions that point you against something, then you say, oh, well, okay, that makes sense to me.
Gone. Yeah.
So
we're trying to save that stuff. We're trying to come up with like more better arguments.
right.
And I do realize, I mean, we're thinking on our feet here. Our arguments aren't solid by any means. I know the weaknesses in my argument. I've been debating this stuff for years. So yeah.
Anyway,
let's move on.
where were we in this video?
Who
I don't
knows?
remember.
Oh, we're gonna back up a bit. Oh,
Something very ugly and very dark about the person who does it. To be clear, this doesn't excuse any action, doesn't mean either of these things are morally acceptable, but I do think there's some difference here.
Oh, right. His argument was the difference between eating an animal and having sex with an animal was that the intention, that a person who's eating the animal does not intend or derive pleasure from causing harm, where someone having sex with an animal does derive pleasure from causing harm. And we were saying that that's ridiculous because obviously people, I assume people that have sex with animals are just getting some sort of sexual gratification off of it. I don't think they're getting off on harming an animal. But
how many weirdos out there would like to have sex with animals to gain gratification, but don't because they don't want to harm the animal? And if you took harming the animal off the table, they would engage in it.
Yeah, I'm sure if you ask those people, they would probably say, "Oh, the animal enjoys it" or something. You know, like this is a weird argument to me.
Yeah,
it's not. I don't think it's true either.
Yes,
I don't think that people feel that way.
What I just said was very contentious. I know that. A hardlining consequentialist might immediately respond, "Who cares about motive, Big Joel? All that matters is the effect that an action has. Everything else is just nonsense." Now, I could say a lot of things to that consequentialist, but if I engaged in that conversation, this video would truly take forever. I'm happy that people might disagree with me on this because my point is just that the question is complicated, that it gets at the very center of how morality works, how we should treat our moral intuitions, and why. And now it's time for us to explore how this question, strange as it is, got explored on twitter.com. I debated whether or not to properly introduce Shoe0nhead in this video. Information about
she did look better in that picture, you got to admit.
I mean, in this picture? This picture?
Oh, now she's got the little doll of Shoe0nhead.
her isn't particularly important to the point I'm trying to make, so part of me thought,
oh my God, did he just...
No. Shoo!
Did he just drop Shoe0nhead off a rooftop? It looks
That's
like,
right.
oh my goodness.
Just fell to her death.
Yeah.
Wow. The misogyny!
why bother? But she is pretty dang famous online, so I figured I'd give a bit of info to the totally uninitiated. Shoe0nhead began her career as an anti-feminist, anti-SJW gamer gator. Her career revolved around finding some snowflake online and roasting them.
An anti-social justice, anti-gamer gamer. Gamer gator.
Oh my God.
She is champing at the bit as someone told me. Looking for some person to roast who has a bad opinion. Some bedroom feminist, yes.
Is this true? I don't know. I want you to defend herself.
Shoe, defend yourself. Is this true? Is this all you did? Did you dishonestly scour the internet for small channels to destroy some special little snowflakes?
Shoe came on once, and I think that she said Sargon, she had a video that blew up that Sargon commented on and maybe shared or something like that made her even bigger. There was some connection between her and Sargon that was in her inception.
But this is like the peak dishonest gaslight thing that the leftists say. And most of them have stopped saying it because it's so obviously not true. They used to always say, "Oh, you anti-SJWs, you're just going around looking for bedroom feminists who are these nobodies who have very unimportant thoughts about society, and you're just critiquing them and destroying them."
Oh, we got that wrong.
Right. And now, where are we now?
Yeah,
where all those supposed bedroom feminists are now, their ideology is basically
Right.
one of the most popular political ideologies on Twitch. You have a whole litany of leftists and socialist streamers and YouTubers now. And so they stopped making that argument. So it's bizarre for Joel to now bring back that old argument again
Yeah.
when it's
Them
so
hard-
obviously not reality.
All those bedroom feminists, they're working for the New York Times now.
Right. And now that ideology has become so dominant in mainstream media, and even at the time, because like one of Shoe's most popular videos was the she even made the button, the wage gap
Yeah,
button.
the wage gap
Okay.
button.
And that was something that was such a popular, that was written in every newspaper. Fucking Obama passed a bullshit executive order to address the non-problem. Like, just trying to make this out, it's so dishonest, Joel, to try to frame her in this way, try to frame us in this way.
She is basically trying to fight against wrong information in the world, like we all tend to do. And Joel is categorizing that as dunking on bedroom feminists who don't matter.
Right.
It doesn't matter that the wage gap is incorrect. It doesn't matter that it's a huge virtue signal point for politicians. That's a bold-faced lie. None of that matters, right?
Yeah, right.
And so I figured I'd give a bit of info to the totally uninitiated. Shoe0nhead began her career as an anti-feminist, anti-SJW gamer-gator. Her career revolved around finding some...
Yes, Shoe. We do want you to come on. Come on, Shoe. I sent you the link, didn't I?
Yeah.
Join us.
Shoe's not
Defend yourself, you evil
Shoe's not in
anti-SJW
England.
gamer-gator. She's in the chat.
Shoe's not in England, so she's... God,
That's
I would
right.
love to hear. At least come on and tell us. At least tell us in the chat what you thought of that whole morality interaction. Morality is so tough to talk about, man. Everyone just gets triggered as fuck, myself included. I'm not. Obviously, I was probably more triggered than half of you. So,
You were. You definitely were.
I just it's all this contentious stuff. It's so contentious. Go ahead.
JMac for $50. Thank you so much, JMac. I know we're like super far behind on super chats. Adam, as a president, if libertarianism's, it's not that we don't agree with those moral foundations, it's the method through which they're enforced that we disagree with. Current day progressives are all about forceful coercion to what is, quote, progress.
Yeah.
True. Yeah. I
Some snowflake online.
Uh-oh. I think Shoe jumped in.
Shoe jumped into the watch.
I see her in the watch together room. I don't know if
Yes.
she's in there, obviously.
See, she even has herself named. Good job, Shoe.
What's Shoe distracted me on the super chat. Do you mind giving me the gist of what was said?
It's not that libertarians don't agree with those moral foundations, it's that they disagree with the enforcement mechanism of coercion.
Right. Yes. This is Jonathan Haidt has a great talk about this, about the moral foundations of the libertarians. Libertarians are basically a single foundation morality where all they care about is liberty, oppression. And it's funny because I don't know if you've read Jonathan Haidt, Jay, but on the scale here you can see like the Liberty Oppression Foundation here. See how that's super fat and every other one of them is like non-existent. So exactly what you're saying. I don't know if you came to it through reading Haidt or if you came to it just of your own moral intuition, but that is exactly correct. That is exactly correct. Yeah. So this is what's interesting about the Jonathan Haidt stuff, because the moral intuitions very often come into conflict. And obviously if your chief idea about morality revolves around the Liberty Oppression Foundation, when two moral intuitions come into conflict, you know what you're going to side with, the one that is most central to your moral system. That's another thing that's super difficult, because we're having this conversation about moral systems in context of societies. And it's super more complicated than that too, because we have three functioning moral systems in our political system. So we have one system of politics and three moral systems. We have libertarians, progressives, and conservatives, which all have very different moral intuitions and very different right and wrongs. So the conflict over abortion is really between the conservative moral system and the progressive libertarian moral system. So you have those two like warring factions within a larger moral system. So there's these nested hierarchies of moral systems. Should we move on? Or are you communicating?
I'm trying to. There's two links. There's one for the watch together, and there's one for the Zoom.
Yeah.
You should be able to just click the Zoom link, Shoe, and it should just automatically send you here. You shouldn't have to do anything once you click the link. So
yeah. So yeah, that is the difference that Jay brings up in the super chat. And I mean, this is another difficult question about the abortion stuff, because if you know this kind of if you have this kind of information, this kind of worldview, a lot of you starts asking, is that position somebody has on abortion based on those moral intuitions? What exactly is going on here? And the logical arguments appear to be post hoc. I know that a lot of people are attached to those logical arguments, obviously, because they feel like it justifies it for them, but it just doesn't justify it for other people. It doesn't work for other people.
There's a good question. Are sheepskin condoms bestiality? That's the real question, Adam. AJ Morris, 2021 IRC. For $20 says, I watch this stuff during work. Usually it's great for these long overtime days. Also, S-Class is the best class.
See, I honestly think it's immoral how Sitch always has so much energy. The energy level goes up to like a 20, a 30. It's off the charts. Oh my God, energy level when he reads the S-Class is best class. And then when he reads the A team reigns supreme, he slow walks. It kind of sounds, dire, like he has the COVID or something. It sounds like he's very.
Well, saying A team reigns supreme goes against my moral sanctity. Adam,
that's what I thought. Well, I think it's immoral.
Hey, you anti-SJW gamergator. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I know.
Can you hear us? Can we hear you?
She was having a boomer moment.
That's okay.
I thought
we can't
I heard
hear
a
you
breath.
if you're saying something, but that was me moving my microphone.
Has Shoe had a live stream with Mauler? I'm curious. We could have had like a Mauler Shoe meeting for the very first time.
Oh my God, that's right. No, I don't think they have.
I think Shoe has done streams with Sargon before. I definitely know. Yeah,
of course. Yeah.
JMac
for $100. Thank you so much, JMac. Daddy JMac says moral subjectivity is likened to a car. I want a car that's got a great safety rating, fits my family, gets great gas mileage. I encourage others that this is the best. However, if you want a fast car and don't care about safety, then our quote moral vehicle does not match up. There you go.
Yeah, those are the different moral systems. Yeah,
that's right.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Look at that.
Yes.
What's up, Shoe? How you doing? Thanks for joining us. Uh-oh. It didn't last long.
Did you
Can you guys hear me?
Now we can hear you, yes.
Hello.
Maybe you're turning your mic on and off or something.
Yes.
I don't know.
So are you an evil anti-SJW gamergator?
I'm sorry. Wait, hold on. There's a huge echo. Wait 1 second. I'm such a fucking boomer. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, you have to close the stream if you're talking to us.
Okay, I got it. Yeah, I did that. I was like, what the hell is happening? Okay. So yes, I'm an evil anti-SJW. Totally. What's funny is though, like, I like Big Joel. Like, he's nice, and I watched this video, and like some of what he said was true. It's just like, act like an idiot on Twitter, and
no. Don't give in. Don't give in.
No. It's not giving in. But he's just like, like if you're gonna engage people, do it right and like be more, mature about the whatever. Sure, okay. But like, what the funniest part about this, like you'll see, is he made the same argument I made. The only difference is he didn't do it in tweet form, so he could like do like 5 minutes of explaining. But his argument was basically the same as mine. Like you'll see, it's like, but he just, worded it differently and worded it smarter and had like a bigger explanation because like I don't know if he showed my argument yet. I don't think he
No,
did.
we haven't.
Right now
we
he's
haven't got
doing
there
the.
yet.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. Yeah, you'll see. It's like basically the same like mindset that both of our explanations are coming from. So that's just the part I was like really confused about, and I don't know. So I was interested in listening to what you guys thought. But
Yeah. Well, well, first of all, did you leave the watch together room?
yes, I'm sorry. Hold on.
You have to go back into. But
Wait.
I don't know if you heard our 3-hour long argument with our Sargon
Side
just
debate,
now,
yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay,
I'm
never
also
mind.
I'm
No, I
also
only caught-
curious what your argument was because we didn't hear the Twitter argument.
Yeah, he's gonna show it.
Okay, good.
I won't give.
Don't spoil
spoilers.
it. No spoilers.
I only saw some of it.
Mhm.
Like I was like, oh, they're gonna talk, and like I did a whole bunch of stuff. Like I was out all day basically, and I came back and you were like still talking.
I know!
And the video was still the video was still paused in
Yeah,
the
I'm
same
fine.
area.
I know.
So I was like, damn, okay, they're going off, but I didn't hear most of it.
Okay.
Well, I guess it worked out well because Sargon wanted to come on. He's like, oh, he wanted to come on for an hour. I'm like, oh, this is perfect. By the time he'll come on, we'll talk an hour, and then we'll be done just in time for Shoe to be back and come on. And I was like, no, that conversation went way on. But I guess it's better this way because then if we like finish the video and then we come on, we have to try to discuss this from memory. But
What
Mhm.
why do you think Big Joel is not wearing pants in this picture? I'm super curious about that. What's
because he's
going
gonna
on
have
here?
sex with the animal.
Wait,
He's
no, he is. Wait, right?
I don't
think
know.
he is.
It doesn't
can't
look.
tell.
He's not wearing. I don't know. I don't
The
see
ass
pants.
is fat.
I
That
don't
ass.
see- I
That
don't
looks
see
like a
pants on
pantsless
there.
ass. Yes.
You're doing a
The
video
drawings
about
are so
bestiality.
cute. I love the drawings.
He's doing a video about bestiality, and it has a picture of him running around with his pants off, and the duck is wearing his sweater.
Yep.
What's happening?
It's the night
here?
after. Yeah.
I'm very
Yeah.
confused.
So he's doing the walk of shame. It's the what?
See, I think that's the problem is that the cutesy animation of the video like manipulates.
I love it so much.
I know it's great, but it manipulates. You're like, oh, this must be true because I like the animation. Like, wait a minute. These arguments
Yeah.
are terrible.
Yeah.
Info to the totally uninitiated. Shoe0nhead began her career as an anti-feminist, anti-SJW gamer gator. Her career revolved around finding some
Is that wait,
snowflake online and roasting them hardcore with facts and logic.
True.
is that a fair characterization?
True. That is
you
what I
agree?
did.
I would
I
completely
roasted them
disagree
with
with that.
No, I actually never went after a bedroom feminist. No, I'm sorry. There was one video where she
Mhm.
talked about skincare. There was a bedroom feminist, and I'm really into skincare. I think that was the one like bedroom. It was usually like corporate fucking like BuzzFeed,
Right.
Cosmopolitan.
The
like,
wage gap.
Yeah,
stuff.
pushing out the wage gap stuff like pink tax ads and stuff like that. So I don't know. It wasn't. I think a few times maybe I did the bedroom feminist thing, but I don't know. But no, he's correct. It was anti-SJW, pwned with facts and logic. Absolutely.
Well, but he's not correct. He's kind of characterizing you as looking for just the bedroom snowflakes to go
Mhm.
after, which I think that's dishonest.
Yeah, no, I don't think that was. There were some people who did that, but like, yeah,
Right.
I don't think you did it either.
No. I usually respond to other people's videos that were large. Well, I had no audience at the time, so obviously I was the bedroom anti-SJW, but
That is
Yeah.
until roughly 2016 when two major things happened. First, Donald Trump was elected president and it shocked a lot of people. Second, Bernie Sanders became a household name and with him came a renewed mainstream interest in socialism. After this, feminism slowly
that's kind of interesting, isn't it? Because Bernie Sanders made such a he went so out of his way to say that he's not a socialist. And that he's not advocating for socialism. And now Big Joel's like, well, Bernie Sanders brought socialism back.
I know.
It's a little weird.
Yeah, it's funny.
crept into the background of online discourse, and Shoe0nhead changed gears in a good way. She was always a liberal, and she started emphasizing her support for leftist policies and Bernie Sanders more than her hatred for feminism and SJWs. A lot of people seem very
Did
concerned
both
with the
at
question.
the same time.
That's what's weird.
You
Because
can walk and chew bubblegum.
yeah, because like you can be in favor of Bernie Sanders. I mean, you can even be in favor of socialism technically, and still be anti-SJW, anti-woke. Like,
No, it was completely different accesses. Like,
right.
yeah, culture critique and like politics and like econ and shit is like completely different things. You wouldn't know that like on the internet, but
right. No, I agree completely. Because you can definitely separate the economic arguments from the social arguments, but maybe the contention is because academically, if you look at all the woke stuff, it all derives from like Marxist Marxist sociology specifically, and maybe that's where the overlap comes in.
Has Shoe0nhead changed? And I can't tell you the answer to that. She's
yeah, lucky she's here. We can ask her.
Have you changed your ways, Shoe? Are you no longer a badmans?
You know what's so funny? Okay, so like from the Sargon side, like I know you guys are friends with him. I'm not shitting on him. From the like a lot of people in the
we
Sargon
just had a very
side,
contentious argument for
a lot
3
of people.
hours.
Oh really? And a lot of people on the this side are like Shoe changed, but I didn't like at all. I just educated myself a little bit more on topics and like, oh, maybe this stuff isn't that important, and I'm gonna focus on this stuff. But like overall, I still like I'm very much the shithead that I've always been, and I keep trying to say that, and like neither side understands like what I'm talking about. It's very, very frustrating.
Well, what do you mean when you say you're a shithead?
Well, I'm still like, okay, so the things like I critiqued back then, like if they came back into the discourse, like, if fucking manspreading became like a big focus, do you think that my opinion would be different today? No, I would still fucking be like, what is this shit, right? So it's not that I've completely changed, it's just that the entire discourse has changed. Like we're not talking about the same things that we were talking about in like 2015 and 2016 or whatever. So obviously like you're gonna see other opinions that aren't just like LOL, this feminism is stupid, like, you know. But if that stuff came back, fucking manspreading, mansplaining, what are the other things, the 75% wage gap, like of course my opinions would still be the same. So it's just very weird, like everybody has this narrative. It's like the left wants me to be this like phoenix rising from the ashes, and then like the other side thinks I'm like a fucking communist tanky now or something.
You're siren calling, people to being socialist. Yes.
Well, I would love if more people were socialists, but
there you go. See, you proved me right. Well, no, but I was gonna say that when people's priorities shift about what they cover, what they talk about, there's an assumption that your opinions have changed, and that's why your priorities shifted. Which maybe that's true to some degree, right? But I do think, I mean, it sounds like you have changed politically, that you're more economically on the left than you were. Or were you always kind of like, I mean, are you a socialist? Because I thought we asked you this last time, and
I think I'm a social democrat.
Okay.
But like,
you want a stronger welfare state, right?
If I lived in a utopia, right? Yeah. So if I lived in like a utopia, I'd be like, yeah, socialism, like sounds good, but we don't. So I think I said this last time we talked, but like I can look at countries like Denmark and stuff like that and be like, oh, that works, right? Yeah. I want that for here. You can't really point to anything like, oh, that socialism worked, because like most of the time
it doesn't.
Like Vuvuzela or whatever, like yeah, exactly. So there's nothing for me to be like, I want that. And so like Denmark, Norway, all of those places, like I pretty much agree with that.
Well, beyond being able to point, which I mean, it's a very smart idea to say, well, who am I to say we should have a complete revolution of a system if we can't even point to it ever working, which is like, that's generally the attitude you should have. But I mean, we asked you this, I don't remember your answer though. Like when it comes to, private ownership, were you against that?
So I'm in favor of like worker co-ops and like unions and stuff. I'm still like, so how it was described to me is like, back in the day, like people would be like, oh, like the king owns everything and that's just the way it is. And
are you giving us the Richard Wolff feudalism answer?
Is that what that is? Yeah, that's how I was described.
No.
So it's like you can't picture anything else, right?
Oh no! Did you see
So,
Richard Wolf's
I feel
debate
like-
with Destiny?
No.
Oh, because
No,
literally
I did not.
this
I
was
heard it was. I like Richard Wolf though.
this
Is
was
he
this was
bad?
this was
I
the
asked
answer.
this last time.
Yeah, this was well, no, it was bad for Richard Wolf, and this was the answer when Destiny asked him to define communism. He's like, "Well, we must go back to feudalism," and like every answer went back to feudalism. So. Well,
but it's just an example of like you can't. Yeah.
Can I ask you, what do you want? Are you like, is income inequality something that bothers you? Because a lot of times I feel like we all have the same goals. We just have different ideas about how to get there.
Well, my focus is like mostly class, I think.
Right. Too many
pretty
poor
much
people,
everything,
too many
like
people suffering, too many people economically depressed. Because we agree with all that stuff. Sitch and I are totally. I mean, there's a huge housing crisis. I think, that bugs the shit out of me. So.
Yeah. No, we probably agree. I'm. Like you like UBI, right? Or what was your thing? Adam?
I don't think I honestly I started digging in because I do obviously UBI. I think like I love the idea of it, but when I started doing research on it, that's actually how I came across MMT, and the MMT people have just a devastating argument against UBI. Like I think your journey and my journey are very similar in that we're looking for arguments that work, and until we find an argument that blows this other argument away, that's what we're going with for now. So I try to do that, and obviously UBI would be amazing, but the MMT people have just such a devastating argument against it. I don't think it would work. I do think, and this is when the Elon Musk and the Jeff Bezos of the world talk about endorsing UBI, there is a bit of the virtue signaling going on there where they're like, I'm not just a terrible person. I like UBI. They know it'll never happen. And in the situation where it would happen, it's pretty much inevitable. I mean, if we're in a situation where robots are doing 95% of our work.
Yeah, exactly.
You're going to have UBI. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, in that sort of situation, it's just kind of a question of when we get to that situation. But I know all of the arguments that the socialists and the co-op types have for getting us to that situation are not going to get us to that situation. They're actually going to send us running in the other direction, more towards feudalism again. Like it's not a viable system. So yeah.
Well, you moved away from UBI to jobs guarantee, right?
No, I did that interview with Warren Mosler, and
now you're not. Now you don't like the jobs guarantee.
The jobs program is just completely. Well, I'm not in favor of it the way he has it structured. I mean, we do have a jobs program. It's the United States military. Like technically, that's the jobs program we've had for the last 50 years.
Sure. Yeah. I guess you can conceptualize it that way.
Well, it is that way. I mean, descriptively, it's that way. Isn't the military? And I feel horrible about this because there's a lot of people who are economically depressed that are kind of forced into going into the military, which I don't think is a good way to.
Well, is it actually? I don't even think it is, because you can flunk. Like if you can't pass the physical requirements to be in the military,
you can't get in.
You just get kicked out. Yeah, so it's not a jobs guarantee program.
Yeah, right? I guess you're right.
But
yeah.
Well, I guess just to end it with the whole co-op thing, I think the difference is like, I mean, I'm fine. I like the idea of co-ops. I don't think that they should be mandated by law, and I B don't think that they'll be anywhere near as competitive as non-co-op companies.
Yeah, as productive.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, again, that's like the realism thing where it's like, I don't really like authoritarianism. So it's like when it comes to worker co-ops and like nationalization and stuff, it's like I don't really want to be an authoritarian. Like I wish all of this could just, poof democratically.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
So I guess like democratic socialism could be a word. I don't know to describe me, but
the minority
I
would
just have
still
capitalism, realism brain. Yeah. So
the minority would still say it's a form of authoritarianism. It's so. I mean, they make that argument all the time because they're like, just because but that's why you have a Bill of Rights to protect the certain rules of the minority. But yeah, I'm in agreement with you. I'm assuming Sitch is too, about the authoritarianism always being the problem. Like, you don't want to foist your beliefs on other people.
Yeah.
Yeah, but to me that would be, if you have a political idea or system that can only function if you have an authoritarian government, that would be a failing.
Huge failing. Yeah.
Like, because the whole point of politics is, or systems of governance, is figuring out how to manage a bunch of unruly animals, you know, how to get them to cooperate and not kill each other and play by the rules. So, I mean, if men were angels, we wouldn't need, you know, government, but we're no angels. So,
as a person, I'm sure her perspectives have evolved somewhat, but it's hard to say how specifically. Does she still think feminism is dumb as hell?
So passive aggressive. He has.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
Did you see the imagery? It's so passive. I wonder whoever
I'm
he
gonna
paid
always
to
be
make
God.
this is like a big Shoe0nhead hater.
It feels like it. It kind of feels like it. Doesn't it
does
feel
she
like that to you? Does it feel like kind of like the mean girl drawing the cutesy art of you like getting killed or something?
Like, I think his girlfriend drew these, and she's been very nice to me. So, like, I don't know. She's nice, so I don't think this was supposed to be mean.
Well,
I'm
good.
nice to you publicly, but
I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that to correct the record a bit. Maybe we're overthinking it here.
I know. I don't. I mean,
yeah, like,
look at this face.
it's funnier to think. Yeah,
This is the face
it's funnier to
of
think that this is extremely passive aggressive and mean. Yeah.
This is the face. Look at that drawing. That's the face of passive aggressive mean girl. Look at this. It's like, it's a little cutesy animation of you being like, fat phobia's fake. I'm stupid.
Yeah.
Like, that's what this image says.
I've never said fat phobia is fake, by the way. I don't think so.
There you
Maybe
go.
I have. No, I don't remember. I don't think I've said that, but I could be wrong.
What is
It's
fat
been
phobia?
years. So when people don't like fat people, I guess.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
I
Like, I don't
think
think you could deny. I don't know.
I think it gets labeled to people that are aggressively in favor of shaming fat people for being fat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't like everything labeled that's people
Phobic,
that don't
yes.
like something is
Right.
because a phobia is like you can't control
They're
it.
afraid of
Yeah.
it. Yeah. You're not afraid of
People
fat
are-
people. Right.
Yeah. They hate them, which is just
Well, I mean, and obviously it's annoying because in these conversations, there's always a line. I mean, I don't think shaming fat people is necessarily going to help anyone, but that doesn't mean that we should endorse people just being super overweight either.
I've said thin privilege isn't real. Maybe that's what he's thinking of. I don't know, but I don't think I've ever said fat phobia is fake.
Thin privilege isn't real.
Yeah,
I
don't
guess
know.
I'd agree with that. Sure.
I mean, just trying to think of all the things that I've said in the past.
All the horrible things you said.
All the terrible things flashing before my eyes.
I forget everything I say as soon as I say it, so
It's true.
I don't
People
have
like,
that
remember
problem.
last stream when you said X?
Well,
And
you
we're like,
guys-
"No."
You guys have how many streams now? Like 100?
152.
Yeah. Like, I have, what, 40 videos over the
Mhm.
course of, like,
you do
year.
some
I don't know.
live streaming though. so-
7 years. So, like, I remember almost everything I've said in them.
Really? That's impressive. I don't remember shit.
Yeah.
People, I have friends who are like, remember when you did X? I'm like, no, that didn't happen. I don't know what you're talking about. You're crazy.
You the answer to that. She's a person. I'm sure her perspectives have evolved somewhat, but
See, look,
The clown.
Look at that
That's what I'm
face.
thinking.
he's like, I'm sure her perspectives have evolved, and you got the evil, smug smile. Come on, this is.
And she's
This is
thinking of a
evil.
clown.
That's right. This is the passive aggressive video.
This is basically saying thinking of a clown. What does that mean? I
That's
don't
what
know.
goes on in my mind all the time.
Just
Maybe it's a how to be funny.
That's my brain.
You do use the comedy defense, which I like. I use the comedy defense quite often myself, so it's a good defense.
It's
Barely-
annoying because
Look,
oh,
go on.
sorry.
No, you go.
No, you go.
It's annoying when a lot of these people though, like, so they hate the "it's just a joke" excuse.
Mhm.
And like, granted, there are people who will say shit and it wasn't a joke, and they'll be like, "Ha, it was a joke." Like, sure.
Mhm.
But it happens when like you actually do legitimately make a joke, and you're trying to explain to these people, you know, it's a joke and you have to like explain what the joke is, and they're just like, you can't use that as an excuse. That's the PewDiePie excuse. Like, what? But it literally is a joke. It's very frustrating. Holy shit. But
the tweet that spawned this whole video, I find pretty funny.
It was a hyperbolic
hilarious.
exaggeration. It was clowning on like debate bro type people, because they'll debate like literally fucking anything. Like you say they will. There's this like meme on Twitter about sockdems, right? And I'm a sockdem, so whatever, I can say it. You know, I have the pass.
You have the immunity idol.
Yeah. So like there's a meme that sockdems always debate necrophilia, bestiality, pedophilia all the time. It's like it's an ongoing joke. And so that meme, that tweet was sort of like a part of that like source, because they always debate all that shit.
Right.
And my mentions literally were full of, you know, neoliberals, socialists, and sockdems all being like, okay, but you're using the Smitty Werbin Jiggerman Jetson fallacy. It's like I'm just saying that fucking animals is bad. And like, oh my god, it was so funny. But like, not everything is a fucking like debate. Sometimes you just tweet your ideas and you tweet like common sense, and these people are just like, well, are you aware? Actually, you're using this fallacy. It's like, I don't know the fallacies, and furthermore, I really don't care. And so like it was really weird to see him come down this hard on me about like that one joke tweet, because like I do such similar things all the time, and I guess that's his problem with me, is that I'm not very serious. But it's like, okay, I've never been like, this has always just been like, I come online like a normal person. I like to use my platform like a normal like Twitter use. I don't know. But yeah, some of the critique was fine. Like I appreciated his video. Like because I like Big Joel. He's like really nice to me, and like I don't know. So I try to look at things in good faith, I guess.
Sure. I mean, this video doesn't come off as nice to me, but I'm glad that you feel it.
Okay.
Nice. Okay. But
it's better to have that attitude. It's better. It's honestly better
true.
to have Shoe's attitude. It really is, because
That's
you should
true.
go down. This is the whole microaggressions thing. Like Shoe doesn't want to see it as a microaggression. I mean, I feel kind of bad now that we're kind of pushing it down that path.
I mean, I see it as a macroaggression.
No, it's funny. No, I really like you guys like bantering about this. It's been very funny, and that's why I was like, should I come on? Because I don't know, you're having good back and forth, so I could leave.
It's
like
good.
literally.
I love to hear your response to it. It's interesting because So it's also interesting that you're not seeing like the perspective that you're seeing it through is not like he's a nice guy. He's critiquing your argument. There's no passive aggressive going on here. That's cool. That's totally interesting.
Sure. Well, regarding the argument anyway, I mean, would you say that it can be fine or even interesting for people to have a hyper philosophical in-depth conversation about
those are cool.
The difference between eating animals and fucking animals, but that doesn't mean that you nor someone else can't like fire off a tweet like fuck you, that's
like
gross.
making fun of it.
Yes, right.
Yeah, like I'm just making fun of the whole debate sphere that goes on Twitter. Like every other day, is fucking your dead cousin morally neutral? Like the craziest shit. And so I was just making fun of that, and I don't know if Joel was aware that that's an ongoing joke, but
obviously he wasn't aware at all of this. But that's so much of these miscommunications are just, especially with Twitter, is that generally when people tweet something, there's some context they're referring to, and often the people respond angrily, have no clue as to what the context is.
I find it funny that Big Joel is categorizing comedy as anti-intellectualism because what?
Yeah, like that's a big thing in leftist circles. Is I was talking to Sitch about this actually. Is this looking down at people who are anti-intellectual?
Oh yeah, I can't stand that.
It's extremely elitist. So being part of, I guess, the anti-SJW community back in the day, where they were like fedora tipper atheists, was way less elitist than the fucking online left. Holy shit.
Yeah.
They are so elitist. If you're not like some, you know, political major who graduated college and you know all the fallacies and you've read all the books of the 100 books of dead guys, you know, like who wrote them a million years ago. If you haven't done all of that, like don't even bother. Don't even come into the conversation. There's like no room for you. You're a dumbass. You're an anti-intellectual, whatever. It's like shit. There's like no room for just being a dumbass left winger. like the right, you could just come in, like spew bullshit, have fun, post memes, and like, you know, take things seriously, but in a more like in a way that gets like, for example, Stone Toss, right? 3 panels he can get across a point. And like I obviously don't agree with all of his comics, but like he knows like how to do that and be snappy, whatever. The left, there's a reason why they say they do that meme where it's like a wall of text,
Right? Yeah.
Because the left, like you have to get every detail right, like you have to know all of the things, and like everything is so complicated. And I would love to just have like the dumbass left, like the new wing of the left, just the dumbass left. No elitism. Like you care about, you know, workers' rights and class issues and equality and whatever, you know, come on in. You don't gotta read theory or, you know, all shit. I don't know. So it's really elitist, and this video was a little bit elitist to me, but also again
hugely
like,
elitist.
I think he was coming at it. He was coming at it from like a. I think he was being nice. I don't think he was being like an asshole. Like,
this is why I wanted to cover it, because it is hugely elitist. He literally titled the video "Twitter and Anti-Intellectualism." So, I mean, yeah, that's what bugged me is that he comes at it with this totally elitist perspective and then really doesn't illuminate morality in any way, shape, or form in any kind of intellectual way. It's the perfect irony. It's like, you think you're this big brain intellectual here. You've read nothing on moral psychology or moral philosophy. You're just navel gazing.
Well, and I mean, and maybe you disagree with this, but to me, the difference that you described between like the skeptics and the leftists shows that the skeptic community, or the atheist community, really, their arguments were more based on logic and trying to, you know, analyze something in a logical way, where a lot of the leftist arguments seem to be like, once you get deep into them, it kind of falls back on word games and kind of pedantic academic vocabulary shifting. And to me, that's why there's sort of this difference in attitude between, oh, there's elitism there because all the arguments at the end of the day rely on making kind of disingenuous, dishonest academic arguments in leftist spheres.
That's interesting.
Yeah, interesting.
Should we move on?
I don't know if you disagree with that.
I'm like thinking, I like, sorry, I have ADHD. I like zoned out.
That's okay. That's okay.
Totally.
One is not prime for $20
No.
says, I was listening to this crap while floating in the pool playing bullet chess, and a bee stung me in the damn neck. Do you support this form of non-consensual bestiality? No, here at the Sitch and Adam show, we do not support bee stings. Yes, down with the bee stings. Do not consent. Do not consent.
But it's hard to say how specifically. Does she still think feminism is dumb as hell? Does she still think fatphobia is just made-up BuzzFeed nonsense? Does she still think women are biologically determined to be less funny than our men? I don't know.
I know.
I've never said that
Really? Okay.
in my life.
So where's that claim? Do you
That
don't
was
have
the
any
one-
idea?
Where are you at on this claim, though, before you...
I literally
regardless of
messaged
whether
him.
you said it in the past, where are you at on this claim? That's what we really want to know.
So my whole thing, so I made a whole video called Women Aren't Funny, and in it I I responded to a feminist and then an anti-feminist, and they both had very different opinions on this. And you know, the feminist said that women aren't funny because like they're more scared to be funny because of misogyny and whatever. And then the anti-feminist was like, women aren't funny because laughing gives them wrinkles and they don't want to laugh. Like crazy shit, right?
Wait, so they were both
Yeah,
saying women aren't funny. They were just using different arguments.
Yeah, like it was interesting. So like my takeaway was basically being funny is a personality trait that, some people have and some people don't. But
True.
but like being funny is also something that like attracts people, and like sometimes men kind of like have to like train themselves to be funny in order to like get friends or get laid or whatever.
Right.
So like I had a few different opinions, but none of them were women are biologically less funny. So that like actually pissed me off, and I messaged him. I was like, hey, like I never said that, so I don't know.
Oh really? This one triggered you, huh?
Yeah. I was like triggered because like all these people who probably don't know who I am now see this video and they're like, women are biologically less, like, that's weird.
Or even people that do know you, they're like, oh, I didn't know she said that.
Yeah.
And they just assume that you said that at some
false
point.
information. That sucks. Reputation destruction.
I mean, I haven't seen any.
It's over.
I haven't seen any citations, any sources on this, but I wouldn't be surprised if we found that men use humor as a social strategy more than women do.
Yes.
And that would be interesting to look into that.
No, I think so. I could see that.
Oh yeah, but you understand by saying that you can see that, you're agreeing that women are biologically not funny.
See, like biologically, I feel like they would be like in their genes, not like, because men have to like train themselves to be funny, to adapt socially.
Yeah, motivation.
Biological.
If you have if you have a group that has a higher motivation to do something, obviously more people in that group are gonna strive to do it. Yeah. That makes perfect sense, but it's not necessarily biology.
Maybe it is biological.
Culture. It could be either one, yeah. But you don't still believe
you're giving
this
it, and Joel was right. He just saw the future.
I'm giving it, Joel was right. Yeah.
Well, I would say it's probably not that people like that being funny is biological, but that whatever pressures that whatever social pressures that have men succeeding through comedy socially, where women don't succeed as much through being funny, those pressures are probably based on some biological factor, not the funniness itself.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Humor's such a cultural
So maybe I didn't
context
say it back then, but now Stitches.
There you go. There you go.
Maybe Joel is right.
Now you.
Actual Justice Warrior in the chat says, I trained in the hyperbolic time chamber to be funny. Yes. Thank you, Sean. Oh no, Adam, it's barely visible Kyle for $20. And he says, Adam, I need your help. I'm never going to get out of this mess if people can't see me. I need more people to see me. Adam, raise your arm high into the sky and help people see me.
Not going to happen. Not going to happen, Kyle, but I hope you figure out how to be seen.
Should we show Sue the picture, or should we not show Sue the picture?
Do you want to see our degenerate picture?
Someone might have drawn you as Hitler.
Oh wait, I saw that. Somebody showed it to me on Twitter.
Yes. Okay, good.
Good. You saw
it was great.
Yeah.
Women are biologically determined to be less funny than our men. I don't know, and I like barely care at this point. Anyhow, that's enough context.
See,
that's enough lying about Shoe's past record.
I don't know. This is why this kind of comes off as like bad faith to me, because it's like, if you're gonna say, oh, here's a bunch of like bad things,
terrible things,
what they're considering bad things that this person has done, and then you say, well, I don't know, or I don't care if they hold those beliefs anymore. Well, if you
why even bring them up?
Yeah, if you didn't care, you wouldn't have brought them up, because you're just poisoning the well here, right?
Yeah.
See, like, I don't know, because me and Joel aren't like friends. We just kind of like know each other. So this is like the best faith interpretation of me like any left winger on YouTube would ever say. So I'm like
I'll take it,
you Lord. Like this is, I'll take it. Like literally, they could have just came on here and been like, she's a Nazi and blah blah blah, like they all do. But like Joel actually was fair. He even said like, I supported Bernie in 2016, which is something that none of them ever bring up.
Sure.
And like I think he was like being sort of fair. So it's not like we're BFFs, so he has no like obligation to like be nice to me.
Sure.
So
you guys are like acquaintances.
Yeah.
If even that.
So I was like, oh look, a bread tuber actually being nice. Okay, I'll take it.
I see. The bar is so low. The bar is so low.
The bar is low because when you're called a Nazi for years.
It's a very low
people
bar,
are just like,
yes.
huh.
She was watching.
He just said I hate women. Whew, okay.
She was
Like,
watching the little
what a relief.
animation, waiting for the Sieg Heil one to come up.
I know. I'm just like waiting.
Sitting on the edge of her seat.
It never came. So I was like, oh, okay,
Oh,
this is nice.
There you go.
thank goodness. Oh, the context is over. I dodged a bullet. Good one. Let's move on.
I'll take genetically unfunny women over Nazi any day. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a win. I like it.
Hate women. Yeah.
Next. This is how Shoe0nhead first responded to that question about eating meat and bestiality. We are natural meat eaters. We are not natural animal fuckers. We bang our own species. There is no reason to bang animals except for being some kind of hedonistic freak. Now, look, whatever you think of my account, of
You know,
the
it's
moral-
funny.
Yeah.
Did I lie? Was it
That's a great answer. I love that answer. What are you talking about? It's like cut straight to the point in one tweet.
right there? Exactly. And
it's
then
hilarious.
Joel goes on to give the exact same argument, but with more words
And
and smarter
animation.
sounding.
It's really the
And
animation.
animation.
Yes. See, if you had animated that tweet, it would have done volumes. But well, it's funny because you basically made the same argument Sargon just made when he came on.
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yes. Totally.
Oh, really? Yes.
Maybe you are a secret evil right winger, Shoe.
All right. Oh no. Yeah, but like, what is wrong with that argument? Like, they took issue. You'll see, they take issue with the word natural, but I just mean like, what use is there for a human to bang an animal? There is none. But to eat, like, we've been, omnivores or whatever
Right.
since we evolved. Like, that's normal. So
Well, I mean, there's nothing
What
wrong
is-
with your reply. It depends what the context is. Because like I read your reply and it's kind of like, oh, it's like a funny, dismissive, like this is a silly conversation.
yeah, it was just like snappy. Yeah.
Right. But I think the problem is that when you reply that way, people kind of read into it. They're like, oh, Shoe's saying that you can't have a conversation about this topic in any sort of deeper intellectual way,
Mm-hmm.
which I assume
The
was not
person
your
was like,
intention.
why do you think the person was just like, why do you think eating animals and banging animals is different? So I gave my answer like everybody else, but apparently it was like, I don't know. And then just so many people were just like, that's the natural, what is it, the
It's a
nature
naturalistic
fallacy?
fallacy.
Or what is
yeah,
it,
or-
naturalistic fallacy? Yes, I'm
Right.
sorry, I'm so bad at them dang fallacies, but
Mhm.
like, and I'm just like, okay, I'm sorry, I didn't know the rules to responding to a tweet. Yeah.
Mhm.
difference between these two acts, what Shoe says here is a very bad answer. And that's for two fairly obvious reasons. First, the word natural has no coherent definition. That's not to say it's a bad word or that it has no uses, but it is imprecise.
I should have said we've evolved to do this. Like, we've evolved to eat meat, hunt animals, whatever.
They'd still
There
accuse
was
you of the
never-
naturalistic fallacy.
Well,
You
I mean-
wouldn't get out of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
That still would be a naturalistic fallacy, but it would get around his first critique, which is that like, well, the word nature is too broad and vague, which I mean, that's kind of true, but
Yeah,
it's
no,
kinda not
he's-
true.
Yeah, well, like, nothing he says here is wrong. Like, he actually, goes into depth, like, completely destroys my stupid tweet, right?
Well,
That's the thing, though. It was just a stupid tweet. If I had more time, like, obviously it wouldn't be that dumb. But yeah,
sure.
I don't think it's a dumb tweet, to be honest with you. I mean, it's speaking to the moral
It's a
intuitions that-
flippant
it's a shortened
tweet.
version
It's
of
a
what he's
flippant
about to
tweet,
say.
right?
I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
all of this relates back to moral intuitions, though. So, I mean, I don't. What argument is he going to make that doesn't relate back to moral intuitions?
His argument was, it was a stupid argument. It was that the intention of the person when they're having sex with an animal is to harm the animal, which I don't even
Right.
think is true.
Mhm.
That would,
All
but
he
that's
did was
that's his
link it
only
to a-
argument. That's a terrible argument.
All he did was link it to a different moral intuition. Instead of disgust,
yeah,
he
but-
linked it to
but-
care harm.
Does that, but under his framework, if the person thinks that they're giving the animal pleasure and the animal is not resisting,
then it's fine.
under his argument,
under
he would be
his
justifying bestiality.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't really get it. Like, again, I was like, oh, thanks for the critique. Like, it was a good video. But in the back of my mind, I'm just like, I really still don't know what I overall did wrong, besides acting like a fucking asshole on Twitter, which I always do.
There are
So
certain,
I don't know.
there are certain things though that can be natural and correct for other reasons that people will say, oh, you can't make that argument because that's a naturalistic fallacy just because it happens to be in its natural position.
Well, here's the interesting thing. People do make a natural argument when it comes to homosexuality being justified.
To justify being against homosexuality.
No, in favor of it. You say, okay, it's natural for people to be born gay.
Oh, you're right.
People are born gay. It's natural for people to be gay. So I mean, that's an argument appealing to nature.
Right.
Yeah.
I think part of this is that when we're in different spaces, we kind of conceptualize how we're going to respond. So like on Twitter, a lot of people view Twitter as like, oh, it's Twitter. I have to respond in this fashion. And it's like, oh, I have to respond in kind of like a funny
hilarity,
snappy, short fashion. And then some people are like, no, I want to have like a super long, deep intellectual debate on Twitter. And so when they see someone, making the snappy, flippant, kind of funny in response, they're like, oh, this person is anti-intellectual, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah. No, that's the big difference.
But that's what
like a lot of these guys love to. You did wrong. Yeah, like a lot of these guys like to have like these big moral discussions, like you guys do too. You just went like what 4 fucking hours doing it.
I know.
Yeah, but we wouldn't do this on Twitter. Jeez, I can kill myself.
Yeah, exactly. So like, there's nothing wrong with that. I was just making fun of the whole Sockdem meme of his incest and whatever, morally neutral. Where's your source?
Well, it's interesting because I didn't know. I don't follow Sockdem circles on Twitter. I didn't even know that was like a meme that they were doing this kind of argument.
That's like the big thing. Like there's this thing I made. It was like a picture of somebody like spinning a wheel, like that like a game show wheel. It's like, what's the Sockdem discourse today? And
it's all like terrible things.
Yes. So it's really funny because they love to have like moral discussions, which again is fine, but I can also make fun of that because some things I feel like, I don't know, to the normal people, it's funny to see people like sitting down, like discussing. And,
this is interesting because I think there's a context here that I didn't realize until just what you just said just now. And Joel 100% probably didn't realize, which is that, are you sort of critiquing the Sockdems on Twitter because you're like, oh, if people see that Sockdems are constantly arguing about this insane shit that looks insane to the average person, you're basically telling people to not be a Sockdem.
Oh no, definitely not. Well, people already know I'm like a socialist Sockdem type.
No, but I'm saying, so. is that your concern? If all the Sockdems on Twitter are arguing about this stuff, that makes Sockdems look terrible?
No, like no, I don't even know. Like sometimes I don't even know if I'm a Sockdem because like they're like super sort of like they're all up for like imperialism, but like with sprinkles now. But like, actually we shouldn't have
Sockdems are in favor of imperialism.
Yeah, like a whole bunch of them are now that we pulled out of Afghanistan finally, they're all like, oh yeah, wait, actually women's rights. It's like, what?
They're like, no, we have to stay over there and establish the women's rights for in Afghanistan. They're like, why are we making this
building? It's like, what?
Isn't that called colonialism?
I mean, I said we should colonize Afghanistan, so I guess I'm a Sockdem.
Oh, really?
They're like, they're in favor of colonialism if it has to do with women's rights. All of a sudden, colonialism is based. Let's move in.
That's but
it's like, we were not nation building for 20 years, please. It was, come on.
I think
they were attempting to. It just failed miserably.
Building,
we were making progress for 20 years.
Giant air quotes. Yes. Right. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
Generally,
that was really sloppy. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say it was a very,
very sloppy pullout.
Very sloppy.
Oh my
It
god.
was so shitty. Yeah, it
Yes.
was awful.
It was
but
really bad.
yeah, we're out. So we're out for now. I don't know where we're going next.
I know.
It's probably gonna be soon.
We're going back. I know what you're talking about. We're going back.
Oh, we're going back.
We're gonna do it right this time, okay? We'll wait a couple years, let them regroup. Then
11 too.
That's right.
And we're gonna go back. Yeah.
That's right.
To refer to a random set of associations that people have. Second, and more importantly, even if we did have some coherent definition for natural, there'd still be no reason to think that what is natural must also be good. It seems intuitive to me to...
Yeah, but at the same time, something could be good and natural. That's the one thing I just want to point out. Like, just because it's natural doesn't mean that it's wrong. And a lot of people who say, oh, that's a naturalistic fallacy, we know, are making the argument that you can't say anything is right because it is natural.
Well,
say that murder...
But even goes, well, what was the tweet? Why is it morally acceptable to eat animals, not fuck them? Or was the tweet, why do people think it's okay to eat animals and not fuck them? Because if the question is why do people think it's okay, then you bringing about that it's natural for people to eat animals is a completely correct answer.
Good. Yes.
Yeah, I was just like thinking of it from a normal person's perspective. Like, culturally, we eat meat and we don't fuck animals. I don't know.
Right, but obviously there's like a deeper question as to like why exactly one behavior is acceptable and why another behavior isn't acceptable.
There's another way that you can view the response too. You can view it as Shoe is saying, talking about this stuff makes SOCDEMs appear unattractive to normal people, and that's not good for SOCDEM. So her tweet could be totally pro SOCDEM.
Well, it was like also an inside joke between them too, because everybody like on that side of Twitter knows that's the joke.
Right.
So it wasn't even really dunking. It was just kind of like, oh, the thing is happening again, sort of like meme. Almost like an inside joke.
Well, I only bring it up because a lot of the reason why people are responding to stuff like this the way that they are is because they perceive it as like this wider context of the political game going on. Like we're on a certain team, you know, our team needs to look good. So a lot of the perception, if you tweet something out that can be perceived as dunking on SOCDEMs or like promoting SOCDEMs, a lot of how the interpretation will be around whether or not it's pro team or against team. And this tweet can really be seen in both lights.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why this video even exists, was because like if you had just had the same tweet, but you just said source like my mentions, Joel would not have made this video. It's only because he interpreted it as you attacking the left, basically.
Yes.
Well, it's like when a libertarian makes a joke like, libertarians, what if the child consents? Like, you know, like, I don't know.
That's a joke? My God,
maybe.
please.
Does it violate the NAP to your dead relative? Yes.
Yeah. Like, maybe he took it as an attack on the left, but I've done worse. So I don't know why.
Well, I don't think it's maybe. I think he 100% did, which is, I think that's the entire context for him making the video. In the first place.
He's defending the left. He's basically saying Shoe's coming after us again. It's funny.
No, I've done way worse than that tweet. I don't know.
But this triggered him.
I feel like he wanted to make like a conversation about anti-intellectualism and how easy it is to start shit on Twitter. And I think he saw my tweet, because I do this too with content. Like, one thing will inspire me and I'll like build around that whole thing. So maybe he saw my tweet and he was like, okay, Shoe is going to be the subject of this rant, and just kind of went off. So I don't know.
I just don't see how you could define any of this as anti-intellectualism. And the thing that bothers me about the claim of anti-intellectualism is the elitist aspect of it. I fucking hate the whole I'm better than you because I know more than you, especially when half these people, the things that they know that you don't know are things not worth knowing. So
and like, it's such a turn off too, because like I want to bring people over to the, you know, left.
Right.
And like when they're just calling people anti-intellectuals for just like using
Not knowing something or using a different word.
and and like
making jokes.
not being not being up to making jokes, not being up to date with the latest terms and all this shit. It's just like really frustrating. It's like,
well,
okay,
but you're an influencer. Okay, you don't get any good charity here. You're influencing the masses.
that's the thing.
But I'm curious.
Yeah,
I'm also...
Vosh has this problem with me too. It's like he says like I'm not responsible with my platform and everything, but it's like I didn't mean to become like a YouTube famous, but I literally uploaded a rant event and I just left it up on YouTube and like left, and a few days later Thunderfoot found it and like shared it.
With
and
great power, Shoe.
Right?
With great
so
power.
Now it's like, I didn't seek out this power.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's like,
Destiny has thrust the power upon you, Shoe. You must now wield it for good.
I know. That's what it feels like. It's just like, oh, great power. And it's just like, I don't want the power though. Like, I just want to hang out and like shit post like everybody else. And you can't. You have like a responsibility. And I do though. I need to be like, this isn't a good example of it, but I know for a fact that.
How would you categorize that as anti-intellectualism though? Because you're obviously interested in this stuff and you're interested in his response and better arguments, and you're talking about
it's
how
just
you
because
craft...
I'm stupid. Like they all try to tiptoe around it, but it's just because I'm not as smart as them, and they're like they kind of like look down at that, and it's just like it's elitism.
That's not anti-intellectualism though. Like you can't say because someone's dumb they're anti-intellectual. Anti-intellectualism is I'm not interested in this remotely. This is dumb. Why are we even talking about it? That's anti-intellectualism.
Adam's real dumb. Look where he is. He's all
I know.
sorts of...
I was gonna say I'm obviously not the smartest one on the show, but I'm people like me for other reasons. It's like smart IQ points is not the be all end all of life. Like she was a testament to that. Obviously she's pop. Well, she's literally calling herself a dummy here. I don't think I'm like stepping on any toes.
No.
But she's listen.
Any moron can succeed. Look at shit.
No, it's true.
I apologize if that came off wrong, Shoe. I'm basically saying there are people who know that raw IQ points are not the be all end all of being popular or successful.
Yeah.
And to think that they are kind of works in the opposite direction of you becoming popular and successful.
Yeah.
Look, I was gonna say I don't think you should put yourself down. I don't think it's like, oh, I'm stupider than these other leftists. I don't think it has anything to do with that. I think you just have very different priorities and interests than they do.
Mm-hmm. I just have different like tactics.
I don't know.
Talking about politics.
Have you taken an IQ test, Shoe?
Fuck.
I mean,
like I think I did in like. Okay, I think I did in like high school, and like I literally skipped a whole bunch of questions too because I'm like, fuck it, math. And I just skimmed through it, and I think it said like it was like 90 or something. It was like.
Well, I will say, if you skim the IQ test, that's pretty stupid.
Yeah, I just had no patience for it.
It's easy.
So
it's easy to fail these things. Yeah,
but
you need a certain amount of motivation just to persevere through them. They're pretty hardcore sometimes.
But you not having patience for something, and as you said, you have ADD.
Yes.
I mean, I don't think
you could be a genius. You didn't even take the test.
I mean, look,
God gave me ADHD because he knew I'd be too powerful.
That's right. You take over the world. You'd be the leftist Donald Trump otherwise. But
exactly.
No, but I mean, because I when I watch your videos and they're very funny, and I don't think you can do what you're doing and be funny consistently on Twitter and in YouTube videos and not be intelligent.
Well, how come you're simping for her intelligence and calling me a dummy, Sitch? I feel like, what's going on here? I am literally
the new
because we're in an 8-team S-class dispute. That's why.
I'll put my funny up against Shoe's funny any day. I mean, if she wants to have like
the numbers are gonna go in Shoe's favor overwhelmingly.
The Shoe Squad. Is that what you called it? The Shoe Squad?
The Shoe Crew.
The Shoe Crew.
The Shoe Crew, yes. Sorry.
Someone actually gave the crappy robot for £2 says 1,000-year Shoe Crew. Salute. There you go.
Nice.
But I'll simp for you for a second, Shoe. Okay, let me simp for you.
Okay,
Just,
okay.
I don't want you to put yourself down. Don't let.
Okay, listen.
Don't let.
All right, first of all, like rewind. It's not simping when you're nice to your friends, okay? I hate
Yeah.
this
No.
fucking everything
nice-
is simping.
Well, no, that's true. Being nice to a friend isn't simping. Being nice to any female
Any-
alive is simping. Okay, that's the rule.
Wait, true. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
But no, I
Shoot.
don't want like the leftist community to gaslight you into being like, well, unless you've read all the literature that we've read, you're stupid.
They fucking do though.
Well,
Like,
I know it's terrible.
unironically, it's just like, oh, I feel like such a fucking idiot, like compared to so many
Oh.
of these people. Like I don't know how to have a conversation with them.
I guess that community just sucks.
Yeah,
Sh-
like
Shu, do
Mosh
you-
is like my close friend, and I love talking to him. But like, he's really fucking smarter than me, so it's just like, I feel like real fucking dumb when I talk to people. Like ContraPoints, it's like fuck. But you guys, you're fucking idiots, and I love that. No. You know what I mean? Like you're more like you're not.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Sitch is it's questionable,
Yes.
obviously. So do you consider yourself a comedian first? Because that's another question that I had. Vosh
hate-
did a response to you that I saw, and also this response to you, and I like that makes a lot of sense to me. Like if you're more
Mhm.
interested in telling a joke than saying something insightful, that says everything right there.
Yeah, well, like, yeah, I don't like calling myself a comedian. I feel like that's really cringe. But like, yeah, my commentary is like more humor focused than it is like fact based, and like I'm really like upfront with that too. Like even my videos, I'm like source, I made it up. You know, like just
Would you
Yeah,
do stand-up
so-
comedy? Because your
no,
videos are.
holy shit.
How are your videos not?
Yeah, well,
I'm curious.
they
Just
have
because.
jump cuts though.
Yeah.
So
Is
you're
it
saying-
like a
You
live
can't jump
performance?
cut.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
recorded
can't
something.
jump cut in real life. Like I don't know, I couldn't do stand-up comedy is a completely different style of humor.
Have you have you ever contemplated getting on
No.
stage and doing stand-up comedy?
Never.
How do
Chris
you do the
Reagan
jokes?
does, and he's like really good at it.
How do you do your
Uh-huh.
jokes in your videos? Do they just come out as you're talking, or do you write jokes out?
All of the ones people love and run
Mm-hmm.
with and quote are the ones I make up on the spot, but I do write some of them. But for some reason, the ones that I just like spit out randomly in
Yeah.
one take or whatever always happen to be the ones that like catch on, like the really dumb, stupid shit.
This
But
this happens in
sometimes I would.
stand-up comedy too, because a lot of times stand-up comedy guys will write a show but they will, improvise obviously in every single show, and some of the improvisations are so much funnier that they actually become incorporated into the show. So you pick up which ones are working and which ones aren't. But I'm curious because maybe you're just, I don't know if I mean, I think you're actually hilarious. So I think you're definitely going against the grain. I do think that women generally aren't as funny as men. So you
no,
stand.
that's unironically. Yeah, but like when people think of that, they usually do think of stand-up comedy. And I can't
Yes.
think of a single funny female stand-up comedian. Like I really can't. I used to like Sarah Silverman like years and years and years ago. But for some reason, when people say women aren't funny, I think they automatically go to stand-up because
Sure.
men tend to absolutely dominate that.
Yeah. I ran a
Weird.
comedy screenwriting lab for like 10 years, and we would get like 20 guys to every one
Mhm.
female. So there's that metric, which I just point to because it's some observable metric. I went to a
Mm-hmm.
comedy show last night. I saw Jay Leno, and there was 2 female comedians, and one was so, one just completely killed it. But most of them, then there was like 6 guys. So
Yeah.
definitely outnumbered there.
Yeah.
Well, and I think that's interesting because I wouldn't be surprised if doing stand-up, like being the lone person on a stage dictating the behavior of an entire room, is probably a more aggressive
Mhm.
job. And that's
Oh,
what
that's true.
Thus
That's
thus
good
men
point.
would be more attracted to
Mhm.
something like that anyway, regardless
good
of
point.
who's funnier or not.
Yeah, like there's a lot of women who are great at like sketch comedy and stuff, and that's completely different than stand up. So maybe
Yeah.
it is something to do with being more assertive or aggressive or whatever.
Right.
Would
I
you
mean,
be a
what-
cast member on Saturday Night Live? Would you, if someone offered you that gig, would you take
I
it?
would love to help fix Saturday Night Live.
You'd be a
Jesus.
great writer for Saturday Night Live. They haven't
They're
been
fucking bad.
funny for fucking ever. They used to be so edgy. They used to be so funny. Now they're just
I know.
completely bad.
Sad.
Yeah.
Now that Trump's gone, like their ratings are.
Yeah, right.
They don't know what to do anymore. It's very funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you would you take a cast member gig or you take a writing gig for sure?
Probably writing. I would hate to like do the cast thing.
Have you done any acting or anything? I mean, the only reason I'm asking is because you make videos, so you're obviously going on camera, you're telling jokes to people. I guess you have anxiety about doing it in front of an audience, a live audience.
Can't see the you can't see the people. So if I could see 1 million people staring back at me, I would not do what I do. But I just see my webcam, so it's a lot easier to just be an idiot like in front of people.
It's weird because there's a difference here. Because when you do like a funny video and you upload it, you're really just flying blind because you don't know if it's going to hit or not. And the stand-up comedy, you get so much feedback from the people in the room. You know if it's working or not working. So it is an interesting trade-off.
You know, what was interesting is like I usually just upload a video and I fucking hate watching my videos, so I never watch them. But I watched do you guys watch your own streams? Like I can't stand watching my own shit.
did for a while, and I haven't for so long that I am in that it's just too cringy for me to even persist now.
I can't stand listening to us go on and on.
But I did watch a few streamers react to the last video I uploaded, my Hell World 4 video, and it was like so motivating and so cute, and I loved it. Like seeing them actually seeing people actually laugh at my jokes was like a huge motivation because you don't really see.
That's the hook.
Anything
that's how stand-up comedy is addictive right there. You get in the room and you're like, everyone's laughing at me.
Oh God, no.
You just keep saying no.
Then you bomb. Okay, like I could.
Shoe. Okay. I found your calling, Shoe.
Okay.
The eternal.
Go ahead.
Okay,
Shoe.
I could watch an ISIS beheading video. I cannot watch someone bomb stand-up comedy.
Oh my God.
It's the worst. It is the worst.
Right.
When you go to a comedy club and they bomb, you want to shrink in your seat. You're like,
I just want to run up stage and like hug them and like it's okay. Like, oh my God, the secondhand cringe is like way too much.
You just yell out. Not everyone can be funny.
That's even worse.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Oh my God.
I know, it's totally worse. Well, you would get a laugh and they wouldn't even get a laugh.
Exactly.
I'm one of those people, one of those terrible people who laughs when someone isn't funny because I just feel bad if you don't laugh. So if someone tries to make a joke and it doesn't land or whatever, I'll laugh because like
there you go.
It's the nice, polite thing to do. Like, I don't know. So when I see people,
the paradigm of morality,
it just kills me.
She was the virgin Jesus of comedy. I will laugh at your jokes even if they're not funny.
I will laugh at your shitty jokes. Exactly. I just feel so bad.
If you were in the Joker movie, he never would have gone crazy because he would have laughed at his terrible jokes.
Sitch, would you do a stand-up comedy bit? Would you go out on stage?
No, I mean,
you couldn't do it.
I would like to. I'm too introverted to do that. I think that.
Well, you can't do it if you're categorically saying no. You can't do it. Like obviously, that's what nobody wants to. This is not something people jump at doing. You've got to fight through like the first.
There's lots of. Oh, wait a minute.
I don't know about that.
You know, I'm horribly. Wait a minute. I'm horribly antisocial and introverted, and you're over here like this super, gabber extrovert who can talk endlessly to anyone about anything. And you're like, I don't understand why you guys don't understand.
Well, but listen,
don't want to go out there and stage with stand up.
Exactly. We're like.
I was forced into this position though. Like I've been in front of a room of like 40, 50 people and I had to give a talk. So, I mean, I was forced into that position. I wasn't jumping at the chance. I was basically just put up to it. So
sure. But do you think that would you naturally consider yourself introverted or extroverted?
Listen, here's how it goes, Sitch.
If
somebody abducted, naturally, I would consider myself Extroverted, yeah, probably extroverted.
Well, see, because that's the
Yeah.
thing. Do you gain energy from interacting with other people, or do you lose energy from interacting with people?
But you
Generally,
could have an inner extrovert and not know it. You could
I
be
think you
could be
know.
that
I
same
think people
person.
know.
No, listen. Here, a scenario
me,
for you. So let's say someone abducts your mom and dad, and they said, "Listen, we're going to kill your mom and dad if you don't do a stand-up routine at the comedy club this Sunday night. Show up."
Yeah, okay.
You're going to be forced to do it, right? You're going to go up
course.
there. You're going to give your best comedy routine. They could even say, "Listen, we're going to torture them if no one laughs." so you're basically forced to do it, right? You could
Right.
go up there and discover, oh my God, I love this, and become a comedian for the rest of your life. But you never would have got past the butterflies unless someone abducted your mom and dad.
Yeah,
You don't know.
I agree
could
with
have
you
that
completely.
inside you.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. I'm
So-
sure there are stand-up comedians who do consider themselves introverted, who are good at stand-up, but like if you try to have a one-on-one interaction with them, it's like, what the fuck? I'm
But,
talking to like a wall here.
Chris Reagan, I was just talking about, he's like super introverted and he does stand up and he does it well. I guess you just like get into a zone and you just become like a character or whatever.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
Was he
exactly,
jumping
yeah.
at the chance to do it his first time, or do you know his first time story? Was he terrified?
I don't
Was
know,
he-
actually. I have to
Yeah.
talk to him about it.
I
but-
imagine it goes something like, "I was terrified. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Please, I have to get past this." Yeah.
But like the introvert and extrovert thing is interesting because like I consider myself an introvert completely because like I'll go from no social interaction for like, I'm not even joking, a year.
Mhm.
And then like, for example, when like VidCon 2018,
Mhm.
going 0 to 100 was, I had to like take a break from socialization for like months after that. Like that's the energy like completely
right.
drained for me. Like 3 days of meeting hundreds of people
Yeah.
like kicked my ass. So yeah, so I don't know, but sometimes I do crave like socialization. So maybe I'm like a amnivert. Or
How did
something.
you-
I don't know.
Did you pretend to be like an extrovert at the VidCon situation? What'd you do? Were you just like acting, or were you just suppressing your introverted
Because
tendencies?
fans will come over to me. Yeah, like fans
Yeah,
will
and
come
say
up
hi.
to me like shaking, and I'd be shaking too. So I have to be like,
I'm shaking
"Hey,
worse
like,
than
I'm
you.
nervous too. And it was like, yeah, and like you comfort them. No, but I met you guys there, didn't I? Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
totally.
I was gonna say when we
Yeah,
met, you were
that's
like,
fun.
"This person is obviously introverted."
I didn't think that.
That was not a thought. That was not a thought. But...
I thought you
So-
were obviously introverted. But
Well, I obviously
Yeah.
am, but that's a different question.
And also like when people like expect you to be, because like when they see you on video, you're like, you know,
high energy.
crazy
Yeah.
and loud and whatever. Yeah. So like you got to kind of put on an act when you meet people at VidCon. But
Well, that answers my
especially 'cause
question.
a lot of
There was a
people-
little bit of pretending going on there, like
Oh,
pretending
yeah.
to be.
Well, of course, of
Yeah.
course.
Yeah.
That's
Okay,
all you.
cool.
That's all you can do, right?
Yeah. And like you have to like make people comfortable because some people are super introverted and like they'll stand outside of the circle and like be afraid to say hi. So you have to like come up to them and be like, hey. It's
Well, that-
crazy.
That's another thing too. It's interesting in terms of like getting over your own anxieties or introversions. Is that if you feel responsible for
Yeah.
like your fans or your community or whatever, then it's going to force you to to overcome that. Be like, oh no, come engage with us.
Yeah, yeah.
outsider." Yes.
You know what changed? Because I used to be very bad at socialization, working like I was a salesperson for like years, trying to sell people things, kind of
Mhm.
like completely trained me like how
Yeah.
to talk to people.
Well, there
So
you go.
it like prepared me for like stuff like VidCon and stuff. And yeah.
The Butter Anvil for $20 says, "We want Sargon." Well, you got your wish, Butter Anvil. We
Yeah.
got lots of Sargon. John Paul for $20 says, "When Shoe was asked who her friends were online, she said she didn't have many, but would like to talk more with you guys." Aw. Also, she's a nationalist
yeah.
and socialist, which is based.
Right. National Socialist,
There you
Uh-oh. Yeah.
No
Ooh,
bad-
ouch.
No
Let's put it that
connotation
way.
there. Yes. Yes.
absolutely none.
Mm. Well, I'm glad you want to talk to us more. We like talking to you too. Shoe.
I don't remember when I said that, but I definitely said that. Yeah.
Good. I thought you could be like,
Weird
I
fun.
never said that.
I never. No. It's fun. So we had fun last time, and I wanted to talk to Aiden too one day.
Yeah, definitely. Well,
Aiden's-
okay, Sean has been badgering me nonstop to read his super chat. Okay. Actual Justice Warrior for $5. Thank you so much, Sean. Says, you say don't do chimps, but have you seen their racks? Hot as fuck. The question is, should we use protection or not? I vote for raw dogging. There you go.
What?
Yeah,
Hey,
what
Sean,
the hell
Actress
just
Warrior advocating for chimp sex. So I'm
What
glad
just
we got
happened?
that.
I see.
what just happened here? Why? What?
I'm glad we got that out there, Sean.
Unprotected chimp sex he's advocating for too. He had to go into the condom stuff.
Mhm.
Sean.
Not, as if Ebola and AIDS was not bad enough. Sean wants some more horrible viruses and diseases to unleash upon mankind.
Right?
Here at the Sitch and Adam Show, we
Yeah.
take the very brave, very bold, very controversial stance that one should not have sex with a chimpanzee.
Yeah. It's unnatural.
Especially not without a condom. There you go. There you go.
Should we continue with the video?
We should-
Hot take.
which has been around since the beginning of humanity, is natural, and that eating an airhead, this
Wait a minute.
synthetic
Yeah, I
processed
know.
treat,
Joel watching two people murder each other with that big fat smile on his face is pretty hilarious. What's going
but
on here? Oh, look,
he-
my Lilliputians are murdering one another.
But he's already screwed up because he said murder is natural.
Mhm.
Okay, you could say killing
Hmm.
is not. Murder has a negative connotation to it.
Yeah.
So I mean,
unlawful
obviously,
killing.
immoral actions are natural in that they occur, but that's obviously not what is being argued in this context.
Yeah.
humanity is natural, and that eating an airhead, this synthetic processed treat, is unnatural. But I think I'm right.
How is eating airheads unnatural? That's still
Well-
natural. Still in the realm of natural.
I would assume he means that since you can't find airheads in the wild.
Oh,
That's
because they
not
had to be
natural.
making things isn't natural at all. No.
Well, but tool making isn't. Everything humans do is technically natural
Yeah, I know. Everything.
because we
is.
are part of nature.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway.
When I say that murder is bad and airheads are delicious. Here's the thing. Shoe0nhead's argument here isn't just bad, it is iconically bad. It is
Oh my God. Here he is without the pants again.
I think he's wearing pants.
He's got to be because there's little
Iconically
Look,
puffs
look.
near the shoes.
Yeah, yeah.
You don't
It's
know.
just the butt throws you. The butt looks uncovered.
It
Maybe
looks
he's
like-
wearing like leggings that flare at the bottom. Or
Those
something.
are socks at the bottom there. What are you talking about? He's wearing socks. No pants and socks.
Maybe.
he's wearing those like tight TikTok leggings.
Yeah,
It's
he's wearing
bad.
super tight stretch jeans. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
bad.
yeah.
Not good. Not good.
Someone
I'm
needs
just
to
glad-
write underwear over here. It's bad. Underwear. It's bad.
I'm just glad that your argument is iconically bad. Whatever that means.
Iconically. Yeah. Heroically.
the
Your
bad
argument is the paradigm
Every
of bad
debate nerd
arguments.
on this planet knows about the naturalistic fallacy. What's
Wait a minute.
more, appealing to
Dun dun dun.
it is
Naturalistic
iconically
fallacy.
bad. It is the bad argument. Every debate nerd on this planet knows about the naturalistic
Okay,
fallacy.
I'm not a debate nerd.
You fell into their trap, Shoe. You cannot escape.
Well, that's what's interesting is because you are responding to a context that Joel was unfamiliar with about how sock dems are always engaged in these very esoteric moral arguments.
I think he's talking about just my other tweet that's like, we don't fuck animals because it's not natural.
Right.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is that he originally he made this video because he sees a tweet and he doesn't understand the context you're referring
Mhm.
to. But at the same time, he's criticizing you because you don't understand the context that he's referring to in terms of this naturalistic argument and how Twitter debates should flow.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Yeah.
What's
So what I mean.
more-
I think he just built his entire he wanted to talk about this, so he built it all around my tweet.
He wanted to talk about the naturalistic fallacy
Maybe
I don't know. I don't know. I honestly don't know.
or debate bro culture.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I
I'm
think
just
he
like
just saw your tweet and got triggered. Honestly, That's what happened.
no, I don't think so. I don't know. I don't want to be mean.
I mean, look, I'll be honest. I've made videos because I get triggered and then I make a video. That's definitely a thing. So
Oh god, I
Natural-
couldn't imagine if I did that. Like every
Natural
time
is
I got
bad.
mad at something.
mhm.
Wait, that you made a video every time you got
Yeah.
mad at something? Imagine if it took you months and months, if you got triggered and then it took you months and months and months to edit little animations together and stuff like that to make your video. I would so not be triggered by the time I was done.
Well, yeah, by the time I'm done with the video, I'm not triggered, but the initial spark is being triggered.
Yeah.
Appealing to natural behaviors is famous because it is the go-to argument of bigots and social conservatives.
That's where you fucked up, Shoe. You fucked up. You made the same argument bigots make.
Bigots and social conservatives. Boom, boom, boom.
Shoe,
Right.
how dare you stumble into their trap? Nobody who's not a conservative has ever made a naturalistic argument. Only bigots make natural arguments, Shoe.
Oh my God.
Social Darwinism, homophobia, and racism have all been defended with claims about what is and isn't natural. I'm not saying that Shoe believes in any of those things.
It's funny because, like,
But I am heavily implying it.
I know. Well, this is why he went through like your past, because he's like, oh, you know, people are questioning whether Shoe's really a leftist, and you know, because she's had questionable takes in the past, and here she is making a social conservative.
I know.
argument.
That's all the comments are saying. So like,
yeah.
That's everybody's takeaway.
You secretly are still a right. I'm
Yeah,
on to you.
Crypto fascist, apparently.
You're a socialist who's a nationalist. Yeah.
Right. Oh yeah, sure. Hey, there you go.
You're using the
That's-
wrong justification. You have to use the correct justification. And Joel, who totally agrees with you, is going to give you the proper justification.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, I just feel like it's so weird to compare homophobia and like to like people always
Fucking
do this. Every
animals.
time there's a bestiality or homophobic. Yeah, like I don't know. I think there's a big difference between those things, Joel.
Mhm.
I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't natural. I'm not saying that Shoe
Well, I was gonna say, it's interesting too because, like, socialism has a large history of trying to. I mean, that's what Lysenkoism was trying to make naturalistic arguments about socialism, and that's what led to so many of the famines in the USSR. Was believing that socialism corresponded with nature, and that you could literally grow plants according to socialism and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
believes in any of those things. I don't think that at all, but it's a bad argument with a bad track record, and it's easy as shit to call it out. And so people did. Of course they did.
Well, I guess this is why I perceive it as kind of passive aggressive, because we've had twice now where he's basically not necessarily ascribed you something negative, but he's ascribed like Shoe is close to some horrible opinion. And then immediately afterwards, he's like, well, I'm not saying she believes it. It's like, okay, but then you keep bringing it up like next to Shoe.
The wheels of Twitter turned. If it was natural to eat people, would you think it's morally okay to do so? As pointed out, this is a fallacy of appealing to nature. Appeal to nature. Who would have thought that Shoe would make 8th grader level?
I do like that. It's weird because the way he's reading these answers and the way the people are animated, they're all like satirical, snooty assholes.
Mm-hmm.
But he's making that argument himself.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm confused.
Is he
here.
making the naturalistic
No. I'm
fallacy
saying
argument? What?
he's making the kind of he's criticizing Shoe's position, but then all the people he's illustrated here criticizing Shoe's position, they're sort of drawn as like assholes. He's kind of reading what their words are as if they are assholes too.
Mm-hmm.
Argument. Now, I could go on and on with this. I have not scratched the surface of people angrily and accurately informing Shoe that her argument was bad. To be clear, I don't think this was cancel culture or bullying or whatever, but this kind of thing can absolutely make a person feel defensive, make them feel like they have to vindicate themselves. I can't read Shoe's mind, but perhaps this is why the situation kind of escalated right here. When Delaniac essentially claimed her argument was based on emotion, she responded, "Let me just bust out my fucking data sheet explaining why fucking a horse is bad." And then...
That is hilarious. That is fucking
Oh, it's a
comedy
lot funnier
gold.
when he reads it.
That is
Yes.
fucking comedy gold. What is going on here? This is just such a miscommunication.
Yeah, he's thinking too deep. I'm like, I get into like this stuff with people all the time, and like, it's like we banter and everything, and
Let me
he's
bust
just
out
like-
my data sheet. Imagine the person with the data sheet. Hilarious.
Actual Justice Warrior for $5 says Joel put out a Twitter video using child porn example to debunk stream.
Our
Which
stream?
Also, my friends also make attack videos on me rather than talking to me first.
Tell Joel to come on. Let's send Joel the link. Come on in, Joel. Well, I guess I should ask Shoe. Okay. But Shoe, you said you were friendly with Joel, so
I don't know if Sean was talking about this stream, or I don't know what he was referring to, but
who knows?
he put friends in quotes. I also have friends who
I'm
make
happy
attack
to talk
videos.
to Joel. Sure. Joel talked to Destiny. We'd talk to him.
I thought his conversation. I don't know if you saw. I thought his conversation with Destiny was very bad faith. But
I agree. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Are you running, Sitch? Is that what's going on here?
No.
You running from Big Joel?
From Joel?
Watch out.
Running
Watch out.
from Joel? No.
See,
Not
this
even
is the
remotely.
this is the great thing about our relationship, Shoe. Sitch has got about 20 to 30 IQ points on me. But I like to talk shit. I got a loud mouth. I like to fuck with people.
He asked about this. Oh wait, he was talking about. Wait, what?
So I
Joel put
can't.
out Twitter
You know, I
video
can't start a fight with Joel. You know, I might lose a debate with Joel. I'm not very bright. But I know Sitch can beat Joel in a debate. So I just get to talk shit. It's great. It's perfect.
Sean said he was talking about this. When were we talking about?
Joel's mad. Joel's triggered. Now that Shoe's on here.
Oh my
God. He's super
wait a minute.
triggered.
Wait a
I'm
minute.
certain he's
this is gonna
super
trigger you.
triggered.
This is gonna trigger you, Shoe.
What?
Joel
Oh,
tweeted
no.
out this. Hey, first of all, he linked. First of all, thank you, Joel, for linking to our stream. He said, "I'm crying. Shoe's on some like conservative streaming channel that has talked about me a few times. Just vibing about my Twitter and intellectualism video. I can't physically watch it, but please let me know if it's good. LOL."
Why is
There
he
you go.
calling
This
us?
is-
I object. I'm not conservative. What's up
We
with that?
literally had a fucking
Liberals.
4-hour argument with Sargon about the
You
nature
guys
of
are the
morality.
most liberals I've ever.
Yeah, our chat
seen.
disagrees with you calling us conservative. Half the times they're calling us communist.
I know. This is ridiculous. I saw 30 seconds of her saying our arguments about bestiality were almost identical and had to move on. Are people generally under the impression that arguments we gave are similar? I got like 5 comments saying this, but that's what it is. How much confusion is there? I will explain in 20 minutes if I must. And then he has some video, which maybe we'll watch at some point. But
Oh man, we attacked his we attacked his intellectualism. I guess it is.
I guess.
Like,
That's
I'm
okay.
defending Big Joel. I think he's a nice boy.
You did.
I'm not like being an ass.
I feel it sucks that people are like, obviously he's trying to give you a hard time for coming on here because that's what people do. They're like, they want to draw strict borders. They want to be like, this person can hang out with this person is untouchable. You know, you're lending your credibility to them as, you know, bad for the cause. I hate this fucking environment. Can't
so
we just?
annoying.
Most of our conversation was about fucking stand-up
No, we can't
comedy.
fucking chill. No, we can't
Yeah.
chill. That's the rules. You can't talk to people who slightly disagree with
I know,
you.
it's
Like,
fucking lame. Talk about authoritarianism. I feel like, what the fuck? Did we stumble into Nazi Germany here? We can't even have conversations with people. We're not allowed to talk about stand-up comedy and what's funny and whether or not
I
you're
don't
brave
know.
enough to get on stage.
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean-
Because someone might do slightly better in an election 4 years from now. Fuck off.
I know.
Seriously, fuck off.
Yep. But the real important question here, okay, this is the real conservative take of the stream. Doge Whistle for $20 says A-Team puts ketchup on their Panda Express and swallows the toothpaste when they brush their teeth.
Well, I do that one sometimes, so.
Oh God. I hope you don't put ketchup on panda. That's blasphemy.
No, I don't. No.
Okay.
Teriyaki, of course.
Of course.
30 minutes later, it seemed this was not enough, and in a standalone tweet to her large audience, she wrote the tweet that we've already seen. Fucking animals is bad. Globe emoji, sock emoji, rose emoji. Source? So now that we're seeing this tweet in its full context, I think there's a
bad. So bad.
lot that just feels here, right?
Wait a minute. He doesn't understand the tweet though. That's his problem. He doesn't understand the tweet. Yeah. He thinks he understands the context, but he doesn't actually understand. He doesn't understand that you're referring to this joke that the sock dems are always talking about this crazy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a big ongoing joke. Like there's a Twitter account called like Sockdem Moments, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And it's all like this. Like it's all like old jokes like my sister's hot. Is it morally neutral? Like it's like all jokes like that. So I don't know, like he didn't get it, but that's fine.
Right.
I get where he's like I understand where he's coming from though, like looking at it from an outside view. Like I don't know, like it looks like I'm straw manning everybody who had good arguments, but I was just making a joke about the current discourse. So
right. And he didn't understand that, but Joel, if you're listening, DM me. My DMs are open. Yeah. I don't think it's gonna come on, but I would love to have you on.
Yeah. We'd love to discuss leftist philosophy with you.
There's a lot that just feels wrong here, right? First off, she started it. She was the one who decided to engage with this discourse. She didn't just...
Well, did you start it? You're literally replying to something that someone said.
Yeah.
I mean, but...
say having sex with animals is bad. No, she made...
Shoe has a Twitter account that she's not supposed to tweet from, guys, okay? Like...
Right.
It's her fault for
It's just a comedy
tweeting.
Twitter, Adam. It's a comedy Twitter for jokes.
She had an opportunity to make a funny tweet, and she broke the rules by doing it, for heaven's sakes.
That's right.
A whole little argument there. Yet now she decided that engaging with this question is on its face stupid and ridiculous. That's puzzling. But maybe more importantly, this was never an argument about whether or not bestiality is good. You can see that, right? Delaniac later says in this thread that he's a vegan. This question is obviously meant to get you thinking about if eating meat is bad, not if having sex with animals is good. But Shoe just eliminates that part, omits it entirely from her account. Again...
This is, okay. This is a complete, I'd say, a bullshit understanding of the situation. Because the vegan guy making the argument, what they're attempting to do is they're attempting to conflate eating animals with fucking animals.
Totally.
In order to pressure people to be vegan. That's actually what's happening here.
Well, okay, I know the guy who originally tweeted it.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's one of the people that likes to have these, like, moral arguments and stuff. So I don't think he was trying to do that. I think he was genuinely like, hey, let's give an argument, let's do a thought experiment or whatever. So I don't know.
Is he a vegan?
I actually don't know.
Well, Joel said, I'm assuming Joel said he was a vegan. I'm assuming that's correct. But...
Oh, is he? Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. He may have ulterior motives.
It could be. To me, it reads as motivated. Is trying to be like, oh, it's the same. It's like trying to get people who eat meat to question the morality of their decision.
Well, that's what all vegans do all the time.
Exactly.
That's like the vegan thing.
Right.
It's also like
why don't you just eat your pet? It's like,
because I love my pet. I don't love this random chicken that I've never met. That's now in my stomach. Yeah, exactly.
The pet is part of the moral community. We never let the chicken into the moral community because we knew we were going to eat it.
Right. I don't. I just have to me, I just say, like, is eating animals moral? Probably not, but whatever. Like, I don't know. It feels like a waste of time, I guess.
It is an opportunity for them to put bestiality on the same level with eating meat and vicariously call meat eaters bestiality consumers. I don't know, what do you even call it? Someone who's into bestiality, but
Well,
that's what they
that's how
wanna do.
that's how I would interpret the intention behind the tweet.
That is the intention. That's 100% the intention.
Well, I mean,
Mhm.
in the most good faith world, we could say, well, no, the intention is just to actually tease out the moral foundations inherently involved here.
That's
but
what we're doing, but
That's
we're
what
the
we're
only
doing.
good
I
faith
don't-
people on
yes.
the internet here. Everyone
That's
else is
true.
like got a moral
That is
agenda.
true.
I'm not out here virtue signaling for veganism. I'm not out here, keeping track of how many people I converted to veganism, like some people are.
Mhm.
Yeah. I mean, we're having fun. We're having conversations. We're having fun. We're not out here like trying to get Biden voters up in the next election. So I think that you have to look at it in that kind of context. If someone is an activist, they're definitely doing things. They have an end goal in mind. They're doing it for it's a motivated thing. This is why you're interesting, because you're not doing. Do you conceptualize yourself as an activist? Are you trying to get more people to vote
No.
Democrat or
Oh.
anything?
I like to push people more to the left, like
Okay.
just because I feel like a lot of people, especially online, just have like misconceptions for the most part
Mhm.
of like what it is to be left wing. So I like pushing people more to the left on some things because like
You would rather someone voted on the
but
left than voted on the right. That's your personal
yeah,
proclivity.
like I
Yeah.
feel like they just have better policies, and that's just how I would like the world to operate. Especially with the culture war stuff, I feel like sometimes that just like clouds people judgment on other like more important things. So I like to talk about that, but I wouldn't consider myself like an actual activist though. I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe on some things, like maybe like I'm good at talking about like healthcare and
Yeah,
stuff
I was
like
gonna
that.
say, I
Like
almost said healthcare.
maybe
Like
yeah,
if you could get more people in favor of universal healthcare, you'd definitely do it.
yeah, like that I will try to do. But most of the time, like I'm just not a very good advocate, I guess. I don't know. I have opinions and I say them. Sometimes people agree, sometimes they don't. Yeah.
I just want to thank Sean for getting us to 1,000 likes. Thank you, Sean. Sean is
And
always a better advocate for us than we are.
But he tried to start a fight with us. You're totally letting him off the hook. He's
What do you
the
mean,
one that
what's the
brought up all
fight?
the big Joels. Like he's trying to stir up drama here.
That's good content, Adam. What are you talking about? That's fantastic
We
content.
wouldn't have known anything about the
Oh
Big
my God.
Joel
We have to
drama.
watch that Big Joel video this minute-long video.
I
put out
can't
there at
believe
the
he
end of this.
responded to us.
Of course. It's hilarious. Well, of course, he's like, Shoe is going on some conservative stream and talking about my video.
It's got to
So
trigger.
fucking cringe.
It has
Very
to
cringe.
trigger the shit out of everyone. Everyone who watches our show thinks Sitch is way just too liberal, too much in the liberal bubble, following his moral intuitions, and just it's
Throw me under the bus here, Adam.
What do you mean?
Literally, I can't even think. Like you guys just aren't communists. Like
Yes, totally.
like I
yes.
literally can't think of like a far right or even a right wing position that you hold. Like you're
No.
just basically fucking libs. Like,
Disaffected liberals. Yes, totally. Yes.
Yeah, but I mean
Yeah.
this is the problem with the way this quote unquote discourse is functioning. Like as you said, we're just not
would you
socialists.
classify yourself?
We're just not socialists, and
Yeah.
then we get labeled conservatives by
What were you
socialists.
going to ask?
Like, would you label yourself more like sort of Destiny, like how he is? Like
Well, I think
he's-
Destiny is further left than I am, but
Mhm.
I mean, I definitely would classify myself as a disaffected liberal, as an enlightened centrist. I mean, I voted for Joe Biden for fuck's sakes. Like, I'm not, and
Mhm.
and here's the thing too. I mean, our audience knows I've never considered myself a conservative, and I've never pretended to consider
Mhm.
myself a conservative.
Yeah, me neither.
And everyone that
Mhm.
that watches who is conservative says, like, yeah, I know you guys are not conservatives, and I appreciate
Yeah.
that you're just talking openly about issues. You're
Yeah.
not trying to necessarily demonize people on the right or the left who just disagree with you. You're just talking about the arguments.
Mhm.
If I called myself a conservative, I would feel like a fraud, a total fraud.
Yeah.
I could not in good conscience, I'm going to start I'm a conservative. I'm going to start a conservative YouTube channel. I couldn't do it. Not because I have anything against conservatives. I have a lot of respect for conservatives, but I'm a bleeding heart, man. I agree with a lot of the goals that people have, and I just disagree on the strategy for achieving those goals. And it's super infuriating when I feel like we share the same goal, but since I disagree with their strategy because I think their strategy will actually get us further from that goal, they're completely against me because I'm not on board with the strategy. It's like, doesn't wanting the same goal, something like universal health care, isn't that really what we want? Isn't it better to have more people that want the same goal and disagree over the strategy than just to categorically define people who just disagree on the strategy as like evil, don't talk to them?
It's always been one of the most frustrating things in my YouTube careers because like I'm friends with people from all different political corners.
Yeah.
And it's just like they all hate each other.
Yeah, you're not allowed to do that.
Like you guys hate Vosh, but you don't give me for being friends with him.
I would not even say that I really hate Vosh. I mean, I saw the video.
Sorry. You know what I mean.
We hate his politics.
We completely disagree with him. But I mean, I met Vosh in person when he did the debate with Destiny, and I mean, he's always been cordial with me in personal interactions and cordial with me in email and all that stuff. I really don't like the fact, and maybe it's just a personal thing, but Vosh like calls Sargon a Nazi and stuff like that, which I think is completely unfair, uncharitable, untrue. And I think they're just.
I think he's went back on some of that though, like the PewDiePie thing, calling PewDiePie.
Well, that's good.
I think I could have swore, even in the video you just made, the shoe question video.
Yeah, he called Sargon a Nazi in there. I was like,
Sargon
what
a Nazi
the fuck,
there too.
Dude? What the fuck? He's only doing that to destroy Sargon's reputation. Like I think he called Sargon an ethno-nationalist. I was like, what the fuck are we? How does he justify that position?
Didn't Sargon like straight up? Wasn't he like, I don't know if he is anymore, but wasn't he like Europe for the Europeans sort of guy for a little while? Maybe he's not anymore.
What he said, and we had a very long conversation. I know. But we actually had a conversation about this exact issue, and I warned Sargon.
Yes, it's a miscommunication.
The language he was using was going to get him into trouble, and then he immediately went and talked to Vosh afterwards, and he used similar language, and I think this is where this stems from. His position was that he didn't have a problem with anyone of any skin color or race immigrating.
He's like a civic nationalist, basically.
Yeah, of immigrating to England or any other European country. What his concern was that the culture, that people should assimilate, that the culture of those countries should be preserved. And he got into trouble because I think he was using the term ethnic or something to
mean culture.
He was like, I think Vosh was like, you don't want an ethno-state, and Sargon was like, yeah, but everyone should be the same ethnicity or something. I don't want an ethno-state. Like it was something like ridiculous like that.
Right. Because we had this, we had that argument. And I was like, why are you using the term ethnic? And he's like, oh, well, that's the term they used on the census in England. And I was like, really? And then we looked it up, and it was. And I was like, that's really bizarre. But I was like, don't use that word. You're gonna get into trouble. So.
And here we are, more trouble.
Here we are.
Yeah. I haven't seen anything from Sargon in a really long time though, so I don't know. But yeah, like you guys don't like Vosh, and like Vosh's friends like don't like me, and like I don't think Vosh likes you guys, and it's just like, oh my god, like there's like a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
Vosh did say he loved us in one stream. I heard it. I heard him say
he said it ironically.
Like,
but,
no, he seemed to mean it.
It's just frustrating.
I took it like shoe. I believed it on its face value.
Yeah, I don't know. So it's so frustrating. People like shoes on this conservative thing, because it's like, okay, great. Now I have to deal with this whole wave of like this bullshit now.
Shoe, you have to denounce the Sitch and Adam show. These are evil
No.
conservatives.
What is a
Where you
solution?
going?
What is a solution to that, Shoe? Because I mean,
You gotta tell people to fuck off. That's the solution.
I know that. I guess maybe.
I mean, I don't
know. Is that the solution?
I don't believe. I'm totally fine. And this is the way I've been my whole life. I'm totally fine disagreeing with friends. I get into all sorts of very heated political debates with friends and family members, but I don't ever believe in telling someone like, oh, you shouldn't be friends with someone.
I know, that's so evil.
Like the only time I've ever said that in my life would be, oh, if the person they're friends with or in a relationship with is abusive and is like screwing them over mentally. I'm like,
So,
no, this person's
like,
bad
I have
for you,
like,
friend.
yeah, like I have lines like, if you, cause like I'm bi and I have gay friends and I have trans friends and I have black friends, and if you're like straight up a fucking racist or you hate gay people or whatever, or if you join like actual like white identitarian movements and you do like crazy shit in real life, and there's obviously lines where I'm
yeah,
like,
totally.
I can't
I'm
be
good
friends.
with
Yeah,
all
like,
those lines. Yeah, those are good here.
yeah,
too.
I can't be friends with you.
Yeah.
I mean,
So,
yeah,
but like when it's just like you guys, like what, you aren't socialists and you're not communists and you don't like woke culture, like neither do I, and you like, why would I don't know, it's the smears are so weird
because it's a culture war. You got to pick a
Yeah, it's
side, Shoe. You got to be one side or
True.
the other. And you can
True.
only talk positive about your side. Otherwise, you're just giving ammunition to the other
I
side.
know, it's very frustrating. Like lately I've just been like going through this thing. It's like, do I want to be some like, you know, super responsible advocate for the left, or do I want to be a normal person saying my opinions, having friends, and being a normal human being online?
Or do you want to be a stand-up comedian?
He's really pushing that.
Stand-up comedian is the path to writing for Saturday Night Live. I want you to write for Saturday Night Live.
Oh God.
To me,
Adam, why don't you do it?
I think big. I'm too old for that shit. You would fit right in though. You would excel. You could be
God.
you could be the next like Adam Sandler in 20
some
years. You could be
fatherly
doing-
advice from Father
Wait,
Adam.
I don't know. I don't want to be Adam. No, Adam Sandler actually, he made a comeback, right?
Dude, he made he made movies, starred in movies and stuff. Shoe, like you've got that type of personality. Seriously,
there
a lot
was a
of people
period
move
of time
from
where
YouTube.
he was just
What,
All right,
Adam
I'll keep it
Sandler?
in mind. Yeah, there was a time where he was just doing movies for like the advertisements, and it was just like, have some Pepto Bismol. Like I don't
Oh
want.
yeah.
Yes, the Jack and Jill video.
Yes.
You didn't like Jack and Jill? What?
You haven't seen Jack and Jill. Stop trolling us.
I've seen. I think my wife was watching it. I saw a couple things, and I was just like, "Oh, so bad. Let me sneak away. This is horrible." Yeah. Adam Sandler's not the worst, but I like to think big. So,
Well, I was
just
just saying, I
if,
think
if
the
she could get
danger-
past her shyness and do some stand-up comedy, she'd be like,
Oh God.
she'd be
There you
running
go,
in
Shu.
those circles. Listen, I went to a comedy show last night, and you got to get in. It's not what you know, it's who you know. You got to get into those circles. Like right now, Shoe is like, I mean, yeah. It's funny that you bring this up. You're saying, I'm trying to figure out if I want to be an activist or if I want to write for Saturday Night Live.
And that was not what it was.
You're thinking,
Look at this gaslighting. He's just slipping it in there.
Wait,
I'm sorry. I'm just.
literally for a second I was like, wait,
I
did
am
say
literally gaslighting
No,
a
you
little
didn't.
bit here.
fucking gaslight girl boss over
Look
here?
at that. That was some real-time gaslighting. That was impressive.
It is a little bit gaslighting. I'm not gonna lie, but
Yeah.
Well, are you
Come on.
are you trying to like live your dreams through Shoe? Like, what's happening here? You're like,
Yeah, Adam.
Shoe,
Listen.
I never made it to
Listen.
SNL, but you can. Girl, you can do it.
there's two unthinkable options here. Well, no, there's one thinkable option and one unthinkable option. It's Shoe lives her dream of being a comedian and going and writing for Saturday
You know
Night
that's
Live
her
and
dream.
and starring in movies and becoming a big, huge celebrity, a giant celebrity, and just dwarfing Vosh.
He's like
And,
a pageant mom.
And there's
Yes. Let
And
me
there-
tell you what your dream
You're
is.
gonna be
Wait.
a star,
Your dream is
sweetheart.
I
You're
forget
gonna make you
my
a star.
okay.
We're gonna put you up on stage.
You're gonna make
tell
it
you about-
big.
You're gonna tell jokes. You're gonna make all the men laugh.
There,
Say,
and
see,
then
a woman can be just as
one.
funny on stage
Hold
as a
on,
man.
one of these dreams was legitimately her. She was trying to make a decision about. Now my dream is kind of taken over the thing here, but you were
Yes.
talking about becoming doing political commentary on YouTube or something else. I substituted Saturday Night Live. What was the other thing that you really said, that you legitimately said? Just being
What do you
funny on
mean?
YouTube and making just funny.
Yeah,
I
like
mean,
I just want to make people laugh.
yeah. Which is, I mean, I'm in the same ballpark as writing for Saturday Night Live. You're just doing it on your YouTube channel.
If I recall correctly, the original choice that Shoe just put forward was being a political activist or continue to do the kind of content that you
Right.
currently doing.
Funny videos. Yes.
But
yeah.
but you're still commenting on politics.
Yeah, and like I've had every day I get emails, tweets, comments of people like, oh, like, I thought all leftists were SJWs, but you showed me like Bernie's kind of based and like, oh,
There you
these
go.
policies are cool and blah 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 and like all the time. So even if I'm not specifically trying, I do get people like to like rethink their positions.
You're
and...
doing a lot better than
Sure,
Bosch. I'll
sure.
say that categorically. Yeah.
No, I don't think so. I think
Win
you guys
free.
hate him so much.
I wish you wouldn't use that word, because hate is such a strong word, and I don't.
Dislike.
I mean, I don't
Okay.
hate. I don't hate
Well,
anyone. Like I don't.
I think the problem is with Vosh is that, I mean, he's openly admitted that basically, and this is going to tell you, the danger of becoming an advocate for a position is that you're basically saying that you're going to put advocating for that position as your primary goal above all other things.
Above
So,
truth.
yes. So like if you're trying to advocate for the left, you are going to say, oh, well, I shouldn't cover someone on the left doing something I disagree with because I'm just giving ammunition to the right. That's how you fall in that trap.
That's never been.
I know that's never been you.
Yes, but you're.
But that's what Vosh has openly admitted, that this is his motivation.
And
he
he's trying
criticizes the left all the time, though. Literally, he's one of the only breadtuber type people.
Right, but
who constantly go over.
That's true.
Yeah.
But often he's either doing it from the position of that the mainstream left is bad, so you should be more leftist, or that look at these leftists basically making a bad name for themselves.
Did you listen?
Well, okay,
Well,
that's kind of what I do too. Like with the SJWs, I'm like, hey, these guys, they fucking suck. This isn't the
right, but
real left guys. Like that's kind of what I've been doing all of my career. So I don't know.
but the difference is that. No, that is what you're doing, but the difference is that since you're not looking at yourself as like, I must advocate for this cause. I'm assuming you're not looking at yourself that way, where he is, and he's openly said that since he classifies himself as a consequentialist, okay, so all he cares about is whatever the end goal is. That's how he gets into these awful takes where he's like, I don't care that Hassan is a hypocrite as long as he's promoting the value system that I agree with. Where I'm assuming you don't agree with that position.
Well, that's consequential. God, I can't even fucking speak.
Consequentialist.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm a consequentialist. I don't know. This is something that I've never.
Well, do you think it's morally just or right for a person to make millions of dollars espousing socialism and then to take all that money and live a ultra capitalistic life and not actually do anything with the principles of socialism?
Well, I'd only think it was hypocritical if Hassan before that was like, people can't own nice things or be rich. I don't watch Hassan. I've literally never seen a video of him. But if he has been like, owning mansions or whatever is bad, then yes, it's hypocritical. But if he's just been a tax the rich sort of dude and he's like still pushing for that policy, I think that doesn't make him a hypocrite, but I don't know. Because like I'm not against people, millionaires or whatever. I'm just against like multi-billionaires. Like that's why do you don't need that. Like,
well, I mean, he has said things about like we need to get rid of all landowners and stuff like that.
Oh, see, I'm not familiar with Hassan.
Right.
So
But even if he hadn't said that, I would still say, to me, if you're preaching a way of living and you make money off of that, and then you don't actually live that way, to me, that makes you a hypocrite.
Yeah, see, I don't see the you own a house as a hypocritical thing. So
well, just engaging in kind of like ultra I mean, he could buy a
Luxury.
house. He doesn't have to buy a $3
Yeah,
million
yeah.
house in West Hollywood, right?
Yeah.
But we did this. I don't know if you saw. We had a stream where we found out that Bernie Sanders' 3 houses combined were less than Hassan's 1 house. So,
Yeah, I fucking hate that Bernie Sanders 3-house thing.
yeah.
When
Nobody
you're
looked
rich,
into it.
first of all, class traders are cool, right? If you're rich and you advocate for, helping the poor more, I think that's cool and based, and
I agree.
That's fine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree.
But if someone is like rich and they're making their money in a way that they would consider morally exploitative, then I would say, well, that person's a hypocrite.
Yeah, hypocrisy.
But
I
anyway,
don't know. Yeah, I don't think I agree, but it's fine.
well, then we can't be friends. You can't.
Okay,
you
it's
have to
over.
Sorry.
It's
I'm
over.
so sorry. Yeah, so sorry. Joel was right. Shouldn't be on our conservative show.
You shouldn't say
Puzzling.
that, Sitch. People will clip you out. Everyone says you're conservative. It fucking drives me crazy. It's like, oh
That's
my
good.
god.
I want them to clip it out. Clip it.
It's got to trigger all the conservatives in our audience. So I mean,
I know.
they're like, what the fuck?
So what's going on here? Well, here's what I'd say. Shoe is crafting her tweet around the desire to make this discourse seem as silly and obvious as possible. First,
Well, that part's true, Ray. That's completely true. That's the joke.
Yeah.
That's what's funny about it.
It's supposed to be simple and stupid, and
Yeah.
it's hyperbolic. It's literally
Yes.
a straw man. Like, literally the joke is that it's a hyperbolic straw man.
Totally.
Like,
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. That's why it's funny, Joel.
performatively extricates herself from the conversation, pretends she wasn't engaged with it in the first place, and in doing so, imagines herself as a hapless, normal person who simply found herself involved with this
this is the part where he goes, like, again, Joel is a sweet boy, so I'm not, like...
But
like, he goes into this, like, armchair
Joel,
psychology
just-
about me, which is,
Yes.
like, it was, like, really, really, like, infantilizing or whatever, and it's like...
yes.
No, I just made a joke on Twitter. Like, literally, I knew where I was when I made this. I think I was like outside fucking
Oh my
gardening.
god. Oh my
Right?
god.
I literally had I had to take off my nasty ass gardening gloves for 2 seconds. I tweeted the joke.
Hilarious.
I think, wait, let me see. When was this? I think it might have been that day, but let me check.
Damn, you do
Oh
have a
my
good memory.
God.
You're like, I remember the exact moment I sent this tweet. I was putting down.
I don't
a
know if
new
it was
batch
day
of
or night. I
petunias.
don't remember. That was the day, right? That was the day it happened, right? I remember I was outside when all this was going down.
I know
At
this
least
feeling when you have something,
I
you're like, oh, this will
literally-
be hilarious. I have to do
Yeah,
it.
and I literally just kind of tweeted and then like forgot about it because I
Right.
thought it was funny. And Joel's like, she imagines herself as this helpless. Like, dude, no, I'm just making a joke. Like, I don't know. Like, I think he just wanted to make this video about how discourse works on Twitter.
Mhm.
And again, just was like, oh, she's a perfect example, because I literally am like, I'm such a fucking flippant, spontaneous, not spontaneous, what is it? When you just do things, impulsive, like a person on Twitter all the time. I tweet things, I delete them all the time. Again, I think it's the ADHD, but I just like impulsive OCD, just shit post and don't take myself seriously at all. And so I think that's his critique, is just like,
His
I don't
critique
know.
is you're a powerful, influential person. You
Yeah,
shouldn't
and
be
you're-
able to not take yourself seriously because other people.
Yeah, and,
there's a
like-
culture war going on here.
and so like that's what Vosh thinks too, and like I appreciate both of their like criticisms, because I am somebody who does not understand the power that they have. Like I have e-fame, I don't know how to use it because
You've
just like
changed. You used to post people's, like I've seen you mark out the person's name and stuff on
I
comments and
always
stuff
do
like that.
So
But you
like-
didn't used to do that. You did that
uh-huh.
and got in trouble for it, and you've kind of adjusted, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Am I right
Yeah,
about
because
that?
like I just felt bad for people if
Right.
like,
You'd
people
see
would
the
find their
you'd see
account
the
or whatever.
consequences of it.
Yeah.
You would be like, okay, I have to make a change. So
Mhm.
so
But,
I only bring it up because it seems like you're willing to, like, you're not flippant about everything. You're willing to make changes where changes are appropriate. Just
Yeah.
the changes that Big Joel is advocating for here, it's a little excessive here. Like, you can't even fucking make a joke now.
I don't know if he's like, I don't even know if he wants me to stop. He's just like, this is her, like, I'm just like this animal in a zoo that he's like doing like a documentary on, like, this is how she acts, which is like, yeah, like, I don't even know what to say. Some of these critiques these people give me, it's just kind of like, you know that meme where it's just like, yes, and it's just like, okay, that's just how I am. If you don't like my style of humor or video or whatever, or the way I argue, or it's just like, just close your eyes, like, walk away. Like, oh, I don't know. But some of the critiques, like, I take into heart though, because like, I'm fucking 30 years old. Like I should probably be more mature about this shit. But like,
nah.
Nah.
Fuck them. The world needs more comedy.
This is where the comedian thing
This is a comedy show.
Works to your advantage, Shoe, because then it becomes your job. It doesn't matter how old you get, you just keep doing it.
Right. Yes. SNL.
Activism, though, I don't know.
Yeah.
That doesn't. I don't know.
Yeah, like politics. Sorry.
No, you go.
No,
ahead,
you go
Shoe.
ahead.
No, politics interests me a lot. Like, I know I'm not fucking that great at it.
Why? Why does it interest you? That's interesting. Why does
I don't
it interest
know,
you?
because I want to make the world a better place, I think. And I don't know how to do that correctly. So all I know is how to make people laugh, and also
This is the super interesting question that we can't really answer because Joel's not here, but I would love to have the conversation about what is the more successful strategy in activism. You know, gun to your head, you're going to have to be an activist. You know, what is a better strategy? Is it this relatable, I'm funny, you know, don't try to be too smart, maybe you know, flirting with anti-intellectualism. But I don't like the anti-intellectualism term, because obviously you say you're very interested in politics, and normally people are anti-intellectual, or like, duh, I don't care about politics, it's totally stupid. So, but, or the Joel,
so
I am going to argue, or even the Vosh, I am going to argue you into a position where you have to agree with me, because I would think it would be you. That is a much better strategy.
So like before 2016, I guess, when I was making videos, I considered myself sort of apolitical because politics was boring to me.
Yeah.
And because politics are pretty fucking boring.
Some of
like,
it
when
is
you talk about
completely.
policies and whatever. Yeah, right.
Universal health care. I'm
to
falling
me,
asleep over here.
Yeah, right. God. So to me, I'm like, what would hook me into politics if I was younger and not interested and thought they were boring? You know, jokes, having fun with it, and you know, explaining things in a way that dumb people can understand, because like, I don't know. Yeah, so that's how I kind of see it. It's just like,
yeah, but you can only make those jokes at the expense of people on the right. So
that's true.
Yeah,
that's
you
the
think
problem.
so?
That's, well, if Shoe was doing this, if Shoe had literally all
you're
the
saying
same type of content as she did, but it was only making fun of people on the right, none of these people would say that you're being irresponsible with your platform.
You're saying that's what Joel wants. Joel basically wants her to only
want.
make jokes at right wingers' expense. Yeah,
of course.
Yeah, like I could find right now, like if I just scroll a little down, like a very similar joke that I made about right wingers, like you know,
Joel is like, yes,
hyperbolic,
this is good comedy right here.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like hyperbolic, sort of dumb shit, you know. But
that's the difference between just, you know, being funny, being you, and engaging in propaganda. I think that's the key difference here.
Yeah.
Gentleman Damon for $20 says, you remember those kids that said they loved animals? I guess some of them really, quote, loved animals.
Oh, bad. No, don't.
Terrible.
Awful conversation. Then she removes the context. No longer was this about veganism and how we evaluate moral transgression. Suddenly it's just, should I get sex with horses? A pretty trivially easy question for most people to answer. And although it might not look it, this...
I know, he's just totally simping for the bestiality crowd, isn't he? There are those few, we have to consider them. Joel in 20 years is going to be like, bestiality is a sexual orientation. We have to
Oh,
be considerate
no,
of their
stop.
rights. He's gonna
know.
be in front of a TED talk.
Yep.
Oh
But
my goodness.
when I first saw this was the part I cringed at the most, when he was like, "Oh, Shoe's actual intention was to do all this." And it's like, let me do the deep mind reading here to figure out what's really going on beneath the surface.
Yeah, like looking under me at a microscope is so weird. It's such a weird feeling. It's
Mhm.
like being dissected. It's like, okay.
Sure. I mean, I'll admit that I know that we've done this very thing on the show, but you know,
Oh, yeah,
we do
no,
it.
no, no,
We're
it's-
right. I don't know.
It's
what,
fine. Like, I'm not like
Joel.
mad at Joel or like upset.
Mhm.
It's like it was a pretty it's honestly a good critique of the way I act on Twitter. Yeah.
Eh.
So like you still don't think I think it was fine. But again, it's kind of like a yes and thing. Like, yeah, that's how I operate. Anyway, like that sort of thing.
Mhm.
But it's just such a weird experience. Like, I don't know, have you guys ever like seen a video about you? And,
Yes.
like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I can't get over it. It's just like such a weird feeling.
Well, it
You
seems
want to
like
like debunk everything, but at the same time, you like can't care.
yeah. I remember someone made like a really crazy video about net neutrality, where they were trying to debunk my net neutrality video, and like basically everything they were saying factually was wrong. They were also completely wrong about my intentions.
Mhm.
I mean, that's what I see the most, is that usually when people get angry at you, it's because they're assuming that there's some weird nefarious intentions in what you're saying or doing, that you're like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. That's
Yeah,
weird.
like I literally just because then like he did all this like, so it's fine when people respond to things you've said and done. Obviously, response videos are fine, but when he's like dissecting like the inner workings of my mind, it's
Right.
almost like you feel gaslit. Like, whoa, is that
Is this
what I was
true?
doing? Like, is that true?
Right.
But then it's like, no, the reality was I just kind of made a stupid joke. Like,
Reality was you were gardening and you were like, this is stupid, and then you tweeted it and you put your phone away and you continued gardening.
yeah, I don't know. It was crazy. Yeah.
Process of performing a discourse in a way that makes it seem absurd or nonsensical is extremely powerful in a rhetorical sense, because in this moment she is able to implicitly ask a question. If this so-called ethical quandary was this easy for me to resolve,
it was that night. No, I wasn't gardening. I was gardening that day. I don't know what I was doing, but I remember that day vividly.
We caught you. You were lying, Sue, this whole time. You weren't gardening at all. It was really 8 o'clock
I
at
don't
night
know.
when you tweeted this
Yes,
out.
I remember that day, but
You were
yeah.
gardening in a
It was
video game.
just weird.
Got
Like,
you.
I literally just remember tweeting that day and just like not caring, and then it's just so
Who
funny.
cares? I never care when I tweet anyway. So like, who does?
Yeah.
Yep.
it took none of my mental faculties, then what kind of weird-ass, vaguely suspicious person is getting stumped by this? This is what Shoe means with the second half of her tweet, right? Look at all these terminally online socialists and social democrats and globalists, people who inexplicably want me to provide a source or data sheet to substantiate my beliefs. This
Yeah.
is an impossible standard.
It's just a joke. Like, it's an inside joke with the entire left community that everyone's always talking about. Is incest morally neutral and stuff? So,
I guess no one told Joel. He's just confused.
yeah. It wasn't
They
supposed to
are-
be that deep.
Yeah. It's funny too, because he's kind of critiquing your, I guess, online aesthetic or rhetoric, the way in which that you're talking.
Mhm.
And yet I still have the Big Joel tweet about this still open. And he has an aesthetic too.
The
He
exact
wrote,
same as
I'm crying, Shoe. Is he actually crying? Is on some like conservative streaming channel. Like the way he's talking is appealing to a specific aesthetic and style as well.
Yeah, I didn't see the tweet.
Deploying obfuscate the readily apparent fact that animal sex is bad. And see, it doesn't matter here what she originally said, the part she played in all this. It doesn't matter that none of
It's so weird because he's saying that she made this terrible argument about, and I keep waiting for him to come in with, no, here's a better argument about why you shouldn't have sex with animals. But no, he's just critiquing
Well, he gave an
like,
argument. It was just a
Shoe's
bad
rhetoric.
argument.
What was his argument?
It was that he said that people that have sex with animals intend to harm the animal.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so
and
that's
I
his
said they were
little argument.
heathens.
Yeah,
Right.
It's like the same shit.
it is basically the same argument.
Well, what you said they were heathens,
Yeah.
or you said it was
Yeah.
degenerates. or what?
Hedonistic.
Oh,
freak.
hedonistic. Right.
Yeah, and like, what is the definition of hedonistic?
Yeah, that's a good question.
And
Isn't it-
and Joel said
Mhm.
they're deriving pleasure from the animal's pain. And how the fuck is that? It's honestly like the same. Am I going crazy?
Hedonism, the pursuit
little-
or pleasure
little
as a
different.
matter of ethical principle, an ethical system that evaluates pursuit of pleasure as its highest good.
Is that
Yeah.
not basically the same shit? I don't know. Maybe
It's. I would say it's a little different because
Mhm.
he's saying more like
Not necessarily, because he's saying that they derive pleasure from hurting things.
right,
that's
but
what
that's
he's
more.
literally
That's
saying.
not necessarily hedonism. That's like sadism, right?
Uh-huh.
Sure, but it's still hedonism because it's derived. If giving others pain is my pleasure, then
Yeah.
that's it. Like,
Yeah. If a Satanist could be motivated by hedonism,
Right.
sure.
Yeah.
I just think it's ironic that his own argument is completely awful and wrong. It's
yeah,
not even true.
just as awful and wrong. Yeah.
right.
At least we presented
I
somewhat
think
of an
I
argument.
swear to God we have the same argument, but he's just smarter at it. Like I swear, but maybe I'm wrong.
Well,
he has better rationalization.
because
he-
when he explained it, I pretty much agreed with him. So
well, does he explain
I
it
don't-
more in this video, or is it only in the beginning?
I think it was the beginning.
Okay.
Because I don't think I don't think you guys are making the
One
same argument.
line.
I think. I mean, you were making an argument about what humans have evolved to do,
Yeah.
and he was making an argument about the emotional intention of acting
Mhm.
in some.
That was like the
fashion.
second part of my tweet was you'd only
Sure.
do that if you were a hedonistic freak.
Okay.
So I don't know.
I mean, yeah, maybe that was your intention when you wrote it, which would be even more hilarious if that was your intention.
His argument is it's wrong because the people engaging in it are willfully wanting to hurt animals. That's his argument,
Mhm.
basically. Correct?
Yeah. Well,
That's
I mean, let's go.
such a,
We can go
like,
back and just listen to it really quick.
I mean, that's got to be such a small subset of the people who are engaging in it. I'm assuming.
Wants is beef, not the suffering of the cow. But the person who specifically
Okay,
from
here
the
it is.
animals, it's a kind of instrumental harm. Burger Boy doesn't derive pleasure specifically from the anguish of the cow. No, he's not thinking about it at all. What he wants is beef, not the suffering of
Or sex. What he wants is sex. It's the same thing, right? He's
Yeah.
the guy who
The
wants sex is not thinking the anguish of the animal. He just wants sex.
cow. But the person who commits a bestial act is exacting pleasure specifically from a situation that causes harm. Dogs do not want to have sex with people. I think that's fairly obvious. And so to
Wait.
have that
Yeah,
sex
dogs
is
do want
Dogs
to have sex.
absolutely.
I know. We didn't like that part
That's
either,
kind of
Shoe.
yeah. That's
Yeah.
wait. Hold
That
on.
categorically incorrect. Anyone who's
Yes.
met a randy dog knows they want to have sex with everyone and everything.
I want to fuck chair legs and dolls and legs and yeah.
Yes.
Well, but that's why I'm like, to me, like Joel's argument is awful. I
It's
don't.
terrible.
Well, first of all, I don't think. I'm
yeah,
sure
because
that
like,
there
hold
are-
on, because like, what if? Oh, this is weird. Hold on. Hold on. I'm trying to like the gears in my mind are working.
Right.
So like, his only issue with it is like the consent.
Yeah,
like, I
that's what
don't
it
know.
seems to be, right? Which is crazy.
Yes.
Nah, like I don't know. It's such a weird debate.
It's not
Because
a-
to me, that's opening the if that's your only reason for why this is wrong is quote unquote consent. Okay, you're opening the door. You're opening the door to the animals ye argument. Like, well, if it's a baby, he doesn't want to have sex with you, he'll move away from you. Like, that's basically
Oh my
the
god, I
argument.
remember that. Ugh.
Right. And Joel's kind of opening the door for that line of logic,
Yeah,
which
I doubt he thinks that, but
I would assume he doesn't think that,
Yeah.
but that's
Yeah.
unintentionally what he's doing. And then on top of that, what he's saying, I don't even think that's true. The people who are fucking animals probably think the animal wants it.
Yeah, they probably justify it that way. Obviously,
Yeah.
they're saying this is
Well, yeah,
of
like,
course
okay.
consensual sex. That's what they're telling themselves.
Yeah, I've almost done videos on like they're called zoo files, and
What? They're
yeah.
what?
And they have like podcasts and shit. So a long time ago I was gonna do a video on this, and I like cut up their podcasts and I was gonna like debunk them and whatever.
What
and
is
a lot
a
of
zoo
their
file for
as someone who likes to fuck animals or whatever.
Okay, wow. Okay, so a bestiality
yeah.
person. Okay, go ahead.
So, and a lot of their argument was like the dogs or whatever liked it, like that was their justification. So it wasn't like they were deriving pleasure from its pain. They were just
yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
So,
He's basically saying that anyone who's into bestiality is a sadist and is only wants to do it because they get pleasure from hurting other things. It's like, if that's the case, couldn't you just kill the animal? Why do you want to fuck it? Right? I mean, geez. There are people. There are sadists that get pleasure out of torturing animals. Okay, jeez.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. That's, to me, that's a completely different thing. Someone fucking animals, someone like torturing an animal to death. It's completely different. They're both immoral, but for completely different reasons.
Yes. Yeah. So his argument, his moral argument is bad too. But then the rest of the video is just shitting on you. Did we get enough of it?
That was it.
Is to take joy from the invasion of boundaries, the skirting of consent. Why then might bestiality be worse than
Yeah, he said the person enjoys skirting consent. Am I supposed to believe that someone who's a zoophile wants to fuck animals, that's the reason they're like, I just want to have sex with somebody that can't consent? Is that really the motivation here?
Yeah,
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. Sounds fucking weird if it is.
That's so bizarre.
I'd say it's.
I mean, you could. People like if that was your only factor, why wouldn't you just rape people? Like, why would you be raping non-human animals?
Sexual attraction is such a weird thing as it is. So it's just, who knows? And then you get into the people who are attracted to like banana peels or fucking
there's all sorts of weird
bizarre shit. Yeah, exactly. Who knows? So
it's because
I think that was
in the video.
We are at 12:20.
Just want to make sure that we got his terrible argument, especially since he's like, I gotta respond. I know the argument was weak. Okay, I only had a weekend to do all that animation.
None of them were actually asking for a source or data sheet, because that's simply not how moral philosophy works. It doesn't matter that this is not the point that anyone was making, because now these people are just weirdos. They are perverting our discourse, justifying for no apparent reason the needless harming of animals.
This is a little bit what Sargon did when he came in, was accusing us of kind of perverting the discourse a little bit. I feel like it. I could be wrong though.
He was kind of he
I
was
said,
saying...
it was contentious with Sargon. I just want to make it clear I'm not trying to call Sargon out or anything. Yeah.
Yes, we love Sargon with all our hearts. Okay,
leave Sargon alone.
That's right. That's right.
Who's that?
Oh my
was
God!
that
Did
you?
Mauler just sneak back in?
Is
here?
Mauler back in here?
I that person I told you I said I'd hang out with. I hung out with them, and then I was like, "You guys are still going, so I guess we're good."
This is great. I was like, Mauler, have you met Shoe before? Is this like an introduction going here?
No, this is the first time, I think.
Shoe,
I've
meet
never
Mauler.
been in a call
Mauler,
with
meet
Shoe.
Shoe.
Hello, Mauler. Hello.
How do you do?
I've
known you exist for a long time.
Yeah, I like your movie streams. They're great content. Well, you fucking pause every frame or whatever.
He's testing you. He's like, do you know what the name of them are? Are you a true fan? Do you know the EFAP name?
I've watched a few of them, like while I do like chores and stuff. They're like great because they're so fucking long. They're like 11 hours.
Out of curiosity, which ones?
I've seen.
Is it the ones with Adam and Sitch? Is that it?
No, actually, I don't think I've seen one with you guys.
Probably for the best.
I'm watching a bunch of your videos now, Mauler.
I saw the Jenny Nicholson one because people were like really mad at that, and I was like, oh my God, did they really dunk on her for 11 hours? And like I actually watched it. It wasn't all dunking on her, but I was like, oh, they're pretty fun. Like that's how I found out.
Yeah, we were pretty chill.
Your channel.
We did Jeb
I-
Bush memes for like an hour.
I assumed that you guys were gonna be like, just because the way everybody acted about that video, I thought that video was gonna be just like hating her and like all this dumb shit. But it was like, all right,
Dude, I had the editor for the Washington Post and Linkara come after me. Okay, I
about
don't know how I
that.
survived.
Like I like Jenny, I
Wow.
like her videos, but yeah. That's
Um,
But you're allowed
ridiculous.
to critique them, obviously.
But funnily enough, I liked Jenny's videos. I thought her Joker one was shit. She said weird things in them, and I was like, I'm gonna stream with my friends. I'm gonna talk about it, and then the world changed forever.
Yeah.
It was horrifying. But yeah, it's been fun times. I would prefer that you refer professionally to the name EFAP. I wouldn't,
EFAP, yes.
you know,
I'm
that's
so sorry.
Yeah, it offends me
Yes.
otherwise. But yeah,
Yeah.
it's been a wild ride, this whole internet thing, and I've watched plenty of your content. You're a funny lass. You're a
Oh,
funny
thank
lass.
you. Thank
And
you.
I think I saw this video from Large Joel, and I remember being like, this is all very strange. The thing you guys were just talking about, by the way, which is kind of why I was like, I'll jump in. You just said the people committing bestiality take joy from breaching consent. It's like, I don't think that's the majority of them. I think that a lot of have you seen cases where like they'll argue like, no, the animals want it, they smile, and
Yeah.
they like, I don't think
it's
they,
wagging its tail. It's like, what the fuck?
yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, I haven't watched a lot of interviews with bestiality zoophiles, but I'm assuming they're not running around saying, I just love to take consent away from these
Yeah.
harmless animals.
They'd
No,
probably
they-
argue that's a downside.
they've literally argued that like they're like they love animals, like they're the best like pet owners because they like
They fuck their
I
animals.
yeah like
No. Oh,
Right.
so bad.
yeah. I have like a whole folder of like screen caps of them
Oh,
saying
no.
crazy shit. Maybe I'll show you guys.
Oh,
one
I'm
day.
glad you clarified that.
Oh God! Screen caps of zoophiles saying crazy shit.
Yes.
Oh God.
It's important to note the role this tweet plays within a larger online context because it's something we find a lot, specifically on Twitter. Before this point, what was happening was a conversation. Someone said something, Shoe made a point, people objected to it, and she got mad. There was a give and take. There were people
didn't
in
get
genuine
mad.
conflict. But now, with this tweet, all that is gone, and what we're left with is this odd performance, this presentation of values and ideas and
So is his problem is that you didn't provide the context to your original tweet? It seems like
No,
just
but,
because you
the
said
context is all there. Like the joke is
Mhm.
you shouldn't really need sources or whatever to be like, hey, fucking animals is bad. The joke is like about these debate bro types. Like the
Right.
joke is on them. It's a hyperbolic.
if you had said
don't know.
source debate bro, I don't think he would have made this video. This all seems to stem from he's mad that you're sort of under his view portraying, you know, the leftists online as being
I don't
talking about
know.
animal fucking.
See, I don't know because like I make fun of the left all the time. I just like I don't know why he would go after this out of everything. Like I don't know if that's it, but
Because they don't know. You could be a secret grifter. Sure.
oh, okay.
Aren't we all?
You're just
Yeah.
you're just sucking leftists onto your side so that you can spring the trap on them
Mhm.
to make them super conservatives when they
Yeah,
least
when
expect
they leave,
it.
yeah, exactly.
Right. You're gonna pull a reverse Hunter Avalon.
They really,
okay?
yeah, they really believe. Like some people really believe that. It's like, oh my god. And then like there's the
Sure.
opposite where it's like she's a leftist, but she pretends to be anti-woke to turn people left. It's like,
Mhm.
all right. Well,
gotta
you
be a
want people to
narrative.
turn left, so it's
Right.
fine.
It can never be normal people having discussions about stuff.
No, it has to be like, yeah, fuck. Like MAULER, I don't even know your politics, and also I don't give a shit.
Oh, I really appreciate that. You don't find that on the internet anymore.
That's true.
Like, I can't remember if I was talking to the friend of mine just now about how I've seen threads on my own subreddit with people be like, I need to know what his politics are because I do enjoy the videos, but I mean, you know.
That's so evil. That's so evil.
Can I enjoy this
supporting
person's
someone.
content? Who do they vote for? Let me
Oh
find
my
out.
god, literally people like, guys, who's Shoe0nhead? Can you tell me if I'm supposed to like her? That's like always the
I
Yeah.
know.
the thing.
Yeah, I mean, there's a gaming streamer who I'm pretty sure is like really far leftist, but he never talks about politics. And I'm like, oh, that's
Mhm.
fine. I'm just watching his gaming streams. I like his gaming streams. He's,
Mhm.
yeah, that's interesting. But it's sad that this is the world that we're currently in right now. I mean, I was gonna say we've had Mahler on twice, and I still don't know what Mahler's politics are, which I'm assuming is entirely intentional. But-
yeah, people have seen like 20 of my 6-hour-long videos, and they're like, still don't quite get it. And I'm like,
I'm just
wonder
gonna
if that's
guess.
on
I'm gonna
purpose.
guess. I'm gonna take a guess. You
Oh my
don't have
God.
to say if it's right. I have a feeling you're like a libertarian type, and you don't. So you don't have to say it's right. You're
I
like
don't
a,
think that. I don't.
I
agree.
do.
You
I
don't think?
completely disagree.
No,
Yeah.
no.
All right,
Okay.
Adam, you're
Mahler-
next.
Take a guess.
Is a hardcore ANCAP.
Yeah.
Adam, what do you
Right.
reckon?
I mean, I would say potentially disaffected liberal, but it's just me
Mhm.
guessing because you like have a lot of the same opinions as me, and that's what I am. So it's it's a total guess. But I have
Yeah.
no,
No, I
idea.
could see that too. Like you're just a.
Are you going to spoil the
you're one of
mystery
the-
for us, Mahler? Are you going to actually tell us?
I mean, it's just obvious. I was radicalized by Shoe. I'm far right. So
That's the perfect answer.
How
Shoe, see?
dare you answer this
You're-
serious question with
I
a
know.
joke, Mahler?
No,
This
that's
is not
canon
allowed
now.
here on the internet.
That's it.
Watch out.
Canon,
Sorry.
That's what it is.
You're going to
Yeah.
get a strongly worded email from Vosh after this live
I'm-
stream, Shoe.
I'm
Oh, no.
I am here to personally put all of you through the pipeline. I'm
Yes.
I'm the next part.
You are evidence of the shoe to right pipeline. Yeah.
I'm
Yes.
greasing the pipeline up with Star Wars.
Yeah.
It's
First
not-
thing you're critiquing the Last Jedi. Next thing you know, it's
I'm
Death
glad
Camp.
Mahler's
They've
not
made
gonna, not gonna ruin the mystery.
extensive threads and tweets about how that's my entire plan. When I'm just like, no, I'm just a nerd, man. I really like talking about Star
Yeah,
Wars.
you're
It's
like
not
a
actually
normal
to-
ass
yeah.
person.
I
I envy that because like I used to be that, right? I didn't really care about politics.
Before
and,
the
like,
war.
and then the war happened. The Fire Nation attacked.
Before the woke nation attacked.
and
I was just grilling out here.
yeah, and then it's like I don't even remember what I used to talk about or care about. It's like politics are just like eating my life. Do you guys remember that video from Lacey Green a million years ago where she's like, I need to turn off my politics to enjoy TV, and we all laughed at it?
yeah.
That's literally me now. I'm just like, oh my god, like that's like my whole life now. It's like all I think about, which is like really sad. So
Mhm.
I envy people like Mahler who's just like, I'm gonna talk about movies. Like I would love
So
to
it's
do
the-
that. It's like
Why are you so caught
desperately-
up in it? Why can't you just turn off the politics?
because like care, like once you care, you can't uncare. And I was just like, oh, the world sucks. I want to make it better.
The bell cannot be unrung, Adam.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I took the black pill or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
Doomer.
I took one of the
What are
pills.
kids-
Taking
what are
all the
kids
pills.
called? What
I
do
don't
the
think
young
every-
kids call it?
I don't
Did you
think
see-
everything is so dire though, but maybe it's just me. Maybe it is.
Well,
maybe
no, but
things
it's just
are
a
much
question of
more dire.
interest, I think, not of direness. You know. But did you see the new Matrix trailer?
Yeah.
Why? That was a non
Yes.
sequitur, was it? Or
Well, we were talking about pills.
Well, okay.
Because I saw it and I'm like, I'm watching this. I'm like, something about this feels really wrong. And then I realized you can't have a Matrix trailer that's not narrated by Lawrence Fishburne. What is this? It just doesn't work.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah.
All I know about that is he said he wasn't contacted by the Wachowski siblings. I can't remember what they're called now.
Sisters.
Yeah.
Sisters, yeah.
Or do you think he's hiding it and he actually is in the movie? Do you think that was a dodge? to
Oh,
make-
well, I would love that if that
yeah,
were
I would
true,
love that
'cause
too.
I don't know about you guys, but when I think of Matrix, yes, I do think of Neo, but Morpheus, man, oh,
He's
so
essential.
epic.
I was having this exact conversation when I was saying of all the characters in the Matrix that I would think I would only have to be in the like a next one would be Lawrence Fishburne. I don't really care about anyone else.
Well, Morpheus is in the and I think it's a younger version of Morpheus. And
Well, yeah,
I,
they got a different actor.
Well, is
I
that what it's
agree.
supposed to be? It's supposed to be young Morpheus.
That's
or
what
something?
everyone's assuming because
Yes.
he has the look, doesn't he? The glasses and
Yeah, he
Yeah,
looks
he-
kind of similar.
I'm
I
wondering.
hope
takes
that
place in the
that
future,
it's
though,
great.
so.
I'm not optimistic, but I do hope that it's amazing. But I think probably it won't be. Is that your take, Mahler?
I'm cautiously optimistic with everything, but man, Adam, I have been disappointed
I
semi-regularly. So much. I'm a battered
I know.
housewife when it comes to media.
I know. Yes. When I
Also-
saw the trailer, it just seemed like a dumb FX movie. Like it didn't. None of it worked for me at all. I just thought this is awful. Yeah, this is awful. So, well, hopefully,
I mean, yeah, there's a lot of like nostalgia bait in the trailer, right? It's like you remember this, you remember this, you remember this.
I clapped when I saw it.
Did you? See, that's the thing. That's the thing, Shoe. I sat down and I made my wife watch it with me, and she fucking loved it. And I was thinking,
Yeah, because you point to the screen like that's the thing I remember. Yeah,
maybe it's just
I have a
maybe
feeling
it's
that
just
might be the
me.
whole movie.
I'm telling you, man.
Maybe it's just
Probably
me.
not.
The Force Awakens. That's the beginning of that new era where there's just like dangling them keys in front of us, and
Yep.
we're just paying more and more.
Yep. Well, Adam, I don't know how to tell you this. Okay, this might be hard for you to accept. Your wife is a normie.
Oh,
No, that's totally easy to accept.
Adam,
I know
don't get
that.
too angry.
I know that for a
Okay,
fact.
just letting you know.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's why I had her watch it, because I thought, am I just getting cynical here? Is it me?
It's
I wanted a normie perspective. Why do you think I brought her in and sat her down and made her watch it? It made me think it is me. There's one scene in there where I think it's Trinity screams, and she screams exactly like the triggered SJW who screams when Donald Trump wins. And I couldn't I was like, oh my God. Oh my
Fucking hell,
God.
talking about being unable to switch off the politics. Huh?
Right.
Well, it's not as much the politics as it is just the memes. I'm like, oh my God, why would you? That's such a just weird.
That's very sexist of you,
thing.
Adam. Okay.
Well,
Women
yes.
can scream and be powerful.
Yes, and she like
but they have to-
multiplies when she's doing it.
They have to look a
Yeah.
certain way, and that was not a powerful look.
Doesn't
That
she
was
like
a-
explode the glass around her when she screams?
That
or
was like a
something?
desperation look.
I see.
Are you saying that the screaming SJW was a power play? Is that what you got?
That's
Are you
what
really
I'm
making
saying.
that assertion?
I'm saying
here?
that SJW that was screaming when Trump won was just like the paradigm of power in our world. Yes.
Wrong.
That was Mother Nature expressing herself.
That's right. That's right.
I hope it's
Politics.
good. I do hope it's good. I hope
Yeah,
the new
sure. I mean, I
Matrix is
hope
great.
it's good.
Yeah.
We all
Did you
hope
just
it's
hit
good.
play and all he said was politics?
Is that what he
Well,
said?
Adam,
the first
I thought
thing
we
he
were
said?
done, and then Adam started.
No, I
talking,
love the idea that the only word that he gets out is politics.
politics. Yes, exactly.
You run a
Also,
show called
I've
Every
heard
Frame
enough.
a Pause,
Again.
Mahler. Glass
Well,
houses, okay?
Yeah, no, that's not what I'm saying.
He just liked the pause. He
She was the
wasn't
only
criticizing
person who
the pause.
understands what I'm saying here.
I
think.
understood, Molly.
Yes.
Don't lump me in with this.
I don't understand anything, so I have
Just
an
ignore
excuse.
me, fucker. Okay.
Throw your computer out the window. That's enough.
By the way,
Heard enough.
what do you guys think about this whole approach, this art style he's got going? Do you feel like it's a little bit incongruent with the topic?
No, I think it's perfect for the topic.
Feels
I think it's
feels
perfect.
weird, man. Like seeing all the cuddly little happy creatures.
Yeah.
And
That's
it's
what
like,
makes it insidious.
Oh,
Mm.
insidious.
That's how they get you. Yes, they lure you in with the cutesy art, and then they hit you over the head with the fucking animals.
Oh no.
Yes.
Lucky I'm wearing a mask.
This is like grooming art. That's where you're going, right? It's just like
This presentation of values and ideas and politics that is directed not to any person, but to the public. And this becomes clear with the final tweet that Shoe made on this subject. You can see the tweet here, but what I'm more invested in is the responses that it
Oh wait, you didn't read it.
Yeah, pause
Wait,
it.
what was the tweet? What was
that
the
tweet is.
Omni Sam says you don't have to bust out a data sheet to explain why fucking a horse is bad. You brainlet. You have to provide an actual argument instead of just saying horse fucking bad.
Yeah, and they cut off the rest of the tweet. See how there's dots?
Mm-hmm.
Mhm. What
Wait,
was
what
it?
was the rest of
What
it?
was it?
Rest,
Right.
and I don't remember, but it was like,
Did
yes,
they
you
delete the
should-
tweet?
yeah,
Oh,
of
they
course.
deleted it.
I think I
damn
could
it.
find it on my phone. I probably screen capped it.
I
the
just
rest of
love
the
the
tweet was
incredible
like-
discourse here. That's
The
so
rest of the
fucking
tweet,
in
I
your
think,
face.
was like, yeah, you have to bust out a data sheet, something like that. Like you have to.
So did he
bring
bring
the
the
argument.
did he bring the argument on why horse fucking is totally correct? Did he
No.
school you on the horse fucking argument?
No, they didn't.
What
They
are
had
those
like a
three dots?
They had like a mental breakdown for like 3 days after that, and like locked their account. I was like, I'm so
Oh, because
sorry.
you dared
Oh,
to respond to
Ah,
them.
the average
Yeah.
Twitter user.
Yeah.
I felt bad.
Oh shoot, it's so bad.
You got
Shoe
to
can't-
evolve past that.
Shoe can't do anything without just an incredible guilt complex. It's so I can't imagine
know.
being in your shoes. Shoe.
It's
so-
funny because like
it's demoralizing.
it's like I get really heated on Twitter and I fight with people, but the second someone shows like an ounce of emotion, I like, oh my god, I'm so sorry. Like, oh, holy fuck. It's like all of a sudden they become human to
They
me.
could
I'm
be,
like,
they
oh my
could be
god.
concerned
Like,
trolling you. You have no idea.
it works though. Like if someone, as soon as they bust out like, I'm having a bad day, I'm like, oh my god, I'm so sorry. What like
You're ready
I'm
for
s-
MMA here, and they're showing up and going,
I know.
"Oh, you really hurt
It works
me."
though.
It's Twitter. I'm supposed to hit you. Stand up, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's kind of like if you go on 4chan, there's like an idea of how you're supposed to reply to things. You're not supposed to reply to things like normally. You're supposed to like
Mhm.
phrase things in very specific and dismissive
Oh,
or
really?
derisive ways. And I think on Twitter, it's sort of like a lot of people view Twitter as the same way. I'm supposed to engage in
Yeah,
Twitter.
That's
in
how
this
I engage
fashion.
with Twitter, and
Right, exactly.
maybe that's why I'm getting this shit all the time.
And then when someone is interacting with you and that they have a different understanding of how I'm supposed to, or how they're
Mhm.
supposed to interact on Twitter, and then they say, "Oh, I'm feeling bad about this," you're suddenly like, "Oh shit, they're playing a different game than I'm playing."
Yeah, like we're not
Mhm.
doing the banter thing. This
Yeah,
person's
right.
like having
Yeah.
a hard time.
Yep.
Yeah.
They
Sad.
still cry wolf a lot too, though.
That's
like
true.
that's the only thing they were looking for was for you to quote
Yeah,
tweet
but
and they can be like,
It
oh,
always works for me. Literally, when I get into a fight with somebody and there's this small account that's like, I'm being dogpiled and blah, blah, blah. I always delete my tweet. I'm just like, I just feel so bad. Like, it's obviously, it's like a cry bully thing,
Right.
I
right?
don't shoot because how will they learn?
But it's just like, oh man, okay. Yeah. And
You should
sometimes they're
do
like
some-
much younger. They're like 20 years old, and I'm just like, oh, okay.
Mhm.
Just start responding. Delete your account. That's a response you should give them. Shoe.
It's funny, like the older I get, the more I become like, so now I kind of look at it like, okay, this person's like 19 years old, right? And I'm
Yeah.
like in a fight with them. If I was their parent and I
Mhm.
looked online and there was like a 30-year-old woman coming
I
at
know.
my kid,
Yes.
I'd be like, what the fuck? And now I
Yes.
get like, and I kind of like get out of my mind, and I'm like, oh yeah, this is weird. Like I shouldn't be fighting with these people.
Mhm.
So like
Right.
I guess I've matured a little bit, but like, yeah.
You've matured by saying these people are beneath me. These children.
Young, and it's just like, okay, they'll grow out of this in like 3 years. Like,
That's right. And that's why 12-year-olds should not be allowed to vote.
They shouldn't be allowed on Twitter, for fuck's sake.
That's true
Yeah,
too.
I'd
The
let them vote,
fact
but I
that-
wouldn't let them on Twitter. How about that?
the fact that Twitter is like 13 plus and there's porn on it just is very weird to
Oh
me.
yes, totally weird.
Yeah.
Yeah. Awful.
Dude, I got like I followed an account once that just the following day was just them naked, and I was like,
I didn't
I
realize this was
follow-
where I signed up for.
I follow a whole bunch of like sex worker type people, but I have to mute them because if I'm in public scrolling through my
yes.
timeline, like you just see an ass and it's like, oh shit. Sorry, people behind
Mhm.
me at Dunkin' Donuts. Like,
Child
man, look,
behind me
sit
at Dunkin' Donuts.
You're spicing up someone's day, all right? They got a little
Just-
surprise.
staring at
Breaking
your
monotony.
phone, like
Yeah.
I don't remember consenting, but
exactly.
That's what you know the meme where it's like I consent and then Jesus is like, but I don't.
Yeah, I don't.
It's like I consent and there's a person looking at over your shoulder at your phone like, but I don't.
I didn't.
Yeah.
Invested in is the responses that it got. Debate culture and its consequences have been a disaster for the left.
Kinda.
Combos like that tell me there are some sick people in the world. If I was in a
True.
face-to-face conversation and had to tell somebody why they shouldn't do that to a horse, I'd just leave and then tell people that person wants to fuck a horse.
Okay.
That person like went off.
Right. But see, this is his
Zero
motivation.
punctuation.
I was going to
This
say,
is-
with how long this was already, it's like this isn't going to be insightful. It's going to be
Yeah.
weird.
I think
Right.
it's a boomer too, because look at that smiley face at the end.
Yeah.
Are you not allowed to do the crying laughing emoji?
No,
What's
it's
the rules here?
you
Shu?
can, but it's usually every time like a big conservative account will retweet me, like a whole bunch
Mhm.
of MAGA boomers and like QAnon people will come in and like they always use the crying emoji. So automatically my mind is associated with like With like boomers with that emoji. So I don't know.
How is bestiality as bad controversial? Why would one need to even elaborate on that? Me?
Okay. So he's presenting these as though it's like, look at what you have wrought, Shoe0nhead.
Yeah.
It's like these are perfectly reasonable responses as far as
They're
I'm
very
concerned.
these are normal people. These are normal everyday people.
Which I didn't want to pull that card early. I'm guessing you guys already pulled it a while ago, but yeah, that's the big problem I find with a lot of these YouTubers. They have no idea what normal people are like.
Yeah, true. But
They
to
always
be fair to Joel, I hate that I have to do this. Okay. But to be fair to Joel, his argument is that no one was arguing that having sex with animals was good. What they were attempting to argue.
Yes, I was just going to say that.
Right. Was that eating meat has some moral comparability to fucking an animal.
Yes.
And that his critique is that the way that you phrased your tweet, Shoe, is changing the conversation.
Yes, so this is what I mean. His criticism is good. Like, it's not bad. I know you guys like disagree. I think it's an okay video. Like, it really does point out how things can get twisted and go crazy on Twitter, and now everybody thinks the argument's about animal fucking and everything's a mess now. So I don't think he's wrong. It's just that I just made a joke, and it's like
right. But that's where if his critique was that you changed the subject of the tweet unintentionally, then I would agree with that. Where I disagree is that he was sort of making it out like that you were doing this intentionally for some reason, for some nefarious plot almost. Yes.
Hyperbole.
He was like mind reading your motivations here. When obviously you were just responding to some context in your mind about like, well, this is what people in this sphere always argue about, and I'm just joking. I'm making a joke about the insanity of these arguments or how the arguments look to normal people, which he didn't understand that context.
And like people in left Twitter and SockDem Twitter were like, oh, this is a banger, like this is funny, like because they all know
right.
That's the meme. Everyone, like, you know, like the Destiny community, the Vosh community, the left in general, we're always debating these crazy topics, and that's the whole joke. So I don't know, I didn't mean it anything other than that. So it was like crazy to see it spiral. Yeah.
Maybe letting everyone have an opinion was a bad idea. Free speech was a mistake.
Sure.
Imagine being...
And also, like, a lot of these responses are like joke standard.
I was about to say, how do we tell? How do you
you
tell the difference when? Because like that, I would have interpreted all these as fun memes. Like, and then if someone was like, "No, these are harmful," I'd be like, "Oh."
Like, I'm pretty sure when the person that says free speech was a mistake is not serious. That was just a joke. You know? I'm pretty sure
that before,
they could have been. You never know these days.
Yeah,
that's true. That's true. You don't know.
Publicly this passionate about horse fucking. I may not agree with you politically, but I swear you have some of the weirdest people that post on your threads, and I thank you for opening my eyes to how fucked up some people in this country really are. Shoe is the good guy, the reasonable, common sense.
Never in my
normal
life
person. Look at this.
have I made myself try to look like the good, reasonable, normal guy. I always like, this is the part of the video that made me mad because like I always put myself down. I always say that I'm like mentally ill and crazy, and
as we heard several times in this
video, like
dumb,
and
all kinds
shit
of
and whatever.
Yeah.
So like I never posture myself as this like good guy, normal on a pedestal thing. So this is what pissed me off about the video. It's like, where is this coming from? I'm not trying to make myself look better. I'm literally just like joking about the discourse. So I don't know.
Comes in to save the day right here. Look at this.
Yeah.
The normal girl's here to save the day.
Yeah.
The very normal.
Do you consider this an accurate representation of you, this little drawing?
You know, it's pretty good. Yeah. Yeah.
Pretty wholesome.
I can see so, it. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Though, sorry about you lost 2 fingers, I guess.
Yeah.
You didn't have any shoes either. So.
There were some people in the comments of this video that were like, it's kind of sexist the way you drew her. Like they were being dead ass. They were like, oh, this is really sexist of you, Joel, the way you drew her and like bimbofied her. But I don't think so. Like it's
wait, bimbofied?
Yeah,
I
and
wouldn't-
some
this
of the
is not
pictures.
bamified.
Yeah,
This is like
this,
kidified. I
not
guess.
this,
Yeah.
not this one, but they do some like,
Oh,
like,
okay.
they give me boobs or whatever. So, but I don't agree with that like at all. Like I think these drawings are cute. I
Well,
like them.
it would. I think that'd only be valid criticism if you were drawn this way, but the art style for everyone else was not. Was
Yeah.
different. It was like normal, and then it'd be like,
Yeah.
oh, that's that's pretty
Yeah,
offensive.
so I definitely don't agree with that.
sense figure. In order to sustain that narrative, a harmful political other needs to be invented. There is
Yes, it was a
something
straw
inherently
man.
wrong here.
Oh my, there
and
she is.
Yeah, there.
There's the shoe, the Twitter bimbo. There it is.
Yeah.
Twitter bimbo shoe coming in
So
hot.
like he's like, I gotta invent a guy or whatever. Like, yes, that is the joke. It is the straw man of this discourse. The joke is that it is an exaggerated, stupid straw man of the
That's not
entire
funny, though.
discourse. Oh, sorry.
It hurts my political side. That's not funny.
I was
You're
gonna
not allowed to
say,
do that.
surely he's done this in the past, right? We all have.
Yeah. I don't know.
I don't know.
And Shoe, in her own small way, is setting it right. I started this video by disclaiming that this story was not about canceling or calling out Shoe0nhead, and I hope you see just how much I mean that. For one thing, all
I mean, with that face, I don't know. It doesn't look like a sort of smug smirk. I mean, that's a bad frame, Joel. If that was your intention, come on. I'm not saying cancel
I
her.
love
Zoom
it.
in on my face, smiling, looking off to the
I
side.
don't
Office,
trust that
the
face.
office Zoom. I'm not
Yeah,
saying
what the
anything.
Come on, Joel. I think you need some
No,
comedic training
no.
here.
I don't think he's canceling me. I think this is a fair, good faith critique. I just
Well,
have to keep saying
well,
that.
This
I
one
just-
is. The next one.
How do you
is
define
definitely
good
gonna
faith?
Be...
I guess.
Mhm.
Wait,
What
did
do
you say
mean
this
by
one
good
is, but the
faith?
next one isn't?
He said he was going to respond to this, us talking about it now. Yeah, Joel was up in arms about us having this live stream. So
Oh yeah, he
Oh.
responded to this on Twitter, MAULER. I guess that was
Oh,
when
I
we were
didn't
gone.
see.
Yes.
Why wouldn't he want people to check it out and stuff?
Well, he linked it, so
Oh.
I guess he does.
yeah, we were good. Yeah, we're
Like,
stoked. Joel,
Do you
fans,
guys invite him
welcome.
on, or
I did.
I said he
yeah.
could come on. We both said he could come on, but
I'm guessing he
Shoe
said no?
laughed at us and told us it would never happen. Though she said we were delusional.
that's
Wha-
true. That is what
why?
happened.
No,
Does
I
he?
did not.
Well, has he ever
Yes, it
said
is Shoe.
anything
Don't
about
you remember
guys?
saying that? That definitely happened earlier in the stream.
Oh my gosh, the gaslighting.
It might have been about the writing for Saturday Night Live. That might have been the part. But
Yeah, I feel like Shoe's greatest fault in this stream is that she showed the world how easy it is to gaslight.
It is like really easy, unfortunately. Like you could
Yeah, be
literally
careful.
debate my childhood like memories, and I'd be like,
Like, wait a minute, maybe I did
Hmm.
do that.
perhaps.
Childhood?
you said you were friends
Are you
with
sure?
Joel, though. Do you think he'll come on, Shoe? Is that in the
I'm
cards for
not-
us? Is that a possibility?
I don't want to say I'm friends with him because then he'll get canceled. So I don't know if I can call him a fucking friend, but
That-
I'm friendly
That's
with.
so sad. Oh my god, this is the
Joel.
saddest thing I've ever heard.
Isn't it
Yeah,
crazy?
welcome to left online left. Yeah.
Yeah.
Joel, does Shoe have permission
No,
to
no,
call
no.
you
Joel
her
is very
friend?
no. Listen, no. No, I'm friendly with Joel. We are acquaintances on the internet, but I don't.
Right.
Mhm.
Yes, so I don't know. We're friends or whatever.
Well, have you
Um,
interacted with us more than you've interacted with Joel? I guess. is the
Yes,
question.
Probably
I've interacted
so,
with
yes.
you more.
There you go.
I think like I've only like disagreed. Like me and Joel would message each other when we disagree about something, and we'd like talk about it. So
Oh, okay.
we're not really we're like frenemies or something. I don't fucking know.
Interesting.
But anyway, no, he's a nice boy. I don't want. I
Was
don't
he
want
trying
Was
to
that-
win you
would
over to
think
his
that's an
position?
attack.
He was like, "Let me DM and straighten Shoe
No,
out."
he
and
was
he's
like-
got this like
I think
weird.
no, I think I actually disagree. It was like something about Gamergate, and I wanted to give him like perspective or something, and like
How
he
dare
was
you.
talking to me about like Anita Sarkeesian, and like I'm really glad. Yeah, it was a
Mhm.
long
The,
time ago.
Did he give you a heads up when he was making this video?
Yeah, that was my question. No.
Uh oh.
Well,
Was-
who
wait.
like okay, no, it's not. Like I don't care. Literally, you don't have to get
It's
permission.
Uh-oh.
No, it's not. It's
Like,
not about permission. It's just.
before
I think
Va-
you guys would probably agree.
Before
It's
Vosh,
a
Mhm.
level of courtesy
Sorry.
sometimes you'd expect with when you're acquainted
Yeah,
with a
well-
person. Like if I made a
well,
video
we're
on how
not.
Sitch has terrible opinions on the prequels and sequels and stuff, I'd probably let him know ahead of time. I'd be like, I want to make this video.
Yeah.
Well, I would hope, especially Yeah, thank you, Mom. But I would hope, especially if it's a little weird, if you guys would communicate before this video about things that you disagree with.
Mhm.
That if he was upset enough about something you said that he disagreed with you to make a video, like
A
if that
fully
was me, I
animated
would
video.
talk
It's
to
like,
you first. Yeah,
listen,
like I would, because I would want to
Shoe,
clarify
I'm spending
your position.
$1,000 on animation to do a video calling you out. It's it's a little bit different.
Yeah, and you can make a pragmatic argument that it would have been useful for the video to clarify anything that wasn't clear, I
Yeah.
guess.
Well, no, I don't care because like whatever. We all do videos. But like Vosh, like he'll message me. Like we talk all the time. So like if he has an issue with something I've said, like we'll have a long fucking discussion about it first.
Right.
And then he'll be like, okay, I'm gonna make a video addressing it. It's like, okay, go ahead. Like it's not a big deal. Like publicly disagreeing with each other. But I'm not like close friends with Joel, so I don't expect him to be like, hey buddy.
Sure.
I'm about like yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, it's fair.
I hope you see just how much I mean that. For one thing,
Can't get
all
over that.
this is small beans. A few tweets that didn't go anywhere, an online drama that didn't add up to much. Hardly a reason to hate anybody. But also, when I look at Shoe's actions here, I am deeply empathetic. Again, I am not a mind reader or a psychologist, but I can so...
What does this mean? He keeps using this over and over again.
Well,
Shoe
but this
thinking
is-
of a
I
clown.
don't-
Cute.
I don't.
That is literally the inner workings of my mind.
She was like, "This is the accurate part."
It just
Shut up.
like 24/7
Right.
circus music. So
I
it's
don't
accurate.
like this kind of, and it's funny because this all, perfectly aligns with my negative view of Joel's behavior, which is that I don't like when people say, when they do something and then they immediately say, my intention isn't to do the thing I just did, or I'm not doing the thing that I just did. Because he did just armchair psychology you. He did just mind read you. You don't get to just afterwards say, well, my intention is not to read your mind, even though I just did all that 5 seconds earlier. Like just do one or the other. Okay, you can't have it both ways.
Maybe it's an attempt of him being like, you know what? I didn't mean it to go across that way, but I did it anyway.
Yeah, like
Like
again, I don't think he's like being purposely trying to be like, I don't know, an asshole, but it is a little like Shoe did this and the inner workings of her mind operate like this, and it's like, oh man, okay.
I'm not reading your mind, but this is what you were thinking.
Yeah.
Is he trying to modify her behavior? I feel like, yes, totally. Exactly. That's why he made this video. He's like, Shoe, you need to modify your behavior, and I'm going to show you how.
Well, yeah, they all want me to modify my behavior.
To a degree,
I simply cannot be tamed.
That happy clown will dance in.
We still need to have our epic LL debate show. Okay. Don't think you're skating free from that.
Wait, what debate?
What are we debating?
About your conversation with Hunter Avalon.
Oh God.
Oh shoot.
Oh,
so
my.
disappointed in you. I'm gonna make an animated short explaining why
you didn't want a guillotine. You don't like the guillotine joke?
I don't like your arguments.
Oh no, the
Oh,
tangent
okay.
begins.
That's gonna be that'll be its own video.
At least
If you want to
least tell people where they can find this if they want to.
There was a
hinting
Hunter
at a lot of
Avalon
drama
versus
people don't
Shoe
know.
debate.
Yeah.
It's on his channel, I think.
Okay. Yeah.
It's like 20
Something
minutes.
for here to debate on EFAB. What shitty movies do you like?
Who? Shoe? What do you like? Shoe?
I already know what shitty movies you like, Adam.
Yeah. I like
I don't know.
Rubber.
Just
Turbo.
I don't know, but I would love to review a movie one day on your channel.
Turbo
Review a
Kid.
movie.
It doesn't have to be something that's shitty. It could be something that you all think is shitty.
Sitch, we have to find her worst movie take and then grill her on the show.
This is a terrible idea. I
that's-
don't know what you're talking about.
No, we got to get in while again. It's because she's apparently like crucified.
What
in the
do you have a
internet. Okay,
favorite
go.
movie, Shoe? Is there a movie that you really like? What's your take on Step Brothers?
Why Step
Oh,
Brothers?
I love Step Brothers.
Step Brothers is great. Yeah, exactly.
Damn it. I
Listen
like
to
Step
you
Brothers
guys.
too. This
Who
is
doesn't
weird.
like Step
Who
Brothers?
doesn't like Step Brothers? Okay.
I
What
don't
about
know.
Your Highness?
How
Have
about you
seen
name movies?
Have you seen Your
Stepsisters?
Highness?
No.
Step Sisters.
No, I
Oh,
did not.
Downer. What's that one? That
Have you
sounds
seen,
like a
oh,
drama
Oh
or
wait.
something.
What was Stepsisters? Was
I
that
don't know.
the
No,
fucking Tina
but-
Fey movie?
Oh, was that
That's
real? I thought
sucked.
you were just making something up.
I thought I was making it up, but apparently
How about
it's real.
Safety Not
Oh.
Guaranteed? Have you seen that, Mauler?
Seen what? Sorry.
Safety Not Guaranteed.
No. What's that?
You haven't seen that? Oh, it's like an indie flick.
I never heard of
Oh,
that.
all right.
What's the
Nobody's
cop
seen
movie?
Safety Not Guaranteed. Wow. Okay.
What's the?
Why
I thought
does
you
that
guys
sound
were movie
familiar?
people. I thought we were going indie flicks, but how about Dark City? Shoe, do you like Dark City?
Oh, there you go.
That's a good one.
No, I never seen
See,
it.
you have to agree. Everyone said it's good. You guys are
I'm
tainting
like-
the audience here.
We're
You're not-
peer pressuring you. Say yes.
She hasn't seen it. What was the last movie you saw, Shoe? I went and saw the Free Guy.
What's the last movie you've seen that you've liked? Maybe that's a better question.
Ooh. So the thing is, like, I don't watch movies because I don't like watching movies alone.
Mhm.
And I'm usually
you.
fucking. That sounds so sad.
Well, it's
sounds so
COVID.
sad,
You
but
have an
no, no.
excuse. You have an excuse.
Yeah. So like, I'd rather just go on the internet and watch YouTube videos and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
I
So
don't like
don't
Watch
remember the
movies with
last-
people on the internet. I do
There
it
you
all the
go.
time.
There you go.
We're actually going to watch
What is the last
the
movie I've
Matrix
seen?
trilogy ready for Resurrections.
Oh, fun.
There you go.
Hey,
That
the
sounds
first
fun.
one's good, right?
The first
The
one's
first
great.
one is good.
I've
yes.
never actually seen The Matrix.
Oh my god.
I've only seen little tiny bits and pieces of the
Shoot.
first one.
How have you
It was
never seen
okay.
The Matrix? What's going on?
I've
here?
also never seen Fight Club, which everyone.
What?
Ooh.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Oof.
Oh.
Crime against humanity,
So-
Shoe. Listen,
Yeah, I
I'm
was gonna
starting
say-
to
Mad
agree with
when I
Big
say
Joel
that.
here about Shoe.
I think we need to
Right.
cancel Shoe. She's being irresponsible with your platform. Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say, let's talk about private and public language. You can't admit that publicly,
Yes.
okay?
Yes.
Yeah, I've never seen it.
Haven't seen Fight Club. Haven't seen. What was the first one? Oh, The Matrix.
Mhm.
Matrix and Fight
Uh,
Club, damn. You've
Well,
seen
like-
Lord of the Rings, right?
Yeah, Lord of the Rings, classic, right?
I got very bored at Lord of the Rings because
Oh,
when I was
no.
very-
There's your
okay, listen,
contentious movie
I saw it
take.
when I was very
Caller.
young. I was like a kid, so I don't know how old I
That's
was.
like-
I was a
that's
kid
like
too.
less-
I'm not that much older than you.
It would make more sense if you were born when you were older.
No, I was. Yeah, I couldn't do it.
Joel
you
is gonna
seen
be
American
very
Psycho?
disappointed.
No.
Have you-
Listen, she likes Step Brothers. You guys should have quit while we were ahead.
Have you seen Shawshank Redemption?
This was a mistake.
Yes,
You okay? There you
Oh,
go.
oh,
There you
okay.
go. I assume you
All
like
right.
that movie because you have a soul,
Yes.
right? Okay, good.
that was good.
Have you seen the Back to
Wasn't
the
it-
Future movies?
Yes, I love them.
Okay,
yes.
okay.
Have you
that's
seen
Oh, look.
Alien?
Yes. Also.
Okay, all right, we're doing pretty. She's
Okay.
she's scoring
Yeah.
some wins here.
We're getting there. We're getting there. Have you seen Hot Fuzz?
No.
Oh, that's
What?
great.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
you're
haven't
in
seen
for a
Hot
treat.
Fuzz? It's like the best British movie.
Yeah.
It is the best British movie.
Better than Shaun of the Dead, which is the
Well,
best
actually,
out
no,
of
no,
the
no.
trilogy.
Snatch. Is Snatch a British movie? Does that count?
Yes.
Snatch is
But I
pretty
think Hot Fuzz
amazing.
is better than Snatch, though I love Snatch.
I
Hot Fuzz is better
disagree.
than Snatch. I agree with Mullen.
I disagree. I disagree. I love the both of them, but I think Snatch is a little better.
Yeah.
Anyway, I guess we should continue.
Yeah, let's-
watching
come on,
this
let's
get
video
back to
instead
the
of talking
video.
about movies. But
I want to see more of this wholesome clown that lives
Yes.
inside Shoe's head.
Yeah.
does the clown tell you to do things?
Does
Shu?
that clown?
Does it
does
tell
that-
you what to tweet?
Is he
Does
in
it
the
say-
room with us right?
Is
he
the
lie
clown in
to
the room
you?
with us right now?
Wait, literally, I'm gonna
Shoo,
blame the
it-
clown.
Is
Okay,
the
literally,
clown
all
in the
my
call
bad
with us
takes,
right now?
That's
All my
hilarious.
bad Twitter opinions, it's the clown. All right, doing it. It's not
There
my
you go.
fault.
You have the perfect excuse now. There's a clown that's
I
really
passed the
tweeting from
blame.
Shoe the Clown.
Yes, there's a clown that lives in my head.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I love the idea that he comes out with this like really complex, like essay-long description of a political position, and then just a little clown.
And we're
honk.
like,
Yeah.
and we're just focusing on that.
No. Shoe has like when she's thinking about something, she has like a super detailed, super nuanced, like paragraphs long explanation of something. But then the clown just comes in and
And it
honks
comes
all
out
the
like
way.
honk.
It just gets reduced down to a
Oh my
couple of
god, that's
words.
literally what my mind. I'm not even joking. That's what my mind feels like. I feel like there's a lot in my head, but then it filters, and then like the dumbest shit comes out of my mouth. I swear.
There you go. You've
That's
learned
the
something
equivalent-
deep
Genius,
about
guys.
yourself. There's
That's
an
the
evil
equivalent of being
clown.
like, guys, I swear I'm,
I'm-
smart.
I'm-
Okay, I just don't have the
Guys,
right
I
filters.
swear I'm really smart. Okay.
It just can't verbalize anything whatsoever.
Trust me.
The clown, guys.
The
fucking
clown, he's
clown.
ruining it.
This fucking clown.
So easily imagine being in her shoes. Somebody asked a question. How is meat eating different
Is that a guy or a girl? I don't know what's happening there.
It's
Yeah.
a thumb person.
Okay.
from animal sex? Shoe, I'm guessing, eats meat and has the strong desire to not have her actions be seen as similar to those of a horse fucker. I eat meat too, though I have been trying to reduce that since writing this video, and I totally understand where she's coming from there. So, she tries to make an argument. What if one of these actions is natural and the other is unnatural? But then, everybody just kinda gets mad at her, tells her that she's not making sense. But what if she didn't have an other argument? What if this
don't.
appeal to
What was this your motivation? Was you're like, I'm not a horse fucker. I need to argue against this.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, this is what I mean. Like he's like really getting in my mind. It's like, oh shit, was I like scared of being a horse fucker? Like I'm like really
You gotta be-
like
you gotta
he's
be-
getting in there.
Gotta be
Shit.
careful making videos
Maybe
like
he's
that.
right.
Right.
Yeah. Maybe he's
to
right this whole
naturalness
time.
was the only thing she knew how to offer. And suddenly, she has a problem. If this is the one argument she can make, and if it's a bad one, then maybe she's wrong. Maybe she has no good reason to distinguish
Oh
between
my.
her actions and those of a horse fucker.
Whoa.
Jesus, that is a hard pill to
Can we look at that drawing?
You want to go back to the horse fucker? Where was the
reason to
horse fucker?
distinguish between her
I
actions
love
and
the
those.
drawing so
There you
much.
go.
There's the
Look at
horse
that
fucker
dude.
right there. Look at
There's the
that.
horse fucker.
There he
That-
is.
Is that a tattoo or is that what are the?
It's hard to tell. It might be a
Is that a tattoo?
sweater.
Yeah.
It's gotta
Could
be
be.
no. It's a shirt. There's no nipples. It's gotta be a shirt, right?
Or
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
it's
Are you sure?
a floating fantasy creature that he intends to do things to. That's right
There
in
you
front of
go.
him.
Mhm.
There you go.
Yes.
He is standing
See?
behind the horse. Someone who was
See,
good at
this is-
Photoshop could change this image very quickly. I don't like it.
It's weird because this whole section is basically him trying to like empathize with you, but he's infantilizing you by doing it. 'Cause
Oh,
he's like,
yes.
well, let me explain Shu's thought process and why she responded this way. Which
Yeah.
if you guys were
See,
like
it's
already talking to each other in your DMs, he could have literally just asked you like what your thoughts were.
Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah, there's
Well,
loads of
like-
speculation. There wouldn't need to be.
Like he's right. This was my argument. It's like we've
Mhm.
evolved to eat meat. We can't breed with other animals, so that's not natural. And yeah, it's the natural fallacy or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, but he wasn't. I'm assuming he's not right in terms of your emotional state. Like, oh, people said it's
no,
my
like, I
bad
wasn't-
argument, and then I suddenly had to quickly find a way to defend myself.
no, this is just how I act on Twitter, like a spaz. So
His
I don't know.
better argument though is not a better argument. That's
No,
what's
his
so
argument's
insidious
terrible,
about
yeah.
this. He's like, she didn't have a better argument, but I have this other dog shit argument that's not any good either. It's like, dude, what the fuck? He's castigating you because you don't have a good argument. And he doesn't have a good argument either.
Then
How can you
at
do
this-
that?
At the same time, being like, and look as Shu stares into the shadowy mirror of what she's going to
Like-
become.
The only thing separating him from a horse fucker is this idea that he believes horse fuckers are like
sadistic.
are
sadists,
sadistically
yes.
wanting to
Yeah.
hurt the that's the only thing standing in the way
Yeah,
of us
like-
calling him a horse fucker.
Yeah. You know,
Right?
at the end of the day, the horse fuckers are the friends that we made along the way.
Oh no!
Everyone.
No, I
No.
didn't consent.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, it doesn't matter if you
Disavow.
consented or not,
Disavow.
Mahler. It's
I
happening.
didn't
It's
sign
happening.
anything.
Yeah.
Now we
It's
have to,
happening.
now we're gonna have to we're gonna have to stand up for Shu here. Don't say things like that, Shu. You're gonna get us in trouble.
Yeah.
It's okay. We're rebels.
A horse fucker. Jesus, that is a hard pill to
Just there's something funny about listening to Big Joel say "horse fucker."
Well, I like the idea that Shu fires off he fires off this like tweet that he thinks absurd, And then Joel's like, she was sitting there worried that she's being compared to horse fucker. And she's going through this deep existential dilemma like, oh, am I really comparable to a horse fucker?
Like that wasn't happening. But now that he put it in my head, I'm like, shit.
How much of
Maybe
this is
right.
projection, though? I mean, Joel's in the same position, according to
Oh,
his
there
argument.
you go. Who knows? Maybe.
I do
He's like, oh my God, am I a horse fucker? He's even admitted that making this video, he can't eat meat during this video because he empathizes with horse fuckers too much. Right?
And, you know,
I think that was
to
his
get the
exact argument,
answers-
but okay.
to get the answers to these questions, Shoe's gonna have to really think hard on that clown, and he's just gonna honk. That's all he's
that's
gonna
right.
do. So I'm gonna give you the
What's
answers.
the clown saying, Shoe? Tell us. The clown is strangely silent on the horse fucking.
Yeah,
I am a little
right.
suspicious.
A little suspicious.
little
yeah.
suspicious of this one right now.
The lady
climbs
does not
out-
protest enough.
Yeah.
climbs out of her ear and is like, "Well, Adam, I would like to share my perspective on this.
No,
I'm often
no.
sidelined." You see, I find it all very interesting, but she
Let me
just
talk
doesn't
about
like
the
Okay.
it.
Now it's-
epistemic
okay,
metaphorical
listen.
truth.
Mauler is now the inside clown voice forever. That's
There you
canon
go.
now.
It's
That
a
is what the,
perfect-
that
I don't
is
have
what
a
the
little honky trumpet thing. That's what I.
that's what I sound like inside my mind, and then it comes out.
If there was a
Like
clown that
New
lived in my
York.
head that sounded like Mauler, I'd be very
That's terrifying.
anxious
That's
and
like
terrified by that.
that's like a horror movie.
I
You
know
gotta
it is.
tweet
It's
the
horrible.
you gotta tweet the guillotine me, but it's like, Shoe, you
Uh-oh.
sure about this?
Uh-oh.
It could be a bad idea. Who knows
I
what's
do-
going to happen?
I do like the idea now that the clown inside Shoe's head has like the Mauler mask, but it's just a clown.
Yeah.
Oh my
The
god! I
rational
like.
little
There's a
clown
lot of
voice.
lore. There's a lot of lore being discovered.
There's
today.
lore. Yes.
Yes.
I have one more question. Out of Joel's argument or Shoe's argument, which argument do you think is going to be the most persuasive with the most number of people?
Shoes.
Yeah,
Well, not
by
only
a
Shoes more
long-
persuasive,
fucking
Shoes
long
is more.
shot.
Shoes' argument is more correct. than Joel's
Yes,
argument.
that too. Yeah.
Yeah, because I was going to say his one is strange. If I understand it completely, it's that they want to harm the animals, which
There
I
are
think
ways
most
to
people
harm
would-
animals.
most people would be convinced that they are harming animals, but I'm not sure how many people would be convinced that that's what their intention is.
I
Like-
agree. Yes.
Or that's the aspect of the pleasure that they're deriving is from that
Right.
harm.
Yes.
Yeah, which I've never understood it to be that way, but I mean, I don't know a lot about these
Yeah.
wonderful people.
And we're not
Well,
going to
the
invite them
problem-
on the channel to interview them, so don't ask.
Oh,
Right?
God.
Yeah, I don't know. And he can't make the argument that the people are doing it and they don't care about the harm, and that's why it's evil, because that's literally what people are doing when they eat meat. They don't care about the harm they're doing to the animal by eating the burger.
Right.
Hmm.
So maybe that's how he kind of like found this argument.
You think he searched this argument out? He
No, no,
found it
well,
on
in
a
his
Reddit
head, I
post or
mean.
something? I
No,
don't
no,
know.
I think he went through this in his head.
I have never heard anyone make this argument that Big
Yeah,
Joel is
this-
making.
It's a weird argument.
It's very unusual.
I mean, I heard Amos Yee make that argument, but
Oh
in
my
the other
God.
direction, in the wrong direction.
Even think about swallowing, right? So what does she do to avoid this uncomfortable line of thought? Well, as we've seen, she
no.
weaponizes that discomfort, makes a show of
With
it.
an ice cream
Why are
scoop?
you people talking about this? Why are you doing this silly thought experiment in the first place? You people are producing weird bestiality apologia, and if you can't see why that's not okay, that's your problem. Through
That's
this
not-
paradoxical logic,
Are you like Anna Kasparian? I'm better than
No, I've never
I'm better than you.
looked better than anyone.
Look at this.
This
I
should be the
just-
thumbnail. Adam, take a screenshot. This is the thumbnail of the video.
I'm better than
I
you.
just wanted to join the discourse. Everybody was doing it, and I
that
was
was
like,
your mistake.
If
I wanna
everyone
do
was
it
jumping
too.
off the cliff of the discourse shoe, would you do it too?
It's like, oh man, like I can't tweet like everybody else. I gotta be
Oh my
responsible.
Gotta be responsible.
I know.
I'm
About horse fucking.
you.
the fact that she couldn't assemble a thoughtful position becomes evidence of her moral virtue.
This I just so
What?
infuriated. I'm so triggered by this. Like your position isn't thoughtful, fucking Big Joel. You didn't come up with a thoughtful position either.
This is so insulting to me. I've never seen this part.
I was,
Oh.
yeah, I was gonna say,
I never tried to act like I was better than anyone. Like, this makes me sad now.
I'm too epic for this. Look at this. Yeah.
There you
yeah, I
go.
thought you said this video was all good. Shoe, you lied.
It is. I like
Oh my
Big
God.
Joel. I like Big Joel, and I like his criticism. And I think it was good. I just never saw this part because, like,
You
this is-
listened
like,
to it.
I've
You
never-
listened to it while you were gardening, didn't you? You didn't see
You
all
didn't-
this
yeah, you didn't watch it.
incendiary
No, no, no.
stuff
Just
on the
listen to it.
screen.
I did listen to most of it. Yeah.
there
I'm
you go.
too
There you go.
epic for this. He didn't come out and say, Shoe's saying, I'm better than you.
Yeah.
Shoe's saying, I'm too epic for this.
Mhm.
Shoe is the one who's being the elitist here. He didn't come out and say
God.
that.
Mm-hmm. It's crazy.
Shoe,
I feel bad. I
Because
feel,
unlike
I
the
think you're too epic for this stream.
Yeah, I'm too good for this.
Well,
How many fucking views does this shit have?
Joel's, it's or our stream.
Yeah.
She was like, how many
Fucking-
viewers do we have?
Why
gotta
am I
get out
even
of
here?
Anything under
Yeah.
3,000 views. What the fuck?
Nope.
I'm getting out of here.
Get
Yeah.
out of here.
But I feel like bad because you're in this weird position. Like I don't want to be like, oh shoot, you have to denounce this person and say
No.
that he's bad. Like it's like this weird position because we're critiquing this guy that you're friendly-ish with. So
Hold
Yeah,
on.
no.
You're feeling bad, Sitch?
I am like really close friends with Vosh, and you have like 20 million videos like trashing on him. Like, it's okay. Like,
we
Right,
don't,
right,
tr-
right.
we don't trash.
Well,
Josh.
well,
we do trash Vosh. I don't know what you're talking
You,
about.
you shouldn't say his name, chat. Gonna have a whole set of horrible things to say now. Well done.
oh yeah,
Mahler
chat.
trashes Vosh too.
Mauler
I
came on
trashed
our
Hassan.
Oh yeah.
oh wait,
yeah.
I did.
No,
trash
the-
Force.
You
Even
did
the
come
first-
on our
You
Vosh.
know,
The first stream
Writing,
that we were on,
writing
yeah.
Mahler's name down on the list.
Tr-
too.
in,
That's
So
right.
in fairness, the debate he had with Destiny, that one about the fucking like, you know, the you can be a capitalist as long as you claim to be a socialist shit. That was terrible. Like,
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
that was like fundamentally bad. I really had fun with you guys on that one though. We got to talk about, was it Alice in
Yeah.
Wonderland? Wasn't it the
Shoe, have
Was
you
it-
questioned? Do you talk? You say you talk to Vosh all the time, and obviously he's giving you
Mhm.
moral insights. Do you ever give him moral insights? Do you ever say like maybe like honesty is just good categorically? Maybe it's not a if then situation. I'm curious. You don't have to answer. Obviously,
I don't know
wanna
about
get-
that. I don't know where that comes from, but no, I don't know. We just are friends, and I don't know. I try not to give him lessons. I don't even know what I teach him. I don't know. He
Right.
said that he stopped thinking PewDiePie was a Nazi because of me.
Well,
Oh,
that's
there you
good.
go.
That's
There you
good.
go. Made a
He
little
said
bit
it-
of
That's
leeway.
huge. That's
He
gigantic.
said it like half jokingly though, because he was like, "Yeah, because like
Uh-oh.
you're such a dumb fuck online."
Oh my.
So now I understand. Now, no.
Oh.
That was funny. It was funny because now I understand that just because someone has a big platform doesn't mean they're always careful with their words and
Yeah.
Sure.
which yeah.
People like them for other reasons. People don't necessarily like them
Well-
because they have like some stellar brainiac take. They like them because they're affable and good natured and kind.
And also, I mean,
things like
I think
that.
the context shifts drastically because I know when I first started making video, I didn't see from my interactions online that like it was before the alt-right really like existed and had like a name and people really cared about them. And so I would feel comfortable making, seemingly anti-Semitic jokes in my video because I'm like, well, I'm Jewish and no one's taking this stuff seriously. But then when I start to see that people do take some of that stuff seriously, then I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
changes my calculus in my head about the kinds of jokes I can make. And I would assume the same thing's true of PewDiePie and anyone else.
Well,
It
yeah,
just- it-
everything's gone softer as the years have gone on with
Right.
jokes now,
Right.
for better or for worse.
Mhm. Yeah.
these
People get
freaks,
triggered.
she doesn't even have to think to know that she's right. She doesn't need a good argument. She already knows the truth. So
Wow.
no, this video
Are you okay? You keep leaving and joining the room.
Who does?
Shoo.
Shoe.
Oh.
I don't know. Maybe we lost
Did you
her.
disconnect? Oh, we did lose her. She's not in the call anymore.
She'll come
Oh,
back.
okay.
Let's
We'll give
go
her a
to the
second.
video. Oh yeah, I guess it's more interesting with Shoe being I feel
What should we
bad.
talk about, guys?
Joel came to kick her off the call.
I feel
So,
bad
wait.
because
You
yeah.
can catch me up though on context. Was he annoyed that you guys were responding to the video?
Oh,
just
I'll
in
read
general?
you the tweet. The tweet
Okay.
had it. Where did it go? It was pretty hilarious, and he was annoyed at us. Yes. The
No,
tweet
he
was.
wasn't annoyed at us. He was annoyed at Shoe.
Oh,
Yes.
really?
He just thinks we're conservatives and he can just dismiss us out of hand because obviously we're the dum-dums that don't have any arguments.
Do you guys hear me?
Yeah, we
Yeah,
can.
we can hear you.
Oh, okay. My computer
Dude.
ran out of battery.
Welcome back.
I just
Hello?
realized Big Joel and Vorsh follow me. I don't know why.
Really?
I don't. All I do is snarky tweet about movies being bad. I don't know why
There you
I
go.
have any interest for anybody. Really.
Maybe they like your movie takes.
I doubt it because TLJ was definitively given the label of like hated by the right, loved by
That's
the left.
true.
So
That's true.
I want to say something
God,
totally
I fucking
incendiary.
hate culture
Go-
war shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
so do
Why
I.
was that? Why
So
was
do
that
I.
movie?
I know.
Why
I
was
know.
that a left-right thing? Holy fuck! I hate it here.
Do you know the first time I spoke to the right opinion because him and Rags had that whole thing. One of the things he said
what was
was
the whole thing? They had beef? I don't know about it.
oh, such an old beef. But yeah,
Okay,
that
okay.
if you really want the story for that, I'd need.
No,
a good
I don't.
5
I don't
minutes.
need. I
There's
just
so many
it's
fucking components.
fascinating. It's
But,
fascinating. Go ahead.
I was trying to like heal wounds because there was
Mhm.
lots of big things that happened and stuff. And then one of the things he said was like, you know, in amongst all of this, I've been noticing. I just kept an eye on who liked and who didn't like TLJ, and I've noticed it's definitively like the left versus the right. And I was like, fuck's sake. I just thought it was badly written. It's like, I don't care about the politics.
Yeah,
Mhm.
there's this thing I like to call compulsive contrarianism,
Mhm.
where it's like, and I've described it like everything the right likes, the left must dislike. Everything the left likes, the right must dislike, or whatever.
Yes.
And I feel like a lot of people fall into that when if they see Cuties was such a good example. Okay. The fucking Netflix Cuties pedophile thing. Remember that?
Holy shit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
totally.
I did a
Yeah.
video on
So-
it. Yeah.
Yeah, so did I. So like when that came out, everyone was freaking out about it, understandably, because it was like fucking creepy as shit. And there was all these liberal journalists, leftist journalists, or whatever, that were coming out defending it, and literally their entire articles were just like, "Oh, the right is up in arms about this. Oh, look, the right is
Mhm.
mad," and the whole article was them like trying to defend the movie
Yeah.
from the right, like protect it from the right. It was just so fucking weird. Like, you're allowed to hate this fucking pedo movie. You know that, right? You can
Dude,
Right.
like you'll agree with Paul Joseph Watson for 2 seconds. Like, it won't kill you to just be like, yeah, this shit is creepy.
I remember seeing several right, like leaning and just full on right accounts being like, "Don't die on this hill. Let this one go.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
like you don't need this one. This is a
And-
shitty one."
But it goes the opposite way too all the time. It's just so obnoxious. I can't
Yeah.
stand it.
No, it's unfortunate because so many people define their likes in politics via their opposition.
Yeah.
That's totally what's happening here.
Well, that's what happened with the whole anti-SJW thing, basically. We were all like
Right.
anti-annoying people, right? We didn't like them.
Well, but I would say that's a little different because the anti-SJW
Uh-huh.
stuff was like people reacting to this. It was mostly
That's true, yeah.
liberals at the start, I thought, who were kind of reacting to like, what is this weird anti-liberal strain on the left
Mhm.
that I'm part of?
Mm-hmm.
Where this is more like, now, I mean, this behavior definitely does happen now, where you see if anything has like a female protagonist, there are people that are quick to
It's just
jump to be
like,
like,
"It's
oh,
woke." Yeah,
this is woke, this is SJW, and it's like, okay, let's
Yeah.
let's
chill out.
relax here for a second here. Okay,
Yeah.
let's. So
Yeah, absolutely.
Even have to think to know that she's right. She doesn't need a good argument. She already knows the truth. So,
No,
this video...
No, I would. If someone came to me and gave me a good argument and like really talked to me and thought it out, I'd be like, okay, like that's interesting. That's an interesting moral argument. Okay. I wouldn't like be like, I don't need to think about that. Like, what? I don't know.
you should make this your Twitter banner.
I mean,
I don't need to think.
I don't need to think. I'm a woman.
The word in the title is anti-intellectualism, so I don't need to think would line up with that
Right.
assumption about you.
Mhm.
This video isn't about shaming Shoe0nhead or pretending this event was some big deal when it wasn't. Actually, it's much worse than that. Because...
Oh.
Uh-oh.
I thought it was gonna be like, I'm not shaming Shoe, but he's saying it's worse than that. So okay.
Yeah, okay.
Well,
we can see here in this mundane, random little moment just how much we will do to avoid being challenged.
Don't challenge me because
Wait.
I'm too sexy.
Hmm?
what does that mean?
Yeah, is that supposed to be Shoe? Is that someone?
Well, I mean, that's a dude. But is he attributing that to you? That's a
Don't challenge
I
me,
don't know.
please. I'm too
That's
sexy.
me. That's me with no wig and no makeup. That's what I look
Oh,
like.
no.
The contacts fall out.
That's
Yeah,
the clown without
That's
him
the
when he wakes
clown.
up.
Yeah.
That's the clown. Yes.
Just how much we will do to avoid being challenged. How correct and virtuous
I'm
we can look
fine
while doing
with being challenged
No, you're not.
when it's when it's a good challenge. It's not just shut the fuck up, you're Nazi.
In fairness.
Mhm.
Oh.
In fairness, maybe the clown in your head is a Nazi. Okay.
Yeah,
That's true.
maybe.
Yeah,
We don't know.
exactly.
I want to make
so,
edgy
and
clown
how
jokes.
fast we will
We
find
shouldn't.
ourselves defaulting to this position. We want to be pure, follow our intuitions, believe that we are fundamentally good. And so, the people who might disrupt our ability to do that must be impure, must be wrong.
This, I mean, feels like a bit of a jump. I don't know.
Well, I mean, this is true of everyone that's so vague. Like, okay.
But this
Like,
is
yeah,
not remotely
sure,
Shoe.
I mean-
Shoe's like coming on a show with people she disagrees with and open to doing that. Joel's
like-
the one running from
Right.
doing that. I don't
Right.
like this is Joel. Joel is describing himself here, not Shoe.
if you change this semantically to anyone who disagrees with the positions we hold that we have because of our values, we see them as incorrect and we would like to challenge back. It's like, that's fair, but going as far as saying you put out an opinion, someone disagrees, you see them as impure. It's like,
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Terrible.
Calm down.
Never thought that.
No, most people don't. Impure. Like, all right. Because
Also-
wrong was fine.
Well,
Yeah.
I think people react this way emotionally. I don't think they think this
Mhm.
consciously. I think people react this way emotionally, generally, but you can't ascribe that to every individual reaction. That's
Well, and it depends upon
that's
the
happening.
topic. Like
Mhm.
sure, and you can't
different
ascribe this
levels
to
for
be the
different
motivation,
topics, obviously.
right? Because I
Well,
mean,
like,
I've had this exact same Twitter reaction too, where I see something, I fire off some tweet, and then it's like a dismissive tweet, and then people like come up with all sorts of theories about Sitch. Why did you tweet this out? I'm like, I just thought it was funny, or I just thought this was stupid. Like, you guys are reading into this way too much.
I
Mhm.
disagree with you guys
impure.
all the time, and I've never called you guys impure, you know? So it just shows my character.
You're all
Yeah.
impure.
That's
None
true.
of you are free of sin.
None of you are clean.
I just like the evil bunny being the one that's like, you're impure.
Yeah.
Yes.
Help me, bunny. How do I become pure?
Help me be pure, rabbit. There's one way to
You
be
just
pure,
want to be pure.
but you're not gonna like it. It involves consent. No, buddy, no.
Sign this form, Sitch.
Oh my
You
god.
shall become pure.
Sign it with your blood.
Wrong. This is how a question becomes a contaminant, how critical thinking becomes a disease.
Here's a question: if there was some weird animal that reproduced via getting eaten by another animal and like shit out or something, so the animal basically evolved to gain pleasure from being eaten,
Uh-huh.
would eating that animal suddenly become a moral action?
That is very interesting. I've not thought about it. Because I suppose our big contention with eating an animal is ending its life, right?
Right. But
But even to a degree, if we were chopping parts off and keeping it alive, it would still be the pain it caused.
What if it-
discomfort.
what if it gets off on me?
This
Well,
is from
that
Hitchhiker's
makes
Guide
it a
to the
little weird.
Galaxy.
Oh no!
Well, I was thinking because there's the thing in Hitchhiker's Guide where there's the cow that
Yeah.
they bring out the cow to the table and
That
the cow
wants to
like
be
desperately
eaten,
wants
yeah.
to be eaten by them. But you could still say that that's immoral because they've genetically engineered the cow to be like that in the first place.
Yeah.
But what if nature had designed some animal that enjoys
was about to
being
say.
Well,
eaten
you've
and
just made the
killed?
naturalistic fallacy. Don't you know,
Oh.
Shoe? Because you said nature manufactured it.
I
And
understand it,
just because
but-
it's nature doesn't mean it's wrong.
Well, but wait, but that's an interesting point, because that means nestled within Joel's argument is the naturalistic fallacy, because it's based around what is harm and what is harmful. And
Oh,
that's
yeah.
To be
based
fair,
on,
we
I
I assume we're relatively okay with the idea of euthanasia as well, right? Like there are
Sure.
times
I
where
mean,
we should
I-
end lives,
Yeah.
and it would be
definitely.
moral. So,
Mm.
More moral. Yeah.
yeah.
To end suffering, obviously, is the time when most people.
Don't
And
like
also
people have
if
to
it's
go to?
consent.
Is it like Sweden or something to do that? Because it's like not legal in many places.
Yeah, some do.
it's not. I don't think it's legal in the U.S. at all.
Come on, let's
Yeah.
get
I'm
back
not
to
100%
Joel's
sure.
contaminant here. I'm
He
curious. where this is
stepped on the
going.
Nickelodeon logo.
Yes.
Disease that needs to be stamped out because in a lot of
He's talking about.
Oh no.
He's talking
must
about
be
how Shoe did this horrible thing, this totally impure, immoral act, and how it needs to be stomped out, and then accusing her of doing all that. It's so
Gonna go on a
rich.
fucking degenerate genocide now. Get
It's so
you're
rich.
impure. You
Horse
must be
fuckers get the
stamped
wall.
out.
Is that what you're
Horse
saying?
fuckers.
Well, I
Shoot,
just-
if you have the rabbit team up with the clown, I think it's over.
Uh-oh.
Like
Oh, it's
that's-
over.
Super villain duo there.
It's over.
In the realms of like who is trying to modify people's personal behavior, who is doing that harder here? Big Joel in this video or Shoe ever?
There you go.
I'm telling you.
your entire life. It's like,
I'm telling you, is Shoe trying to modify people's behavior as hard and fucking viciously as, well, I guess not viciously, but he's totally trying to modify Shoe's behavior. He's saying what she did is completely immoral, basically.
I don't know. I don't want to do the same thing he's doing with me, where it's like that's what he's doing. I don't think that's what he's doing. I think he's just being a video essay guy and
Maybe.
going
just
deep
content.
into
yeah, because
going too deep into.
Look at
the-
Shoe's taking the high road here.
I know.
I don't want to engage in the improper mind reading that
Yeah,
Joel
yeah,
has
like-
done upon me.
hey, I do think she's making a point of like they do. I've seen so many video essays at this point. Like they have to make a grand point, so he has to
Yeah.
draw something, right? But at the
going-
same time,
Making the point though is far different than trying to modify people's behavior through shame. And he did specifically use the word shame and say, no, this is far stronger than shaming. Did he not?
yeah, because I agree with you a bit there, because like this is quite critical of Shoe's character. Again, I don't know why he wouldn't have passed this by you before releasing it. Just been like, hey, is it this particular part where I talk about how you believe people are impure? Are you okay with that? Like, and that's the thing. You could have been like, oh, maybe don't word it that way. And then he's like, oh, you know what? Yeah, actually, maybe because it's just basic communication, right?
Yeah,
You're
but
"Oh, I
again,
didn't
like,
mean-"
back when I would. Oh, but I've never made a video of somebody I was like acquaintances with.
Right.
Yeah, and I was gonna say you don't have to. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I feel like
no.
to Joel, it's like surely it'd be beneficial to him and beneficial to the relationship as well, just to be like, hey, you know,
Just want to
wanna-
make sure I'm not straw manning you here. I just want to make sure I got your argument correct.
I don't think I'm owed that because like we're not friends again. So like
Right.
Sure. Well,
yeah.
no one's really owed anything, right?
Yeah.
like I said, you
Would've
don't
been nice.
have to ever, but
Yeah.
it's nice.
Mhm.
I'm not on the communication side necessarily. I understand the argument that you're making, Mauler. I just like categorically someone here is trying to shape people's behavior, and I feel like it's Big Joel. I honestly do. I feel like
Could one argue that
100%.
by showing, I don't know, conflict to it, that we're doing the same thing?
we're trying to shape people's behavior? What
I
are we
don't know,
trying
just-
to shape people's behavior into? I'm
Well, by-
not trying to
Not being assholes to people.
I was gonna say if you
we might be
condemn-
inadvertently shaping people's behavior, but I think that Big Joel
Mhm.
would say that does more harm. Big Joel would say
Mhm.
you guys are inadvertently shaping people's behavior, even though you're not trying to in a bad way. I think Big Joel would definitely make that argument.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
I mean,
So,
what if
but you could
if Joel-
argue, inadvertent harm, but I don't necessarily see the harm. Joel sees the harm as like this is the alt-right pipeline here, and this is part of like demoralizing the left and giving the right more power. Don't you think that's a part of the context here?
Well, he said it was.
Yeah, I thought so.
Well, no, he didn't say it as explicitly, but he said part of it was painting this broad brush of the left.
Yeah.
In this discourse, yeah. But that's the only reason why he did this video. That's the only reason he cares. But
exactly. Yes.
I mean, I think Joel dropped the ball. I think he should have titled this video "Why Shoe is Unironically Evil." But that's just me.
Wrong. This is how a question becomes a contaminant. How critical thinking becomes.
Oh, did you see? CT made
I just want to hear what he says at the end of
I'm
critical.
I'm so sorry. CT made a picture.
Welcome to EFAP.
CT made a picture, Adam, that I think we should show. You'll be the last judge on whether we should actually show this picture or not.
Is it the horse fucking one?
Yeah, it's the horse fucking picture.
What I'm gonna pass it off. I'll give it to Mauler. Mauler, should we show them?
Where are you sending me it?
Should we show the? Well, no, you already know this picture involves horse fucking.
Well, yes, but that could mean lots of things. I don't know.
You think the picture?
I'll show it to you on Discord. You tell us. Will we get in trouble for? I mean, not Discord, on Twitter. Yeah. Will we get in trouble for this?
I feel like we have to show this picture.
This picture's amazing. This picture is beautiful. Okay. It has to be shown.
I'm just gonna bring it up. It's too hilarious not to show.
This is a comedy show, Adam.
Oh my God.
Wrong.
It's a family-friendly comedy show.
This is a family-friendly comedy show.
Oh, it's not after I show this picture. That's for sure.
Critters Buggin for 28 Canadian says, thank you, Critter. Says, fun fact, the guy who died in the Mr. Hands video was an employee of JPL. Who's JPL?
Jordan P. Leeterson.
And didn't seek help out of fear he would lose his security clearances. Clearly, it was a two-man job. Bone that size needed a wrangler. Rip.
Oh.
There's the picture, guys.
Can we substitute this into Big Joel's video and make it seem like it was in there?
Did Big Joel make this picture?
Oh my God.
No. No.
Look, she's.
Oh no.
She was actually saying the line now.
No.
Look at her. She's been stunned.
Do I need to tell? Do I really need a good argument to why this is wrong?
Gosh.
People.
Really? Do I need to argue this point? Look at this picture.
Dude, the clown is dead inside the head at this point. There's nothing.
Am I going to get to hear what he says at the end of this line?
Yes, you will. Yes. Thank you, CT, for making this horrible picture.
Thank you for making a horrible picture.
Anyway, you can take it off the screen now.
It's off. We're ready to go.
How a question becomes a contaminant.
A contaminant.
How critical thinking becomes a disease that needs to be stamped out. Because in a lot of...
Shoe, why are you trying to stamp out critical thinking? What do you have against critical thinking?
I'm a demagogue.
I was gonna say,
no smart people.
But
smart people to the gulag.
This is the populist shoe. We must eliminate the elite smarties.
Exactly. Anti-technocrat.
Right.
No smart people.
No critical thinking here.
Idiots rise up. We've had
Idiocracy was supposed to be a warning, not a lesson.
Yeah.
You can't trust those college-educated elites talking about why you can't fuck horses. I know why I can't fuck horses, because they're gross.
Unironically, yes. Exactly.
It's
you don't need a fucking degree to be like, hey, fucking animals is bad. Exactly.
It is genuinely easier to perform incredulity, to invent some harm, to produce a political other, than to just think about something for a while.
Well, he's saying perform incredulity. That's not fair. You were just genuinely increduled.
He's like invent a political. Yes, that was the joke. It's a straw man of the whole discourse. It was a. Oh my gosh.
Also, can we just the visual of just to think about something for a while? It's this sunny, beautiful day with the birds flying and this happy, wholesome man on a hilltop thinking, "Fucking animals."
He's just thinking.
Why is he on his knees? I'm curious about this guy. It looks suspicious to me.
There you go. His little
He's
thought bubble.
praying.
His little thought bubble is that picture of the guy fucking the horse.
I know.
Oh,
This
no.
is-
What would it
This
have
is
been if it was a
sheep metal
rainy
here.
day? Like, would it be evil thoughts? And this
It
is
would.
happy thoughts.
It would. It would.
Oh my god, I feel myself shifting and changing. I think I'm about to enter my human form. Wow.
Wait, was that the end of the
real.
video?
Oh my god,
think so.
I
Okay,
feel
I
myself
guess so.
shifting and changing. I think I'm about to enter my human form. Wow, I'm real. Did you like that video? Did it leave you desperately craving and yearning for even more of my content? Well, if so, the streaming service.
Boy,
There you
banger
go.
of an ending there. Really devastating argument. I totally won me over, Big Joel. I think your argument for why bestiality is bad is 10 times better than shoes. Like, we should put it on
Mhm.
billboards, really.
There you-
Also feels awkward to
Stem the
run
blight.
directly from that into an ad. Just like,
Yes.
never think about
I
bestiality.
did
Anyway.
I did 2 Raid Shadow Legends ads,
Mhm.
and oh my fucking god, I actually like making ads. It's fun, but
Mhm.
trying to do like a segue is like the most painful thing. It's like,
Right.
hey, we're gonna talk about this first, guys.
Can we
Check
put the-
this out? It's like painful because you know people are just gonna skip it.
Yeah, of course.
They
Well,
should.
I
Raid
like
Shadow
what
Legends is
Sean does.
ass.
Sean, I think if he's still in the chat, he like changes the lighting on his video, so I know
Mhm.
just where to skip.
Yeah, I try to make it funny though. Like I put jokes in there and everything, but yeah.
Is it bad
Right.
if I do like the horse fucking thing, like this is something Big Joel is thinking? I mean, I'm just doing a little back of the envelope graphic design here. Here we go.
Oh,
You're supposed
God.
to say yes. That's horrible. Don't do that, Adam.
That is
And I-
horrible.
yeah.
That is horrible, Adam.
Don't
do
do
not do
that,
that.
Adam.
It's just
Overseer's Logs for $20 says Shoe makes a joke poking at people for overthinking things or being culture warriors at like any time, and both right and left go insane. At least that is how I tend to see it. She isn't alone either. I've seen others get flack too.
I
There you
totally
go.
agree. Yeah.
Well, we joked about it on the first time I came on with you guys, but like consequentialist man really can be used in any scenario, anywhere, for anything. And like, you know, just anything you do or say, whatever your intention, it could lead to X, and therefore I can condemn you. And it just gets a bit frustrating, I think, after a while.
Hell yeah. It's
Definitely,
way
definitely.
frustrating.
Oh, we
Yeah.
missed this. This is a good point. Ergoth for $20 says Shoe isn't allowed to appeal to the quote, it's obvious as a moral argument, but Big Joel can appeal to the quote, it's obvious that dogs don't want to have sex with humans. He
Mhm.
literally is just mad Shoe took a Twitter pot shot at socialists and vegans.
And again, I hate to say it, but like, you can't trust animals to refuse those sorts of engagements, because loads of animals do awkward shit with humans that humans have to make them stop
Right.
because
Cool.
they don't
Yeah.
know better, unfortunately.
Yeah, who is that that Twitch girl that like the dog started humping her? Remember
Oh,
that?
right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
But no, it's they never want that, obviously. So it was a weird argument for him to make. I don't know.
It is, and you can easily make the argument to Joel. It's like these very easily defeated and awkward arguments are damaging your side. You need to be careful. Like just throwing in, you know, bestiality people, they only do it to harm the
Mhm.
animals. Like you're gonna invite people
See-
to correct you on
Yeah.
that.
See, like I'm so used to people making videos of me and like tearing me down, and like just some of it's okay, and but most of it is just shit. So I actually thought like this was a good video. Like I thought it was a relatively like substantial takedown of my attitude on Twitter. The only issue is though, like the tweet was a joke. Like the first like source, that whole thing.
Mhm.
That was my biggest issue with it, because like yes, it was supposed to be hyperbolic and it was supposed to be a straw man, and that's like that was just honestly the biggest issue. It's like, okay, you don't have to like dismantle my jokes and everything. Like
Your
that's,
thought process.
yeah, that's like
Yeah,
one of
right.
my biggest pet peeves. But I don't know, like
I think it's
Well, and, like-
interesting because we're talking about morality and he's moralizing so hard at the exact same time. Like this whole thing
Mhm.
was like filled with righteous indignation about how moral a person Big Joel is and how immoral a person Shoe is. But obviously, I mean, I get that you're willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. I mean, I'm willing. As far as like epic takedowns and harsh ad hominems and whatnot, this is very mild. Like, I mean,
Yeah,
total
like I
agreement with
said,
you
the
there.
beginning when he's like, oh yeah, she used to make this content and she was a Bernie supporter, and but like that was the most
Yeah, it's
like
kind.
yeah, like from coming from the left, that's like, wow, okay, that was very fair. Like, because you never see that. And she's like,
Right.
"Oh, thank you for the crumbs. Like,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
So
right.
like,
But it's just sad that the bar has to be so low for these conversations.
yeah. But I don't know.
We like talking about morality though, and this was all like as soon as I saw this video, I was basically begging Sitch to cover it because it's fascinating. There's like the internet drama component, and it's also just huge moral blindness. Like Joel is in a moral silo where he just does not understand how other moral communities operate, and the whole fun of morality is really being able to peek in on and you know, postulate, hypothesize of how other moral communities form, and like moral foundations, moral intuitions that are at odds with one another. Like all of our movies, all of our media is playing off of that kind of stuff. So morality is just fascinating to me. And this video is just, it's like a window into someone who just doesn't really get morality, but at the same time really wants to like moralize and be righteous and castigate someone else for being wrong and unrighteous. That's my take.
I think the only critique he levied that I think was a fair one, which would be that by the second joke tweet you put out about the, you know, fucking horses is bad, you know, source, that changes the context of the original conversation. And if people didn't understand what you were responding to, they would think something completely differently. I think that's the only fair critique here. Everything else I think is kind of bullshit,
but there was an innocent miscommunication. Well, there was nothing nefarious.
Yeah, I don't think you were intentionally like I got to make sure.
Yeah, like when he was like, I am better than thou. It's like, where's that coming from?
Right.
But there are like bad faith conservatives that will compare lefties to like pedophiles, and
of course, see it all the time.
Yeah, in the same way that there are people on the right that will call, well, I guess they call them baby killers and pedophiles. What's the one the left calls people on the right? Racist, bigot, homophobe,
Nazi.
Yeah. So there's bad faith actors on both sides, which is just, it makes that's why these dialogues are so difficult now, is because you don't necessarily know who's a legitimate good faith interlocutor and who is just throwing rhetorical bombs.
Yeah.
True.
All right. Is that it?
This was fun.
We saved the internet.
We saved the internet, yes.
One stream.
Oh wait, we had to watch
Joel's video.
Twitter
watch that?
video. Can you bring that up?
I guess.
Is there any way for you to bring it up?
Can you DM me a link to it?
Yeah.
And I'll see if I can do it.
Because I want to say maybe he answers some of these questions.
You guys can leave at any time too if you guys want to. Obviously you guys stay as long as you want.
Do you guys like people calling you conservative all the time?
No, I fucking hate
it's
it.
very annoying. Like
this. You know what is super annoying about it, Shoe, is that in their minds, when they call us conservative, they mean racist. They mean bigot.
Yeah.
They conflate racist and they conflate, because I don't think being a conservative is bad, but I think being a racist and a bigot is bad, and that's what they mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's annoying. I don't like it. It's just annoying because it's not correct. It's like, okay, that's not my politics. Like I'm so used to, I'm like numb now. It's been like 8 years of you're right wing. It's like, okay. I've
been watching it unfold over the 8 years, and it's just like it's so polarized, and no one seems to care anymore about what the actual positions are, or at least a lot of the people don't. You know, a lot of people don't know what the labels. Just talk to them about the issues.
It's annoying because the point of the label is to prime someone to say that this is a good person or a bad person.
Yeah, that's well poisoning.
Yeah,
like Big Joel's tweets like bothering me. It's like, oh, she's on this conservative. Like, you know what you're doing by tweeting that. You know,
absolutely, yeah.
What you're doing.
This is the thing. You could make a video like he's done on you to him now. Be like, you've completely poisoned the well against anybody who might have considered Adam and Sitch a fair source.
That's like
That's
not
and he
fair.
did it on purpose. He knows he has an entire like this video got 500,000 views. He knows he can poison 500,000 people against us without. That's completely immoral. Is that not immoral?
Sure.
I feel like it is. I feel like it's fucking
okay,
evil.
To be fair, if I didn't know who you were and I took one look at your channel, I'd be like, yeah, these are the rightoid guys with the
Sure.
avatars, and they dunk on leftists all day.
As the
But-
But
only,
like,
But you're at least being
But I know-
consistent because you're saying I'm not an influencer. I'm just out here telling jokes. But if Joel is chastising you for using your audience inappropriately by not looking into the issue with the due diligence and nuance you should be, he can't then turn around and do the exact same thing.
great fucking point. Great point. Yeah, he's totally acting. This is completely immoral of him. Yeah, it's completely immoral of him. It is.
I'm going to clutch my pearls and agree with that. It is completely immoral.
How is it not? Like, look, would it be
I
wrong
agree
if
that's
we
wrong.
went
I
out and
think you're very strong with the language.
I
But
don't
Well,
know.
you know what, Adam? No bullshit called EFAP a leftist podcast once. So
there you go.
did he?
Oh my
Okay.
god, is no bullshit still?
Alive? Around?
Yeah. I don't want to
I
sound
know.
mean.
I don't know.
Did you guys ever see our coverage of his video on Infinity War where he said there is a
Oh, wait.
suspicious amount of
I was
Mom-
on that stream, yes.
yeah, that was fucking good time.
He said that the robot was like a trans allegory.
he said
or
Vision
something.
was a trans allegory.
Yes, that was a very bizarre claim to make.
Wait, Big Joel corrected himself. I'm sorry. I don't know where they are politically. I watched their
Really?
stream.
Holy
I watched.
shit!
I
Big
watched their
Joel.
s-
Thank
Wait,
you.
I watched their stream on my Jordan Peterson vid for a minute, and I cringed so hard I assumed they were conservatives.
There you
Yeah.
can see it's not
And
really.
what
better.
happens when you assume, Joel?
It makes
It's not really better, though,
You.
He's saying maybe they're not conservatives; they're just as cringy as conservatives. So I don't know if that's a.
It's not exactly an improvement, though.
It's not exactly an improvement, but.
Hey everybody. So
Are we?
But
I have
anyway.
the video up. Are we
Wait,
gonna do
do we
like
have
the
to- are we
1, 2,
syncing, or-
3? Yeah.
Okay.
Does everyone
Oh,
have
okay.
the video on screen?
Well,
I have it up.
Here,
I
I'll
don't know.
DM it to whoever needs. I'll DM it to you, Shoe. Do you need it, Mauler?
I could just.
I
listen
found
to
it.
Oh my god!
I don't
feel
think we
like
can
we're
listen
making,
through-
We're making progress. Holy shit!
Oh.
Where's this?
Yeah, you're not gonna be able to listen through Adam's thing. We're all gonna have to.
I'm
click it
sorry.
individually.
I don't know. I don't know where they are politically. The reason why he says I don't know where they are politically is because he's setting himself up so he can say, "Listen,
It doesn't matter.
they call themselves liberals, but really they're doing this secret conservative thing."
Well, he can't. Okay, whatever. Has everyone got the clip?
Look at this.
Yeah.
219 fucking likes on that. What the fuck?
Adam,
And
you're not even
the
on
first tweet has
zero.
900 likes. So there you go.
Lemmings.
Anyway, but look, it's okay for us to attack Joel because we're punching up. He's got a much larger Twitter and YouTube following than us. So.
How is
I'm
Joel
punching
this?
down.
How is Joel fighting
He's
with
punching
people on the
down, that's
internet
right.
while he's this fucking stoned? That's what I want to know. Because this is like, Joel, geez.
Should we cry
the
bully
ball?
Joel? Should we say that he's
No.
he's bringing this audience, his large audience against us? Oh, boo, boo, we can't handle it.
No, it's all hilarious to me. But
Are
it is-
we letting this whole thing play then? Because we can't really pause.
It's like a
properly,
minute.
right?
Yes,
Yeah.
we're gonna have to let
Yeah.
it play. We're not gonna be able
I
to
can
listen.
pause.
My
I'm in.
gosh.
Well, I guess we'd all.
Well,
have
no,
to
but we'd
pause
all have
together.
to pause individually. So I don't know what it said. Couldn't listen to it. so
Mauler, I
here
know
we go.
this is going to be difficult.
I-
It's
Don't
gonna
pause
be
for an
now.
entire minute and 30 seconds.
Can you handle it?
Can
You
you
can-
do
I
it?
appreciate
Can
Are
you
you
do
okay?
it?
and
We're
I'm
gonna
glad
have
you
to
guys
hear
took
Big
the
Joel.
time to appreciate that. Yes, I'm.
This is
I'm gonna
the-
do it.
Here it is.
This is Mauler's no fap challenge right here.
No.
3,
Forcing me to do
2, play.
Hey everybody. So let's bracket the question of the wrongness of bestiality for a second and talk about a different situation. A person watching child porn that they found for free online. They're watching the porn doesn't contribute in any meaningful sense to the suffering of a child. So then,
I'm sorry, I had to pause it. This is so fucking bad faith. Like, what
Wait.
the fuck?
We're pausing it already.
paused it.
Adam,
Wow.
you failed the no
I
fap
failed.
challenge.
I
I could've said,
totally,
but it was
I
my
totally
challenge.
failed.
Mauler, can
I
you not
totally
make that
failed.
immediately?
Listen, why, dude? I don't want to talk about fucking child porn and Big Joel making some argument for fucking child porn. Okay,
I
What
don't
the
think
fuck?
that's what he's doing.
I don't.
It
I don't-
seems
I'm-
like he is. Why is he?
I'm-
Why are
Because
we
you
watching this?
paused. Because you.
Why
I'm
the
very
fuck
curious
are
if
we
you haven't
watching
even-
this? Why the
If you
fuck are we
very-
haven't
watching
even
this?
seen where.
Adam,
don't be
we gotta do
triggered.
it.
Don't be
Adam, we
triggered.
gotta do
Why
it,
the
Adam.
fuck are we watching
Don't
this?
be triggered, Adam.
I
Okay.
believe in you,
Okay.
Adam.
The stream can
But
hear what
if
through you,
if
right?
this
Adam?
if yes
The
if
video?
this video ends in Big Joel's making an argument for child porn, I fucking hate.
Why
all of you.
would he? Okay.
Why
right,
is
let's see
he?
what he-
Why is he even talking about child porn? in
But
this
I-
video?
Because
Well,
it's
let's
always
find
the
out.
go-to
Let's
most
find
serious example for anything.
But
so.
don't get triggered just yet. Okay.
I'm
Where did you
super-
pause
I'm
it? What was the
super
time
triggered.
code, Adam? Don't get
18.
18.
I only made it 18 seconds.
Okay, we'll go to 18 seconds. Let's actually
Let's-
listen because I don't know where the fuck he's going with this at all
Yeah.
either, and I am curious.
Yeah,
So
we're all very curious, Adam. You
All
ruined it. Okay.
I'm not
Can't have that.
curious. I'm
No
not
fapping.
curious.
No fapping allowed for
All right,
another
Okay,
minute.
Here we
okay?
go. We're gonna start at 18 seconds. Another one. 3, 2, 1, go.
Is it wrong if it doesn't do any harm in that moment? Well, yes, I think it is. Because the person watching that porn is expressing a deeply problematic and antisocial character. They are announcing themselves as someone who extracts pleasure from pain, the harming of the innocent. You know now that you can't really trust them around kids, for example, because given half the chance, they derive joy from abusing them. This is what I was saying about bestiality, that while it's not immediately more harmful than meat eating, it can announce a kind of problematic moral character that we may want to rationally take into consideration. What Shoe said, on the other hand, is that eating meat is natural and fucking pigs unnatural. She's just saying, ew, that's gross. But that's not a good argument. Your personal, visceral reactions, your impression that certain acts are natural or unnatural can't have a bearing on what morals are. It's just not a good argument. If they could, we would still think it acceptable to be bigoted toward gay people. And we know this because this exact same argument has been used against gay people for a really long time. So I hope this helped. I hope you can see how it's slightly different. Okay. Bye.
Can I say something?
Sure.
No.
So he's doing the thing that we already criticized. That's like, okay, he's saying that the people watching child porn.
I know. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes,
Sue,
you
sorry.
know where I'm going with
Yeah,
this.
totally.
So
Go
are
on.
deriving
Continue.
pleasure from their pain. But if Joel and Amos Yee had a fucking conversation, Amos Yee would go, but what if the kid crawls to your dick? And
Yeah,
then his,
totally.
then
His
So, I don't know.
argument his
Like,
argument is destroyed by that. Yeah, exactly.
Well,
and like, what if the dog humps? Like, this is not, I don't know, it's not a good argument. But again, he doesn't understand my argument too, which wasn't I'm grossed out. It was evolutionary. We have evolved. It is a natural, obviously it's a fallacy or whatever. We have evolved to eat meat. We did not evolve to breed with things outside of our species.
Eating meat has been essential to our survival and reproduction.
It literally helped our brain
Fucking
grow, right?
animals has not been essential to our survival and reproduction. Yes, that's a much better argument.
Well,
Yeah, I'm so confused. I'm so sorry, Joel, if you're watching this.
I think something interesting happened here. I think after he made that video, someone said your argument against bestiality was awful. And then they gave him the correct argument. And then so in this little Twitter video, he's trying to connect the correct argument with his incorrect initial argument. Okay, this is my mind reading since Joel did this video. Because the first part of his argument is stupid. The fact that like, oh well, the person who's watching child porn is deriving pleasure from the harm of the child. I'm assuming that's not the case for the person.
Yes.
And I would assume that's not the case for the person engaged in bestiality. However, the second part of what he
harm
said,
is the side effect exactly the same as in the meat eating.
Right. But the second part of what he said is true, and that's a better argument, which is that if someone is engaging in this deviant behavior, what does that say about the rest of the person's behavior and whether he can be trusted by society?
But that's the argument
the
you
better
made.
argument.
That is the argument you made.
That's the argument I made. That's the argument Destiny made about incest, et cetera, et cetera. So
trust.
So it's interesting to me that in this 1 minute and 30-second Twitter video, he could give a far better cogent argument than he could in his 20-minute animated video. But I don't know what's going on there with that. But
still feel like we just skipped all of this if you just talked to her.
Exactly.
True. That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So
There's
don't know.
more. Did you see the last one? Hey, kind of an aside, but can we talk about how I nailed the little Twitter video in one take? Like, why can't I bring this energy into videos? Sad. Oh, okay. Just a little commentary on
There
it.
you go.
All right.
Hey everybody.
No, like again, even though I have some issues with it, I didn't think the video was bad. I thought it was a good breakdown. Like someone taking a microscope to one thing that happened to me on Twitter and like dissecting it was a very just interesting experience, and I appreciated this criticism. But
Conservative streaming channel here with 900 likes. You should delete this tweet though, because this is completely inaccurate, Joel.
Yeah.
Well, he can't. I mean, the whole
He
video
doesn't.
is criticizing
He can't delete
you
his
about...
tweet. I don't understand.
and he's saying he physically can't watch it. Like,
what does that mean?
That's
Like,
not
is it
fair.
Yeah, is it too emotionally taxing? Like,
You should watch it.
You want him to like say that you're not conservatives. Like, I think if he watches this stream from start to finish, he's probably gonna say worse about you guys than that.
What?
I don't think. Well, I don't know. But well, no. But it's just if so much of his video is about critiquing you being quote irresponsible on Twitter with your language,
and he's being completely irresponsible
and specifically,
here.
yeah, and then specifically being performative with your language, and then this tweet is reeks of performance. I'm crying that Shoe is on some like conservative streaming channel. I can't physically watch it. Like, come on.
This is Cry Bully 101 right here. This is like a master course in how to cry bully people on the internet.
It feels like Shoe's got a lot of dads on the internet at this point who are very disappointed in it.
My God.
Well, look, only one of those dads on the internet, Shoe, wants you to become
Be
a
on
writer
Saturday
for
Night
SNL.
Live. Yeah, I want the best for you, Shoe. I do. I want you to succeed.
No,
I
oh
want
my
you to
God, that's literally okay. Literally though,
I want you to star in movies.
Gosh, you guys to an extent.
I've never
Joel,
done this. Don't throw me into this.
I'm being pulled in like all these different directions, like
Yes.
like a crazy kid with behavioral issues.
Hence the
Don't
clown.
climb on the counter, sweetie. Like,
I'm not
you
gonna.
know what- Wait,
I'm
you know
not
what
gonna
it is?
be. I'm not gonna be blowing up
Mhm.
your phone.
What is
Shoe,
it?
with my
You know what it is?
expectations? Okay.
Do you remember that game that was like you had to try to make the baby not kill itself?
Yes.
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 That's
you.
that's me online with leftists. Like I'm like crawling towards like the outlet with a fork, and they're like, no. Like,
The outlets of Hitler.
Mhm.
That's it.
That is exactly what's going on here, right?
Yeah.
I don't want you to be like gaslit by this behavior.
Well,
'Cause
to be
that's what
fair,
that's
this
what
is
I
probably
feel
the-
like. That's what's happening.
Yeah, I feel
Or
like
is there-
that's going on too. I'm
wanna
joking and
know-
gaslighting you, Shoe. So go ahead, Mauler.
This comes with the whole labels thing. They just want to know which team everybody's on.
Yes.
For sure. They don't
Right.
like it when it's like unclear.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's another thing that we have in common with you, Shoe, because we don't want to be on a fucking team.
Amen, brother.
Yeah.
We're rebels.
I'm on the Star Wars sucks train right now. That's
What
Yeah.
are we? Some kind of suicide squad?
Good night, everybody. Da, da, da. Just clicks end stream.
Oh, fuck,
Doesn't
that
read
was the
super
worst
chat.
shit I've ever said. Please.
That was the best thing you've ever said. I don't know what you're talking about. Jeez. That's the end clip we'll use for the clips. There you go.
Alright.
Thank you, Show.
Yeah, I'm gonna go because I have to deal with probably the fallout, the drama about this.
Oh my
Also-
God, Shoe.
We're so
Oh.
sorry. We're so sorry.
No,
Yeah,
Now you're
also I don't care.
cry bullying us. I feel terrible about that.
No,
I
no,
honestly
I don't
do.
give a shit. Like, just,
Okay,
they just
good.
need
That's
to
what I
watch
want to
it.
hear. That's what I
None of
wanna
them will
hear.
watch it. Like, literally, none of them will watch it. They'll just cry
Yeah.
about it.
Mhm.
But
Mhm.
this was a lot of fun. As always, I will gladly come on any other time.
Yeah, cool. We got to get you on
Uh,
with Aiden Paladin so you can really.
Yes.
People are super going to freak out about that. You know, Aiden Paladin is far more right than any of us.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
Well,
far
no.
more
Okay,
right
here
than any
about
of
this. How about this? Next week we'll do Vosh's 1 hour video show, and then you can come on to that,
No.
and we can have another shit.
No.
I
Oh.
refuse to watch videos about me. Okay.
Yeah.
It's very awkward
Going forward.
going forward. Yes.
Okay.
From now
okay.
on.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Okay. Bye,
All right,
guys.
thanks
Bye.
for coming on. Good night.
Thanks for coming.
Bye, chat. Bye,
Um,
guys. Bye.
It was fun to meet you.
Oh yeah, nice to meet you.
Ms.
Um,
Head.
Guys,
If,
I would love to do your The EFAP thing.
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
platform do you contact people with? There's so many.
Twitter.
Okay, who are you on Twitter? Is it just Shoe0nhead? I probably follow
Shoe0nhead.
you. I hate Twitter, by
I
the way.
think I follow you. Hold on.
If you don't, it's a betrayal.
We
Can
follow
we,
each other.
if Shoe goes
Oh,
on
see,
EFAP, can
there
we
you go.
claim? If Shoe goes on EFAP, can we claim responsibility for this? This is like
Yeah.
completely cool.
It might get her in even more trouble for all we know.
Well,
Should we
that
get
would
like a
be-
10% finder's fee?
That's
on
like a
this?
bonus right there. If we get,
I was going
if
to
we
say
can
you get 10% of the problem. You know, you get.
Well, how big is the problem?
I
I guess we'll find
depend.
out.
I guess
we'll
so.
find out.
Yeah, we'll figure something out if you do want to come on. There's plenty of things we
Sure.
do on there that are all kinds of fun. But yeah, it was fun chatting with you and
Yeah,
everything.
you
You
too.
have a good day. Hopefully,
Yeah,
with
you
whatever
too.
happens next.
Bye, guys.
Bye
See
bye.
you later.
Wait,
Bye.
Are you sticking around, Mauler?
I will try and stay for as long as I can, but I am falling asleep now.
You can
I mean,
go. It's no
slowly.
big
You
deal.
just go whenever.
We have a bunch of
Okay,
super
well,
chats
that's-
for you.
I'll-
Or you can stay.
Yeah.
Well, have a look through the super chats. If they're any directed at me, I can take
Let's
them on.
see. Any directed at Mauler? Lots
Are
of
people
bestiality questions. Lots of
big-
Sargon questions.
Did you read all of these, Big Joels? Are people genuinely under the impression that the argument we gave are similar? I got like 5 comments saying this, but that was it. How much confusion is there here? I will explain for 20 minutes. I will explain for 20 minutes if I must.
Hot Diggity Demon had a super chat I missed for $5.
Oh,
He
really?
said, "The fact that it's taking you guys so long to explain why bestiality is wrong is a little sus." There you go. There you go. Thank you, Hot Diggity.
Yeah.
Forget the plushies when we expect Sitch and Adam body pillows. Well,
I guess
if the
I
body
could-
pillow's shaped like an animal, is it wrong?
Luckily, I have the plushies up. So I should mention about the plushies because I was super bad last time about the plushies.
Yes.
I know a lot of people know how Indiegogo works, and so we had intended to make this a fixed goal, and the fixed goal means you don't. If you make your funding goal, if you don't make your funding goal, all the money is returned. A flexible goal means if you don't make your funding goal, you still get to keep all the money. That makes people kind of hesitant to back because they're worried we're not going to make our funding goal and not deliver the plushies. So I just want to make it clear that even if not one more person backs this campaign, the 48 people who've backed it already are going to get plushies. We're going to fund the plushies no matter what, and deliver those plushies to everyone. So don't worry. It was our mix up on making it a flexible goal instead of a fixed goal. And we just rolled with it just to keep it going here. So
Okay, great. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know there was a difference between any of this
I've
stuff,
backed
so,
I've
okay.
backed at the tier for two times Sitch and Adam plushies. I figure I'll have 2 that I can set up with my Mauler and Rags plushies, and we'll do a little simulated show here. And then we also I have an extra 2 that I figure, you know, I might light on fire or shoot out of a cannon or
Oh my
something.
God.
So something fun.
So I found some Mauler super chats.
Okay.
The Butter Anvil for $2 says, "Bring Mauler on and I'll give $50."
Where's
Oh,
our
he
$50?
He gave us $50. $50. Butter Anvil says, "Man of my word." There you go.
Wow.
I'm a man of my
Wow.
word.
I hope it
Thank
was everything you dreamed.
The Butter Anvil is the one who was asking for Rags to come on every day or every stream. So
Oh well, he
It
got
is
a huge
big
dose
fan.
of Rags
Right,
that
right.
the stream he came on, so that
Mhm.
worked out.
It is pretty cool that you just drop in Mauler. That is pretty badass. And would Rags do the same thing, or is Rags not kind of that personality type to just jump in?
I don't know. The
Yeah.
thing is, obviously, because I don't like to bullshit, I do watch your show every once in a while here and there. And so if I catch and I'm in the chat, I'll be like, hello, I can jump in if you want to. But I don't know if Rags watches it. I don't know if Rags jumps into streams. You'd have to ask him.
I almost sent him a link just to say, you know, we're streaming, jump in if you feel like it. So, but I didn't know because sometimes there's like I mean, some people feel obligated to jump in, and I don't want to. Obviously, I don't want people to feel that obligation.
Oh, I'm
so.
like the reverse. I feel like it's like, oh, you guys are doing your thing. I don't want to intrude.
Oh, you're welcome anytime, man. You're totally welcome
Yeah.
anytime. Yeah.
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Well, almost anytime. We have lots of people that will let on anytime, but then we don't because we have too many people on. So,
Yeah, we don't like it to be like 10 people, obviously, but
Yeah,
we can
right.
handle 4 pretty easily. So
right.
Yeah.
Lick Tasty for $2 says Mauler now on 72-hour stream confirmed. I don't think it. I don't
I'm
think
a
it was
little
Mauler that
beat.
added the link to the stream. I think it was Sargon.
yeah.
Haryan Gladive for £5 says Mauler is blue pilled on the witch question.
The witch question.
Yeah, burning witches,
burning witches.
is red pilled, Mauler. What are
you
you
go.
doing? Of course we
I
have to
wouldn't-
burn the witches.
Yeah, obviously.
No.
Obviously.
Listen, okay. On one hand, magic ain't real, but on the other, if it is real, we should be asking these people how it works. We shouldn't be burning them.
Don't
Teach
you
me how.
think?
I wanna
Don't
fly.
you think in a society where people can inadvertently be burned for witchcraft would be a much nicer society? People would be on their P's and Q's. They would not be saying incendiary things. Don't you think?
Or performing incendiary spells. I guess so. I want the world.
I mean,
where there are
pluses and
witches. It'd be
minuses,
fun.
Mauler. There's some good aspects to the witch burning. You got to consider that.
Mhm.
I remember when I first learned about that in like primary school or some shit in history, where they were like, the way it would work is they would drown you, and if you drowned, you weren't a witch. If you didn't, like, then you were a witch, and they would kill you.
How many? And I'm like, how many witches did they find?
Oh
That's
my-
my question.
It's the shittiest deal ever. You're like, so if I somehow managed to survive the drowning, which would be possible as a normal human being, it's like I just get fucking burned to death. Probably, it's like great.
Mhm.
That is hilarious.
That's. I just
So
want to say it is
wrong on so many
true.
levels.
Before Mauler came on, he DM'd me and Adam. He was like, "I'll come on to your guys' show, but just make sure Actual Justice Warrior isn't on because I don't want to debate him." That is actually what
Fucking-
happened, yeah.
I am actually kind of afraid of that guy. He's got warrior in the name. I've just got Mauler.
That's
He-
right. That's right.
Actual Justice Warrior is a great debater. I don't know if you ever you should check his content out because he always has good arguments and obviously well sourced. Something I'm horrible at. So
What should I debate with him? Should be whether or not the sequels are good. It just seems to be the
I
the
don't know
most
that
common
I-
thing to debate.
I don't think Sean likes the sequels. I'm
God
gonna
damn it.
take a guess here. Say he doesn't
Sean, you
like
better
Star
not
Wars
like
sequels.
Loki, like Sid.
I don't like Loki. Oh, I just like the first episode.
First episode was
gaslighting.
terrible
Stop
too.
straw
Loki.
manning me.
Sid.
Gaslighting.
First episode was bad as well.
I like the first episode.
Do you know we had a guy on who
Mhm.
said like the whole season was fantastic, and we had a
Well, that
full
person's
like.
insane.
Well, he defended episode 1 just like you did, and
You know,
Yeah.
Nazis breathe air, Mahler. Nazis drink water. Hitler loved his dog. That doesn't mean that everyone that loves their dog's a Nazi. Okay.
I agree totally with whatever you just said. Yeah,
Thank you.
100%. Mm-hmm.
Edward Pereno for $4.99 says Mahler gives a rising declarative cry for bestiality. So stunning and brave.
It's the way forward, I
Is
guess.
that true? Did you actually do that? Wow.
Well,
Okay.
one of the things I wanted to ask you guys about the whole, I guess, I don't know if it was your position. I think it was Sargon's, the whole like, it is definitively wrong and can never be right. So I think, like, I don't know if this kind of breaches the entire point of the question, but you know, if we had like, everything was the same except apes were as intelligent as we are,
Mhm.
and they had their own part of Earth civilization is all done. We had a peace with them, and then consenting ape and human adults wanted to do some stuff. Is that immoral at that point?
Wait, what was the last sentence?
If they wanted to do some stuff, a member of this ape civilization that's got hyper,
Oh, if they
Uh,
want to have sex with
intelligence.
like a human?
There were
Yeah,
different
you know,
humanoid species that did reproduce. Like
Yeah, but they were still the same. I don't know what's the classification?
oh, I guess they would have to be the same species. If well,
Yeah,
I don't know.
dinosaurs.
yeah. Like they just want to do some stuff because they meet up on OnlyFans or whatever the fuck.
Well,
Tinder.
that's actually that's a really interesting hypothetical because, I mean, if we did have to split Earth with hyper intelligent chimps who just looked like human-sized chimps or whatever, for the sake of the hypothetical, most people would probably be emotionally disgusted by having sex with something that looks like that. But like, what would the moral argument would be very different than like having sex
Well, yeah,
with
'cause-
a non-sentient animal. Yeah.
Yeah,
What if
obviously the
horses
idea would be
could
like you
talk
make.
and consent?
I mean, that would complicate everything. We have to get very more specific, I'd imagine.
Well, actually,
Sentient-
no. But well, here's a way you could do this. What if in the future, and this seems possible, they could somehow read animals' minds in a very basic sense. Okay,
Mhm.
you can say, oh, like you can understand the animal doesn't or like something or doesn't like something.
Mhm.
So you could use that to judge quote unquote
I don't know
consent
if
in these issues.
so. The reason why the hypothetical I had was that they like hyper intelligent, and because liking something isn't enough. I don't think we need to know that they understand.
I
it.
see that they understand the full consequences of
Oh,
the
yeah, that's a good
situation.
point.
I guess that's true. Yeah. I don't know. What is your answer to the hyper intelligent chimp sex?
So part of
You
it,
know,
I think,
Sean is
already,
all about it, so he's a dirty degenerate. But
part of it is complicated because, like, they'll have the thing where you meet someone online and you fall in love with them and you turn out, oh my god, I fell in love with a chimp. It's a chimp person. They tricked me, and it's like, and then the chimp person's like, I like you, and well, not human.
Mhm.
I'm a person too, because personhood would have to be redefined probably.
sure, right.
And I was just thinking about, if we get to the point of transhumanism where we start replacing all kinds of parts of the body, like cyberpunk style, and then people start being able to look like, if they want to look like, cat features, because everyone likes looking like cats and stuff, different animals. And then it's like, at what point being converted over would you then be like, it's immoral, you look too much like a cat, and or a chimp or whatever?
We never asked you when Sargon was on about how you're defining morality.
How I do it.
That's important, yeah.
That's very tough. I don't think so. This is the thing. I'm like a little old media critic. I don't know that I've ever had like a big fundamental.
I've been watching your videos, Mauler, though, and you like obviously you're judging people's character. You're saying like certain acts of certain characters are immoral or moral. I guess you can do that intuitively, though.
The way that it would be categorized is I rarely try and just say I don't like this because it doesn't match what I think is moral. I'll usually, for example, with Black Widow, if you guys saw that video, I was outraged in the prison scene where she buried everybody under snow, because that is not something Natasha Romanoff would do.
Sure, totally, yeah.
Because she would consider it immoral, so she would have to deal with that, and she doesn't. The act itself, there's contexts where if, let's say, a villain did it, where I would just be like, yeah, that's something they would do. That's totally fine with me,
Yeah.
And that's like more of an attempt to get to the substantive part of the criticism, instead of letting people know I don't like this film because they had prisoners get buried by snow and I didn't enjoy that. It's like, okay, which is fair, but
well, that's definitely like the care for other sentient beings is part of morality, and that's what's being activated there when you're saying that's wrong, because she just doesn't care about those individuals whatsoever.
Yeah, and it obviously, I would actually argue that's closer to what I would argue. I would say, like, I don't like this character because I think they have an immoral backbone, and the film for some reason thinks they're a hero.
Yeah,
that's like another sort of way I would do it. But yeah, like fundamental. There's a couple of different, like, like breaching a person's autonomy is like a big one, but then obviously that gets thrown away the second they breach someone's autonomy, sort of thing. Like the just standard sort of ones like that. But then I don't like to be too definitive at any one time.
Breaching the autonomy? If a guy can go super fast and he just like brushes a girl's hair back a little bit.
Oh, you talking about Snyder Cut? Man, that part was just creepy to me. I'm sorry, it was weird.
Which part?
Super non-consensual, right?
When he's supposed to be saving a girl from a car crash and he stops to start like brushing her hair and putting his hand on her face. It's like, stop it. It's really creepy.
And like, you're so woke. You're so SJW.
And that's the thing. Loads of people are like, no, it's fine. It's kind of hot. It's kind of cute. It's kind of. And I was like, just think if the scene ran the same way with Movie Bob, what would you be saying? Be honest.
Well, that's true of everything, though.
Yeah.
Anything Movie Bob does is innately disgusting.
Any action he takes is automatically.
He could be petting a cat, and you're like, he wants to fuck that cat.
He's just breathing, and you're like, hey,
he wants to eat that cat.
It's immoral. But yeah, I really like discussions on morality, and I don't like to be too rigid.
Yeah.
I don't want to pretend like I have the answer into the best moral systems. I just like to think about them a lot.
Well, you don't necessarily know what the answers are if you think of morality the same way that I am thinking and Sitch is thinking about morality is a set of rules that binds people into a cooperative group. Because if you're trying out a moral system that's just something you made on the fly, and this is one of the problems that I see from an evolutionary perspective in a lot of people today, they just want to, concoct this moral system a la carte, right? I'll take a little bit of Buddhism here and a little bit of Christianity here and a little bit of whatever else there. But I don't necessarily see how you can make that argument if a moral system evolved over time with a set of rules that worked for that moral system. It seems like if you jumbled all the rules, in a hat and just picked randomly, you don't know if you're going to get a moral system that actually works over time.
Mm-hmm.
Is the short version of what you just said that morality is really complicated and it will change over time? Because I agree.
Yeah. Okay. We totally agree then. Yeah. Basically.
Like, a good example would be the fast forward, let's say 500 years, and people might look back on us, even in this stream, being like, wow, those guys are fucking disgusting. And we'll be like, wait, what do we do? What the fuck?
What moral infraction did we commit?
You couldn't communicate via thoughts to completely understand people without taking them out of context. Jeez, how immoral.
This is why, by the way, that I hate it when they take historical figures and they judge them harshly for positions that were like almost completely normal and arguments hadn't been exposed yet and stuff. It's just like,
that's considered moral by a lot of the people on Twitter and whatnot. Of course, if you're not judging them harshly by your own moral standards, then you're immoral.
I don't know if you guys are educated enough, but did you know that George Washington had slaves? I mean, really?
Yeah.
Well, he's done. He's canceled. Take away his Twitter account.
Cancel. Actual Just Warrior for $5 says, Adam, Stevie Wonder, Michael Davis, and I used to be TYT watchers. We disagreed then, but now because we all send each other nudes, they think we all agree. There you go. Thank you, Sean. Yeah. Sean's coming out hard in favor of chimp sex and sending nudes to Stephen Michael Davis.
Sean has called himself a conservative. Sean categorizes himself as a conservative.
Yeah. Do you, Sean? I thought we asked Sean this question last time, and I don't remember what his answer was.
I've heard him call himself a conservative.
Okay. He's not like, I'm not conservative, I'm libertarian. He's not one of those. Are you one of those, Sean?
He said that he embodies a conservative perspective. Hey, are we reading super chats or what? Like, what's going on here?
No.
J-Mac for $5 has a very good question. He says, is getting a BJ from a centaur bestiality?
Ooh, that is a tough one. I don't know how hot is the centaur.
So centaurs are like full on, they're on the level of human, right? In terms of interaction with them.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Right. Sure.
Is a centaur female and topless?
Well, but you're putting this more on sentience. Is how
I wanted that clarified first, I guess. I don't know. I guess just because I don't remember if there's different rules for different fantasies for centaurs. But if the question is more so about, since it's half man, half horse, is that half bestiality?
Half woman, half
That's
horse.
what I was gonna say. It's half bestiality. So there you go.
What if
it's only half degenerate?
What if the top half is female woman and the bottom half is male stud?
What about a werewolf?
That's confusing. That's the question? Is that gay then? I don't know. That's a very interesting.
What about a person half transformed into a werewolf?
How could you?
I'm gonna say
that
yes.
Be a question. You're half transformed into a werewolf for like a second. That's like.
Yeah, that's a quick blowjob, I guess.
This is a society we live in right now. If werewolves were real, they would have an OnlyFans account. That would happen. That's how terrible society is degenerated.
Sean says, I could be called conservative without an issue, even though I lean more libertarian. There you go. I knew there was something there. Daily Dose for $5 says, Mauler, don't listen to the disbeliever Fringo. Arrow seasons 1, 2, and 5 are good, but that's the only good CWDC content. You should play GP with Alex J.
Fringy believes that everything made by the CW is crap. Instead of simply, a lot of people like the Arrow, early seasons of Arrow were good, early seasons of blah blah, but Fringy's very much a non-believer, guys. I'm sorry.
I haven't seen Arrow. I tried to watch Flash. I mean, there are things I liked, but overall, I thought it was kind of.
Sitch, have you seen Modern, that show? What they've
done? No, I only saw the first season.
I'm surprised you haven't, because they've been going viral. Some of the stuff.
Oh no, I mean, I saw the clips that everyone's making fun of. That's what you're asking. With the terrible CGI, yeah, I saw that.
You see the lightsabers?
Yes, I did see that. It was
when I saw that, I was like, so this show is just clown show now. There's nothing. When it came out, I remember several friends of mine being like, "Oh, it's gonna be really cool. It's gonna be great." And the actor probably thought, "Oh, I'm in a respectable TV show." But now.
The only thing I liked about the first season was the bad guy. I'm trying to remember the actor's name. Because he's like a you know, he's like a moderately sized actor. I liked his portrayal of the bad guy. I liked the little sound effect that the bad guy would make when he would move. It's like kind of insidious. I was like, oh, this is kind of cool. But then once he was gone, I'm like, oh, that's all I liked about this show. Everything else is kind of boring. Hypnotoad for $20. Thank you, Hypnotoad. Says, hello, all. I blame Mauler for radicalizing me to centrist. A-team all the way, Adam. Where did you hear / come up with the analogy of the elephant and the rider? I love that metaphor.
Well, I came up with it one day when I was in the shower. I thought, no. I read the book The Righteous Mind by Jonathan
One day,
Haidt.
Adam came up with this metaphor, and he was talking to his friend Jonathan Haidt, and Jonathan Haidt stole the metaphor right out of his mouth.
I was reading the book. I was reading Jonathan Haidt's book. No, it's not my metaphor, obviously.
That's my metaphor. Jonathan Haidt stole the metaphor from me.
You know, he actually came up with a metaphor in his first book, The Happiness Hypothesis. That's where he came up with it.
Oh, that's where.
Yeah,
interesting.
it's actually in his first book.
You
know the book that Jonathan Haidt is working on now? No. And Jonathan Haidt is actually supposedly recorded a interview with Jordan Peterson that should be coming out on his channel. But Jonathan Haidt is working on the capitalism book now. Yes, which I'm stoked about.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Wait, what is the?
He wants to make a moral argument for capitalism. Oh, thank God.
Oh no, that's going to trigger some.
Thank God.
Trigger some Jimmy Dores of the world. Yes.
I hung out with Jimmy Dore I had dinner with Jimmy Dore last night. Do you know
shut
this?
the fuck up.
I did. I literally ate steak with Jimmy Dore.
Yeah, he was in the room that I was also eating.
Jimmy Dore was on stage telling jokes while I was eating steak with my wife.
Oh, there you go.
That is technically
ate dinner with Jimmy Dore.
That is technically having dinner with Jimmy Dore.
There you go. There you go. Technically,
yeah.
there you go.
Jay Leno had dinner with us. Jay Leno, Jimmy Dore was
impressive. More impressive than Jimmy Dore. Okay.
Jay Leno was hilarious. And I thought Jay Leno might not be that funny because, I don't know, his Tonight Show gig was not that funny. But in a small comedy club, you can say things that you can't say on the Tonight Show. So he had one joke that I completely remember. He said, a lot of people tell me, you know, the key to relationships is communication. And everybody in the room was like, yeah, that's totally true, right? And he's like, I kind of think it's not fucking around.
Well, I know that was, I mean, Howard Stern used to always say that too. He used to say Jay Leno was the funniest stand-up comedian, and then he became awful on his Tonight Show.
Oh, really? Really?
That was always his position. I never heard Jay Leno's like old stand-up, so I can't really judge, but...
It was super funny. It was super funny. And it was nice to get out because, you know, obviously the COVID stuff. Packed comedy club. So maybe we're past the COVID shit. I don't know. Hopefully.
Doomer Politics. Hey, Doomer. Doomer Politics, who made the Vash is unironically evil.
Ew, Vash.
Or Vosh. I'm so sorry. I don't mean to besmirch the name of Vash the Stampede. Doomer Politics says Mauler is unironically evil. There you go. There you go. He's coming. He's gunning for you next, Mauler. Be careful.
I saw I think I saw it even before because I think Destiny reacted to it and someone else made me aware of it, and I was just like,
Sargon,
it might have been, yeah. So the title was it? I'm assuming to grab as many attentions as possible because I was like, that's gonna make so many people ignore you straight away by calling you unironically evil. However, the video was very interesting.
It's a great video. Yeah, it's a great video.
Yeah, it's tough work. I just did as editor to editor and research gatherer because like for example with the fucking TFA videos I've made, I had to like scroll through about 200 interviews and then all the like special featurettes and behind the scenes and just comments from all the people involved to find answers on how the fuck we ended up where we were. And it does seem like he would have had to scroll through a shit ton of Vorsh content. So you have my sympathy, along with congratulations for making a video that was pretty neat. But how's it been received? I don't actually know. Like, what's the internet think of it? Is it considered like good or bad, or what's?
Did you talk about this on Thursday, Adam?
Yeah, I did a stream with Doomer Politics on Thursday, and we talked about this.
What's the summary? How's it going?
Let me think if I can remember. I don't know.
That was like days ago.
Thursday, yeah.
You know how much pot Adam has smoked in between Thursday and today?
Here, I'll send him a link if you want me to, and he can come on and let us know.
Yeah, if,
Well, I mean, if
he wants to come on for 5 minutes, because we need to get the super chat.
I'm down. I'm down.
Daily Dose for $2 says, Mauler, would you play Gardic Phone with Alex Jones?
Oh, dude, in a heartbeat. Can you
That'd be
imagine
fun.
the kind of things
That'd be
he would
fun.
fucking write? Have you guys played that yet at all?
No, I have not.
Dude, that's
No.
like the best internet game they've ever made.
Really?
Do you know how it works?
Don't people draw pictures and then you write like funny captions to it?
So like it'll all start with just write the first line of like a story, like Sitch walks to the park, and then the person sees that and they have to draw that, and then the next person only
Oh.
sees the picture and they have to describe the picture, and then the
I
next person
see.
sees the description of the picture and has to draw the picture, and then eventually you see how it all went, and you end up with the fucking funniest shit.
Oh, that does sound fun. Yeah, we should do that. I
It's
know
like-
someone sent me, someone had compiled apparently on Aiden's Discord. They were playing this, and somehow like the topic of the story was me. So there's like this weird Sitch drawings relating to this. So there you go. That's funny.
Yes.
We'll show that on stream. Andrew Clark for $20. Thank you so much, Andrew. Says, Shoe's bad movie take is that she wants to murder Wally. Have a debate with her on robots and transhumanism. Maybe even watch Ghost in the Shell with her. Ask her about the Prestige. Love this whole stream. Mongo team, thumbs up.
Mongos.
The Mongos.
Mongos.
Yes, there you go.
So is she like Sargon where
Yes,
they don't want robots to ever be considered human?
yes, yes.
Ugh. Scum.
You know, in the Animatrix, the people that are like murdering the robots that look like people,
I know.
that's Shoe and Sargon, back
They-
to back, side to side.
they
They're
feel
the,
like
you
they're
remember in AI when they're
saving-
like they're like melting the robots in the carnival.
This is the thing, because I think Sargon feels the same way about, you know, like the CRISPR stuff where we can genetically modify humans to
Yes.
basically be like peak. If we
Mhm.
did that and we peaked them to everything, so every human is born with just peak everything, eventually our kind, the old kind, we would be a minority and then we would be extinct, like, because it would
Right.
just be a whole new set of humans. And I'm pretty sure Sargon, even in that scenario, is like, we can't, we have to stop them. Remember what happened to the Neanderthals? And it's like, bro,
Oh, really?
Like-
He's against? Is he against gene editing? I don't think I've ever.
I
asked him.
can't remember. Well, in the specific scenario that we get to the point where we're a second class sort of species.
That's gonna happen. I mean, that's inevitable.
Well, so I consider it inevitable, and you know
Right.
what? It's okay. There can be an easily peaceful transition to the point where the last, like, you know, old god human would be like revered by all of the new people. They'd be like, "You're
Well-
the last one. You got us here," sort of thing. You know?
I mean, the only problem would be if there is some cut, like if there was some cutoff where the people that were genetically enhanced, like, were treating the non-genetically enhanced people as like second class
That would-
citizens, as you said. But I
So,
don't
yeah,
think I don't think that would occur, because I think what would the issue would be, once this technology is available, it would be very expensive, and then there'd be this horrible outcry about like, well, now you're creating like an elite class of genetically enhanced people while all the poor people and most people couldn't afford to do this, and that would be the real ethical question.
I understand that could happen, that we get to the point where you know, the bigotry happens and then factions happen, and then the enhanced people are like, you guys are all too stupid to vote, we shouldn't allow you guys to vote. Like, you know, problems could arise. But if we're looking at specifically just the context of, we actually erase all these horrible diseases, we give everybody like the best sort of whatever for every aspect, and it's like, no, we can't do that because then they would erase us. It's just like, I don't know, that sounds like a weird, that's like this, I don't know that that's bad. That's just like giving the next generation of human beings the best chance.
Well,
you know,
I think we might be able to avoid that potential issue, because from my understanding, it's with the gene editing future, it's not going to be necessarily like Gattaca, where they have to do it before you're born. I think they actually can change your genes when you're alive, and then that changes you going forward. I know that's what they're trying to do with curing. You know, they're using CRISPR to try to cure. Was it immaculate? What's the eye thing? Immaculate degeneration.
I'm
and
imagining they're
blindness
going
and
to
stuff,
try and
yeah.
use it for a lot of stuff, right? Eventually,
Right.
at least.
But what I mean is, like, you can just. So my understanding of the technology is that, like, you can just inject someone with the gene editing stuff. It's not like you don't have to do it before they're born.
Well, okay, but in the scenario that it were that way,
Right. That would definitely create
and
all
this is the
sorts of
thing,
conundrums. Yeah.
it's going to be impossible to find someone who says, I do not want you to stop my child from having something that will kill them at age 10, you know?
Yeah. Who's going to say that? Right?
And so then with the line exactly, where do you stop
Sure.
giving
But
them
that's the way
benefits?
it's. I mean, the way it's going to go first is, it's only going to be used to cure potential diseases and
Like
deformities.
fatal, yeah.
Right. And then it's going to start shifting to once we cure all, deformities and diseases, can we start enhancing people? And then it's going to be, we can enhance people mentally, but what about physically? That's a whole nother ball of wax.
Exactly. And I just think that the more technology rises up, the more we'll have to answer these questions. It's going to get very complex. And I would hate the idea that we get to the point where it's like, no, in case they turn on us or something. It's like, man.
Are you trans? Would you call yourself a transhumanist, Mauler?
Are you trans, Mauler?
I don't think. What does it mean to be transhumanist? Just that we'll eventually evolve past our bodies, right? Is that what it means?
You're down with that. You're not necessarily. You wouldn't object to
Oh,
getting old laser eyes or anything like that.
I think it's this huge potential for it to be amazing, but I also understand that a lot of things can go wrong and cause lots of different problems. This is the stuff that hopefully.
Wrong, Mauler? Come on.
All of our sci-fi films and games.
Those are just the movies.
Don't be such a downer, Mauler.
Okay.
Jeez.
Those are just the movies.
Some of us want to live forever here.
Yeah.
Do you really want that? Think about it.
Do you really want to live forever?
Hell yeah, I do.
Whenever,
what are you talking about?
Forever young. Do you want to be forever young?
Mauler. Come on.
Mauler.
Don't you want to live forever? You know you do.
I mean, I wouldn't mind extending it. I don't know about forever. I feel like I'd get bored eventually.
Have you read any of the transhumanist authors like Ray Kurzweil or Aubrey de Grey or any of those guys?
I don't know how to read.
Curious. Well, your video essays are super smart. Where are you getting all this stuff from? What have you?
I consume shit tons of media. That's the thing. My equivalent would probably be like, oh, Blade Runner, Soma, fucking Ex Machina, Prestige. Like, what is the self? And loads of obviously storytelling can get you really convinced on ideas much quicker than.
Have you read any?
Have
you read Hero's Journey? Have you read The Hero with 1,000 Faces or any of that stuff?
I know it so well because I've seen so many people analyze it.
So you're just absorbing it through videos. This is awesome. This is crazy.
So yeah. So instead of saying like I learned everything I know in the streets, Mars like I learned everything I need to know from the screens.
From the screens, yeah.
I'm not reading books.
Like it's the way I look at it is, and this is honestly how I see video essayists on YouTube. Like if you had the choice of two people to build you a chair, one of them is this guy who has been studying carpentry his whole life, just like all the time in his office, in his university, reading all of the books and learning from all the teachers about carpentry. The other one is a carpenter's son who's just been doing carpentry with his dad for 20 years. And it's like one of them hasn't been taught a single thing officially and professionally. The other one, though, has got all of the training. It's like, which one would you want? It's like probably the guy who's been doing it, I guess.
What a populist take.
And if you're confused on what point I'm trying to make here, it's that I've not had like a billion years of official film studies training. I've just been watching shit tons of films.
Sure.
And talking about them. And
you're a super genius. Not everyone can do that. Some people need to read books and have it explained.
I have specialized knowledge. If it wasn't for the internet, there would be limited ways in which I could spend this backlog of information I have.
You sunk all your intelligence points into movies. It was a poor decision.
Well, because this is something I was talking to Frankie about literally yesterday. We were talking about the Matrix. You know the part where Morpheus bursts out of the wall to tackle Agent Smith so that Neo can escape?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's literally the same thing as Gandalf turning around to stop the Balrog while Frodo and everyone can run away. It's like the same scene.
And he's the same character as Gandalf.
It's the mentor and the character that has to move on with the mentor dying after what they've taught him. So I was just like, you see these patterns the more you watch films, the more you consume stories. And that is the Hero with 1,000 Faces, sort of like the hero's journey sort of stuff.
Sure.
Obi-Wan does it with Luke. It's the exact same scene again.
Of course.
This isn't me being critical of it. I love that stuff. It's fantastic. It's and there's a reason why it keeps popping up everywhere.
Have you done any videos on the Matrix, Mauler? I'm curious because I've just started listening to your videos like in earnest, and they're pretty amazing.
Oh, thank you, dude. I've not done anything on the Matrix. I'm not even sure I've referenced them many times, but we're doing an EFAT Movies recording for it eventually because we're gonna release them as a quadrilogy probably once the fourth one comes out, because that's coming out on streaming I think straight away as well.
Yeah, I remember being super stoked about 2 and 3 coming out, reading a bunch of stuff about them, super excited that they were going to make it into a trilogy. I saw the second one, and I thought the second one set up like a fucking amazing ending because they kind of tease this. Oh shit, they never got out of the Matrix. There's like nested hierarchies of matrices, and we've never even seen base level reality yet, which is just a fucking amazing, stunning idea. But they never paid any of that off in the third movie, and the third movie was just so ridiculous. Do you have a take on Matrix trilogy, or did you not?
I've got the boring take. I love the first one. The second two are weird as fuck.
Oh, okay. They had the, I remember being in the movie theater, and they had that mech suit where do you remember the mech suits from the third one where the guy is just like a sitting duck
Yeah, they're
in
shooting
the
all
middle?
the
I was like,
robot
you could take this
octopuses.
guy in the mech suit out with a fucking 45 caliber handgun. Why is he just in the middle unprotected? It's so
Yeah,
ridiculous.
There's no armor.
It's so ridiculous.
Well, I mean, I think the idea with that was supposed to be like that the robots just don't get, like, they're so powerful that they don't even care. They just throw
They
a
don't
bunch of
care about the
disposable
man.
robots, like a wave at these people, and they know that even though they're inefficient, they'll eventually just wipe them out.
What you're saying is that the robot is too dumb to realize that
No, because
shooting
remember,
the man in
no,
the
no,
head
no,
makes the
no,
mech
no.
suit completely
Because
inoperable.
remember, in the third one, the humans are supposed to create like the little resistance, and they're supposed to be, quote, fighting the robots. The robots are allowing them to exist for some period of time.
Right, until they're going to close down the city, but they're
Right.
They were closing. The robots are supposed to be super efficient. And they're closing down the city in the most inefficient way possible. Why don't they just shoot the guy in the head?
I don't know. To me, that was that's a minor, it's a minor flaw. Because I think the big flaw was what you were saying, is that the second one, even though I think the second one wasn't that good, I did like the question at the end that's being posed about what is reality,
Totally.
and what is the direction of this going, and why does Neo really have powers, and does he have powers outside in the real world, and what does that mean? And they didn't answer any of those questions.
No, they didn't. Yeah, they totally.
And it's
punted
weird
all
because
of those.
usually when you see that in like a movie or a TV show, it means that they came up with those questions as like a hook without having answers. But that doesn't make sense because the third Matrix movie came out like just 3 months after the second one. So
they
obviously
shot them
were
both at
filmed
the
back to
same
back.
time. Yeah, they
Right.
had the script written. Yeah, back to back.
Right. So I don't understand what the fuck how could you fuck that up? That's
Yeah.
very strange. Very strange.
You could, because the Wachowskis. Watch out! I don't want to misgender anyone. here.
Wachowski's siblings.
The Wachowski siblings were just complete nerds who immediately became famous and had a bunch of money. You know, they were like going crazy. They were like, "Oh my
No,
god,
but
I
like-
can get whatever drug I want. I can."
If you and me were writing some movie or comic
would be
and it became
writing
highly
in-
successful, okay, overnight, and we were writing, and it had like we started posing all these like crazy plot questions and like deep philosophical questions. Of course, we would have to answer them.
We would
I would
pay them
feel like a
off,
total
yes.
shithead if I didn't answer them. I
We
feel like
would
people would
pay
just
them
mock
off.
us relentlessly.
We would pay them off unless, of course, Adam's curricular activity got in the way of us actually doing the meetings of paying off those. Then we might have to delegate this to our assistant.
I see. Well, no, they were too busy filming like really bad anime fight scene between Neo and Agent Smith, where they would punch each other, and then like the wave of rain would fly
They were
away.
incredible scenes.
Oh my god, it was
Utterly
so
cinematic.
awful.
I agree.
Oh,
Everyone
those
loved
fight
them.
scenes were so bad.
I can't tell if you're being sarcastic, Mueller, but I do think the CGI and stuff was good in Matrix. So
Not in the third one.
the third, I don't know. I haven't
The
seen
fight
it.
scenes in the
Maybe it
first
doesn't
one were
hold up.
good. The fight scenes in the third one were, well, the fight looked like the little robot, like when them fighting the
Mhm.
robots, I thought was well shot. But the fight scene between Neo and Agent Smith in the third one at the end, I thought it's terrible.
Where they're all dog piling on top of him. I think
Where they're like
maybe I
flying
saw
it
it.
through the air, and it's like,
I think maybe I saw it in the theater and it seemed good, and then I saw it on like a television or a DVD or something like
Mhm.
that, and it just didn't shrink down well. It seemed super video gamey.
I don't.
Sometimes that happens.
It does, but I thought it seemed super bad in video gaming when I saw it in the theater. Not like the
you
graphics,
saw
but
it?
just like the choreography. Like they look so awkward floating around on their little wires in the sky. It just
Yeah.
looked very unnatural and bad. Dr. Diller for $3 says, I nominate the Mall Cops and the Kennel Club for Mauler and Rag
Ooh,
team
Mall
names."
Cops. I like it.
There you go.
It's the Mongos,
that-
though. He's already making
Yes.
a declaration.
Yeah, the Mongos and the Artods, right? That was our teams.
Yeah.
That was the team names. Yes.
I was just gonna say on that note, I'm probably gonna jump out now. I'm
All
afraid.
right.
But
Okay.
Hit it, man.
if there was
Take
any
care.
more directed at me, I can try and do them quick if you want. Or was that it?
There's a couple more. I'll read them real quick if you want.
Okay, let's do it.
Dr. Diller says, Sitch, please explain to Mauler why Black Widow is the best movie to come out of Marvel since Iron Man 1. Well, I guess I'll have to save that
What?
for next time.
What?
Ew.
To save that for next time. Dr. Diller again says, Mauler, every time you do that dumb little lol LOL thing, it makes me giggle like an idiot. Stop.
Oh.
Dr. Diller, big Mauler fan, for another $3 says, is your track record for anime as bad as Mauler's, or do you recommend, or do people recommend you good ones? Some people recommend me good ones. Some people recommend
Hey,
me
I
awful ones.
fucking
But...
I've seen FMA Brotherhood and One Punch Man. There's no way
Okay.
those are considered
That's good.
bad.
Those are
I'll
good
kill you.
animus. Those are good animus. Yes. Someone, no, I was last stream. I went on this rant because someone recommended Overlord, which I fucking ended up despising with a passion.
Oh no.
Dr.
Ouch.
Diller for another $1 says, forget the video. LOL. Just label this Adam/Sitch versus Sargon and Mauler morality debates.
I
For a
don't
while,
really
that's
like
awesome.
This thing, I don't think me and Sargon line up either, but
Yeah, you weren't really
there's-
part of the debate for 90% of it, but
There's bits and bobs because there was a couple of things I wanted to ask him about, but I didn't want to like extend it too far. Like the like he said, you know, the whole bestiality thing is absolutely wrong, but those hypotheticals I'd be interested in terms of
Mhm.
hyper intelligent animals that do consent and understand the situation.
Right. Well, and I imagine that you disagree with the initial argument that just arguing that it's disgusting on its face is not a productive argument.
I
necessarily.
completely understand why someone would say that. It's what I said before I left. I was just like, we have to do better than that if we want to convince people it's
Yes.
immoral.
Right.
CT
Just
is
kinda
saying
useless
there's
to him.
fan art for Mauler too.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Which I don't.
I love how Mahler sensed there was a long argument to be had and felt he had to participate.
That's
true.
Is that what happened?
That is awesome.
I predict that Mahler's political region is, what is this word? Ansurforms cratocrastic, which is to say he
Yes.
thinks whoever can beat the hell out of the most ducks should be given power.
Pretty much, yeah.
There you go.
I think
believe
CT did this picture of Mauler, so I brought it up. You're welcome.
that. Oh, that's a cool picture. That's triggered Mahler. Punished Mahler. I like
You
it.
don't like it? Oh yeah.
I do like it. Yeah.
I get
He's
triggered
cool.
a lot. I get triggered a lot
Yes.
on the show,
You
Mauler.
do get triggered a lot, Adam. Yes.
Yeah. I'm working on that. I'm taking anger management classes.
Is it
I'm
working?
I'm
I
just
don't think it's
kidding.
working.
I love that image. That perfectly represents my feelings when watching particular movies. Never in debates though, because I'm nice, calm, and never angry at anybody.
Never.
Never.
If you're yelling in a debate, you're definitely losing. But I
You've
can't
lost
help-
the debate.
I can't help myself, Mauler. I don't what. I just can't help it.
So triggered. I don't think Mahler would necessarily like Konosuba because it's like an anime that relies on you. It's like parroting a genre, and if you're not familiar with the genre, you might not like the anime. So I don't know. I mean, you like One Punch Man, but I
Well,
think
so
that's
then-
kind of obvious.
Just be okay with humans dying out. Trash take, Mola. Bro, I'm happy to let the old god of cancer-ridden fucking all of the problem people go out for the new humans that have way better lives and way longer lives.
Who
Hell
said
yeah.
that? Who said that?
That's
That's a
someone in chat.
terrible. That's
It's-
a
it's-
terrible reframing of your argument.
I'm definitely not in favor of humans dying out. I like
Yeah.
humans.
God, you're gonna let all the people with autism
Famous
just be
last
eliminated? But you're so this is autism genocide. This is terrible.
Well, that's up to. I mean, they can choose to have it or not. I guess.
People legitimately make that they make that argument for autism and deafness and blindness. These are
I
things
would-
that should not be
I would
cured.
choose to not be deaf and blind personally. That's my
Personally, I tend to agree, but
I would
Yeah.
choose
Also,
that too.
I really should very
yeah,
much
you
go
should.
now.
That was the
I'm so
last
sorry.
one, so
Oh,
feel free
excellent.
to
Okay, it's been fun,
go to
lads.
sleep.
Take care.
Catch you in the futurisms.
Bye-bye.
Yes.
Bye-bye.
Catch you later.
Bye, Chad.
Bye bye. Okay. I'm just gonna start reading the super chats from the beginning because we're gonna have to like really hammer through these. Okay.
Is it speed reading time? Is it really?
I mean, we got 3 hours technically, but we should
That's
act like we're gonna
nothing.
speed. I know that's what I'm saying. We should act like we're gonna
That's
speed read
nothing.
because it takes us forever every time.
We've not even talked about Jimmy Dore's set. No, I'm just kidding. Let's
Oh
read
my
some
God.
super chats.
The Butter Anvil for $5 says, I got my TikTok account back. Great. But now they won't
Woo!
accept my ID to monetize it. Oh, well, I'm just glad I won't have to restart. Hi, guys. Hi, CT. Hi, chat. Hi, Butter.
You can work the ID thing out. He made
the
Butter Anvil made 10,000, I believe 10,000 followers just as he got locked out of his account.
Oh, awesome. On
it's pretty
TikTok.
good. Yeah, it's a
That's
pretty good
good.
milestone. Yeah.
Great. The Wooster for $10 says Academic Agent has just declared war against tomboys and tomboy abs on his channel, saying that it is degenerating force on civilization. What are your thoughts on this? Are tomboys gay? No, I disagree. Hard disagree. Adam is like a huge fan of tomboys too.
What? What that? Well, I missed. I dozed off for a second.
Academic Agent has come out against tomboys.
Oh, against tomboys. Yeah, we were talking about tomboys before the stream,
because I read that super chat before we started the stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, Adam's huge for tomboys.
Poor tomboys. Tomboys were a huge thing when, in my generation when I grew up. That was like the sexy thing in movies. Oh, we're gonna do a tomboy.
Here's my question: was he being serious when he was making this argument, or was this a joke? Because it sounds kind of like a joke argument.
And I said half the tomboys now are literally boys.
What happened to the poll about separate day super chats? I never made one. That's what happened to it.
Yeah.
But
do
do
you want to do a second stream? You want to just end? No,
we can't do that. But but Wooster, was he being serious or was that a joke? Because if he's being serious, I think that's a pretty shitty take. But it sounds like a joke take. It doesn't sound like a real thing. Because I would argue that like what's happened now is that a lot of tomboys are getting swept up into like this, oh, you're really trans. And it's kind of like confusing a lot of people, unfortunately. So to me, that's a bigger issue of problem.
That they're taking tomboys and saying that they should just transition into boys.
Right.
Yeah.
Wooster says he was serious. Yeah, that's pretty shitty though. That's a pretty shitty take. Because that's like a hard, I assume the argument is like, that's a hard gender roles take. Like, oh, everyone has to, all girls have to be feminine and all boys have to be masculine. And that's silly. That's silly. The Crappy Robot for £2 says, what is the strangest tweet you guys have seen? Jesus, I don't fucking know.
Who knows? Yeah.
The Big Joel tweet was pretty strange about our stream.
Yeah.
I
do have to give him credit for walking it back. I mean, I don't know who gave my heads up.
I don't give credit for that.
Really? Well, I mean, how's he supposed to...
Okay, saying, I'm sorry, I don't know where they are politically. I watched the stream on my Jordan Peterson vid for a few minutes and cringed so hard I assumed that they were conservatives. That's not like a walk back. That's like a dunk. That's like a walk back into a dunk. Like that's not a real walk back.
Right. You're saying he's basically saying, I don't care where they are politically. Fuck those guys.
That's exactly what he's saying, which is ironic because if that was true, he wouldn't have labeled us as anything in the first place.
Yeah, why?
He would just say, oh, she was on a stream talking about my video.
Why would he? The point in labeling us to begin with was just to say these are racist bigots and she was hanging out with them. And
these are the bad people.
The video I made shaming Shoe had the opposite effect I had intended. Instead of shaming her into submission, now she's really fucking lashing out at me.
Right. Oh, the meme you put up that was made by Nathan Margolis. Nathan Margolis. Everyone, click the description, subscribe to Nathan Margolis clip channel. Clips from the stream. It says
this is a funny meme.
Yes, it's got Big Joel is Hela saying, "You can't defeat me." Adam is friended as Thor saying, "I know, but he can."
And PSA 6 comes out of the mountain,
exploding out of the mountain.
Look at that! There you go. Debate me, motherfucker, right there. Come get me.
There you go. Thank you.
Yeah.
I think
I
you
like
could
that.
debate Big Joel easily. I've only seen
I
him
don't
in one
know.
debate, and it was the Destiny one, and I don't think he performed very well in that conversation.
People are messaging me about me getting triggered. And I
Really?
just, yeah, I mean, I was triggered. I do feel like I felt like what Sargon was doing was a little unfair. I really do. And I mean, it was wrong of me to say that it was bad faith because I don't think he was doing it to be dishonest, but I do think it was unfair. I honestly do.
Yeah, I guess like I understand what you're saying. I can agree with that to some extent.
Like it's the same exact thing. I think when the vegans make the argument, and I do believe they do this, they're making the argument to compare you as a meat eater to a horse fucker. And I think that's
Yes.
unfair. I think it's
Right.
completely unfair.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I think the purpose of that argument is to be able to compare meat eaters to horse fuckers.
Well,
Yes.
I think you're right in that when you're having these conversations, it's important to have a hypothetical that's not too triggering to people.
I agree.
Because as soon
I
as you talk
completely
about
agree.
like
But I couldn't
pedophilia
get
or something, it just everyone loses
I
their brains.
couldn't get Sargon off of the incendiary stuff though.
I
kept
know,
trying
right.
to. I kept trying to.
I know. That's why I thought a better hypothetical to focus on is the eating dead relatives
Yes.
one.
Yes, exactly. Let's look
And
at
also because that's
something
more of a morally contentious issue or morally complicated issue because there's no issue of consent whatsoever, assuming the person gave you consent before they died and they're not alive anymore. So that's
Well,
like
I
a pure it's a purely like a disgust act. There's no question of like abuse or harm or something in it.
Yeah.
But
I think you just have to be careful.
Yeah.
Because people use bad faith to mean dishonest, and just calling someone dishonest is that's wrong.
Sure.
That's totally wrong. Yeah.
Well, I think both of you, in the course of that conversation, and this happens all the time, I've noticed it happens with me, it happens with everyone, but both of you in that conversation were like trying to figure out your positions, and you eventually ended up arguing things that was not your original point, which I don't even think either of you necessarily agreed with. And that's why I was trying to like bring us back to what the original point was.
The argument about the success though, people get super triggered by that, and I don't see how you can, if you want to judge a society by any criteria that you want to categorize as success, I don't see how you could not point to their moral system and say this was part of achieving that success.
Sure. Well, but I think the confusion is, and this is our fault too for not being clear, because we're making two different arguments that we didn't specify. The first argument is that on a purely descriptive level, okay, so with no moral, with us not making any moral claims about anything, no prescriptions whatsoever, we're saying from an evolutionary perspective, morality exists in order to create successful cooperative groups of people. Therefore, from a purely evolutionary standpoint, the success of a culture would dictate the success of that moral structure. Okay,
right.
That's the first claim. Right. The second claim that we make, and this is where the confusion comes from, is that both of us believe, or would like to believe, that what we judge to be more moral will end up being the most successful society.
Right.
And maybe we're wrong about that. Maybe we're naive in that, but that's at least what we're hoping is true. And so I think because we're making these two different arguments, because one's prescriptive and one's not, those things get kind of confused together.
Right. Yes. So. I completely agree. Yeah. They want to jump to the Nazis. But if the Nazis won the war, you're basically saying that their moral system was better. And how can you say the Nazis' moral system obviously repugnant to every single person?
But when exactly. Yeah. But when someone says better, generally they're implying more virtuous, right?
Right.
Which is not what we were saying.
More, yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about better in terms of the success. I am super
curious, and I almost want to read. I almost want to read a book on the Mongols now, just because. God, I so want to challenge that the Mongols were a meritocratic system.
I don't know anything about that.
Like what?
Mongols,
I mean,
the only thing I know is I thought that because I thought that they had broken up via infighting because like all the various sons of Genghis Khan started to like fight with each other, or the family members were fighting with each other over power, like any sort of, you know, bloodline
Dominance,
authoritarian
hierarchy,
you know, thing happens.
I mean, if the meritocracy is based on how indiscriminately you can kill people with no feelings, okay, yes, it's that kind of meritocracy. It is, but isn't that really a dominance hierarchy? And we're just kind of shoehorning meritocracy in there.
Right.
It seems like you know, it's just raw power.
Lick Tasty for $5 says, can't stay long, but will still pay my tithe to the masters of my free will. It feels great to be in control of my actions. Also, here's my money. Well, thank you, Lick Tasty. You get 5 free units of free will for that. Good job being the master of your reality by giving us money. The crappy robot for £5 says, was watching Oliver and Company with my son, and please pull this up. The villain looks like Chuck Schumer. Oliver and Company. Have I ever seen Oliver and Company? That's like the cat and dog movie, right? Yes. I don't think I've ever seen this movie. Oh no, I have seen this movie. I do. I don't remember it. I recognize it. Who's the villain? I thought the villain was like a dog or something.
What's the movie?
Oliver and Company.
Oliver. I don't
the villain is
it.
Bill Sykes. He does kind of look like Chuck Schumer. That's pretty accurate. He looks like a really. Now maybe this is just me, but he looks kind of like not 100%, but he looks kind of like an anti-Semitic stereotype.
What? That's not
the way
good.
he's drawn. I don't know. He looks pretty Jewy in some of these pictures. So what's wrong? Did I say his name wrong? Bill Sykes. What? Spiny for $4.99 says, Adam kind of sounds like Jerry Seinfeld. A-team all the way.
I do, yeah.
I don't really
Jerry
hear that.
Seinfeld.
I don't think you've.
Maybe. I don't know what Jerry Seinfeld sounds like.
He's way more high pitch and nasally than
nasally,
you are.
Yeah.
What's the deal with morality?
I really wish Seinfeld didn't have a laugh track, because the laugh track drives me insane.
Interesting.
But Seinfeld is a hilarious show. Yeah.
Sure.
I'm so glad Parks and Rec doesn't have a laugh track, because I love that.
I mean, does any show have a laugh track anymore?
Well, Seinfeld, obviously.
I guess like
Married
network
with Children
TV
has
does,
a
right?
laugh track.
No, I mean like new shows, because I know like Big Bang Theory had a laugh track.
Oh yeah.
But most shows do not have laugh tracks anymore.
Yeah, I don't like.
That's a good one. Doctors ask, what's the deal with free will?
That was good. That was very Seinfeld-y.
I was thinking about that during this conversation. I was like, there would be a whole if Seinfeld
with free will.
If Seinfeld was, that does not sound anything like Seinfeld.
No,
Seinfeld.
that was a fucking perfect, right on the money.
Well, that was almost as good as your Bane impression, Adam.
Did you want me to do a Bane impersonation for you, you pathetic little whiners?
I was actually thinking in the middle of our conversation with Shoe that if there was like, if Seinfeld was going on today, there'd be a whole episode where like someone tweets something and then it blows up, but then it gets misinterpreted by everyone. And so the gang is panicking about, they misinterpreted my tweet. What am I supposed to do? They misinterpreted my tweet.
Yes.
Is that what I meant? He's like, Jerry, you just got to run with it, man. You're I don't know. You just got to go with it. Like there's like a whole like
somebody
easy to
would
write
say,
Seinfeld
no, you can pretend this was a joke. You can go with the joke misinterpretation.
Jerry, just say it was a joke, okay? Just pretend that it was a joke. No one understood. Yeah, there's a whole episode here. There's a whole episode of gold.
Easily.
Yes. That we do need like a Seinfeld-ish show for the modern era.
I'm so spent right now. I forgot to put the super chats up, Mauler.
I know. And we do. There's a bunch of art to get through too.
Not a bunch. I mean, define a bunch.
There's art to show off. Yes. Bull Moose for 499 says, Adam, I watched for Thursday stream and it was great. Doomer was a quality guest. Also, your reading was impeccable. Keep up the good work.
We're gonna have Doomer on too. I sent Doomer a message and told him, you know, I'm frazzled and we want to talk like deep philosophical stuff, morality stuff with you. So maybe we'll just do it another time.
Sure. Yeah, we'll have Doomer on. We have to have Sean. Sean is being our #1 advocate, so we have to have Sean on.
Yeah.
Too.
Maybe next week. Maybe we have them both on.
Yeah, definitely. I do feel bad whenever I see people in the chat. I'm like, oh, we should invite them on, but it's so late. Or there's too many people already.
I know. We try to keep the numbers down and also, but we are, we are conscious.
Because that was the only reason why at first I was a little hesitant to invite Sargon on, because I knew that we were hoping she was going to come on at some point too.
You were hoping she was going to come on.
No, she said she was going to come on at some point. But
I thought it was a big maybe, and I was like, she's never coming on. Wishful thinking, Sitch. Well, I thought that, but
no. I knew she would come on, and
right.
I just knew that she was going to be on for a while. And then when Sargon said he only had an hour, I was like, oh, okay, this will work out perfectly.
Miscommunication again.
Right. Well, I didn't want this to be like a Sargon shoe debate, like, because neither of them had signed up for that, and I didn't want to. I don't like putting people in those positions, you know, unless you discuss it.
You put me in that position every week. What are you talking about?
What do you mean?
Every single week we're debating something.
No, but I'm saying I don't want people.
I understand
to not sign up.
I'm just joking
for
around.
some debate, right?
Yeah.
Like I don't want to surprise someone. Like surprise guest. This person come on to debate you. You know.
Yes.
Utter Nonsense for 499 says S-Class stuffs chicken before dinner, if you know what I mean. A-Team bullies BreadTube by having talent and getting Wormy to vote for Larry Elder.
Oh yeah. Don't tell him my cat voted for Larry Elder. I'll be exiled from the internet. Big Joel right now is going, oh, Adam's cat voted for Larry Elder. We did a mail-in ballot, so who cares?
Oh, did you vote for Larry
Elder? I think it's the 14th. Yeah.
There you go.
Don't tell Big Joel I voted for Larry Elder, because he's going to be
obviously you're conservative.
Obviously he's a conservative. He voted for Larry Elder. Oh my God. Oh my God.
That's funny because I mean, didn't Arnold run as a Republican? No, he's pretty liberal for the most part.
Yeah, Arnold ran too, as a Republican.
Didn't he win overwhelmingly too?
Yeah, of course. Come on, you're not gonna pass up a chance to have the governor. Come on, he's fucking the governor.
Was he actually a good governor? I know nothing about his time in office.
I really know nothing about his time in office either, but I hear tell from people who are Republicans who say he was a great governor. Well, I hear people who are Democrats who say he was a terrible, awful governor.
I see.
But nobody backs up any of these claims with any actual specifics, so it's really difficult for me to evaluate those arguments. I'm not sure.
I see.
Yeah.
Regretful Brosellini for $5 says, here, take my capitalist dollars. Also, S-Class is the cream stream, but A-Team is the dream team. Hashtag A-Team forever.
There we go. A-Team forever.
When you say it's a cream stream, that sounds like a positive. I don't know what you're talking about. Sounds like a good thing.
I'm always amazed when people are A-Team. It's so humbling.
What do you mean? Lots of people are 18 that.
I know.
Have confidence in yourself.
It's just humbling. It totally
You and Shoe need to be more confident in yourselves. Okay. Stop putting yourselves down.
Shoe needs to be a writer on Saturday Night Live. I don't know what she's doing. She's like that stuff was good. I don't know that anyone has really interviewed Shoe about that stuff in any way, shape, or form. I think it's fascinating. Just the whole idea of just being funny,
being a comedy writer for a TV show or something,
and just her whole like activism versus just wanting to have fun online. I mean, it's an interesting debate, I think. Yeah, like I feel like a lot of people are being pushed into being activists when they just want to have fun online. And why can't people just have fun online? Why are people force them into the activist role because they're like, oh, Don't you understand? People's humanity is at
Mhm.
stake. People's lives are on the line. People's whole existence is being questioned by people. It's
You
like,
see,
get
you know,
over it.
that's exactly it. And it's gross
It is
because
gross.
and I didn't think about this until now, but this definitely applies to what Shu is saying, where it's gross that on the internet the leftists are able to try to make this bullshit high ground maneuver like, oh, we can talk about media and non-political things, but as long as we have like leftist politics to talk about.
Yeah,
But
that's
they
an
don't let you
even
do
grosser
they don't
part
let
of it.
you do the opposite end of that. That's
Right.
unacceptable.
Because
Because I mean,
you're
look
just
at
talking about movies and we don't know for sure that you're a fucking communist? Oh, fuck you. It's like,
right,
what?
because I mean, like H Bomber guy and a lot of these other people. I mean, they do a lot of content that's about
Sure.
media, and yet they believe in an ideology that I'd say is potentially incredibly destructive to the entire world.
Yeah.
So we can make the same argument as them, but they're accepted. They're patted on the head as being acceptable because America has not felt the scourge of communism yet, so no one takes it seriously.
I mean, I don't really worry about communism gaining a lot of political power because there is this like normie force out there that is really going to make you
Sure, I'm just saying,
like, we are you fucking stupid. What are you talking about?
I'm just saying that's why they get the pat on the head where people on the right don't, because
No,
we
I
did have a
understand,
time
yeah.
of like, racial hierarchies and all that stuff.
Yeah.
The Crappy Roll for £2 says thoughts on the new Matrix. WTF is going on. Yeah, we talked about that. Yeah. I hope it's good, but I'm not holding my breath. No Lawrence Fishburne is a big deal breaker for me, honestly.
I'm going to probably spoil some of the movie by listening to reviews before I dig in because I've been in the movie theater and been demoralized during the movie and I can't stomach
I
that
can't deal with
again.
it.
How do you feel about that?
Well, I
When
mean,
you're
if I had to
sitting
go to
there,
a movie theater, maybe it's on HBO Max.
Oh, you're
which
right.
I have.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
like, I'm just gonna watch it through that. So
Yeah. We'll probably watch it at the same time. Maybe we would do a stream talking about it. Who knows?
there you go. We can watch it together if you want.
I'm curious.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, Keanu Reeves is not a good actor. Okay.
Yeah, never.
I don't really care.
I mean, he was great in
don't.
Bill and Ted's, but
Yeah, that was about it. I don't care about his performance in The Matrix. You could replace Neo with fucking anyone, and it would make zero difference to me. But Lawrence Fishburne, to me, was like the heart and soul of The Matrix, and I just don't see how you can have the movie without him, honestly.
yeah. Oh, it looks.
V Radio, hey V Radio, for $5 says, speaking of chickens, you guys ever see the news blooper where an anchor tells a guy to keep fucking that chicken? Google.
No, that's a little odd.
I'm curious as to what the context of that.
You can't look that up.
Keep Fucking That Chicken by Ernie Anustas on Fox 5. It's a 33-second clip. I'm not gonna watch it right now. But
Somebody's fucking the chicken.
Rich Jammer for 50 slashes says, please say in the Seinfeld voice, it's a comedy show.
That's pretty good.
This is just a comedy show.
That's pretty good. I'm impressed. That is pretty good.
It doesn't sound anything remotely like Seinfeld to me, but
I'm going to bring a picture of Seinfeld up and make you do it because I think if we had a picture of Seinfeld, it would sell it.
You just jiggle it around when I talk.
I know. I was going to do that.
There you go.
This is high art. Come on.
This is high art.
I changed the background this week. We're going to become a professional show one of these days.
Alex Karras for $10. Hey, Alex says, congrats to Spoon for breaking 100,000 for 1,000 subscribers. He's a Sitch and Adam fan. Y'all should check him out. Very cathartic videos. Oh, congrats, Spoon. It's awesome.
That is awesome. You can get monetized now. Congratulations, you're an adult now.
Oh, is 1,000 the monetization mark?
Oh, I guess you have to get 4,000 hours of views too. So it's not just.
There's multiple criteria. Yeah, I don't remember what they all are.
But one box has officially been ticked, so you're on your way. Yeah,
nice. Justin Hart for $5 says, if Red Team is right, then I guess Red Team God is real, and then we're really screwed. There you go. Would be a problem. Edgar Friendly Civics teacher for 10 pounds says, Adam, artists are like the tonsils of society at most. Best I can give you is vocal cords. Sitch, I was sorry to hear about your, what is this word? Anatiadophobia. Adam, you might want to get tested. Much love, lads.
What, did you give me something? You bastard.
Anatiadophobia. Oh, this is from the Far Side comic. Oh, I actually remember this. It's the fear that somewhere, somehow, a duck is watching you.
What? That's a real thing?
No. It's for Far Side.
Okay.
I do remember that actual comic. It's hilarious. I didn't miss anyone's super chats, Astolfo. I've started over again. So I'm all the way at the beginning. But unless you super chat something before the stream started, maybe. That's the only way I missed it. The Butter Info for $2 says, can you link that somewhere, Adam, the height stuff?
I sent it to him. I DM'd it to him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Look at that. What other show does that?
There you go. Lick Tasty for $5 says, why remove all extenuating circumstances? Those things always exist in reality and part of how we determine what is moral. Bad thought experiment. Well, I don't remember what the context is. Sometimes I agree with, like, you can't, it will depend what the situation is. Obviously, you need to have context to understand something. But sometimes in hypotheticals, you're only trying to figure out a single factor.
Yeah.
Well, not like a single factor about a single case.
Oh, okay.
And in order to understand what the single factor is, you have to perform a thought experiment, which is you control for all the other variables to some extent. So,
what did you think of my argument that you could have like a contradictory moral behaviors between groups, but you're trying to figure a ratio to get optimal output from the society?
Wait, repeat that?
When we were talking about moral systems of Sargon, I was saying that you could have a moral system that is like 20% of people should behave this way and 80% of people should behave the other way, and that's optimized. Like there's two different strategies that optimize output. I mean, I've seen this before in evolutionary systems where
I agree with that.
There's like two strategies for reproduction for people, and the optimal output of the system is where 20% of people are doing one strategy and 80% of people are doing the other strategy. So, but you can't make a moral claim that you always do.
You always do one
behavior X. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Because of the moral rule is far, like, how do you even construct a moral rule if that's the optimum? Doesn't even seem like you can do that. Morality's complicated.
I know. It's complicated.
It is.
It's complicated.
Where's my Tim?
We'll get Tim in here. Who made that picture that you put up? That meme?
Let me check here. The true reason for the fall of the Mongol Empire. It's errant cognition.
Oh, cognition? Yeah. That's right. Errant cognition did this. This is funny. The true reason for the fall of the Mongol Empire. And then you have Sargon on a horse saying, the Khan has decreed that bestiality is immoral.
Right.
And you got a Sitch and an Adam horse standing by looking not very happy about this.
Oh my God, I didn't notice that. That's hilarious.
That's funny. That's very funny.
Yeah. We were not happy with that decree, Sargon.
Yes. Errant Cognition also made a pretty spicy shoe Hitler picture.
I know, I didn't.
I don't know if you want to put that up or not.
There's a couple that I feel like kind of cross the line on spicy.
I don't think cross the line. It's just I don't want us to get in trouble. I don't want Shoe to get into more trouble.
I know.
I'll describe the picture. It's very funny. It's a picture of the drawing of Joel doing the see Heil thing. He's saying see Kyle. And you have the shoe, and it's like she has the Nazi beard, a mustache, and like the little Nazi uniform and everything on. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Funny. Very funny.
Very funny.
Dr. Diddler for $2 says, I have to miss chunks of the stream. Miss you, XOXO. We miss you too, Doctor. Thank you.
Yes.
Doctor is always an inspiration to, I don't know about Adam, but to me.
Wants to
watch
a live stream.
Ergoth for $2 says, Adam, do you believe in moral absolutes?
No, but see, I'm using a different. When I'm talking about objective morality, I'm talking about in the scientific sense, not the universal sense. That's why.
Yeah, you need to stop it because it
Well, I
confuses
have,
literally
I
everyone.
have pretty much
Yeah.
stopped it.
I know.
Because I know that we're just miscommunicating, and I don't believe that there's a universal morality. I mean, do you believe that there's a universal morality?
No, but I have a
there's-
very complicated view of God that explains why there isn't, which is very outside the norm for most people. So
yeah.
I'm not sure I'm a good like example to draw from. But no, I don't.
Yeah. Good for you.
Baldwin IV or Baldwin 4 for $10 says, I solved the horse-sized duck debate. Dun, dun, dun.
Mhm.
Just feed it Alka-Seltzer. Birds cannot digest it. It causes severe inflammation to the point where the bird explodes. There you go. You
That's
discovered how to
brilliant.
defeat the horse-sized duck. I think I could just punch it to death. I don't think I even need to resort to bioterrorism or poison. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think
I'm just
so.
gonna punch that bird to death.
But the horse-sized duck could jump in the air and throw its body at you, and if a horse came flying at you at 30 miles an hour, you'd be screwed. You like
Yeah, but the
punch
horse-sized
away.
duck isn't going to weigh anywhere near the amount that the horse is going to weigh.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah, do you disagree with that?
I mean,
Also, could a horse-sized duck couldn't even fly either. It'd be too big.
I mean, I realize you're using like a mass criteria.
Right.
Well, I mean, is an ostrich similar to what you're like?
Ostriches can't fly.
No, but they could throw themselves at you, and
It's true, but I
they
mean,
look
ostriches don't
pretty
have.
meaty.
Yeah, but ostriches were not built to fly. That's different. They were built to be able to
Could you fight an
beat things
ostrich?
up.
If
I
we
don't know.
dro-
I don't know anything about ostriches.
If we dropped you in a cage with an ostrich and said, "Good luck,"
Are ostriches pretty tough opponents? I don't know anything about them. I thought
think an
ostriches
ostrich-
were pretty vicious.
I'm
but
putting my
not,
money on the ostrich. I think
I'm
the
not
ostrich
100%
kicks
familiar
your
on that. I'm at the beginning of the stream. Where can I get that moral foundation paper that Adam is using?
God, should I just
Isn't it on
tweet
your?
it out?
Is
No,
it on
I
your,
made
don't you have, like,
it.
a website
I made
or a
it.
link or
I made
something?
it for doing videos and stuff like that.
I thought you had a website that it was up on or something. Or you could just tweet it out.
I'm gonna tweet it out.
Okay. So I'll tell this person. I'll say Adam is gonna tweet it out. There you go. See what good hosts we are. Pastafarian Priest for $5. Thank you so much, Pastafarian Priest. Dr. Diller for $5 says A team licks the envelope 3 times or more and doesn't realize that it was me, Adam. I was your dentist. It was always
Oh my
me.
God. Oh my god. So evil.
S class is best class.
Do you like the taste of the envelope glue?
No, who likes the taste of the envelope?
Well, I do. I think it tastes good.
What?
They make it taste good. Do they do it deliberately?
What?
Right?
No. Wait, what the fuck? Did you talk about this on stream before and this missed me? How did
No,
Dr. Diller know you had this
It just
bizarre
came up.
take?
It just came up. I mean, I
The
didn't
envelopes
realize.
taste like garbage.
Are you
It tastes like-
are you envelope
gross
shaming
glue.
me now? It
Are
feels
you
like
a glue?
are.
Wait, were you a glue eater as a child?
Depends on the glue. Depends on the glue, buddy.
Oh no! Oh shit!
I mean, Elmer's glue
Adam's
is
a
not
glue
that,
eater.
Elmer's glue is
Oh.
not really good, but envelope
That-
glue.
That
It's
stuff's
minty.
disgusting. Oh, no, it's I don't know. Fucking you get like flavored envelopes. Every envelope I've looked at tastes like shit. Like I don't know what
Oh,
you're
really?
talking about.
They
Yes.
can't. That's it. That would be evil to make envelope glue taste like bad. Come on.
Because you're not
people-
supposed to fucking eat it. What do you mean?
It's designed for you to lick.
No,
You're
I
gonna
disagree.
taste it.
No,
Can
no,
you
no, no.
imagine?
If
Can
they
you
made
imagine?
it taste good, wait, Adam. If they made it taste good, you'd have to worry about children would start eating the fucking envelopes. Okay.
Yeah. Well, but it can't taste bad. Like
So
think
wait,
of
this is
something
in-
terrible. Like
This is
think of
interesting.
something disgusting, like rotten
Some-
eggs. What if they made envelope glue taste
Well,
like
yeah,
rotten
they
eggs?
shouldn't. Yeah, they shouldn't make it
Or
intentionally
sour
taste
milk.
awful.
How about
they
that?
Shouldn't make it. They shouldn't make it taste awful, but they shouldn't make it taste good either.
Sour milk. That's what they make it taste like.
So this is
Good luck
interesting.
closing your envelope, sucker.
Both Errant Cognition and CT said that they agree with you, Adam.
Yes.
They're both disgusting envelope lickers. Oh, JMac, Daddy JMac. Maybe you inherited this from JMac. Maybe it's a trait. he passed down to you.
Maybe your mom is just buying you disgusting envelopes or something. Maybe she's just not turned you on to the good tasting envelope.
Well, actually, no. Well, maybe that was it. But because I don't even remember honestly the last time I've looked at an envelope. Because whenever I buy envelopes, I buy the ones that you just peel the little thing off and just stick it because I don't want to lick a fucking envelope. But maybe you know how like some people, they're like certain genes, they taste certain things. Like
I was gonna say that. You and I think
Yeah,
alike. You and I think totally alike. Yeah.
I know. That's why we do well on the show together. Like they have that, I forget what it's called. There's that strip they give you, and they're like, can you taste this?
Litmus paper, yeah. Some people taste it
exactly.
bitter and some people don't. I can't remember if I taste the bitter.
Wasn't it most people? I don't remember which way it was. Do most people not taste it? Or
Most people
taste
do
it
not
better?
taste it. Some people do. You know, it's been a long time since I did that, but I believe that I taste the nastiness.
Interesting. So,
yeah.
because I know I don't taste it. So maybe I wonder if that correlates with the envelope tasting.
I vaguely remember doing this test in like school and people running up to me and saying like, oh my God. Because I'm like, oh, it tastes like shit. Finally, someone tastes it.
I'm not crazy. I swear it tastes like shit.
Yeah.
I know like a friend of mine, he has that gene that makes cilantro taste like soap.
They were saying, you're faking it. You're faking it. Yeah. Now I can't. Maybe I was faking it. Oh, God. I'm so frazzled right now. I've been triggered like 20 times on
Am I being gaslit here?
I might be gaslighting myself. I'm not sure.
According to random internet polls, 10% of people with no source like the taste of licking envelopes.
Really?
There you go.
And so many of us are the cool ones here. Only 10%, and all of those 10% are A team. I don't
believe this. There's no source for this. This sounds like bullshit to me. But someone Reddit said, "Do you like the taste of envelope glue?" The first answer is hell yes. Stamps taste awesome too. Oh,
stamps are good too. Yeah. I like stamps.
No! What? It tastes so bad.
I like me some stamps. Sometimes if I'm super hungry and there's no food in the house, I go, "Where are the stamps?"
My God.
I can get through. Just give me a couple stamps. I'll be good till tomorrow.
Oh, so gross. I don't know. This is weird. This is weird and gross. No.
Yeah.
No. Anyway, well, thank you, Dr. Diddler. You accidentally stumbled upon interesting atom lore. There you go.
Yes. Totally accidental.
What does this mean that you got up?
I brought up a meme. It's got Charlie Kirk in it. Charlie Kirk and Kim Jong-un.
You mean Hassan?
Oh, that's not Charlie Kirk?
That's Hassan.
Oh, okay. He says he should fire his translator. I don't get this. I need a decoder.
I don't get it either.
Here.
This was expert layman. Are you in the chat? Explain this, expert layman. I'm not sure I understand the joke either.
Why does Charlie Kirk need a translator?
It's Hassan.
Now I'm only saying it's to trigger you.
I know. I don't remember what this was a reference to.
All right, moving on.
Simon O'Leary for $5 New Zealand dollars says, oh, that was the fucking lambs one. Hayden Dill for $2 says, them furries need to be bonked. There you go. Would Adam eat stamp flavored ice cream? Probably.
Stamp flavored ice cream. That might be a bit much. I'm not exactly sure. I would be down with the stamp flavored ice cream.
18 for envelope seams.
Oh,
There
that's
you go.
good.
There
That's
you go.
good.
There you
That's
go.
good. Now you're thinking. That's thinking outside the box.
No, someone I didn't come up with that. Some smart, clever clog in the chat came up with that.
So CT
poss-
obviously did this meme. I don't know. Can you read it?
Yeah, I can. It's CT says, "Oh, that's pretty that's pretty bofa, not gonna lie." And then I say, "What's bofa?" And then CT grins evilly and says, "Bofa these nuts in your mouth." She's exploding with joy.
Bofa these nuts
Yes.
in your mouth. Oh, okay.
Yes.
Interesting here.
I like the little chibi CT and Sitch.
Yeah.
And then I say ... God, I hate you sometimes. She says, "You know what the best part is? That wasn't even meant for you. I was trying to get Felix."
Oh.
There you go.
You just walked right into the bofa.
Walked right into it. Yeah. I like my angry face in the last bit. They're very appropriate. Very appropriate.
I like the speed lines around the bofa, the nuts.
I do. That's good speed lines, yes. Or ray. They're not speed lines, they're like rays. But
oh yeah.
This was a real conversation. This actually happened, guys.
Was this Thursday when I was hanging out with Doomer?
I don't remember when this was. This was a real conversation. It might have been on stream. I don't remember. That actually happened.
I skipped a Thursday stream and I hung out with you guys. I'm cool.
That's true. You did.
I'm
You
cool.
did. You
I
played
want
Pico
cool.
Park with us.
I want cool credit. I'm cool.
You get all the cool credit, Adam.
Yay.
Adam is cool. You understand, by making yourself like a scarcer resource than me, then you become cooler. Like, oh,
I know.
No one's excited when Sitch joins because it's like that's expected. But when Adam joins, it's different.
When Adam joins, it's Sitch and Adam together, which
That's
is like,
right.
what? A two for right here. Oh my goodness. This is amazing.
The team in one place? No.
Yeah.
Pastafarian Priest for 499 says, "Good news, Adam. J-Rug was asking for centrist to box, and I recommended you."
I saw that. Yeah.
Don't get too cunning and use your laser eyes. Okay, that's fine.
I couldn't laser J-Rug, and J-Rug's probably like 20 years. He'd probably kick my ass pretty readily. So.
I don't know. He's pretty. He looks like he's all skin and bones there.
Yeah. J-Rug's cool. I think I'd like to have him on the show sometime if he'd do it, but.
Oh, that's right. It wasn't on stream. It was a Discord interaction. Yes.
He did it. He did it on Twitter too, and somebody recommended me as boxing him.
CT wants to know, we're thinking of switching to Tuesday, Adam. So then you won't have any excuse not to hang out with us.
Tuesday, except for this thing that I'm working on the comic like 10 hours a day.
Yeah, except for that little thing. Yeah.
I can only work on the comic 10 hours a day, 6 days a week. You want to know why?
Why?
Because on Sunday I don't have 10 hours to work on the comic.
That's true. That's a good point. That's a good point.
Stream here. Yeah.
That's a picture of Wormy.
I know. Who did this? I don't.
It looks like a CT picture.
CT sent it.
It's from the game Gardic Phone. The Gardic Phone game.
Wormy.
It's a good Wormy.
He was yowling. I don't like to give in to his yowls.
Hasbar for 499 says, if killing an animal is okay, it should be anything less severe than death should be okay if you don't choose to sleep with it or find joy in hurting them. I disagree with that. Completely. But I understand where that's operating under sort of the Care Harm Foundation logic that I think that's the trap that Joel falls into.
What is the trap?
If you're only looking at the animal fucking thing through the care harm of the animal lens.
Yeah, you're
I think
right.
that's only a piece of a puzzle. There's other moral questions there too.
Yes. Yeah.
David Puff just now for 70 Canadian. Thanks so much, David. Thank you. Says, been watching Sitch, Shoe, Adam, Sargon, and Mauler for years. Seeing all of you come together like this was like watching the Avengers come together. When I stare into the abyss that stares back into me has been you. Awesome. I like that. That's awesome.
That's
Thanks,
awesome.
David.
Yeah. That suicide line, that Suicide Squad line was pretty fucking hilarious.
That's the end of the show right there. Marv Alice for $5 says eating enemies used to be more common, but this group haven't survived to current year because he tried to eat me is an easy excuse for war.
Oh,
that's true.
Interesting.
That's true. That's a good point. Because yeah, obviously as things become more globalized and communities have to interact with more communities, that's going to affect our morality. Is, you know, how do you react to other people doing other weird things in other moral systems, whether it pisses off someone enough to come out and like kill you for doing it.
The thought experiments that people always want to come up with are the thought experiments where the totally immoral system reigns over the moral system by our moral judgments, by our moral metrics.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, people will call it hedging every time we say, well, time is an element here. And if you want to say that this moral system can snuff out what we would conceptualize as more moral systems, but you know, if they're just working independently over time and the one snuffs itself out in 5 years and the other one lasts indefinitely, I mean, that's a part of the metric. But all this is just too complicated for other people. I think you and I are the only ones that really know what's being said here. That's true.
Everyone else is stupid but us and our chatters. As the Potosai, the manslayer himself, brought up a good point in chat. He says, kind of hard to have peace when you know your enemy wants to eat you. And this would be the argument I would make. It's the same as the incest argument, same as the bestiality argument. And it's the argument I would make for why societies don't generally condone eating dead relatives and ancestors. Is because if you, like, when you interact with someone, like a stranger, there's things you have to worry about. Like, oh, is this person going to harm me? Is this person not going to harm me? What does this person want? Are they trying to scam me? Whatever. If you add an element that every single person you interact with could potentially want to eat you, you're sort of like, I don't think society can function with people afraid of being eaten by each other, potentially.
It does add a level of complexity that would make me a lot more nervous in my daily existence.
Exactly. I mean, when you interact with someone, you don't generally worry about them having, to eating you. It's like, they could do all sorts of things, but one of the things I'm not worried about is them eating me.
Yeah. It adds a whole nother level of stability to society when you can just take eating people categorically off the table.
Sure.
Yeah.
Phil Moore for $5 says, "Is it considered bestiality if it's with a talking Shiba Inu? If you have sex with rags, it's still bestiality, Phil. Okay." I'm sorry to break it to you. Trapping Akbar 7 for $4.99 says, "Hey now, I'm nearly done reading. The Righteous Mind. Purity, sanctity is the foundation being triggered here. I have a new appreciation for morality and the right." Yeah.
Yes.
That's why that book, I forgot to ask Shoe because she had got the book out of a recommendation, and I don't know if she started reading it or not.
Really?
Yeah, and that's obviously that was very apt to this conversation. So.
Yes, yeah.
So David Aragon, right? This is David Aragon.
Yeah,
picture?
This is great.
Yes, it's a good David Aragon picture of I've got the little Adam doll, and I'm gonna poke it in a pin, like a little voodoo doll. And I got Tifa, some nice Tifa waifu
I know
material
the
in the
Tifa.
background.
I saw that immediately.
Yes, and then Adam's like, "Ouch! What the fuck?" And he's gonna blow me up,
right,
with a bunch of fireworks. Yes. Look at that's not even. That's an escalation to like murder. Okay, I'm like trolling Adam, and he's like, my response is to murder Sitch.
You don't know. You could just get hot sweats.
That's true. As a person of shadow, I'm a little bit more durable. So there you go.
This could actually play out though. We might actually see this on video in the future here.
I see. Are we going to experiment with our dolls to see if if harming them affects us? Is that what we're
I
gonna do?
wonder. I wonder if you could put like a pin in my eye, or if you have the nerve to do something that horrific.
Oh my god! There's a game called Undertale, and when you play it, like it really makes you feel for the characters in the game, and you can either play it by not killing anyone or by killing everyone. And I can't play the killing everyone way because it makes me feel too bad.
I would have a tough time. I mean, it would get, after a while, you'd be like, ah. Not having the choice, too, would be a little disheartening. I have to kill them now?
Yeah, but then there would be no moral quandary then. It'd just be like, oh, why am I playing this game?
Voluntarily killing is a lot more interesting.
Right. It's pronounced Tifa.
Tifa?
Oh, would I say Tifa? I don't know. Who knows?
Is it really pronounced Tifa?
Well, if it's supposed to be pronounced the way a Japanese person would say it, I guess it would be. But I'm assuming it's not, because it's not. Her name isn't a Japanese name.
I'm Tifa for life. I don't care.
For life. Nightish $5 says, my favorite libertarian story is the one about the guy who asked to finish the race early. I'm not familiar with that one.
Yeah.
This is a libertarian bedtime story. Andrew Clark for $2 says, wait, does torture make animals taste better? He's got like the little salivating mouth emoji. I guess it does in some extent. Like, isn't that what's it called? Like the cows that they kill as calves and they don't let them move at all or whatever.
Yeah. Veal?
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Is it veal? Or
torturing
isn't
them
there
does
some
make
like
them taste better? That's a thing.
Isn't there some weird cow that they like bloat up with some kind of feed and they don't let it move at all, and they do like weird shit to it to make the meat taste a specific way? There's some like really bizarre process to it. Supposedly
like
it tastes
Wagyu
amazing.
beef?
I don't think it's Wagyu, but it's something like that.
I've had
Something in that
Wagyu
vein.
beef a few times. And
Really?
Yeah, the first time I had Wagyu beef was like amazing, decidedly better than any steak I'd ever tasted before.
Oh, that's cool. I always want to try it. Yeah.
But then I've had it since then, and it tastes like regular steak. So I don't know.
Well, you have
what
to be
happened.
careful though, because there's actually a big issue in America, where in America, for some reason, we don't recognize a lot of intellectual property of food rights. So a lot of restaurants can label things as Wagyu beef,
even though
not
it's not
actually.
Yeah.
Yes.
I suspected that might be going on, because the first time I tried it was a guy who was like a connoisseur. I ordered this special from, I have a guy that can get it for me, and it's like super legit. And
well,
yeah, it was
actually,
like
the other
so
places,
good.
did you say you ate them at a restaurant?
Yeah, restaurants. I've had it before, and I'm
I
just
think-
like, this is not the same.
I think I read an article that said all Wagyu beef in restaurants, for the most part, is fake, because
Yeah,
it's
it
actually
seems fake. Yeah.
very difficult to get in the US. There's like some weird trading restrictions about it. So
We were at a dinner party, and they had that's when I tasted the super real Wagyu beef.
Right.
I was like, this is magnitudes better than any steak I've ever eaten. So that's why immediately I wanted to try it at a restaurant, because I thought, oh my God, we can get that amazing thing I ate at the dinner party, and hasn't happened again.
Right.
Yeah. Very sad. Very
Yeah,
sad.
someone in the
about
chat
that.
said, veal is the one. They don't let the veal move at all. Oh, I'm
Veal,
thinking
I've tasted
faux-
huge discrepancies between them.
I've actually never had veal.
You've never had
I don't know
veal?
what it tastes like. No.
My parents told me the terribleness about veal and said, do you still want to try it? And I was like,
That's what my
sign
parents
me
did.
up.
That's what my parents did, and I said,
Sign
"No,
me
okay."
up.
Look at you. I'm feeling moral here. I was like, I don't care. I don't
And
want
you
to
know
the
what
animal to suffer.
So you've never had veal now?
No, I've never had veal. I know
Oh,
no idea what it
God.
tastes like.
It's so good. Don't do it. Don't do it, Sitch. Don't
Okay,
do
well,
it.
I won't. That's fine. That's fine.
It's delicious. It's so good.
You're sending me mixed messages here.
Oh my God, it's good. Veal is a close second to the Wagyu beef.
Wow.
Yeah, veal and Wagyu, but veal, there's a big discrepancy. Like some veal is not that good, and some veal is like, oh my god, this is amazing. Yeah.
The thing I was talking about, someone in the chat said, it's foie gras, which is, and it's ironically with ducks. They like force feed ducks.
Oh
geese,
yeah,
like a bunch of food. And
I've never had that.
Yeah, I've never had that either. But you don't really typically see that in America anywhere. This picture was by Idiotosin. Thanks, Idiotosin. This is another Gardic phone picture, and this is Sitch, Captain America Sitch.
Saluting the flag. I like it.
That's true. That's actually what I look like right now. You guys just can't see it.
Yeah.
That's what I look like.
Cool.
Veal Parmesan. Yes. Did you ever see Forget Paris?
Nope.
Oh, that's like one of my parents' favorite movies when I was growing up. It's a Billy Crystal movie. He would always order veal Parmesan wherever or veal piccata or something everywhere he'd go.
And he'd feel bad about it.
And they'd say, little Sitch, you shouldn't eat veal. It was really gross. They do these horrible things to the calves. And I said, okay, mommy, I won't eat the veal.
So you're not trying veal because you made a promise to your mom way back when?
Well, I just know because it just seemed like a pretty ethically awful. Like even as awful as like factory farming is, there are things that are even worse than that. So
some people do it though. I mean,
that's true. I'm sure it does taste good. That's why they do it.
Other people doing it, it goes a long way with me in the moral realm.
That's true. Well, you know, that's literally how it works. That's what I was like. That's why I agreed with Sargon saying that. I just don't think that's a strong moral argument.
Everyone's doing it. Sargon?
The morality dictates the majority dictates the moral structure. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Coding Jesus for $4.99 says, I don't care about care/harm. There you go.
Terrible.
Terrible. Norvek for £5 says, I believe Adam is a globalist. If he doesn't agree, we can't have an argument on his. Oh, if he doesn't agree, we can have an argument on his stream. S-class is the best class. When A-team are artists who get high.
Am I a globalist? What does that even mean?
I don't know. Apparently you are.
A globalist? I don't know. I'm America first. I don't. How's that globalist?
J-Max says if I'm ever in his neck of the woods, he'll take me out for some authentic Wagyu beef. But that's awkward because now he's a vegetarian. That's okay. I'll just eat it in front of you and tell you how delicious it is.
Jay's a vegetarian now?
Apparently. Oh. I'll be like, Jay, this is so good.
How can you say no to Wagyu beef, Jay?
I know, right? Errant Cognition for $5 says, if you're on your hands and knees cleaning in the nude and your dog mounts you and you don't stop him, is that amoral? I'm asking for a friend.
See, that's the question. Big Joel completely ruined his argument when he said dogs, fucking like dogs don't want to fuck or people don't. What did he say? What did he say? Dogs don't want to fuck things or something like that.
Dogs don't want to have sex. He said animals don't want to engage sexually with humans. Something to that effect, yes.
Please. My God, has he never had a dog?
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah.
I remember seeing like there's like a meme for a while. There's this whole movement of people that were like, you should masturbate your dogs. And everyone's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
For real? Oh, that's
I'm trying to remember. It was like
of all time.
No, like the people were serious and they're like, oh, it's like ethically moral. They're like, you don't gain sexual satisfaction from it. It's ethically moral for the dog. I'm like, this person's getting off on it. Get the fuck out of here. Like, no one's buying this for a second. I don't care how many gloves you put on. Okay. Fucking gross.
Yeah.
Joe the Mig for $20 says, I see crap like Joel's vid and think to myself, Yuri Bezmenov was completely right. Demoralization isn't just an attack on society's confidence, but a degradation of morals via moral relativism. S-team is A class. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, it's weird because we're not moral absolutists, but we're also not moral relativist either.
No, moral. We are willing to engage in rank ordering moralities. Moral relativists are saying, "Oh, you can't really make a distinction." We're saying you can make a distinction. You're just objecting to the distinction that we want to make.
Right.
We want to basically
exactly.
make the
Yeah.
metric some sort of success in like socioeconomic realm, and you guys don't like that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You want to make the metric. What do you guys want to make the metric at? Like, I'm dubious of the metric of happiness for the most people.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how do you even measure that? Talk about a subjective metric. Oh my god.
Right. What is this picture?
I don't know.
There I am, dressed as the Red Queen.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, because it was
it's S
from
class. No, I don't know.
Yes, I do. No, it was because it was from the last time we were talking about. We played that game where we had to match up who we aligned with Alice in Wonderland characters, I assume. And someone was saying I should match up with the Red Queen. It says, take off the 6 cylinders head, Queen of Cars, S class. And there's me as the Red Queen. Who did this?
This is O Craze.
There you go. Thank you, O Craze. The Spawn Camp for $5 says dairy bulls can be very dangerous and unpredictable. So for the safety of the cow and the farmer, the females are artificially inseminated. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Learn something every day.
How terrible.
Justin Hart for $5 says, so if you have multiple moral foundations, which one takes priority and which one should be forced on society at large by the state? Well, that's always the question, right? The question of politics that is grappled with.
Very true. Yeah. That sounds like somebody who is a libertarian and is driven by the Liberty Oppression Foundation.
That's true. You're right. Because they honed in on the forced on society by the state.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yes. They're like, nothing meets that criteria. Don't you feel it in your heart? This domineering alpha male that we call the state coming in here and telling us what to do. That's someone trying to rile up your moral intuitions. They're saying, join us and disband the state. Everything will be much better without a state. We don't want this domineering alpha. We can rule ourselves. We can all be free. Correct?
Yes, correct. I'll get to your chat in a second, Crack Rock. I'll skip ahead so you can sleep. But tell me I'm not crazy here, okay? So the game is that there are a bunch of Alice in Wonderland characters, and you have to match up the people playing with the various Alice in Wonderland characters, okay? If one of those characters is the fucking Cheshire Cat, and I'm PSA Sitch, how am I not lined up with the Cheshire Cat? How the fuck do I get the Red Queen or Tweedle fucking Dumb? Okay. These people I thought were my friends, Adam. They're not my friends. They're just bullying me.
Yeah. Bullying is fun, though. So
Thank you. I'm glad you appreciate it.
They're enjoying it.
Okay, Crack Rock Study. Let me find your super chat so you can
The
go to
Cheshire
sleep.
Cat, though, is smiling, and your frown is upside down. So
That's true. But I am also a troll, so it seems appropriate.
You're a troll? I don't think of you as a troll.
There you go. Crack Rock Steady, our favorite Ninja Turtle supervillain, for $20. Thank you so much, Crack Rock. Says, came for the video, left and came back multiple times because of Triggered Adam.
Oh,
there you go.
I feel bad.
I take back the A-team is pretty okay statement I previously said. Ouch. S class is the best class.
Uh-oh. See, I told you triggering's bad. Loses.
There you go. It's true.
Loses people.
That's true.
Yeah, they don't like it.
Anime recognition. My anime recommendation for Adam would be Boku no Pico. I haven't seen that one.
Is that from the super chat?
Oh, wait a minute. I think he's fucking with you.
Oh.
I think this is a porn or something.
Oh.
This is a porn. Okay.
I was going to say, no, he's taking back his declaration that A-team is okay, and then he's going to give me a movie recommendation on top
That's
of
right.
that.
That's right. There you go. I shouldn't have said anything. I should have told Adam, go check out Boku no Pico. You'll love it.
I'm not going to check it out. Thank you. Thank you for saving me.
You're welcome. Occasionally I look out for my boy Adam here.
That's good. I like it. This meme is pretty fucking incredible here. Centrillas. Who did this? This one's pretty good.
Marmite Popsicle. You're right. This is awesome.
It is.
This is awesome. You got Adam, Sitch, Shoe. Is that Wormy? Who's the dog?
Maybe
or is
Wormy?
that Rags?
I don't know.
Or is that Wormy? I don't know. Marmite.
Maybe.
Who's the animal supposed to be?
Maybe it's Wormy. It's pretty cool though. I dig it. This is really cool.
But yeah, no, that's an awesome picture. It's an awesome picture. Captain Smith for 20 pounds says, for meat eating, you also have a distinction between the morality of eating different animals. For example, many people in the West would eat a cow, but strongly object to eating a dog. The same does not apply to bestiality. True.
Yeah,
it's true.
We don't eat our friends.
That's right. Derek Jones for $20 says, keep up the good work, guys. You should take a look at the debate Vosh had a few days ago with a YouTube Professor Flowers. It was interesting to say the least.
I never got to tell Shoe that I thought Vosh was awesome in that debate, actually.
You know, I heard that was actually the only reason I wanted to come on Thursday when you were talking to Doomer Politics.
Mm-hmm.
So, well, first of all, so I see that Adam is streaming on Thursday, and he had sent me a link.
Mm-hmm.
But I was hanging out with some people. But then I saw that both Cullivar and JMac dropped like $300.
I know. I think I made like $1,000 off that stream.
And I was like, I should get in there.
I know.
I should join the stream and then demand my 50% cut from it.
The funny thing, though, when we had this conversation before the stream began, was at the same time, Sitch is thinking, I should jump in there. I was thinking, God, I hope Sitch does not jump in the stream. No, Sitch, stay away. I've told Sitch, if he comes in, I split super chats with him. So I'm obligated.
Adam is like, can I delete this Twitter link I just sent him?
Jeez,
how do I do this?
I'm obligated. I'm obligated. And I definitely would, if he jumped in, I would definitely split super chats with him.
Yes.
So,
I'm
but
just joking.
Funny. It's funny that he thought. It's funny that he thought I don't want to jump in because then we'll have to. It's funny. It is super funny.
Yes, it's funny that we both had the same thought about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. CT said you should join for like 5 minutes and then leave.
Just that
so
is
say, well, I was there.
That is exactly what CT would say.
Right. But no, the only reason I wanted to join was he kept singing Vosh praise in that conversation.
Mm-hmm.
I do not give Vosh any praise for that conversation. Okay?
Really?
Yeah, because
how come?
Well, okay,
I mean,
so
he was not letting up. He was making the arguments that we're all always making, that that you're being racist, and just because you're a marginalized group doesn't make racism okay.
Right. Okay. So the context of the conversation, for those that haven't seen it, was Vosh was basically arguing with a black lady.
Mm-hmm.
Her race is important because the debate was about
black nationalism.
And she wasn't. She was saying that she was against black nationalism, but she was also saying that it was okay for people to exorcise their quote oppressors from their country.
Right.
And so she was talking about not really America. I don't know if they got into that later because they listened to the whole debate, but she was talking about like in African countries like South Africa, is it acceptable for the government to basically force all white people to leave?
How much of the debate did you listen to? Because Vosh,
I listened to like the first hour and a half.
Because Vosh was calling her alt-right and saying you're basically the exact same thing as a neo-Nazi, just on the opposite side, which is fucking harsh and useful because they are.
Right. Oh, hold on a second. Marmite Popsicle. I'm sorry you didn't like today's show, but who was the dog in the picture? Or is that Wormy? Let us know. But no, I agree with that argument that Vosh was making. The reason I'm saying I don't give him credit for two reasons. First of all, I don't give someone extra credit for arguing with something that's clearly aligned with their own interests. Okay. Obviously, consequentialist Vosh is not going to argue in favor of exorcising white people from a community because he is a cis white male. Okay. It's entirely within his own interest to suddenly make completely logical arguments about the fact that this reverse racism is just racism.
Right.
When I don't believe he would make these arguments. I believe, like, if he was black, I don't think he would make these arguments. I think his argument was totally predicated on being self-serving.
Yeah.
Yes. That's the first problem. The second reason I don't give him credit, oh my God, I don't remember. Because he was making the completely wrong argument, and he was making his argument in this very vague, roundabout way, to such an extent I couldn't tell if it was intentional or not. Oh, it was because the woman he was talking to, she kept calling white people in South Africa colonizers. And the argument is, well, wait a minute. Are you saying that, like, the crime that a ancestor commits is passed down every generation to their children? Like, that's the moral question. The reason you can't go throwing out white people in South Africa and calling them colonizers is because they're not colonizers. Their great grandparents were colonizers or whatever.
Yeah.
And they're not responsible for some other person's actions, which they have no control over. That's the moral argument.
They never got into that in the debate.
They never got into it. No, Vosh says it like once and then never. And they spend like 99% of the debate on not that. And to me, that's so baffling because that's the obvious answer. And I don't understand why he wasn't bringing that up.
It's not the obvious answer under the situation that they've laid out, because I think she would say that the oppression continues to this day. Like, she was making it sound like white people are oppressing black people just in their existence.
Right, exactly. But that's the issue, because if you had a bunch of people who moved into another country and tried to colonize it against those people who live there, the natives that live there's will, then it would be moral to expel those people from your country. But if you're talking about 3 to 4 generations later,
yeah, it's dicey.
Suddenly you're like, well, it's a little bit of a complicated issue. I mean, and the thing was that Vosh was kind of beating around the bush, because he was saying, like, well, would it be moral for the Native Americans to expel white people from the United States of America?
How's that?
And she didn't want to answer that question.
Of course she didn't want to answer the question, because
right, but so I don't understand why
he didn't. Of the problem with her argument.
Right, but to me, it's so weird that he didn't hone in on this, the most obvious part of the conversation, that I was curious if he just was being dumb or if there was something else that he was trying to achieve via the conversation. And I don't know the answer to that.
You guys, I mean, you're so suspicious. I mean, I guess
I'm only suspicious with him.
Right, I know, but
because he makes all these overtures about how important rhetoric is and trying to make conversations appear in certain ways that I don't think other people do consciously.
Right. Yeah. But it doesn't necessarily mean that he's good at it or can do it, even though he recognizes that it's important. Which at some level you have to start asking yourself, is Vosh like playing 10-dimensional chess here, or is he just...
Well, I don't know if it's a question of 10-dimensional chess, or if he just thought, like, I understand that the heart of her argument would be destroyed by me talking about the fact that sins are not passed down via blood, but that would stop the conversation, and I'd rather just keep calling her a Nazi. That's what I was wondering, what the motivation was.
She objected to him calling black nationalists ethno-nationalists, and I was like, what the fuck are they if they're not ethno-nationalists? What the fuck are they?
Well, I don't think she wasn't against that. She was against him equating them with white ethno-nationalists, not using the term, I think.
Yeah, and by doing the trick, saying, listen, it's different because whites are oppressors and blacks aren't.
Yeah, of course.
So it's right to be an ethno-nationalist if you're fighting against your oppressor.
Yeah, which is an insane argument. But it's also, I'm sure you could find Vosh making basically the same argument in different contexts somewhere in his channel.
Yeah.
About the power plus privilege nonsense.
I thought Vosh was represented in that debate. I guess we just
No,
disagree.
I
But
disagree.
I thought he
I
did pretty
disagree.
good. And
I don't
he
give
made
people
arguments that
points.
for
What are you gonna say?
well, he made arguments that I thought needed to be made by somebody. And if Vosh is the
Sure,
one that's fucking making them,
yeah, I agree with that. I don't give people points for I don't give people who I think act immoral points for suddenly making quote moral arguments when I know those arguments align completely with their self-interest. Because then I'm like, well, I don't think you're doing it for moral reasons.
that's a very good distinction. Because if you never can tell if it's in their own self-interest. It's when people do the right thing when it's not in their self-interest that you go, okay, well, this is obviously
Right.
a moral action.
Right.
That's when morality gets tricky. When you're like, I really don't want to give Sitch half the super chats, but I said that I would. Right? Yeah.
Sashman for 35 Zardos says, here in South Africa, oh, look at that. There's a lot of anti-white discrimination, not just in culture, but in legislation too. Look up expropriation without compensation.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's completely wrong. And she was saying that it's justified, basically.
This is another thing. I mean, Vosh did make the well. I guess it's still in his own self-interest. Like he was making the argument that racism is racism regardless, and I just feel like that's the argument the left has fucking just. They've been weak on. They've been totally weak on. They've been not wanting to call out racism by, quote unquote marginalized people when it's obviously racism. Somebody needs to do that. Yeah. And it's we're doing it. We do it. Sargon does it. I don't know if Mauler does it. I feel like Shoe would do it.
Shoe does do it. I've seen her do it. Yeah.
So I just feel like we have to do it, and some people are more effective at doing it than others. Yeah. And Vosh is in a position to be effective doing it.
Right. I understand what you're saying. You're making the consequential Vosh. I get you.
My God, holy shit.
Yeah. Marmite Popsicle said it's
consequences matter, right? Consequences do matter. At some
they
point.
do matter. They
do
matter.
Okay, so
Marmite says it's wormy, but he forgot to draw the whiskers.
That's okay. This is amazing.
I think it's a great picture. Great picture.
I'm sad that you didn't like the show because this meme is so amazing. So
this is a good meme. Well, at least this great meme came out of the show. So there you go. And I know Shu will love it because she's a huge Gorillaz fan.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yes. Yeah. Sarah Richards for $5 says, I pulled up the stream expecting a low tier Big Joe video and got slapped in the face with bestiality debate. I guess Sitch wants that Dussy still.
Oh shit.
There you go. There you go, Sarah. Keep on dreaming, Sarah. I see your avatar. Okay.
Still working it for the Dussy, huh? Wow.
Me and Hassan apparently. Mad Robot for $5 says, according to Sitch and Adam, the Taliban is morally superior because they just beat the U.S. and Afghanistan. Wrong.
They didn't even come. What the? How? Who can walk away from what happened in Afghanistan and think that we lost?
Or I can understand thinking that we lost, but I wouldn't characterize people saying the moral or the ethical cost of quote victory, and by victory, what do we mean? Wiping them out is just too expensive or too immoral that we don't wish to engage in it. Is that winning? I don't know. Maybe I wouldn't categorize it as winning. But
sure,
that's just
totally.
me.
We do have the capacity to completely erase them from planet Earth. Is that
right?
Is that winning? I mean,
we just don't want to pay the cost to do so.
Well, and I don't even morally, I don't even know. They could get their shit together. Like something could happen. They could get their shit together.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I would agree that basically some people existing because we quote unquote allow them to exist because we have moral questions. I wouldn't say that's not beating us, but that's just me. I should say.
Yes.
Whalers for $5 says the Taliban defeated America. America morally, literally got in the way of victory in Afghanistan. Is their morality superior? No. But again, this is the conflation between descriptive success and prescriptive success that we were talking about. It's like, I didn't say this with Sargon. I was going to, but then the conversation got so sidetracked. It's like, you can look at a lot of the moral questions prescribed in the Old Testament. And I mean, you did say something about this, like back in those days, in order to get people in line, because they didn't have the societal institutions, basically, or the education to think of these moral questions, what did they do? They said, oh, God demands you do this. And if you don't do this, God's going to punish you.
Yeah.
And while
that
I would
was the justification.
Right. And while I would say that from our standpoint, I would argue that's an immoral system of coercion, the force upon people by today's standards. But by the standards thousands of years ago, where maybe that was the only way to do that, to convince people to live by some semblance of moral standards, then maybe it is moral. Maybe it's completely justifiable.
Yeah.
So, anyways.
Yeah, no, I agree.
What is this picture? This is
you running from a cricket.
Oh.
I don't know.
Oh, maybe that's what it looks like.
Let me see. If
Or no, it looks like me holding someone else who's running away from a cricket.
CT sent a bunch of stuff.
There you go. Who did this? What is this bizarre picture?
Another Gardic phone picture. Sitch being scared of a cricket by Idiotosun.
Oh, I see. By Idiotosun. Thank you. I was out there in the dark with a flashlight and a broom hunting them. I was not afraid. Okay. I was annoyed. I was not afraid.
Am I supposed to be bringing these up?
You should.
Okay.
Well, you can, I mean, we'll bring up some of them. Bring up the
I know.
ones.
I'm like, listen.
Bring up the better ones. I like the one of looking in the envelope.
That's the one of you with about to eat the mint cookie is a little interesting.
The mint cookie?
Yeah, I can't figure out what's going on there. Here, I'll bring that one up.
Sitch Pogs at mint Oreos.
Yeah.
It's bizarre. That's bizarre.
We're curating the show now, guys. Sorry.
Okay. Sebastian Servas for 10 pens says bestiality is not wrong in itself, since most non-human animals lack personhood. The criteria hardware required for reason and self-awareness, it could be detrimental if socially acceptable, thus less virtue. Yeah, no, I agree with that completely.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't know, agree with the phrasing, the first part of your sentence, but I agree with the second part. That's definitely detrimental to society. And I would classify that as being immoral.
I never got to say the original moral behavior on honesty, because the original moral behavior was to be honest to people who are in your moral community. And to be dishonest to outsiders, to just lie to outsiders indiscriminately. And there's certain areas in Europe where they still do this, where they just fucking lie indiscriminately to anyone that's just foreigner. Right.
I mean, so yeah, exactly. I mean, but that's basically what, when you said like, oh, it's okay to eat cows, but not your dog. It's because you view the cow as like outsider.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, as the outsider. You don't give it any moral weight whatsoever. But
Big Joel's trying to bring the cow into the moral community.
Right.
Yeah.
There was a couple pictures. I'll put them in the Twitter DM that.
No, I like this one. This is Sitch summoning a mint Oreo. And trying to catch it in his mouth.
Well, that's probably because I said mint Oreos are disgusting. So there you go.
Look at that. I think it's going to make it in there.
I stand by.
I think that mint Oreo is actually going to be eaten here.
I will refuse. I'll spit it out.
Unwillingly.
I'm not going to eat that mint Oreo.
This is a non-consensual mint Oreo.
There you go. Is a mint Oreo a moral, ethical good? I'm gonna say no. It's a moral, ethical evil.
Mm-hmm. Oh, now you're just making shit up.
There you go. Just like pop. Keeper Grave A for $10 says, another question about my card game. Should I attempt to have it on Kickstarter, or should I commit to being in our political bubble? I fear being locked out of mainstream games if I commit.
You have to ask yourself, like, what is the audience for this game that you're wanting to crowdfund? If you don't have much of an audience, if you don't have a way to drive people to this Kickstarter campaign, like, you're not just going to throw something up on Kickstarter and people are going to randomly find it. You have to kind of find a way to drive people to that campaign.
Yeah, you have to find a mechanism to an audience to drive to it. Yeah.
And this happens a lot in Comicsgate, because people think that they're going to get a different kind of crowd on Kickstarter and potentially get different sales. And I don't think, like, our comic was successful because we have a show that, we advertise it on and talk about and create interest in it. You got to find the way to create interest in whatever you're going to sell, and the platform is just part of that. Obviously part of who that audience is already interested in.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree. I take issue with this CT. This art is libel.
No, this is true. This is happening.
That should be Adam. Adam is the one who enjoys licking envelopes.
But
I
you're
said they're
the one
disgusting.
saying yum yum. You just says yum yum in the picture.
I said they're disgusting. Okay, this is libel, CT. I'm going to be suing you for defamation after this.
Libel. Oh,
yes.
So bad.
I know. Terrible, CT. You'll be hearing from my attorneys shortly. Nathan Gordon, for £9, says things aren't immoral because they're gross or seen as deviant by society. They're immoral because they cause measurable harm to society as a whole. See, I agree with that completely. And I think that's a way of simplifying our contention with Sargon's position. Because we were saying, what is the measurable harm to society? And that needs to be the focus. And you know what, Nathan, if I had seen your super chat and if we had said that in the middle of the beginning of our conversation, I bet Sargon would have agreed entirely, and we would not have had our 4-hour-long argument.
Well, that would have been cool.
Yeah. It's interesting, just wording something in one specific way, and the person says, "Oh, bing, light bulb." Common Cure for $5 says, why is Sargon so obsessed with sauces? Sometimes he'll bring up sauces in the middle of his video. What is he on about?
Sauces. Oh, but isn't the argument against gay marriage that it would destroy society? It would be harmful to society.
That is the envelope. That is the argument.
Right.
I saw CT's picture, and it fucked my brain for a second.
They don't.
That is the argument, but I would say that argument is not based on anything, and that's actually the inverse.
Right.
That obviously you want people who are gay to be able to engage in normative family structures.
Well, they did say also when they were fighting against making slavery illegal, they said, it's bad for society. We need slavery. Slavery is like an economic. They made a bunch of excuses too.
Right.
Yeah. They said this will harm society. Don't do it. Yeah.
We're gonna have to get through these really faster.
Yeah, let's go. Let's move it.
Indigo Turtle for $20. Thank you so much. Says Sitch, it's not chomping, it's champing at the bit with a long A.
Not true.
Is that? I thought S-Class makes their own artisan pickles and won't shut up about it. A-Team likes mustard on toast.
I won't even eat mustard on a sandwich, so.
Champing at the bit. Huh. Is it because I thought it was chomping, because I thought it was referring to horses literally chomping on the little bit in their mouth.
It is chomping. Don't let them gaslight you. Chomping at the bit. Champing at the bit. That doesn't make any sense.
Apparently, originally it was champing, but everyone says chomping now. So there you go. There's your random factoid of the day.
So demoralized by that.
Roland Rush for $9.99 says, Adam, your argument for morality has turned into, quote, a community that is most competent at violence for the most extended period of time is the most moral. That was not your argument, Adam,
Not remotely my argument.
No.
Yeah.
Urashima Otaru for $5 says, in 1950, Afghanistan's population was 8 million. Now it is over 30 million. How? How is that not successful according to you? As we try to talk about too, obviously, if we're only talking descriptively, evolution only cares about thriving and propagation. But if you're asking us prescriptively, obviously we're going to put in, your quality of life into whether a society is successful or not. So,
hell yeah. The Matrix is not successful because there's more bodies in it.
Glassbell for $5 says, to be honest, Sargon's right. We did lose to the Taliban. Giving up and going home still counts as losing. I won't even agree with that because you could say we were unsuccessful in getting the Afghani government to function.
Dude, this is the Afghanistan. Right? It's funny that people want to talk about the Afghanistan.
Such a weird. This is such a to me. No, but to me, this shows a kind of fucked up way of thinking about the situation. Like, because we pulled out, we lost to the Taliban. It's like, no, we had decided that we weren't going to colonize Afghanistan. We were trying to get the Afghanistani people themselves to create a functioning government. And we failed to do that, or rather, they failed to do that.
No, it's even weirder than that, Sitch, because if you think about it in the context of we're talking about morality as a set of rules that binds individuals into a cooperative community to compete, like we basically said, listen, we've got this stellar list of moral rules. Okay, we're gonna come over there and we're gonna gift you our moral rules, and you're going to have to live by them, right? Well, they didn't necessarily, like, those moral rules didn't appeal to their moral intuitions. They weren't they didn't want to play along. They did. They pretended for a long time. They were like, I'll play soldier. Sure, look, I'm moral.
You're giving us money? Yeah, sure. I agree completely. Yeah.
Right. When really the moral axiom that they lived by the entire time was tell the truth to your friends and family and lie as much as humanly possible to the foreigner, right? That's the moral axiom that they're living by.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep. So we tried to implant a moral system over there that fucking would never take for many different reasons. Like one of the reasons why having these conversations is useful is because you can avoid stupid mistakes like this. Yeah.
Sure. Autist for £4.49 says, a lot of animals can be impregnated by humans and can give birth to half-human animal hybrids.
No.
Also, this is how animal diseases spread to humans.
No. No.
Autist name is very telling. I'm going to assume that's a joke. I'm assuming it's a joke. That is not true. That is not even remotely true. There's no human hybrids born via animal sex. Okay?
We've talked about this before on the stream about how the Russians wanted to artificially inseminate female specimens, human females with chimpanzee sperm. They did this experiment.
That's right.
And they didn't take. Yeah.
Of course they didn't take.
But imagine you're the woman. Okay, maybe. How's this going?
Your country needs you. Get ready. We need to inject. We need you to fuck a chimpanzee. Can't you just put the sperm in me? No, it's better if it fucks you. We must watch.
We have to get this on camera.
Yes. We must film this for the science. Yes. Nothing immoral here. We're not into zoophiles. We just science.
We should have asked Sargon if that was moral. We should have brought that in.
Right. I mean, there are human chimeras, but that's referring to animals that they genetically engineer to grow like a human organ or something that can be used for transplanting, or the mouse with like the human ear on its back or whatever.
Weird.
Yes, it's true that it is true that all the worst plagues that we faced all hopped over from affecting animals and then affecting people. Now that is true. but it's not from fucking them, I assume. Whalers for $20. Thanks so much, Whalers. Says Adam, morality is not necessarily related to competition. Morality binds groups, and that's it. If the group competes with other groups, morality plays into it, but only by uniting a group that then competes. It is secondary.
I'm like,
I agree with that sort of, but I then also disagree, because if we're talking about what moral systems function or still exist today, obviously competition plays a huge part in that.
would disbanding our military be a good idea? Do you think China would?
No.
Yeah. Do you think we wouldn't immediately be taken over by some hostile state?
Right.
You're in competition with other. How is this remotely controversial?
Right. Well, and I would argue that, well, actually, I would actually disagree with the whole part now I think about it, because morality exists so that groups can bind together to survive the elements and to compete against not just the forces of nature, but the forces of other human groups too.
Man is a wolf to man.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. True. Vile Van Gogh for $5 says Sitch and Adam are natural moralists. Sargon is a moral subjectivist. I don't know what that term means.
Well, he did say that morality was subjective a few times, and we're arguing.
No, he agreed that he wasn't a moral objectivist, but it was weird because I was getting the same sense that you were, that the way he was phrasing his arguments was as if he was a moral objectivist.
I agree.
Which was strange.
Yeah.
Right. But
yes. Morality, the whole idea behind morality is that it is objective at some sense. Like we agree on the rules, and then those rules have to be objective. We all have to agree to adhere to them. I don't think like the game of basketball works because you set up a list of rules. Those rules have to be maintained. Otherwise, you're not playing basketball anymore.
Right.
Yeah.
Derek Drummond for $5 says, fight, 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 kiss, kiss, kiss. There you go. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mana Yud Sushai for $4.99 says, quote, whatever your heart clings to and confides in, that is really your God, your functional savior. That was a quote from Martin Luther, the German one. So there you go. Pastafarian Priest for $20 says, Sargon is saying it's inherent to the concept of children that they are innocent. That's how it's justified for him. That's why he mentioned it being analytical. Now get back to the video. Yeah, I did catch that he said that, and I completely disagree with that, but that would be a whole nother conversation. When he said children are innocent, which that's completely, I think, untrue. But I don't think children are innocent. I think children are basically wild animals that you have to civilize, but that's just me.
Yeah, I agree.
JMac for $20. Thanks so much, JMac. Says, Sargon's position doesn't seem to make sense coming from an atheist. If he were religious, I could see where he's coming from, but I know he's not. Oh, okay, good. I'm glad that other people were feeling this sense of moral absolutism and it wasn't just us.
Yeah. I think that's why I was getting triggered, because I was like, I've heard these arguments before. when are you gonna pull? If Sargon wants to pull the God card out, I've got, like, people have had different revelations and changed religions and come to
I mean, he's been
Jesus
pretty
and all.
steadfast atheist throughout the years. So
But I wouldn't
see that happening.
I would not bat an eye if Sargon decided that he, wanted to bring religion back in his life and felt like he had a vision or whatever, and felt
I don't see it coming. But
God spoke to him. Or how did Dave Rubin make this transition? I think he did the vision route.
Was it religion? I don't.
He said he's religious now. He said he believes in God now. Yeah.
Now that's bizarre.
You didn't know that?
I didn't know that.
Dave Rubin came out.
He was
said
an atheist who now believes in God again?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
Did he have some experience that changed him or something? An experience that wasn't people being mean to him on Twitter?
I believe, yes. I don't know that Dave Rubin has dipped into the experience, but I believe he said,
okay,
I've had some experiences, some nondescript experiences that
okay,
have
fair
made
enough. Fair enough. David Kane for $5 says Sargon would bang an Asari because Sargon wouldn't bang an Asari because they aren't human.
Mhm.
Oh,
Asari
this is a race from this is the blue chick from Mass Effect.
Mhm.
Okay, there you go. Based in New Zealand for $9 New Zealand says, forget the plushies. When can we expect Sitch and Adam body pillows? Also, A team is the best team. Can I get a wrench? You can't get a wrench for $9, but I'm glad you want the Sitch and Adam body pillows. So there you go.
Are you really? I mean, we're not selling body pillows.
You have to bring up that picture that Sam made.
Could I? What picture?
That you didn't want, the picture you wanted taken off of the plushie Indiegogo.
Do you want me to bring that up?
That picture is hilarious. You have to bring that picture up. Yes.
Did she?
You have it? I can send
Did
it
Sammy get mad that I didn't want that on the Indiegogo?
No.
I felt like she was disappointed when I said.
I mean, I'm a
this
little disappointed.
It's just, oh, it's.
I understand why you don't want it there, but it's pretty hilarious.
Do you have that picture on your? You have it like on your phone or something?
I have it. Well, have it. She sent it to me on Twitter, so I'll just send it to you.
How did she send it to you on Twitter?
What do you mean? She took a screenshot of it.
I can't bring this up.
You have to bring this up.
It's terrible.
This is
we
amazing.
look like degenerates.
That's what makes it
What's
funny.
going on in this? Is this like a show me yours, I'll show you mine thing? What's happening in this picture? Oh my god.
Now you have to bring it up because
I'm going to bring it up just so
bring it up.
I'm going to bring it up just to show you the kind of degeneracy I'm forced to like be a party to at all times.
Stanton, play my movie. What movie? Did you send me something, Stanton?
There is can I bring this GIF up? I got to bring the GIF up. Oh, I guess.
Which GIF? Oh yeah.
Are people just drawing pictures as like what? There's a picture of me eating like 1,000 envelopes.
Yes, thank you. CT says, "God, Sitch, you're needy," and she drew the picture of Adam like swallowing the envelopes. Yes, that. Thank you, CT. I will retract my lawsuit now that you have fixed your libel case. Okay.
Okay, here's the picture. I brought it up.
The picture says, regarding the plushies, yeah, the clothing is removable. Do what you want with that information.
So Sammy ran this by me, and I basically dismissed it. I'm like, listen, our campaign is not catering to degenerates.
The MPreg audience.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, do you want to get? I mean, this may get you some sales, but it might lose you some sales at the same time. Like, like there are people that might want to buy the plushies that don't necessarily want to do a show me yours, show me mine.
Yeah, I think I understand. I think it's
game.
I understand why you want to take it off, and maybe you're correct, but I still think it's funny.
It is hilarious.
Funny.
So I laughed out loud when I saw this.
Right.
And then I thought, why is Sammy Sam?
Well, I'm saying that's why I think this is a good middle ground. We'll show it on the show. It'll be a funny meme, but you don't want to put it necessarily on the campaign.
Yeah, the clothing is removable. Do with that what you want. Look, Sam, and not only that, she's illustrating. Here's what you want to do with it. By the way,
it's a joke.
And then I actually tried to think of a way to make this work that wouldn't be totally degenerate. I thought, okay, well, just put my clothes on Sitch and Sitch's clothes on me. And then I thought, nope, that's not going to work either. People are going to think
if you had like you like putting your ass in my face and I'm like disgusted by it, like, so it's not sexual. You're like grossing me out.
I guess maybe, but
yeah, that would be like the way to do it. But
okay,
but it doesn't matter because our audience is perverted anyway. So it doesn't matter.
I know
whatever we do is going to be
construed as perverted.
Right. Alex sent it on Twitter, like a DM or a normal tweet, because I don't see it. I see Astolfo sent his counterpoints in the A team or S class video. I don't see anything from Alex. That is a video link. Can you send it again or DM it to me or something? Because I don't see whatever you're referring to, Stan. And we also only have an hour and 10 minutes left, so we gotta hurry.
Hurry, hustle. What are you doing? I thought we were speed reading now.
I know.
Taking forever.
Sitch does not look impressed. I wasn't. Papa Piker, as in regards to the plushie. The Papa Piker for $5 says the heist was a complete failure. The team didn't show up, and Anna threw me around like a rag doll. Why don't you kids answer your phone calls nowadays? Oh, I'm so sorry. So sorry, Papa Piker. So sorry.
What happened? I don't know. I'm lost. Anyway,
there was a meme that he was referencing from last time. Hassan's father.
We're in the speed reading section.
That's right.
I'm not supposed to pay attention.
Yes. So this GIF is what was the person's name? Scroll up a little bit so I can see it.
Scroll up a little. You want me to? Right here. Look at this. Paper Cut Koi.
Paper Cut Koi. That's right. Paper Cut Koi did 2 GIFs last week. That was like of me getting blasted away by something off screen, and so this is the continuation. We see that it's Adam riding a horse-sized
Fool!
duck.
You thought you could defeat
a horse-sized
duck.
I love that's hilarious. That is very
that.
funny. That's great. It's a great GIF.
Can I pause this GIF? Okay, good, because I want you to see proportionally here. He makes a good.
Oh my God, we're speed reading at him. We don't have time. We don't have time for.
See how small this arm is compared to this beak here? You can't punch that. The duck is going to eat your whole arm. Yeah, speed reading. Let's go.
No more
Marmite messing around.
Popsicle has quantified saying, I actually like today's stream. It's just that the Sargon tangent was grueling to listen to. I can agree with that. I can agree with that. Robert Hurst for 50 Canadian says, you absolutely can make an objective claim about morality. We evolved in the natural world. Morality evolved with us. It is a projection of our interaction with the universe. It is objective, centered around us and our interaction with our world. That is what Adam means, I think, when he uses the term objective. But that's not generally what other people mean when they say objective. So.
Right. But I am gaining people to that position, though, over time.
Right.
I get a lot of messages from people who are like, oh, my God, you totally deciphered morality for me. Where can I learn more?
Right. Thanks, Jay. Have a good night. Be a responsible parent. Take your kid to school. Wonderful. Even though we're your like second and third child.
Responsibility is good. Makes you strong.
Right. That's right. Papa Piger for $5 says, guys, did you hear? There's nuggets in these California mountains. I sold all my things and I'm heading to Sierra Nevada. I hear those nuggets calling. There you go.
Cool. I like nuggets.
The science changed for $5 says, bestiality spreads diseases and we evolved to be repulsed by it. A lot of our morals come out of evolutionary biology. I would definitely think that that's definitely part of it. Sure.
Yeah,
sure.
I agree. Agreed.
The Shocker for $20 says, please watch Joel's video with Sargon. Shoe basically agrees with him. LMAO. Joel did a video with Sargon or Joel's video on Sargon?
Really?
I didn't know if he ever talked to Sargon.
There's deeper meaning here?
There could be. Can I have a sip of Adam's Coke Samimi for $2? Says Adam knows a little too much about the Map Tribe.
No, I don't.
Didn't seem like you did, but Mad Robot for $5 says Sitch and Adam are on a fool's errand because of their a priori. I don't know how to say that word correctly. A priori, yeah. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Atheist framework. I'm not even fucking atheist.
Yeah, he's a theist. Get it straight.
That's fine. I just don't like. I never argue from that position because I think it's inherently pointless to do so.
Yeah.
Lick Tasty for $5 says, thanks a lot to the three of you. You didn't finish the video and I had chicken for dinner, so I had to make a snap judgment regarding the special sauce.
Oh, shit. That's funny.
There you go. Big Ugly Clown for $2 says, a parasite needs a host. I agree.
Yeah.
That's why I wouldn't say that the Wally humans are parasitical creatures, but that's a very esoteric argument to get into.
Yeah.
Nathan Gordon for $4.49 says Sargon sounds like Caesar from Fallout New Vegas here. I'll give Sargon more credit than that.
That is funny though.
That is funny, but I'll give him a little bit more credit than that. I'll give him a lot more credit than that. It's a pretty low bar.
I've never
Uh,
played the game, so I really
yeah.
don't. I can't
Caesar
tell.
is there's various factions in New Vegas. Caesar is the faction of people that LARP like they're Roman centurions, but they're all like ultra right wing like slavers.
Right.
Like yeah, they're like the obvious villains. Like they're just completely evil. But they talk very much about like degenerate behavior and all that kind of stuff.
They do that. I see that all the time online. The tradcons are always about the degenerate behavior.
Yes, yeah,
Degenerate this, degenerate that.
right.
Caesar's
Caesar's Legion is like the hyperbolic version of that. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my God in heaven.
Too many super chats.
Stanton.
What happened?
Why did you make this Stanton?
Oh no. No. We're
This
not
is
showing
awful.
it. Sounds terrible.
Oh my
some of
God.
them I just ignored because they were like impreg or
It's Mpreg, really.
it's the impreg one. Okay.
Oh, did you see this?
Yeah, I just
It's the
was
one
like,
where you're Arnold Schwarzenegger from the movie Junior,
oh, it's a different one then. Yeah.
and that you're giving, and I'm like your wife, and we're giving birth to like an Adam Sitch hybrid monster baby.
This sounds exceptionally degenerate, and I don't throw that word around lightly. Okay.
No, what they did, they just took the scene from Junior and they like put like people's faces all over the various actors in the scene. But this is awful, Sam. Maybe we'll play this. And we'll see how we feel at the end.
Is this a video?
Yes.
Okay.
This is a video.
I left the watch together up, so
Yeah. I'll send it to you so you can scrub through
Preview
the
it?
horribleness of it. Oh, did you put up the picture of you like swallowing all the envelopes? I demand that be shown.
okay, I'll put it up.
And also, there's that.
Only because you're demanding it, though.
Thank you. There's also like a great picture that fuck, who did this? I lost her name already. They're like the baby Sitch and like little kid Adam. And it's like your graphic design. You're like drawing all over the place.
Oh, and Kavah's in there. The
Spiny the Hedgehog did this. Yeah. Of course, Kavah is involved with the degeneracy.
I know. What
Kavah is queen of degeneracy, but Lick Tasty for $2 says the chicken was good, by the way. Oh, disgusting.
Was it a little too salty? I'm just curious.
Calavar for $5 says A Team reigns supreme. S Class loves their duck's ass. Disagree. I think it's the other way around, actually. Adam's the one who's suspiciously protective of the duck Dissy. The duck cloaca.
Okay. Are we supposed to be? This is a speed.
I know. Vulcan of Nocturne for £2 says crucify the profligates Legit Sargon. There you go. Someone else making
I'm glad
a New Vegas argument. Yeah.
I feel like I was the only one who was getting those intuitions, but I'm glad to hear. Okay, some other people were feeling that too.
I think a lot of people were feeling that. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Which I don't even know if he meant that. That's why I was very confused by a lot of his arguments. But Kovar for $5 says S Class has a fetish for ducks. Lies. Sargon is an authoritarian. Big Joel is joining the Shoe SS. The end times are near. There you go.
Did we cause the apocalypse?
We did. Thank you, CT, for correcting the record. This is the truth. This is the truth about the envelope, the dirty, degenerate envelope swallower known as Adam Friended.
Oh my goodness. That looks so delicious right now. I'm so hungry. I could eat 4 or 5 envelopes.
Papa Piger for $1 says, I was born to eat nuggies. I am a man denied. There you go. Beautiful. Kalvar for $5 says, to be honest, Sitch may be against honesty. I'm not against honesty. But Adam is looking to authoritarianly Mpreg folks.
What?
There you go. We have authoritarian positions against Mpreg.
No Mpreg.
Hitchwaxer for $25 says, the only way this hypothetical can be true is if you yourself are all knowing, which effectively makes you... Oh, the only way this hypothetical can be true is if you are yourself are all knowing, which effectively makes you into God, more or less. Otherwise, you are risking this person changing their mind or your mind, which is fair. Still, honesty is best. I'm fine with saying honesty is generally the best policy. I totally agree with that. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I was only quibbling because Sargon was specifically making a claim that honesty is something that 100% of the, or you were making the claim. I don't remember if it was you or Sargon. Someone was making the claim that honesty is specifically 100% of the time always the most moral thing, which I disagree with completely. And I'm sure, and everyone disagrees with that. I mean, that's why we have things called white lies.
Maybe the moral claim is it immoral to intentionally deceive people? Maybe that's
Well, no,
the moral
because you could. I mean, that's what
prohibition.
a white lie is. You're deceiving someone. So,
Yeah.
Papa Piker for $2 says, "Thanks, Papa Piker." Says, humans are animals, so we're all zoophiles. Checkmate.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
True.
Got us. Got us.
Human animals.
Stanton says, "I spent hours on Adam just for you." Was it really for Adam?
Which one?
Was it really the junior, the video?
The video that we're maybe not watching. I guess I am supposed to still be scrubbing through it. I saw the first picture and I was like, I was like, what the fuck?
Pastafarian Priest for $2 says harmonica sounds. Yes, yes.
They're coming. They're coming. We're getting there.
Yes. You could put up Spiney's picture because it's really good. And it's very funny.
Holy shit. I'm scrubbing through the
Oh, you're scrubbing through the whole thing? Yeah.
I mean, this could be against like terms of service, maybe. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Well, I was wondering if we get hit with a copyright or something. Probably not, but
is it a scene from a movie?
It's a scene. Yeah, it's a scene from Junior. You've never seen Junior? It's the one where Arnold Schwarzenegger is like pregnant. That's the original Unpreg movie.
Okay. So they just put my face over Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yes.
And then you're the baby?
No, I'm your wife, and then the baby is like a human Sitch Adam hybrid.
Oh, okay.
So there you go.
I guess we could probably whole fucking Danimal is in the hospital room. Danimal is part of this.
Maybe the compromise is we won't play it. We'll scrub through it on stream just so people can get a gist of the awfulness.
Okay, I'll load it into the watch together.
The unwanted scrub for $5 says lift heavy, get a wife, impregnate, acquire milkers. Sargonese. How do you say this word? Sargotize on his philosophies of datism, 450 BC. There you go. I agree. Papa Piker for $2 says, if morals make movies interesting, why am I bored?
Because they're not
shitty moral questions. Yes,
they're not asking interesting moral questions.
No,
we probably asked more interesting moral questions on this live stream than
that's true.
Than they have in most movies that have come out in the last couple of years.
Right. Culvar for $5 says there's only one perfectly virtuous, honest, and pure, and that is A-Team reigning supreme. There you go.
Yeah, the song like.
Oh, do you have it up?
I loaded it up. I haven't brought it up on the screen yet.
Roland Rush for 49 says the most moral system necessarily will be the most competent at sustained violence in order to keep the morality. I mean, I'm hoping that's true. They are arguing that they don't think that is the case, but
what sustained?
The most moral system necessarily will be the most competent at sustained violence in order to keep the morality.
Sustained violence? How are you agreeing with that? Don't agree with that.
In order to protect its society, it would have to be the best at. I mean, I'm defining sustained violence at just basically being the best at engaging in warfare. I don't know what sustained violence means, but
yeah. Well, I think they're making the argument that I disagree with it.
Oh, okay. Maybe they mean it a little differently.
I mean, the whole point of having the Leviathan is to stave off violence. The opposite.
Right, but America is the most competent at committing violence, right?
True. Yeah.
Okay. I assume that's what they were referring to.
Yeah. That's a good
The chain Leviathan is still a Leviathan.
Yeah.
So we'll scrub through this, I guess, because I'm assuming you don't want to play it.
Well, I don't know if the music's going to get us or what.
Well, you can turn the music down or off.
I don't think who made this?
Stanton made this, yeah. Stanton says it doesn't flag copyright, but so that we have the poster for Junior, and you have Adam as Arnold, me as the wife, and Kava as the doctor.
I do like the nothing is inconceivable.
Nothing is inconceivable.
Shall we just play it, or do you want to?
So let's just show everyone the awfulness of. Did you turn the volume off?
Oh yeah, let me turn the volume off. Maybe that's the thing to do. Go ahead.
So there you go. There's Adam on the pregnancy table. There's Kava and Co. All these MPreg degenerates.
Here we go. Here. Just relax. Blot, blot. Okay.
Don't think about the baby.
Kava right up in my grill as I'm trying to have a baby.
Right up in your grill, yes.
Oh look, look, Danimal's smoking in the. Danimal, do you really think you should be smoking when I'm having a baby?
You shouldn't be smoking in the delivery room, yes.
What are you doing, Danimal?
Yeah.
Put that out.
There,
oh look, Sitch is sneaking in.
There I am sneaking in. Nice stuff. That was a good job. Oh, it's almost perfect, not quite, but good job. You know, cutting out the Sitch face entering through the door.
That's more perfect than you do in your videos. I mean, that's like
no, that's less perfect than I do.
Oh, okay.
But, and there you go. There's the Sitch Adam horrifying hybrid baby. Look at that.
I can't tell if it's a boy or a girl.
That is the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. Thank you, Stanton, for making such a horrifying travesty of a creature for us to befall upon the channel. This is why S-Class and A-Team can never unite. Because of the potential of this. Okay.
This is demonic. This is completely demonic.
Thank you, Stanton. I hate it. I hate it with a burning passion.
But that was the goal, so you succeeded. It's an up-down ending. It's a success and a failure.
There you go. And this one, I guess we can't put the sign on. This is Alstofo's latest creation, latest masterpiece. I haven't seen this yet.
Latest trying to incriminate us by clipping us out of context is what the word you're looking for.
The video is titled "Is Counterpoints A-Team or S-Class?"
There's actually a really interesting concept. I'll go ahead and shout out another channel, Adam and Sitch. Adam and Sitch.
Oh, I do like this, Astolfo. Thank you for making this video.
You know, I forgot because when we had counterpoints on, I was gonna be like, "You said the name of our channel backwards. How dare you?"
Yeah, yeah. Backwards points. He should change his channel name to Backward Points.
Point counter.
Adam and Sitch. Adam and Sitch.
Contrapoints. Did you all have fun with Connor? I didn't get to catch it when he was on. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we didn't get to. I mean, he's been simping hard for Lauren Southern. And we wanted to interview him on that, but we didn't get to that part. I think he's married though, right? How's his wife feel about him simping for?
That's good.
Online fascists. Where's your loyalty? I need sex. I need sex. I need sex. What? What the fuck?
We have to watch that again.
I need sex. I need sex. I need sex. What the fuck?
Thank you, Astolfo. Wonderful, beautiful.
What's he say at the end here?
Thank you.
A little clip. No, he said something about I make videos better than Vosh or something.
I make epic videos on Vosh and other commies.
Okay, there we go.
There you go. Follow Astolfo SMG on Twitter at the Twitters. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This video was a roller coaster ride for me. How about you?
That's true. It was an emotional roller coaster. I do have to give big props to Astolfo. Recommended I check out Konosuba, and I did. And what I've seen so far, I think it's hilarious. A great anime recommendation. Thank you.
Really?
Yes. Very funny.
What is this?
I don't know if you'd like it. It's like a guy dies and is given the option of reincarnating in like a medieval RPG fantasy world. and the goddess who's going to reincarnate him is like, oh, I can give you one like superpower to make you like brokenly overpowered in this world. But she's kind of a bitch to him, so he instead chooses to take her with him to the next world. But she's like a total like useless ditz for the most part. And so it's like a parody of like, it's kind of like a parody of a harem anime where this guy, he ends up teaming up with all these girl warriors and adventurers, but they all are like either degenerates or like fuck ups in some fashion.
You said a word there that made me want to search it. Harem anime. I had no idea. This is a thing. There's like harem anime.
Adam. There's an entire genre called harem anime, which centers around a single male character like amassing a harem of female characters for
harem
some
anime
group. Yes.
Is this how do the SJWs feel about this harem anime?
They've actually not. They've been surprisingly silent on a lot of anime. I think for them, they realize it's a lost cause. Here,
Okay.
So.
Harem anime. Somehow I think this capitalizes on the male, what the male wants.
Well, that's why Konosuba is kind of funny, because it's like it's kind of poking fun of the harem anime because all the girls are like fucked up in some way. Like for example, they get this crusader lady who's like this knight, but she's like really sexually turned on by being like humiliated and like potentially raped by like bad people and animals. So it's like every fight she's like, so every fight she's like goading the enemy into like sexually assaulting her, and the enemies are always like, what are you talking about? Like they're like disturbed by her degeneracy.
This sounds hilarious.
It is
this
hilarious.
Actually sounds hilarious. What's
it's
the name
very
of it?
funny. Konosuba.
Konosuba.
Yes, Konosuba.
And how are you watching this?
There's like a million of these sites you can find.
Oh, okay.
I think the one I can give you a link if you're interested. That's what I call like Go Anime. It's like one of these like, pirating sites or whatever. But
oh, you watch it on some? That sounds.
Yeah.
That makes it even more degenerate.
There
I
you
can't
go.
just watch this on Netflix.
I don't think it's on Netflix. No.
Konosuba.
Konosuba. Yes. Roland Rush for 499 says the most moral system necessarily will be the most competent at sustained violence in order to keep the morality. There you
No,
go.
you already read that one and we disagreed.
Oh, I didn't. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. I did read that one. Also, you like Konosuba because the main character constantly is like a huge asshole to the women, and he's like, "Shut your whore mouth, shut your slut face." Like he's constantly saying like crazy shit to them.
Hilarious. That's hilarious.
It's very funny.
Ah.
It's kind of like, it's almost like Always Sunny, in that like all the characters are kind of off. I mean, it's not that level, but they're all kind of like fuck ups in some way.
I do
Reese,
fuck up characters.
Yes. Reese Griffith for 2 Aussie says, have $2 dues for Triggered Adam. Thank you. Indigo Turtle for $20. Thank you. Says, I like Sargon, but it feels like he's saying his a priori beliefs constitute the totality of morality, and discussion of validating metrics / principles is dumb because they're external to those a priori beliefs. That did sound like what he was saying. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. Lord of the Nerds for Duo says, Adam and Sitch's, hey, Lord of the Nerds, been a while, says, Adam and Sitch's moral justification equals F off, LOL. I don't think that was our moral justification.
That was our. Okay. I felt like that was Sargon's moral.
Yeah, I felt
justification.
That was Sargon's. Yeah.
That's why I was getting triggered.
Yes. Derek Drummond for $5 says, appealing to God at this point would probably move the conversation along.
I know. That's what I was waiting for.
The Expert Layman for $5 says, objective reality is a religious construct. I believe it exists, but accept what it is. The idea of a, quote, objective perspective is nonsensical.
Yeah. Sure.
Papa Piker for $2 says, next time on Sitch and Adam, is eating poop immoral? You could have a 4-hour conversation about it. Is eating poop immoral?
It would be less triggering because
that's true.
You would have people that felt just fine saying, "Oh, of course, it's totally moral."
Right. Well, because there's no potential harm to another person directly. It's only you'd only be harming yourself.
Yeah. Making people eat poop that's a different moral question.
Right. Reese Griffith for 20 Aussie says, for the love of whatever God exists, use an argument that is emotionally neutral, not no dead relatives or kid canoodling, stealing a loaf of bread because you're hungry, wrong, something like
Yeah, I
that.
know. That's what was triggering the shit out of me. I was like, why do we have to be sitting here talking about fucking kid diddling?
Well, that's why I mean I would think the eating dead relatives is was more emotionally and neutral than pedo stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, big time.
Simon O'Leary for $5 New Zealand dollars says some moral systems cannot work out their differences peacefully. True. That is true.
Yes. Yeah.
Sham Pad Man Bon for $5.69 says, Big Joel, Shoe0nhead is a poopy head. The podcast. I shall now recite a treatise on the subjectivity in metaphysical normative ethics by Joe Sugma.
That's funny.
There you go. John Rith for $20 says, good to Sargon, quote, depends on the child, a cod on this topic. JMac for $50. Thanks so much, JMac. Says, if you had a tiny clone of Hitler, would you torture him? No. I mean, torturing a clone for something that their non-clone self does, I would say that's immoral. Sure. Daniel Chahote for $20 says, we need both heart and mind. Quote, the heart might provide the purpose, but the head provides the method, the passion. Passion is nothing without a plan. Wanting something doesn't make it happen. Stormlight Archive. There you go. Miles for $50. Thanks so much, Miles. Says, I feel like the Rona alpha strain could show up tomorrow in a city and cause a world-ending infection situation. So I don't understand how this is out of the realm of science. I played Plague Inc. I know how that works. Take out the city. Laughing emoji. Yeah. I mean, I said it a million times in the conversation, but I do think there was this weird definitional game of saying whether something is morally good or whether something is a necessary evil, which to me, I'm not sure there's really a difference in those terms for most people.
Yeah.
Ivan Petrescu for $5 says, Sargon conversation is like hearing a confused human talking to sociopathic robots. There you go.
Who is the
I assume we're the sociopathic robots and Sargon is a confused human, but there you go. I like that though.
Yeah.
If I had to choose between being a confused human and a sociopathic, no, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a tough one.
I know. Papa Piker for $5 says, is it objectively wrong to kill Hitler before July 1921? He became party leader and gained historical trajectory on the 29th. After that, he's fair game. I would say it's objectively fine. I'm saying if you know the future, I mean, obviously this would depend on how like time works. But if you know the future and it's going to happen the way it happens, and you know it's going to happen that way, assuming Minority Report was not the situation, assuming we just know for this one instance, then I would say it's moral to take out Hitler. Now, obviously, that could cause a bunch of unintended consequences that can make you worse off in the long run, but that's obviously a different question. Culpar for $5 says, killing a baby is wrong. Killing millions of babies is a statistic. There you go.
Sad.
Brian Bishop for $20 says, the entire argument is why the non-aggression principle exists. Everything is neutral until it infringes upon another person. Robert Hurst for $5 says, Sargon, please read Jonathan Haidt. It'll make your arguments 100 times better, and you'll better understand Sitch and Adam. I think he said he has read Haidt. He hasn't read it in a while, but he has read it. So maybe he needs to brush up on it.
Sure.
Will Rogers for $20. Thanks so much, Will Rogers. Haryan Glidiv for £5 says, Mahler is blue. Oh, there the one. That's the which question. Justin Quinn for $5 says, PSA Sitch, quote, success is necessary but is insufficient objective criteria for determining morality. Have I accurately summarized your position? Success is necessary but insufficient objective criteria for determining. Well, I'd have to think about that. Chaley Sama for $20 says, morality is not subjective. Morality is not intuitive, nor is it innate. Emotional responses can be hardwired, but that's all it is. Emotional responses. We have to know why/if the response is moral, thus ethics important. I agree with that. I agree with the last part, that's why we need to know. That's why we need to dive into this stuff, because your emotional responses can always be tricked.
And wrong.
And wrong, yes. Will Rogers for $20 says, "Hey guys, I messed up the first super chat, so here's another round on me." Oh, thanks. Sorry, Will. Sorry. Your vast, girthy streams are one of the few things that help me stay sane through my 9-hour shifts at FedEx. Thanks for helping me not OD on red pills. You're welcome, Will. You're welcome.
God, it's
See,
some
some people
so cool to be able to listen to the stream on the job.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Because some people complain, they're like, "You guys are still going," and it's like, we're doing it for all the workers out there.
Yeah.
We're men of the people.
Yeah, exactly.
Robert Hurst for 5 Canadian says, "You don't need science to have morals, but you do need science to understand them." Oh, I like that. That's a good way of putting it. Max Utaibi for 25 Sardosses says, "Most moral disagreement is actual disagreement about facts of the world." Inspiring philosophy says that. That's a big part. I don't know if I'd say most, but it's definitely
disagreement of presuppositions
the facts of the
about the
world.
world. Yeah,
right.
There is some of that goes on.
Yeah, definitely. But a lot of what people choose to believe are facts of the world is based on their moral intuitions.
Intuitions, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
what they want to be true. Yes. Kotro for $2 says, "Mongol morality. How about Mongo morality? How about Mongo morality? Eat leaf." There you go. Thanks, Mauler. Matty Ice for $5 says, "A quality of success is that it should be attained morally." Yes.
I agree. Yeah.
Sitch and M Clips. Oh, hey, Nathan. Sitch and M Clips for $20 says, "I would rather engage in CBT than listen to this debate continue for one more minute, for the love of God." Yeah, it went on for too long.
Is that cognitive behavioral therapy you'd rather, or
CBT oil
torture?
Or probably cock and ball torture, I'm assuming.
Yeah,
I will agree. That conversation went on about an hour. Too long.
I agree. Yeah, we were completely going in circles.
Right.
We had the idea that we were going to get to some resolution, though, so that's why we kept.
Yeah, right. But that's what always happens. Yeah,
I know.
Hypnosized Cat for $5 says, "The same channel in which I learned about Dussy is now saying that bestiality is wrong." Related, how customizable is the Rags plushie? You'll have to ask him about that.
Yes. No longer available too. I asked Mauler and he said no. Can't get any more. Missed that boat.
There you go. Yeah. Weekend Joe for $5 says, "I've played WoW. I was a Torn Shaman. I know what cow morality is." It sucks that Blizzard is cucked to the CCP now. Very true. RB, it's true. The Torn were also probably the most morally righteous of all the WoW races, if you think about it. The cow people. RBGH fam for $20 says, "MMT is predicated on might makes right." Do you agree with that? Yes or no? No explanation, just yes or no.
Well, I do think there's a coercive aspect to it that is based around might makes right.
I guess that's true. Isn't there a coercive element of all currency?
Yeah, there's a coercive
and taxation. So yeah, I guess you could look at
society exists because of coercion. I mean, literally.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Contrast for $5 says, "Adam, take 5 and smoke some weed. Your elephant is getting worked hard here and is borderline animal cruelty. A-team forever."
True. Yeah, I did get a little out of hand, but
it's okay. Baldwin 4 for $10 says, "Just a nugget for what it's worth. The Roman Empire collapsed largely in part because of the moral compass to which they owed their success was thrown away in favor of debauchery."
Yeah.
I mean, that's always the argument. Strife. Yeah, that's always the argument people that worry about degeneracy point to. So I think it's a little bit more complicated, but that's a topic for another show.
I wish I had the quote, like, every society has two opposite dangers: disillusionment from too much individualism and like ossification through too much reverence for tradition. And it's so true. Yeah, you got to walk that line.
Right. Matty Ice for $10 says, "Stranded on an island far away from my own culture. I find a Jeep that looks good but is disabled. I turn it to a car bomb and leave. No human interaction, but it's immoral even if no one enters it." Well, that would be immoral based on the potential of future human interaction. That's the only reason to be immoral. If there were no human beings, if you knew with 100% certainty that no human beings would ever find that car, it wouldn't be immoral to turn the car into a bomb. Okay.
True.
Right? Okay.
Sure.
So yeah, that's only based on the potential of human interaction. Bad Ass for another $10 says bestiality is evidence of a bad civilization. Afghanistan BTFO'd USSR and USA. Yeah, what do they have to show for it? What do the Afghan people have to show for that?
Mm-hmm.
Nothing good. Nothing good. I'm not. That's why I'm saying this is a win for them. Is like, is it?
Well, there's not even measuring. Like,
Let me
they're
ask you a
trying
question,
to,
Adam.
they're trying to dunk on our argument without measuring by the metric our argument puts forward. Fucking like GDP or.
This is the argument that people are making when they say, "Oh, America got blown the fuck out by the Taliban." Okay, imagine you're walking down the street and some guy says, "Hey, I fucked your wife." And you're like, "What the fuck, dude?" And you're like, square up with this guy like you're gonna get in a fight with this guy. And right before the fight starts, the guy shits in his own hand and starts smearing it over his body. And you say, "Whoa, I'm not. I don't want to touch this guy.
Whoa,
I don't want to
guy.
interact with this fucking guy. I don't have anything to do with this guy." And you just slowly back the fuck away. Okay.
Yeah.
Did that guy win the fight? You might say yes, but I'd say at what cost?
Yeah. Well, I'm curious why you had the sex with your wife thing at the beginning.
I was just thinking of some way to initiate like
well, I'm thinking through the whole story.
Fight. Yes.
Was this
Right.
why is my wife having sex with this weird shit rubbing all over?
Right. Assuming she's not, it's just to get.
You added a complication to the story that was
I'm sorry.
unnecessary. Yeah. If
the guy just says, "Hey, fuck
if you square, yeah, exactly, because he looks at you funny.
Right.
You know, some confrontation happens, and
There you
then
go.
the guy is like, "I'm going to win the fight by
There you
being
go.
completely gross and out of control." You're
Yeah.
like,
As I said, you can say he won, but I would say at what cost? The price was too high.
Well,
There's some roads we do not follow down.
how did we were basically implementing our moral system over there through the force of our military, and we were like, okay, well, can't implement. Sooner or later, our moral system is either going to have to fly on its own without us being a part of it or not. And when we pulled out, our moral system they were like so not into our moral system that it collapsed in a fucking day. Yeah.
True.
How
Well, it was well, to be fair, and I found this, I didn't realize this. The whole "it collapsed in a day" thing is kind of a false narrative being promoted by the media.
Oh, okay.
It was actually like over the span of 2 months that the
Mhm.
collapse occurred. So
Okay, so it was
But
it was falling apart once they realized we were going to leave by a certain date.
right.
The
Because I
facade
definitely
was
say I
falling
thought
down.
that too. I thought the American military just left and then everything literally collapsed the next day. But that's not exactly what happened.
Right. It was collapsing over time. People
was
were
over
not
time, yeah.
showing up for their military posts. They were like,
Right.
"Oh, I was pretending to be a policeman, but now I'm trying to get out."
Right.
Yeah.
Riggs for $5 says, "I asked the catfishing question because some wrenches had an issue with my saying it should be allowed."
Mhm.
Oh, really? No, I don't think catfishing is. I mean, saying who to allow it, I just don't think it's morally. I don't think it's a moral thing to do.
We got to end in 20 minutes because if we
I know.
go, because if
I'm
we
trying.
go over, it'll cut the stream off.
We have 30 minutes. We have 33
Okay.
minutes. Baldwin 4 for $5 says, "Is Adam equating technological advancement to superior morality? That stupid technology is irrelevant to the moral compass of the individual." You disagree with that, but you would say we both say that that a more moral society is more likely to produce better technology.
Yeah.
Daniel the Bruce for $20 says, thank you, Daniel, says, "Saying successful civilizations didn't do a thing in the past is the argument other than religion I hear it most often against gay marriage or even the legality of homosexuality in general."
Yeah. We're not making that argument though.
Sure. Gabbles for 20 knock knock says, can't super chat, boys, so this is just a normal chat." Thank you, Gabbles. Carl Doofenbach for $5 says, "Sargon BTFO the science fools. Average moral relativism fans versus average I just know it's wrong enjoyer."
Well, we're
Well,
not
that's funny
moral
because
relativists.
we're not moral
Yeah.
relativists.
Yes.
But saying the classifying Sargon's argument is I just know it's wrong. It's not really like a good argument.
Not only
anyway.
that, we have literally
I know.
moral relativism is we can't hierarchically order cultures.
Right.
We're
And we're
here
doing the
telling
exact
you
opposite.
you
yes.
can hierarchically order cultures,
Right.
and we're going to show you how to do it. And Sargon is coming in and says, I know how to hierarchically order cultures. It's by what I think is right. It's like, what? How is that a metric for hierarchically ordering society? Anyway, continue.
Soulful says you have 27 minutes. It cuts out at 11 hours and 54 minutes. Oh, that's arbitrary. But okay.
Yeah, we got.
I think because last time we
cut
lost
off last time. Yeah,
yeah.
that's why I'm like, we have to end it a little early.
Okay, super fast here. No commentary. Pastafari Priest for $2 says go to bed, Sargon. Her Excellency for $5 says people are conflating viewing evolutionary success as an indicator of successful qualities existing as evolutionary success equals moral.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, okay, wait a minute. Here's the maybe this should be the time to do the question. Would people who send us these super chats prefer that we just speed through these and not react to them, or would they prefer that we do this later and actually like react to it for like a couple hours on Monday or something?
Yeah, that's a big question right here, because I feel like we're gypping people because we had an amazing show. I don't think we could like cut any of that out.
Right.
Like MAULER coming on and Shoe coming on and fucking Sargon. All that was fucking great.
Yeah,
amazing.
It was. This was a great show. It was a tiring show, but great show at the same time.
Yeah.
So.
But we're powering through, right? We can ask this question later.
I don't know. I don't know if we'll actually make it even if we pass through.
Really?
I'll try. But you guys let us know. Let us know in the comments. Let us know in the chats how you feel about that question.
They're like react. I see some people are saying react. So should we do it on you? Are you saying you want? I have 10 hours of comic book work that I have to do on Monday. So that has to figure into the equation as well.
I mean, you can take. Can you not take 2 hours off?
Sure, I can do it. Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Right.
I won't be able to eat or sleep that day, but that's okay. I can do
it. Look at this.
How does it work? I love it. I love it. I love it.
Right.
Did it work? Did you feel guilty?
I don't feel. You're trying to make the chat feel guilty, not me. I mean, I'm just trying to say what's better for people that send us money.
You didn't feel guilty a little bit though?
No.
It didn't even work. No, it was funny though. I got a laugh out of it, if nothing else.
Yeah.
No, I'm down. Do you want to do it on? We can
okay. We'll do more.
You want to pause here?
Well, I guess we'll pause here just because to know where the cutoff is.
And I'm dying to dive into these moral questions because fucking I feel like people are just not understanding what we're.
Okay, so Adam, remember the last super chat we read. It was from Pastafari Priest for 199 saying, "Go to bed, Sargon."
Can't you like copy paste it and DM it to me so we have like a physical record of it?
Okay, I'll do.
Well, you're asking me to remember, and I'm like,
the chat will remember. The chat always remembers shit. I don't know.
But we don't know if the same people are going to be in the chat. What
are we
going to do? Here. We're going to wait. We're going to start up a live stream and then wait on the chat to tell us.
The only people that are still listening to us, Adam, are the true fans. Okay,
that is true. Fans. That is true. Yeah.
They'll be here.
That is true. Yeah.
Tomorrow. So okay, we'll finish this tomorrow. We'll read the Streamlabs tomorrow, so that we can actually react. Yeah, Adam, he can work on the comic and draw it while we're streaming because we're just reacting to super chats and stuff. So
I guess I could potentially do that. Yeah. I need to do an update on the campaign pretty badly. Everyone's giving me a hard time.
You do need to do an update on the campaign.
I started writing one out. I did. Who? Somebody said something to you?
Literature Devil told Zofrats to tell me that you should update the campaign to make it look like active and not like it's a scam or something. I mean, obviously the people that listen to us every week know it's not a scam,
right?
But if people don't, then there could be some confusion. So.
I have a tab open that's my September update, and I started because a lot of the updates that people do, they do them very differently than we can do because they're doing like consecutive pages and we're working like on all the pages together, like so I have different pages are at different levels of completed. So but yes, I will do an update and let you all know.
Okay,
bottom line is Adam is working 10 hours a day on this comic.
Yes, Adam is like fucking slaving away here. So
but it's I'm getting better and better and I just love it. I mean, I'm doing it because I enjoy it and we want to deliver you guys the best book humanly possible. So but anyway,
Anyways, what are we gonna do Monday at 4?
Monday
or Tuesday at 4? When are we finishing?
We can do Monday at the same time. Yeah, Monday at 4.
Want to do Monday or Tuesday? Do you need a day of rest?
Day of rest would be nice. We'll do Tuesday.
Okay, so we'll do it Tuesday. Okay, guys. So we'll finish the super chats and Streamlabs Tuesday at 4 p.m. Eastern.
Right, and we're only going to
same
go for a couple
Kablam
hours.
time, same Kablam place. But
Don't come in there and be like 10-hour stream today, guys. You're streaming.
Yeah, no,
we know. It's like
it's only going to be
2 hours.
It's only 2 hours, like 2 hours.
We're in
3
out.
max.
I have a comic book to finish. Okay.
Yes. Right. But anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for watching the show. We had great views. Thank you so much for liking. Thank you so much for just flooding us with so many donations that we literally can't get to them all tonight. Thank you for watching the journeying through the hellscape of Big Joe versus Shoe with us. And thanks so much to Sargon, Mauler, and Shoe for coming on and making this stream 100 times more interesting and enjoyable. Hope you all have a great week. See you Tuesday.
Bye-bye. All right. Yes.
There you go.